Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hello, anyone here?
If you write it out. I was just in the... Oh, hello, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Ben. How are you? That shipment come in from St. Louis?
He came in on the morning train, Marshal. I was going to send the boy over to tell you.
What, have you seen it yet?
I haven't had a chance to open it up. Here it is.
Oh, good. Well, let's see how it looks.
All right. There it is. Prettiest gold watch chain I ever did see.
Chester will like that.
Yeah. And look at the gleam on that elk stew.
Yeah.
Chester know you're getting this one?
Oh, no. It's by way of a surprise. He thinks he's got a birthday this month sometime.
Saturday's about the middle of the month, so I figure it's as good a day as any.
Yeah, morning, Miss Tara.
Oh, morning, Ben. Marshal Dillon.
Morning, Tara.
Oh, how beautiful. Is it yours, Marshal?
Oh, no. It's for Chester. He's always wanted one.
It's lovely. Ben, did my hand mirror arrive?
Yeah, it came in this morning, Miss Tara.
Can I take it now?
I don't know why not. It's paid for. Here. Careful now, Miss Tara. Came all the way from Boston, so don't drop it.
Oh, I won't. Don't worry. Thanks, Ben. Goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal Dillon.
Goodbye, Tara. That's a mighty pretty girl, Ben.
Yes, sir.
She's blossomed out since I saw her last. Well, what owe you, Ben?
Oh, it'll be just about $4, Marshal.
$4, huh? Yeah. There we are, $4.
Thank you, Marshal. And give Chester my regards.
I'll do that, Ben. Morning, Miss Lane.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning.
Marshal?
Hello, John.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Good morning, Chester.
Well, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Put this in the safe for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
How was the auction yesterday?
You know, Mr. Dillon, I never did see so many horses and mules.
You buy anything?
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. But Asa Welton bought that old stud horse off Mr. McGovern.
No, is that so?
Yeah. You know, I feel sorry for poor old Asa. Why, that stud horse has got a ring bone so bad he can't hardly walk.
Well, Asa isn't very smart when it comes to horses, I'm afraid.
No, sir, he ain't. And I purely hate to see him lose good money on a horse like that. Why, he paid $19 for that horse.
Yeah? Well, he'll make out if the stud can get him some colts.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, I guess. That is, if he's got a mare.
Yes, Chester, if he's got a mare.
And if he don't, well, sir, I just don't know. My.
Chester, this evening I'm going to have supper with Kitty over at Dodge House. Will you stay here? There's no work to do, but you could keep an eye on things, huh?
Well, I'd be proud, Mr. Dillon.
More coffee, Kitty?
No thanks, man.
Yeah. You, mind if I smoke?
Oh, those are the longest cigars I ever saw.
Well, if it bothers you...
Matt, 6 nights a week at the Texas Trail, and you think I'd mind one cigar? Go ahead.
Okay.
Matt.
What?
There's something been troubling me.
Oh? What's that?
Well, I wanted to have supper here so we could talk.
Well, what is it, Kitty?
Almost 4 months ago, you and Chester brought a little girl back into town. Daddy was dead, out in the plains. You brought her back because she couldn't stay out there alone.
Well, go on.
She was real sweet. Young, I guess maybe 17.
You're talking about Tara Hantry.
Yeah, Matt.
I saw her over at the general store this morning. What about her?
But she's hanging around the Texas Trail, Matt. I see her there all the time. Afternoons, evenings.
Oh? Well, why are you telling me this, Kitty?
That's no place for a girl. Not a young girl, not a girl like Tara.
I don't have any say about how Kate runs the Texas Trail. If they don't want Tara in the place, Kate should keep her out.
Well, Kate won't keep her out. Why should she? Tara's attractive. She's good for business.
Kitty, when I brought Tara back to Dodge, Lawrence Kells and his wife took her in. They've been treating her like her own daughter. Now, it's not my place to interfere
with
them.
Maybe they don't know, Matt.
They're church-going people, Kitty, Kells and his wife. They try to do what's right for Tara. I'm sure they do.
Matt, people like the Kells don't know the Texas Trail. They don't know the saddle bums, the spoilers, the wild ones that hang out there. Even if they did, they wouldn't see too much wrong with the man Tara's taken up with.
Well, who is it?
Jack Grace.
Jack Grace?
Yeah.
Tara's keeping company with him?
She has been since he came to town a few weeks back.
Oh, that little fool.
Well, don't blame her too much, Matt. He cuts quite a figure. Long hair, buckskin shirt, Texas spurs. She's young, and his stories make for good listening.
Yeah.
Matt, I've talked with Grace, and there's something wrong with him. He's too cold, like he's dead inside. He can charm you with a smile, and he talks just fine, almost like a gentleman. But there's nothing inside him, Matt. He's empty, like a shell.
All right. What do you want me to do, Kitty?
Thank you, Matt. Talk to the Kells.
All right. Tomorrow morning. I promise.
Good morning, Marshal Dillon.
Good morning, Tara.
We're having some lemonade. Won't you join us?
I came looking for Mr. Kells.
They're both down at church, getting ready for the social tomorrow night. Marshal Dillon, have you met Mr. Grace?
Mr. Grace?
Well, I know of you, Marshal Dillon. Down around Waco, several of the boys speak of you.
No?
What did you want to see the Kells about, Marshal Dillon? Maybe I could help you.
I think I should talk to them, Tara. It's a matter of business.
About Mr. Kells' business? The buffalo hide?
No. It's another sort of thing. I better come back, Tara. They'll be home later?
Well, you know how these church socials take planning. It may be late.
Yeah, well, I'll come back then.
Sorry you won't join us, Marshal.
Thank you anyway, Mr. Grace.
To the gate, Marshal.
Oh, fine.
I'll be seeing you again, Marshal Dillon.
Maybe, Mr. Grace.
I know why you came here today, Marshal. I know why you wanted to see the Kells.
You do, Tara?
It's about me and Jack Grace, isn't it?
This isn't the time to talk about it, Tara.
A fine time to talk about it.
Now, look, Tara...
The busybodies in this town sent you over here. They don't like my keeping company with Jack. Isn't that right?
They're not busybodies, Tara. They're people who are fond of you. Older than you and know more about Jack Grace than you do.
Blue-nosed old gossip.
Now, Tara, listen to me.
No, you listen to me. For as long back as I can remember, Pa and me worked that dried-up old homestead. Alone after Ma died. It killed Pa. Came near to killing me.
Look, when I brought you into Dodge, the Kells took you in. They treated you like their own daughter. Mr. Kells is a wealthy man. He's given you everything he can.
And I'm grateful to him. He's tried hard to do all the things Pa would have done if the planes hadn't killed him. But he still can't give me the love and excitement and fun Jack Grace can.
Oh, Tara, so help me. If you were 2 years younger, I'd put you across my knee and slap some sense into you. Now, if you hurt the Kells because of Jack Grace, or if you get yourself in trouble, I'm going to forget about this.
If I didn't know better, I'd say it was a lover's spat.
I'll be back later, Tara.
There isn't much point in that, Marshal Dillon. From what I could hear on the porch, Miss Tara seems to have said what she thinks real plain.
I'll be back later, Tara. Will you tell him?
I don't know why you bother, Marshal. If the Kells are ones to worry about loose reputations, they might not pay too much attention to you.
What are you getting at?
A U.S. Marshal who sniffs around one of the girls at the Texas Trail isn't in the best of company, and after all, everyone knows a kitty is...
Now get up. And if I ever hear you've mentioned Kitty again, I'll come after you.
Why don't you do that?
I will.
Good day, Tara.
But Jack,
I'll call back for you later this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Tara. I didn't mean for this to happen.
You're just a big, blundering, stupid bully.
Tara, please.
And if you mess up the one thing that means happiness for me, I'll help him kill you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, mystery minded? Then mind you don't miss CBS Radio's Mr. Chameleon on the first of his new Friday night broadcasts tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Chester told me you wanted to see me, Mr. Dillon.
Yes, Mr. Kells. Won't you sit down, please?
Yeah, sure. Hope it won't take too long. Gretchen and I are in charge of the box sorts of the night, you know. Wouldn't want to be too late.
Well, it may take a few minutes, Mr. Kells. It's important.
Oh?
It's about Tara.
And Jack Grace.
You know about it, then?
I've known about it ever since he came to town 3 weeks ago. They met, heaven knows where or how, and she's been seeing him most every day since.
You know where she spends her time?
At the Texas Trail. Yes, I know. Gretchen and I have tried every way we know, Marshal Dillon. We both talked with Tara, but she's young and headstrong. I don't know what to do. I think she'd run away with him if we interfered again.
Mr. Kells, as Marshal, this is no affair of mine, but as someone who's fond of Tara and... Well, I wish you'd try talking with her again.
Well, we'll do everything we can, I promise you that. Perhaps Grace will get tired of her and leave Dodge.
Perhaps.
Well, anyhow, you know I'll sure try.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for coming over here, Mr. Kells.
Sure, Marshal. You're going to be at the social tonight, aren't you?
Oh, sure. Chester and I'll be there. Chester'd be real upset to miss it.
Good. We'll see you there.
Okay, fine.
Mr. Dillon, this is Miss Honeycutt.
How do?
Proud to know you, ma'am.
I bought her supper box. Did you bid on any supper boxes, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester. I was late getting here.
Oh, that's a pity. Now, what do you do for supper?
Oh, I'll make out all right.
Well, there's really enough for the three of us, Marshal, if you care to join us.
Well, thank you, Miss Honeycutt, but I'm looking for Mr. and Ms. Kells.
Oh, they're not here yet. The parson was asking for them a few minutes ago. Mr. Kells was to have auctioned off the suppers, but they didn't come, so we went ahead without them.
Oh?
You sure you won't join us, Marshal?
No, thank you, ma'am. I'll just wait for the Kells. Perhaps I'll walk back toward their place and meet them on the way.
Well, all right, Mr. Dillon. Miss Honeycutt, and I'll be right over there if you need me.
I don't think I will, Chester. You just go ahead and enjoy yourself.
Real pleased to meet you.
Nice to have met you.
Yes, mind that bench, Miss Honeycutt.
Yes, thank you.
What? Oh, hello, Kitty.
You leaving the party before I get there?
No. I was just walking back toward the Kells place. They're not at the social yet, and this might be a good chance to talk to them.
Oh, all right if I come with you?
Oh, sure. I had a talk with Mr. Kells this afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah. He knows all about Tara and Grace. Has known for a long time.
Well, what's he going to do about it, man?
He doesn't know what to do. Neither do I, Kitty. Look, Kitty, you're a woman. You know about these things. You don't tell a woman she shouldn't love some man, do you?
No, you don't.
Kells has tried hard. He's done everything he can.
Well, he's a wealthy man. You could send her east for a few months on a visit. St. Louis, maybe.
To forget Grace?
Yeah?
Would it do any good?
No.
Oh, there's the house.
It's dark. Maybe we passed him.
No, I don't think so. Here.
Thanks.
Kitty?
Yeah?
Maybe you better wait here, huh?
Matt, what is it?
The house shouldn't be dark. We didn't pass them.
What are you going to do?
I'm going inside.
I'll come with you.
All right, come on.
The door's open. Matt, look.
Stay here, Kitty. Shot, both of them.
Oh.
No wonder they were late for the auction. Kitty, go back to the church social. Find Chester. Have him meet me at the jail. Tell Doc to come over here.
What are you going to do, Matt?
I don't know. Look around, maybe.
Why this? What for?
Who knows why people kill, Kitty? Money, maybe. I don't know.
But who'd do it, Matt? Who'd kill the Kells?
Someone who hated him enough or thought they had something he wanted. Bad. Real bad.
Grace?
Will you please get Chester and Doc?
Yeah.
Tara? Tara, are you all right? It's Matt Dillon, Tara. Are you hurt bad? Who did it, Tara? Do you know?
Yes, I know.
Well, who was it? Was it Grace?
Oh, Matt.
What happened, Tara? Tara.
Mr. Kells was waiting for him when Jack came for me. Mr. Kells wanted to talk with Jack, he said, and
Well, go on.
I don't know. I don't know.
I can't help if you don't tell me what happened.
But when Jack came, there was an argument. Mr. Kells told Jack to go away, leave me alone. Told him not to come back. Jack laughed, called Mr. Kells a name, and Miss Kells slapped him. And Jack hit her. Mr. Kells tried to get his rifle in the corner, and Jack...
Yeah?
He shot him. He shot both of them. Then he turned. He said it wouldn't have worked out for us. He was leaving. Just like that. He was leaving. You see, you'd be nothing but trouble, he said. I'm leaving, he said. Then he hit me. And...
Doc will be here in a few minutes, Tara. He'll take care of you.
You want me to go with you, Mr. Dillon?
No, you stay here. Get me that Winchester, will you?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
How do you figure to trail him at night, Mr. Dillon?
I don't. I'm taking a guess, that's all.
You know where he's going?
Like I say, it's a guess. It won't be back to Texas. He's wanted there. Might be Abilene. Then Thompson would cover for him there.
He'll have an hour or more start on him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, but I figure to take the back country and ride hard. Maybe he'll cut his sign by morning.
You'll be riding 3 miles to his 1.
I'll take the buckskin. He can last.
Yes, sir. Don't you want me to follow you?
I should be back by tomorrow night. You stay here and help Kitty and Doc with everything. And take good care of the girl. She needs help.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Great. You can't see me. Don't bother to try. Just drop your gun belt. Easy. And your rifle. Throw it down. Now keep your hands high, just like they are.
You traveled fast, Dillon. I didn't waste time getting to here.
I know this country better than you, Grace. Roads aren't always straight.
Even so, that buckskin of yours must be quite a piece of horse.
He is. We'll be starting back right quick, but meanwhile you just sit tall right where you are.
Arms will get tired. Taking me back to jail and Dodge.
Well, what do you expect? You murdered 2 people just last night, tried a third.
I just hit Tara down. I don't know as I tried to kill her.
You must have known I'd come after you.
I figured maybe you'd start tracking me toward Texas. I didn't give you credit to think of my heading for Abilene. I guess the joke's on me.
Yeah, I guess it is. You know, I don't understand what goes on inside you, Grace.
There's no point in my getting riled. You got me cold, Deck.
Someone told me earlier you were just a shell, that you were empty inside. By heaven, you are. You're crazy, Grace. Just mean, pure crazy.
It's you doing that talking, Marshal. Please yourself. In a way, it's all Tara's fault, I suppose. Well, it wouldn't have worked out anyway, like I told her. All right if I light up? Marshal?
All right, but watch your moves.
My makings are in my blood.
Oh, Grace!
I didn't know the Kansas marshals were so fast.
A derringer up the sleeves, an old story, Grace.
Yeah, but they sure are. Guess I won't go to trial after all.
No, maybe not. But you're going back to Dodge.
Like they say on the posters. Dead or...
Yeah. Dead or alive.
Marshal Dillon, I want to thank you and Miss Kitty for everything you've done for me since...
Sure.
You got everything in the stage, Tara? Yes, Miss Kitty.
It's a long trip, Tara. You sure you won't change your mind?
I think I'll like it back east, and St. Louis won't be as big as all this.
Marshal Dillon will be late into Hays City if I don't get away now.
Okay, driver. Well, goodbye, Tara. Good luck.
Goodbye. Well, Matt, she's gone.
Yeah. I don't blame her for wanting to leave, Kitty. The West took nearly everything she loved. Her ma and pa, and the Kells.
And her true love.
Look, Jack Grace?
Jack Grace is no good, but Tara gave him her heart. And she never got it all back.
Perhaps you're right, Kitty, but Tara's young. She won't mend.
Will she, Matt?
I hope so, Kitty. I truly do.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Special music for tonight's story was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill as Tara and John Daner as Jack Grace, with Ralph Moody, Joe Duval, and Vivi Janis, Parley Bear as Chester, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Novelist C.S. Forrester saw in the turbulent Napoleonic Wars an ideal historical background for the exploits of a seagoing hero of his own creation, Horatio Hornblower. And now every Friday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, Michael Redgrave stars as Horatio Hornblower. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Tarzan brings you his adventures Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network. around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Except for that coyote. He's wailing his head off out there. Mad at the moon, I guess.
Or in love, maybe.
Oh?
Yes, sir, the way I've noticed it, any time you find a man or an animal out squalling around in the dark, it's usually love.
Yeah, but this one sounds kind of mournful, Chester.
Well, sir, love is mournful sometimes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Matt? Is that you?
Oh, good evening, Miss Morley.
How've you been, Matt?
Oh, fine. Fine, thank you. You, down here on Front Street this time of night alone?
I'm looking for Red Lawson. He's a new man, works for Al. Al's meeting him sometime after midnight, and they're going out on a cattle buying trip. I want to talk to him first. You satisfied?
Well, it's just that this is no place for a woman alone, Miss Morley. Maybe you better go home.
There are other women down here.
They belong here, Miss Morley. They work here.
Oh, don't be so stuffy, Matt. And call me Ava for once. Everybody else does.
Well, your husband might take exception to that, Miss Morley.
Now, you're blaming me for what happened before, aren't you?
I'm not blaming you for anything, Miss Morley.
I didn't tell him to get into a gunfight over me. Wasn't my fault.
I didn't say it was. Chester, you better see that Miss Morley gets home, all right?
Yes, sir.
I can get home by myself.
My, she's pretty as a picture. It makes you wonder.
Yeah, maybe you were right, Chester. With a woman like that, love might be kind of mournful.
So I just give my rope a couple of turns around that juniper stump, and I jerk back on it.
Lawson?
Oh, hi, Marshal.
I wonder if I could see you for a minute, huh?
Yeah, sure. Be right back, boy. What's on your mind, Marshal?
Lawson, I just ran into Miss Morley in the street outside.
You did?
Yeah, I suggested she go home. She's got no business being down here this time of night. It might be a good idea if you'd tell her that, huh?
Seems to me that's up to her husband.
Look, you're new here, Lawson. I guess you didn't know Fred Curtis and the Santa Fe Kid.
I heard about it. A couple of fools, as far as I can see.
Yeah, I guess they were. After they met Miss Morley.
Hey, look, Marshal. What's your stake in this?
I got no stake. What Miss Morley does is her own business, as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. I'm just trying to keep the peace, that's all.
I feel kind of sorry for her, that's all. Al treats her like a dog.
Uh-huh. Fred and the kid used to talk the same way.
Like I said, a couple of fools. I'm not.
I hope not.
See you around, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
I think so.
Hi, Kitty. Could I speak to you?
Oh, sure, Matt. Excuse me, boys. I'll be back.
What, man?
Kitty, has Al Morley been in tonight?
Oh, no. I haven't seen him there. Should he have been riding?
Oh, not necessarily. He and Lawson are riding out around midnight on a cattle buying trip. I just thought they might be meeting here.
Oh, well, not yet anyway. Jesse Wells would know what the plans are, though.
Jesse Wells?
Yeah, the bartender down there at the end, the young one. You know him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why would he know?
Well, he's going along. I'll ask him to help out there. Going to follow the Lazy Pig Roundup. Try to get in ahead of the buyers from Chicago.
Oh, yeah. He's a nice-looking kid. I wonder if...
Yeah, he's another friend of Ava's.
Hold it. Marshal Dillon! Oh, come on. Wake up, Marshal!
All right. Take it easy. Who is it?
Jesse Wells, Marshal. Open the door.
All right, just a second till I get it. What's the trouble, Wells?
Al Morley, Marshal. And you better get your horse, because we got to ride back out there.
Out where? What happened?
Buffalo Flats. We camped there to wait for the roundup crew. And Al's dead, Marshal. He's knifed in the back.
Did you do it?
No. It was Red Lawson. He knifed Al and he stole the money we were going to use to buy cattle.
What in the world is going on, Mr. Dillon?
You better saddle up, Chester. We got to ride.
What's the trouble?
The usual. Nothing new but the names. Seems Red Lawson turned out to be a fool in spite of himself.
Over this way, Marshal. Camp is right there by that plum thicket.
Right.
Be daylight in another 20 minutes.
Hello, boy. Oh. He's laying over there by the bushes.
Yeah, I see him. Whose knife is it, Jesse?
It's Al's. We were all asleep. We built a fire, made some coffee, and then turned in. But wait for daylight, but Lazy Bee Bunch planned to work their stock up this way.
I see. Here, Chester. Wrap the knife in something and hang on to it. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Now, go on, Jesse. What happened?
Well, like I said, Marshal Dillon, we were all asleep. I guess it was the sound of the horse's hooves woke me up.
Mm-hmm.
Red Lawson, he was pulling out. I run over to Al, shook him to wake him up and tell him. Then I saw the knife. He was dead.
Where were you sleeping, Jesse?
Right about here, I guess. Red was across the fire over there, and Al was where he's laying now.
What about the money? How'd you know it was gone?
Well, I thought about it right off. I figured that's why Red had done it. Al was carrying about $10,000 in a little leather sack he'd stuck under the blanket before we'd gone to sleep. So I went and looked for it. It was gone.
You figure Red killed him for the money, then?
Well, sure. But I doubt he meant it, though. I think Red was trying to ease the sack out from under the blanket when Al woke up and caught him.
Yeah, it's possible.
Be light enough to start tracking him in a few minutes, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, sun's poking up over there now. Looks like it's going to be a clear day. Which way'd Lawson head out, Jesse?
East. Seemed to be following the wagon tracks.
Odds are bad, Mr. Dillon. He's got quite a start on us.
Yeah, too much of a start. Well, let's load the pack mule, Chester. I think we'll ride back into Dodge and then take the train from there to Abilene, then work back from the east.
Say, that's a good idea. Lawson probably won't be expecting anybody ahead of him.
I can't understand it. I just can't understand how anybody could do a thing like this?
It sounds like a muddlelark, Chester.
Yes, sir, just flew into those bushes.
Red seemed a pretty nice fellow as far as I could tell.
It's a funny time of year for a muddlelark, isn't it?
Guess $10,000 was just too much temptation, huh?
Oh, some of them hangs around all winter, Mr. Dillon.
That sure sounds a lot better than that coyote howling. All right, Chester. Get a hold of his feet. Let's load him up.
Sumac Creek water tank's right down the bend up ahead of us there.
How long will we stop here?
Oh, about 5 minutes. Just long enough to take on water. Might as well relax, Marshal. It's a long ways yet to Abilene. Why, we ain't but 24 miles from Dodge City.
Feels more like 100. These seats are harder than a saddle.
Yeah. This here fellow you boys looking for, I guess he's a real mean enough.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mean enough.
Well, it's just like I always say. This prairie country ain't never going to be a law-abiding place to live. Well, every time I pulled out of Kansas City on and run west, I'm expecting every minute to be shot or hung or scalped.
Chester.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
Look out the window here. Around the bend there by the water tank.
Looks like we don't have to go to Abilene.
Oh, yeah. There's some fella waiting to catch a train, I guess. You boys reckon that?
Is he the one?
Yeah.
His horse is tied there by the tank. Must have decided on a quicker way of traveling.
Yeah, it looks that way. All right, Chester, he won't be expecting us. Let's get out in the vestibule and then drop off and take him as soon as the train stops.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Marshal, whatever you do, don't let him get on this train.
Just keep the passengers away from the windows.
In a way, it's too bad, Mr. Dillon. Miss Morley would have really enjoyed that $10,000.
You're guessing, Chester. Well, he hasn't seen us yet. All right, let's go.
Lawson, get your hands up. Bill, you're under arrest. Get your hands up.
Look, he's running for his horse, Mr. Dillon.
Lawson!
He's going to fight.
You can't get away on foot. Lawson!
Come on, Chester.
That's a cutting it awful thin, Mr. Dillon. Giving a man 3 chances before you haul down on him.
We're still on our feet. He's not.
Yeah, but it's a pushing the odds, though.
Yeah, I guess. All right, pick up his gun there, will you?
Yes,
Lawson?
He's still alive, Mr. Dillon.
Can you hear me, Lawson?
Sure, I can hear you.
There's the sack of money. Looks like it fell out of his coat.
Yeah, I see it. Lawson, there's no doctor on the train. We're going to try to stop the bleeding and do the best we can for you. There'll be a train back toward Dodge City in about a half hour. We'll wait for it. Is that all right with you?
I don't have any choice, do I?
No, I guess you don't. You made your choice last night. Was she worth it?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, every Saturday night, Gene Autry invites all his friends to visit him at Melody Ranch for a half hour of songs and stories about the Old West. Tune in the Gene Autry Show tomorrow night over most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That's a bad one, Matt. Yes, I'd say the bullet's lying right in against his heart.
I just tried to wing him, Doc, but we were both moving. You can't always call him, you know.
I guess not.
Well, I'm afraid that's about all I can do for him, Matt.
It's not enough, is that it?
He won't live an hour.
I wish he was conscious. I want to talk to him.
Well, the stimulant might take effect, and then again might not. With this kind of a case, you never know. What is it you're after, Matt?
Ms. Morley?
Accessory before the fact?
She could have been.
Well, I'm a broken down old man, Matt, but if that woman rolled her eyes at me just once, well, I do not know. I just might.
Matt. Yeah. Lawson? Lawson, can you talk? Can you hear me, Lawson?
Yeah. Sure.
Was Ms. Morley in on it?
Nobody was in on it.
Did she know you were going to do it?
She had nothing to do with it.
Was she going to meet you somewhere later?
She had nothing to do with it. It was my idea. Nobody else.
Lawson, listen to me. You're dying, do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can feel it. She wasn't in on it.
All right. That's the way you want it. At least Al won't treat her like a dog anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, a dead man can't bother anybody.
Al?
You ought to know you killed him.
No.
What?
He was asleep. I took the money and rode away, and they were both asleep. I didn't touch him.
You're telling the truth.
I swear I didn't kill him. I only stole the money, and I didn't get... Well, guess I was wrong, Matt. The bullet was closer to his heart than I thought.
Yeah. And I was wrong about something myself, Doc. I thought this was the end of it. Now it's wide open again. Wide open.
I don't see why you got me here just to ask the same things all over again, Marshal, because I told you how it happened.
Yeah, I know,
You
Jesse.
caught Red Lawson with the money on him. Now, what more proof do you need?
It only proves he took the money, Jesse. It doesn't prove he killed Al.
Well, what do you mean?
Chester, you better punch that fire up over there a little, huh?
It does seem to be getting chilly in here.
Now, what do you mean by that, Marshal?
You killed Al yourself. Didn't you, Jesse?
You're out of your mind.
You woke up and saw Red steal the money and take off, and it gave you ideas. You slipped over and knifed Al in his sleep. You knew Lawson had got the blame for it.
Well, sure. Sure, because he did it.
He said he didn't.
Dang stove.
Well, Marshal, did you expect him to tell the truth?
He was dying, Jesse. Knew he was dying. I think he told the truth.
I see. His word against mine. Word of a thief.
I didn't say I could prove it, Jesse. But you did it, though. We both know that. And sooner or later, I'm going to get you for it. Chester, I think it'd draw better if you'd open the damper.
Quiet night, Mr. Dillon.
It was a quiet night last night.
And 2 men who were alive last night are gone tonight. Sure makes you stop and wonder.
Well, at least one thing hasn't changed. That coyote's still there.
I guess there'll always be coyotes around, Mr. Dillon. What are you going to do about Jesse Wells?
Oh, I don't know, Chester. He's guilty. You can see it written all over him. But there'd be no use bringing him in. I haven't got one piece of evidence. I don't know.
Yes, sir. She's quite a woman. Mercy. Quite a woman.
Yeah, she is that, all right.
Matt? Is that you?
Good evening, Miss Morley. Who are you looking for tonight? Can't be Red Lawson. He's dead.
So is my husband. You forgotten?
My deepest sympathy.
Don't bother. You know better. I am sorry about Red, though. He was nice. You're the one who did it, aren't you, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, I killed him. For you. I couldn't do anything else.
I don't know why you say it for me. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, sure, I know.
You know. You don't know anything. You don't know how it feels to sit in the house alone with your husband dead. And no one in town coming near you. Like he was poisoned or something. Sure, I don't feel sorry about Al, but I would have once. He's the one who changed me, made me feel different.
I know, it wasn't your fault.
And you didn't even come to tell me he was dead. Why not? It's part of your job, isn't it?
I didn't come and tell you, Miss Morley, because I figured that you'd... Chester?
Yes, sir?
Would you mind walking on ahead? I'll meet you on the Texas Trail in a few minutes.
Well, All right, Mr. Dillon, if you say so. I'll get some later.
Why'd you send him away, Matt?
I was just wondering if you were going to be home later tonight.
Well, I could be.
Around 10 o'clock, say?
Sure, Matt. I'll be there.
Hiya, Kitty.
Chester and I were trying to think of some way to rescue you from Ava's clutches.
Only one thing, though, Mr. Dillon. I wasn't sure you wanted to be rescued.
Kitty, has Doc been in tonight?
Oh, I haven't seen him, Matt.
Chester, will you see if you can find him and have him meet me here?
Yes, sir. Right away, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty,
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd help me with something.
Well, sure, Matt. What?
Drop a hint to that bartender, Jesse Wells, that it might be smart to slip out of here and pay a visit to Ms. Morley's around, I'll say, 9:45 tonight.
All right. Is it anything you can talk about?
I don't exactly know how to talk about it, Kitty. I got a murder on my hands. I know who the killer is, and I can't touch him.
So?
So I'm going to try to make him touch me.
Oh. All right, Matt. I'll take care of it. Will you be around for a while?
Yeah. I'll be here till about 10.
Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. Who'd you think?
Just a minute.
Well, hurry up. Let me in. All right, Dillon, come on in. Well, Jesse, I thought you were working.
I was, till just a few minutes ago. Well, what's on your mind?
I think Mr. Dillon probably wants to ask me some questions or something.
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. Jesse Wells, for instance.
What?
You didn't tell me he was going to be here, Ava.
Well,
What do you mean she didn't tell you? Wait, Ava, what about this? You were expecting. You knew he was coming.
Of course you knew I was coming.
You and Matt Dillon. For how long? And what kind of a fool does that make me?
I'm afraid you were born a fool, Jesse. That's why she picked you.
She's so wonderful you said if only Al didn't stand in our way.
I didn't tell you to kill him. I didn't mention it once.
You didn't have to. Just kept dropping hints, leading me on. And all the time you and Matt Dillon.
She's too smart for you, Jesse. You should have realized that.
Yeah. And instead, I played right into your hands. Both of you.
How, Jesse?
Killing Al, getting him out of your way, giving the two of you a clear field.
You're under arrest for murder, Jesse.
What? Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Both of you would. Sit around and laugh about it while you're waiting for me to hang.
I said you're under arrest. Now hand over your gun.
No, you don't, Dillon. You're not going to carry it that far. You're not taking me in for something both of you wanted me to do.
Hand over your gun, Jesse.
You want my gun, you got to take it away from me.
Get away from the door.
Oh, sure, I'll get away from you. Hold me, Mr. Warren.
Are you all right, Chester?
Yes, sir. It was close, but he missed me.
Well, you two didn't miss him. I don't know which one of you fired first, but either bullet would have done it.
Well, you got his confession all right, Mr. Dillon. Doc and I heard every word from the front porch there.
We sure did. Only one thing, though, Matt. He didn't implicate the women in it.
Yeah, I know. Will you take charge, Doc?
Oh, sure. I'd be glad to. Part of my job, you know.
Matt.
All right, Chester, let's go.
Matt?
Could I see you for a minute before you go? Matt?
What's it add up to, Mr. Dillon? 3 men have been killed since the same time last night.
Yeah.
And you know, Mr. Dillon, I think maybe it's kind of all her fault. And you can't pin a thing on her. My.
Well, there's one lucky thing. There aren't many women like her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lillian Bayef, with Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jack Crucian. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Strange Island tells the remarkable story of a tropical paradise that sank into the sea. Hear all about it on Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Hear about the miracle that saves Tarzan from drowning and brings the island back from the sea. Remember, it's yours for thrills on tomorrow night's exciting adventure with Tarzan, created by Edgar Rice Burroughs and brought to you now by CBS Radio. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway's My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I hadn't seen Mary and Dan for pretty near 3 years, not since I left the Panhandle. So I figured as long as I was riding up through the Platte River country, I might as well swing out on my way a piece and look in on them. You know, we'd been real good friends for a long time. It was kind of like going home. And the closer I got, the more I kept thinking back, remembering, kind of daydreaming. You know, riding across prairie flat sort of does that to you. Your horse, he kind of finds his own trail mostly, and you just slouch easy-like in the saddle and listen to the hoof beats, steady, regular. Things you haven't thought about for years sneak into your head. Anyhow, I still had a day to go, and I was watching out for a good spot to bed down when I saw this campfire up ahead. Well, the way I figure, human beings are always better company than coyotes, so I gave Scar a flick with the reins and headed up toward it. Whoa, easy now, boy. There we are. Easy. Ah, howdy.
Hiya.
You'd rather camp private?
Well, climb down. Pour yourself some java.
Oh, thanks. Easy, boy. Hold up. Hey, Whiz, that smells good.
Yeah.
You, any notion about how far it is Walnut Creek?
20 miles or so, I reckon. That where you're going?
Yeah, I was stopping over there. A couple of friends there I haven't seen in quite a while.
Uh-huh. Yeah, a fellow there I ain't seen for a while, neither.
That's all. Hey, by George, there's good coffee.
I've been hunting him for over 3 years. Finally located him. I'm going to kill him.
Uh-huh. How come?
He murdered my kid brother 4 years ago in Laredo. Shot him down in the street.
Yeah. Well, another killing won't bring him back.
Oh, nothing will bring him back. After I killed Dan Mailer, nothing will bring him back neither.
Dan Mailer?
That's right, Ponce.
Huh?
Yeah, I knew who you was. As soon as you rode up to that fire and I got a look at that gun of yours. Britt Ponce. The fellow they call the six-shooter.
Well, you must have known I was a friend of Dan's. How come you told me all this?
Well, I figure you'll warn him. And that's fine with me. I want him to know. Have time to get scared, you know, maybe try to run away. I like it if he runs a while first. I'll catch up with him. You tell him that, Ponce. You tell him Red Lawson's coming to kill him. And ain't nothing he can do about it.
Well, thanks for the coffee. Easy, boy. Now, Lawson, I reckon Dan won't run. I'll be seeing you. Come on, boy. Come on. That's the trouble with the past. It wasn't only good things in it. It got some bad ones, too. And one of the bad ones was reaching out for Dan and Mary. I didn't know this fellow Lawson. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I did know Dan. And I knew if he'd killed somebody back there in Texas, it hadn't been murder. It was long about middle of forenoon when I rode up the dirt road between the rows of cottonwoods, turned into the yard. Old hound dog came charging around the side of the house, sounding a lot meaner than he looked. Whoa, boy. Whoa, Scar. Here now. Now quit it. Yeah, you don't want to bite anybody. Nice fella. Go on, tell him you got company. Go on, boy. Go on. Go on. The place had a good feel to it. Quiet, peaceful. And then I remembered Lawson.
Britt Thompson. Britt. Oh, I just can't believe it.
Hiya, Mary. Gee, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Dan, come on up and see who's here. Hurry. He's been working in the barn fixing up one of the plows. How are you?
Hey, you haven't changed a bit, Mary, unless you're a little prettier than her.
Oh, you're
Hi, Dan.
Son of a gun. Oh, you stayed away too long.
Well, things came up, Dan. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You're sure looking good, both of you.
Oh, feeling good, too.
Settling down is what does it, Britt.
Yeah, she took a good saddle man and turned him into a poor plowman. What do you think of that?
That's not true, Dan. We've got the best stand of corn west of the Omaha. What's really great, though, Britt, is peace.
Peace.
No more gunfighting, no range wars. Never knowing whether Dan would come home sitting up in his saddle or tied onto it. That's all in the past now. Why, Dan doesn't even wear a gun anymore. And that's the way I want it, Britt. It's the kind of life I want from... Oh, have we got a surprise for you?
Oh, well, you know, I... Kind of hard to surprise, you know. You remember?
That's what you think. Come on inside. Now, don't you tell him, Dan.
Oh, no.
Oh, you'll see, Britt.
Let's see. What, could one of those newfangled player pianos, is that it?
Oh, no, a piano. That's the most ridiculous guess I ever heard of.
Well, it sure couldn't be anything that
Look.
Has... Well, I'll be darned. I'll be doggone. It's a baby. Well, which kind is it, Mary?
Not it. He. That's young Britt. He'll be a year and a half old next month.
That name was Mary's idea, Britt. I sure wouldn't have wished it on him.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Oh, he's all upset. Hasn't had his nap out. Rich will have to look him over later. You and Dan go on outside now and let me quiet him down.
Oh, sure, Mary. I can't have my namesake all upset.
Are you hungry, Britt?
Oh, I'm always hungry. You know that, Mary.
Good. Got some buttermilk cornbread in the oven. Be ready in a minute.
You know, Britt, Mary is right. This is a good life. I never thought I'd settle down and like it, but I sure have done it.
Yeah, Dan. I guess Mary can't hear us out here, can she?
No, she can't hear us. Why, what's the matter, Britt?
I met a fellow on the trail last night, Dan. Name's Red Lawson.
Lawson?
Says you shot his brother in Laredo about 4 years ago.
Lawson. Kurt Lawson. Yep. Yeah, I did, Britt. He was one of the Bracken gang, that bunch of rustlers that pulled an ambush on me when I was working for the Circle J ranch. Well, I guess I better dig out the shooting irons and go after him.
No, wait a minute, Dan.
Wait nothing. He's probably holed up in town. The odds will be better if I go after him instead of waiting for him to come to me.
Yeah, but what about Mary?
Well, that's just it. If I catch him in town, it'll keep him from coming out here. What about her, Britt? What do you mean?
Well, she's happy now, Dan. She figures this kind of thing is all over and done with.
Well, she'll sure find out different if he comes out here gunning for me.
Well, maybe he won't, though. Maybe, Dan, maybe I can do something.
Britt, I've always fought my own battles.
But you've got Mary now. You've got the baby.
And you're a lot faster with a gun than I am. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, Dan. They're just other answers besides killing, that's all. Or maybe we can find one. Anyway, we can try, can't we? I saddled up Scar a bit early the next morning and rode into town alone. Figured I'd have a talk with the sheriff. After all, this was his job when you come right down to it. Well, he wasn't in his office at the county jail. He was out of town for the next 3 days. So I walked down the main street trying to figure out what to do. This wasn't much of a town. Walnut Creek. There's a couple of blocks of clapboard buildings, a boardwalk along the front of them, sheet iron awnings up over, and nothing much stirring but the dogs. Sleepy, quiet, real nice and peaceful. For everybody except me.
Fred!
Huh? Oh, Mary.
Oh, now. Oh. Well, you were certainly an early bird this morning.
Well, Mary, does Dan know you came into town by yourself?
Well, I don't know, Britt. I come in alone every day or two. Why shouldn't I? Something wrong, Britt?
No, I just wondered, that's all.
Actually, I think he was too busy to notice I'd left. You know what he was doing? Cleaning his guns. You're a bad influence, Britt.
Well,
I think you've started him thinking about things...
Well, Ponset, how about it? You give him my message?
What?
Lawson. Mary, I'll see you later, huh?
Well, all right, Britt.
Oh, now, there ain't no need of the lady.
No.
Like that.
Goodbye, Mary. I'll see you later, huh?
Well, all right, Britt. If you say so. Giddy up. Come on.
Mary, huh? Dan's wife, maybe. I hear he's got a kid, too.
Yeah, maybe you hear too much, Lawson. And talk too much, too. Maybe you don't ride enough.
Oh, I'll ride. When I'm through here. When I get even.
Yeah, but Dan told me about that. Your brother tried to ambush him. He was in with that Bracken gang.
That don't make no difference to me. He was my brother. Dan Mailer was in my place. He might feel the same way. Maybe I'll give him a chance to feel the same way. Now that I know he's got a wife, a kid.
Now, Lawson, if you touch Mary...
Yeah, I know. I know all that. But once I've done what I come here to do, I don't care what happens afterwards. You, Dan Mailer, can make no move until I do. You see how it stacks up, Ponce? I got all the cards.
He turned his back and he walked off down the street, and I stood there watching him go, knowing he was right. He did have all the cards. There was only one thing in the world he wanted: revenge. And he didn't care what it cost to get it, even his life. Dan and I couldn't move first, and afterwards it'd be too late.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, you'll hear Robert Young, Roy Rogers, Ralph Edwards, and Eddie Cantor, each with a great program for your listening pleasure. Robert Young on Father Knows Best, a program based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. And Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest stunts. And if you like Western songs and adventures, you'll find none better than the ones you hear on the Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on Show Business Show each Thursday on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
I found Mary finally at the general store, and I stayed with her while she bought some things, and we headed back for the farm. Just like a woman, she was curious about the fellow I'd stopped to talk with. Wondered why I hadn't introduced her. I had a real hard time stalling her off, but I managed to. With Dan, it was different. Dan? Are you in there, Dan?
Yeah, come on in, Britt. Been cleaning my guns.
Oh, forget it, Dan. There are better ways.
Yeah? You got one figured?
No, not yet. I saw Lawson in town a while ago, Dan.
Oh? You talked to him any?
Yes, I talked to him. I reckon you better stay close to Mary and the boy.
Why? What do you mean? What do you mean, Britt? Did he say anything?
No, not exactly. He saw Mary in town, though.
What a dirty...
No, I didn't let him talk to her, Dan. She wondered about it, though. She'll probably ask you later.
That settles it, then. I hadn't even thought of that side of it. Britt, I'm going after him.
You wouldn't have a chance, Dan.
You're selling me kind of short, ain't you?
No, I don't mean it that way. Lawson wouldn't draw even if you called him. That's not what he's after, don't you see? You'd have to kill him in cold blood, and I don't think you could do that, Dan.
No, I couldn't. Not even Lawson. What are we going to do, Britt?
We waited and watched. The day passed, no sign of Lawson. Nothing happened. But instead of feeling easier, we just got more keyed up. Mary didn't seem to catch on anything was wrong. And then supper was over and the night started to come on, and we just sat around talking while Mary got the baby off to sleep, singing to him and rocking him. The katydids start chirping close. Way off toward the hills, the coyotes took up and answered them. Inside was sort of quiet and gentle.
I think he's finally drifted off.
Yeah, he looks sound asleep.
Just look at him lying completely helpless and so lovable you could just eat him.
Well, I suppose he'll get himself some hair and teeth someday. Maybe look a little more human then.
Dan, that's a fine way to talk about your own son.
That's when I heard it. Sound outside. A horse stamped just one or two times, like somebody was holding too tight a rein on him. Scar and Dan's stock were all in the corral over next to the barn. This was right up close to the house. I didn't let on to Mary or Dan.
What's the matter, Britt? You getting restless?
No, it's too many years on the trail, I guess. I think maybe I'll amble outside. I get a little fresh air.
Well, watch out for the coyotes, Britt. They're growing big around here. Dangerous, too.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Coming out of the light that way, I was blind as a bat. I stopped on the porch. I waited a minute so I could get used to the dark, and I stood there listening to the sounds coming out of the night. The katydids, the coyotes. Then I heard it again. I moved around the corner of the house. It was all quiet. No sign of anybody. I drew fast and fired at the flash. Then I could hear a horse getting away.
Britt, you all right?
Yeah, Dan. I lost him. He got away.
What in the name of heaven were you trying to do?
You all right, Mary?
Small thanks to you if I am. That first shot didn't miss me or the baby by more than 6 inches.
Well, I'm sorry, Mary. There was a coyote out there, and I didn't realize...
Didn't realize, you fool. You might have killed us both, and you didn't realize.
Stop it, Mary. Britt was...
No, she's right, Dan. It was my fault. I just didn't think, that's all.
Britt, I think you've worn a gun so long it's beginning to affect your mind.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Look, I think maybe I'll ride into town for a while, if nobody minds. I'm awful sorry, Mary. I'll see you later.
I ought to go with him, Mary.
Why? After a fool trick like that, he ought to be alone. Nobody should be around him. It isn't safe to be.
Oh, you don't understand, Mary. You just don't... Yeah. Well, let's go back in the house.
Yeah.
What?
Let's all go back in.
Dad.
Lost? Why, you...
Easy, Mailer. You see how it is. Gun ain't pointed at you. One crazy move and your wife will get it. All right. Let's all go inside. Go on, move. A nice place. Yes, sir. Real nice place. Got a storeroom over there? Mailer.
Yes.
All right. Get inside, both of you. I said get inside.
Come on, Mary.
Ah. I'd have to hold you? Huh? Now.
Much of a start on me to catch up to him. After a while, I stopped. Close car. Whoa, boy. Hold up here. Oh. I could hear him up front. I could hear him. I've heard a lot of horses on the trail. Enough of them to know that this one had an empty saddle on him. I read Lawson hadn't left that farm at all. Come on, boy. Anywhere around here. Dan? Where's this? Where's that? Dan? What? Oh, the storeroom. Oh, all right, just a second. Wait till I get this. I'll try and get this door open.
Where is he?
There's nobody here, Dan.
The baby.
What?
Where's the baby?
I don't know. Dan.
Lawson was here, waited for you to leave, and locked us up. He kept coming over to the storeroom door, telling us what he was going to do.
He said he'd burn the house, all kinds of things.
He couldn't have got away. He was here just a minute ago.
And he has the baby.
Rich.
Wait a minute. He's got to come over here to the barn to get the horse. Grab your gun. Come on, Dan.
Stay here, Mary. Don't come out of the house.
He's got the baby. This won't be easy.
I know. I can't figure why he waited. He had all of us. I can't figure it.
Yes, he's waited 3 years. He just wanted to enjoy it, that's all. All right, come on. We better separate. No use making it easy for him.
Right, Britt.
Hold it. Right where you are.
The moon came out from behind the cloud. I could see him now standing right in the barn door, right in the open, like he wasn't afraid of anything. And then I saw why he wasn't afraid. He was holding a gun in his hand, not pointing it at us, though. It was aimed at a little bundle squirming in the hay behind him.
I reckon you can see how things stand. One movement's all over for the kid. All right, Mailer. Drop your gun.
I'm the one you're after, Lawson. All right, you got me. How about leaving Mary and the baby out of it? I killed your brother. They didn't.
Hey, you'd miss him, though, wouldn't you? I guess you'd miss him real bad.
Why, you...
Hey. Careful, Mailer.
Dan just stood there, helpless. Hands up in the air. The moon was out full now. I knew I could get a clear sight on Lawson, but I didn't dare to draw on fire. He'd still have time to jerk that trigger. The gun muzzle was about 3 inches from the baby's head.
All right, Ponce. Move on over next to Mailer. I want you both where I can see you. Go on, move.
I walked over and stood beside Dan.
4 years, Mailer. 4 years I've been dreaming about this. Now it's even better than I thought. I didn't know you'd have a family. I didn't know I'd get the 6-shooter along with you.
It's our fight, Lawson. Why don't you leave the rest of them out of it?
I had a brother once. 4 for 1 makes a pretty fair payoff.
I kept watching his gun. It was the only chance. If it swerved for 1 second, I'd make a play, but it didn't swerve. And the time was running out. And then I caught something from the corner of my eye, just the bare flicker of it. It was over at the side of the house. It was Mary. I made my draw. Lawson! Here! Why, you...
You dropped him, Britt.
Now, make sure, Dan. Right, now, we've got to make sure. Oh.
Is that sure enough for you?
Yeah.
The baby. Is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right, Mary.
Oh, thank heaven.
Mary, if anybody had told me that you could do what you just did,
Here now.
I don't
Come to Mother. You mean after the way I've always felt about guns? And after you tried to keep all this from me?
Well,
Dan told me all about it when we were locked in the storeroom. Oh, there now, darling. It's all right now. Britt, I saw what was happening out here, and I remembered the rifle, and, well, after all, I mean, there was nothing else to do. All right now, darling. All right.
About 3 days later, I said goodbye. But I knew I'd be coming back that way someday. Dan and Mary aren't just the kind of friends a man forgets. Dan is a tough cowpoke from the range country, all settled down and liking it. And that Mary, she was gentle and sweet and firing at a killer to save her baby's life. And that baby, naming him Britt the way they done, that gives you kind of a funny feeling having a baby named after you. It's kind of a good feeling. I figured I'd probably be telling the boys all about that when I got to Wyoming.
The truce in Korea doesn't mean we should stop writing letters to our men and women in service. Mail from home is just as important now as it ever was. In some respects, it's even more important. The action, the strain, the anxieties of war can keep a soldier's mind occupied. But when the letdown comes, the time to relax, that's when morale needs a shot in the arm. Your soldier knows the shooting is over. He's done his big job, and now he wants to get home. But unfortunately, there's still a lot to keep him for a while. So don't let him down. Help keep up his morale. Write that letter today. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt. And today's transcribed story was written by Les Crutchfield. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Leon Ledoux, Paul Richards, and Barney Phillips. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Enjoy thrilling historical adventure in Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theodore Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six Shooter. A lot of vacations start as a daydream and end as a daydream for lack of money. That need not happen to you. you can have extra money when you need it. Simply join the payroll savings plan for buying United States savings bonds. When your bonds mature, you'll get back $4 for every $3 you invest. And there's your extra money, your vacation, both guaranteed. Ask your employer about buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan. Then join. Now, Act 1 of The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart.
The rain had stopped, but the wind still carried slivers of moisture that cut into the boy's face as he rode along the edge of the creek. When he saw the yellow light from the back of the office, he pulled up and slid out of the saddle. Then tied a wet bandana under his eyes and walked slowly, quietly to the door.
All right. Put them up over your heads. Reach.
What's that?
Way up, both of you. Stay away from that shotgun.
Now, look here, young fella.
You, get over to the safe. Better hurry it up, mister. Open it. I said open it. That's better. Now toss me that sack. Okay. Don't try to follow. Thanks a lot. Hey, see you.
You dirty young. I'll show you. I'll show you. Rotten little.
I hadn't figured on going through Clay City. It was an hour out of my way, and I was already a day late to the Jefferson Ranch where I'd signed up for the roundup, but scars started limping from a loose shoe, and I didn't have much choice. So we had to head to the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north.
Howdy, mister. What's the trouble?
Well, the horse is losing a shoe here.
Well, let's have a look. Raise it up, fella. Come on, boy. Yeah, that's split, mister. He needs a new one. Okay, boy.
Can you take care of it, you think?
Sure. Bring him over here.
Say, what happened to Red? Fella used to own this shop.
Oh, he went to Nevada chasing silver. I bought him out a few months ago.
Is that so? You know, you don't look very much like a blacksmith.
I'm stronger than I look. Heavier, too. Yes, sir. Well, what do you think I weigh, mister?
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, why don't you take a guess? Say 120? 30?
Oh, well, not more than that, I wouldn't say.
You a betting man, mister?
Sometimes, yeah.
All right. I say I weigh over 130. And if I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. But if I do, you pay me double. What do you say?
Well, now, you got a set of scales?
Don't need no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet?
Don't seem to be no way of proving it, though.
All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say?
Okay. All right, it's a bet.
All right, mister. Just heist me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free. Come on, heist me up.
I haven't ever tried to judge a man's weight before, but... Well, here we go. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be doggone.
Yes, sir. I'm packed solid, mister. Real solid.
Oh, you're packed tighter than a steer. You must weigh 150.
You see what I tell you? 158. Horseshoe's going to cost you money, mister. But you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City but what he paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sore, mister?
Oh, no, I'm not. That's a fair bet.
Sure it was. I told you I was heavier than I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norton. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister?
Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Oh, they call the Six Shooter? Well, doggone it, I've heard about you, mister. I sure heard about you.
Well,
Sure have. Would have recognized you, too, if I'd have noticed your gun. Sure is fancy, ain't it? Say, do you mind showing it to me?
No, ahead. Here, catch it.
Oh, that's real fancy. Just like Sheriff Schofield said. And you know something? He says he's seen you fire 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off his first bullet. That time down at Eagle.
Yeah, well, the sheriff kind of likes to build up a story, you know.
Well, he swears it's the truth. Well, here's your gun, Mr. Fawcett. Thanks.
Sure.
You was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it so fast?
Hear about what?
Why, the holdup at the Fargo station last night. Ain't that why you come?
No, I was heading past town. It turned out because Scar got a loose shoe.
Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, kills 1 man, maybe 2, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later you ride into town.
You got any idea who did it?
No, sir, not a single solitary one from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fellow, Fred Wilmer, a friend of his, got shot up pretty bad. Ain't done no talking yet. Doc says maybe he never will.
I see. Wow. Does Sheriff Schofield take out a posse?
Nope, ain't nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. Left town day before yesterday. Here's the Jefferson Ranch paying good money this year.
You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. He might be over to his office. You could try there.
Yeah, I think I'll walk down there while you're fixing up Scar.
Sure, Mr. Fawcett. Darn good idea. Sheriff Schofield will be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign nailed up next to the window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there was some damp stains on the floor. The cast-iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I kicked it shut. And then I went out in the back stoop. There was some more blood on the steps, and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof prints. They trailed off the side of the creek, and whoever made them had headed west. I let one knee down into the mud and looked at the prints real close. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other 3. A sharp rock must have cut into it somewhere or another. Not enough to split it, but just enough so that the print left a sort of a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
You find something, Britt?
Huh? Oh, hello, Sheriff. I was just heading out your way.
Yeah, I just saw Heavy. He told me he was in town. Did you find something?
I don't know. Did you see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Well,
don't mean nothing. Trail gives out a mile or so down the creek at the fork.
Has Clay City had any other trouble lately, Ed?
No, not a bit. I guess any town's got to expect a hold-up once in a while.
Well, I heard it was more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Fred Wilmer able to talk yet?
I'm afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know first time he come around. Took him out to his ranch on the other side of town.
You been out to see him since last night?
There wasn't no reason.
Well, it might be a good idea to be there just in case.
I thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Well, it don't look like anything more is going to happen here. Why don't I'll get Scar and meet you out at Fred's place, huh?
I can handle this alone, Britt.
Well, sure. I was just offering to keep you company, Ed.
I'll meet you there.
Well, he's all fixed up, Mr. Ponset. Tied him up around the side so he'd be in the shade.
Well, thanks very much.
Mighty fine horse you got there, too. You find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town.
Yeah, I found him.
Figure out anything?
No, not so far.
You will. Sheriff's a good man. You and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
Maybe. Say, you're the only blacksmith around here, aren't you, Heavy?
Yeah, only one for 40 miles, yes, sir.
Did you ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg.
A lot of shoes got jagged edges, Mr. Parson.
Yeah, I know, but now let's see here. Let's see, I'll try to show you what I mean. I'm not much of an artist, but it looks something like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like that.
Yeah. Seems to me I did see a shoe like that just the other day. Well, sure. I remember. Told me I ought to get a new one for it. Ben Schofield, that's who it was just the other day.
Ben?
That's right, sheriff's kid. You know him, don't you, Mr. Parson?
Sure. Well, I haven't seen Ben for a couple of years, though.
Well, sir, you wouldn't recognize him if you saw him now. That boy just sort of growed up overnight.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he has.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Here's a reminder about some of the wonderful entertainment that's yours for the listening each Wednesday evening on the NBC Radio Network. There's comedy for everyone when you set your dial to NBC for such programs as You Bet Your Life with Groucho Marx and The Great Gildersleeve starring Willard Waterman. The Great Gildersleeve provides 30 minutes of top-flight entertainment that your whole family will enjoy. Then, when it's time for Groucho Marx, watch out. Groucho throws a mean ad lib, and there's a barb at the end of every one of them. Listen and laugh as this Marksman trades quips with his contestants from the studio audience. It's a riot of fun from top to bottom when Groucho Marx plays You Bet Your Life. Also on Wednesdays, listen to more quiz fun on Walk a Mile with your genial quizmaster, Bill Cullen. That's Wednesday night on the NBC Radio Network. Be sure to listen. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
It wasn't much of a ride, and Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. He told me Doc was inside with Fred, so I squatted down on the stoop and waited. About half an hour later, Doc came out. Told us we could go inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. The white cloth across his chest was stained pink, and his voice sounded like it was full of air.
We was just sitting talking, Sam and me. Didn't hear the back door open. Must have left it unlocked. Turned around, and there he was, holding his gun on.
Did you get a look at him, Fred?
Sure, but it didn't do much good. Handkerchief over his face. Couldn't see nothing, just the gun. Told Sam to open the safe. Wasn't nothing else Sam could do.
Sure.
Took the money, walked over to the door.
Yeah?
Looked at us for a minute and then fired. Didn't have no reason. Hit Sam in the face, hit me in the chest, and couldn't have no reason.
Now take it easy, Fred.
It's just like he enjoyed shooting at us. That's how it was, like he enjoyed it.
Maybe he was scared.
He wasn't scared. He didn't have no reason. Thought he killed us both. Started down the steps. I got my hand on the shotgun and let him have it.
You hit him?
I don't know, maybe. He gave a yell and rode off.
You go out back after him?
I couldn't go nowhere, Britt.
What kind of a fellow was he? Young? Old?
I couldn't see his face. He's a young fellow, I'd say, though.
How young?
Oh, 17, 18. He was full grown.
You sure?
He sounded young. He moved young.
Tall? Short?
Medium. About the size of your kid head. About that size.
That enough for you, Ed?
Yeah, that's enough.
You think you get him, Brett?
Sure, Fred. Sure. Sure, we'll get him. Come on, Ed.
Didn't have no reason to shoot. Hurry.
Let's go, Ed.
We're wasting our time, Brett. He's got a day's head start. He'll be 40 miles from here.
Not if he's shot up.
Well, you go on if you want to.
Well, you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You ain't never been so particular before.
Maybe not. Maybe not. This time I am particular. You coming?
We don't even know where to start.
Well, I thought along the creek. Good a place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Brett.
We picked up the trail along the creek and headed west. Wasn't hard to follow. Every once in a while, we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the bushes. About 10 minutes later, we came to the fork where Ed said the trail gave out. Scar stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say anything. He just followed. Then about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. Ed built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in the roll. Oh, you're not hungry, Ed?
It's early for supper. It's too early.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Heavy before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
So?
He said that Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young fellow.
It wasn't Ben.
Where is he, Ed?
He's at the Jefferson Ranch. He's working on a roundup. He left Clay City day before yesterday. It couldn't have been Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. It couldn't be him.
You sure?
That mark don't mean nothing. Plenty of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark. You know that, Britt.
You got enough to eat?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. The moon came out, thin, yellow. Not real bright, but enough so we could follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't any blood sign. He must have wrapped something around the wound, wrapped it real tight, and then we found the bandage. A piece of shirt tail sopped through. For the next mile, he'd been bleeding a lot, much worse than before. He was hurt pretty bad, Ed.
Yeah, looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further, could he? Hold up, Scar. Ed.
Yeah?
Pull up. Pull over here. Look. Over there in the gully, that cabin.
Yeah.
Whose is it?
I used to belong to Jake Levant. He died a couple of years ago. Ain't nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
What?
Out back. There's a pony. We'd better go on foot.
Britt?
Yeah?
We're gonna take him alive, ain't we?
If we can.
We gotta take him alive, Britt.
It's Ben, isn't it?
I don't know, not for sure.
It could be Ben?
It could be.
Where's he been the last couple of days?
I don't know that either. I had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money. He'd been playing poker. He lost a lot.
Now, the $5,000 that was taken out of that safe is a lot.
I wouldn't give him none. He got mad. He said he'd get it himself. And I hit him. I hit him hard across the face. Hit him twice. He started to hit me back, and then he walked out of the house, and I ain't seen him since. I wish he had hit me back.
Now, we've got to get across this clearing, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
They may see us.
We'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Yeah, sure.
We'll stay in these trees for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll rush him. It's not going to be easy to take him, Ed, now that he's spotted us.
Brett, you ain't going to kill him.
I'm not going to let him kill me.
It ain't his fault, Brett. It's mine.
You know that's not so.
No, it's the truth. It's my fault. I broke him. I broke him like you break a wild horse. Tried to take all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets tame, but the fight's still there, and someday he turns wild again. He ain't really broke at all.
I'm going to rush him alone, Ed.
No, stay here.
Sam Norton's dead. Maybe Fred Wilmer, too, by now.
Killing Ben won't bring him back. He's my son.
I'm sorry, Ed.
No, we're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. Now, you can outdraw me, Britt, but I'll still have time to get a shot off.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
No, don't turn your back on me, Britt. Don't be fooled. Don't make me do it, Britt.
I knew he wouldn't shoot. I wasn't being brave, but I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just don't change overnight. You can figure a man like Ed. But I hadn't figured on what happened next.
Ben! It's me, Ben! You're dead! Can you hear me, Ben? Brett Ponce is coming after you. Throw out your gun, Ben. Brett Ponce is coming. No, listen to me, Ben!
I saw him go down, real slow, like his legs had buckled under him. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and edged over toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around, going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. I slid past another rock. I could run for the door now or wait. The kid made up my mind for me. He knew right where I was. I took out my gun and waited. I knew he'd get nervous first. Young fellas always do. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It wasn't more than 5 minutes before the door started to open. His pony knew he was coming, too. He started for his horse. I aimed at his leg. For a second, he just stopped moving, just hung there in midair like a hawk. And then he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. Everything was quiet now. Even his pony. And then the moon went behind a thick cloud. And I came around the corner of the cabin. And then suddenly the moon came out again, and just in time for me to see his .45 coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him try to reach for it. But he couldn't make it. I stood up and I walked over to the log. I turned him over with my foot, and I looked at his face. Ed? Ed?
Over here.
Where'd he get you?
The shoulder. But I'll be all right. Is he... Did you have to... Britt?
No, he's not dead.
Thanks. I guess he didn't hear me calling to him. Didn't know who I was.
It isn't Ben.
What?
It isn't Ben, Ed.
You sure, Britt?
Yeah. This kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Britt. I ain't shot up bad.
I'm not lying. Ed. I knew it wasn't Ben. While I was going up there after him, I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Well, it just came to me. I don't know. A man don't change overnight. Neither does a boy.
Well, if it ain't Ben,
Oh, there's a lot of tough kids in these parts. You said so yourself.
Where do you suppose Ben is?
Where you said he is. Jefferson's Ranch, working on the roundup. The pay's good. Boy, don't change overnight, Ed.
Yeah.
You were able to ride back to town?
Yeah, sure. Hey, I may have to take it a little slow.
Sure, fine. We'll take it slow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get the kid.
Britt?
Yeah?
You know something, Britt? I couldn't believe it was Ben neither. Not when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Britt?
I know. Sure, I know, Ed.
Picture the most extravagant vacation imaginable. Then picture yourself going on that vacation. Sounds like a daydream? Well, it isn't. It's completely possible. But it does take a bit of planning, such as the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. Now, the best way to do that is through the payroll savings plan. That's the best way because it's the sure way to buy your savings bonds regularly. The payroll savings plan works like a charm because it's completely automatic. Your employer does everything for you. It's especially easy on you because money is saved from your paychecks before you have a chance to miss it. And when those bonds mature, you can pack your bags for that extravagant vacation because United States savings bonds pay back $4 for every $3 you put in. Join the payroll savings plan where you work. That's the way to save money regularly. Earn extra money regularly through United States savings bonds. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Jimmy McCallion, Herb Vigran, and Bill Conrad. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Santa Fe, 1841. Americans flee revolution in New Mexico. Los Angeles, 1841. First American party arrives in Southern California. Los Angeles, 1845. Bandit Joaquin killed by posse. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, dramatizing the great events and famous people responsible for the growth of our Southern California from the days of the dawns to the present. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, recreates another fascinating chapter in The Romance of the Ranchos. Some years ago, a writer in a national magazine made this amazing statement. Los Angeles, he wrote, is a city without a past. It has no memories because it has nothing to remember. And he further said that life without a past, without a sense of permanence, lacks fullness and reality, which is, of course, very true. But to call Los Angeles, and by implication Southern California, a community without a past could hardly be more incorrect. Few areas have histories as long and rich and colorful as has Southern California. The contribution of such a history to our living today can be realized to the full only when it is known and fully appreciated by the majority of citizens, particularly those of the younger generations. So it is that Title Insurance and Trust Company hopes that these broadcasts will help Southern Californians to get more out of life in this Southland by being familiar with its golden past. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we're going to tell you the first half of a truly remarkable life story. It's the story of a man who stands out as one of the greatest of the early American pioneers who helped to make California a part of the United States. And his life is typical of many other men like him. I speak of Benjamin David Wilson, first American mayor of Los Angeles and a civic leader for many years. He helped to found Pasadena, owned the land which became Riverside and Westwood Hills, had streets and boulevards named after him, and furnished Mount Wilson with its name. There is so much to tell, we've decided to devote 2 programs to the task. And tonight, we present the first. It's a truly thrilling chapter in the romance of the ranchos. The adventurous life of Benjamin David Wilson began 130 years ago on December the 1st, 1811, in Nashville, Tennessee. 8 years later, his father died, leaving the family poor. A few years after that, at Yazoo City, near Vicksburg, a doctor paid a call on Benjamin D. Wilson.
Oh, that's awful stuff. It ain't exactly supposed to taste good.
I hope I don't have to take much of that.
Yeah, son, you might have to.
You mean that...
You're pretty sick, son. In fact, your health has broken down generally.
What do you mean broken down? Well, I just get a little sick and then
You're more than a little sick, son. You've had too much on your shoulders. A boy like you.
Well, that's silly. I've been taking care of myself for some time now.
Maybe that's it. How old are you, son?
Me? Well, I'm almost 16.
Here you are, working from dawn till dusk, running a trading business with the Indians, wearing yourself to the bone. You ought to be out in the air, playing, growing up.
What do you mean I am grown up?
You ain't had a chance to grow up, son.
Oh, I have, so I'm a man. I can take care of myself. My health's all right, but...
Yeah. Just listen to me. All right, son. It ain't the work, then. Maybe it's the climate. This river damp getting in you, clear to the bone. Whatever it is, you ain't got much to look forward to around here.
You mean I might die?
I ain't saying yes, and I ain't saying no. If I was you, I'd settle up things here and get away. It ain't right for a fine, strapping youngster like you to ruin yourself like you're doing.
Get away, but where'd I go?
I don't rightly know. Somewhere with this clean, dry air to breathe. Lots of sunshine and light.
Out west, maybe?
Lord, do you mean the Indian country? I didn't suggest nothing like that. You'd better stay here and die in your bed as to get killed by them red devils.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. Heck, I've been hearing a lot about that country from the folks on the Missouri packets. It ain't as bad as some folks think.
Now, listen here, son. I'm advising you to leave this country here. And I didn't say nothing about the Indian country. I'm a doctor. I'm advising you to go somewhere where it's healthy.
Well, if I'm going anywhere, I'm going where I can do something, where there's adventure and excitement. Yep, Doc. If I'm going to go anywhere, I'm going out west. And I am going.
Young Benjamin Wilson settled up his business and headed west. Joining the Rocky Mountain Fur Company in Missouri, he made the hazardous journey across the plains and arrived in the little Mexican town of Santa Fe in 1833. There he joined a party of trappers on an expedition to the Gila Valley. On his return to Santa Fe, he talked one day to another young man.
You see, Maxwell, with my knowledge of the country down there in the Gila Valley, there's no reason why we can't trade for ourselves instead of riding other people's coattails.
In other words, you want to form your own company.
That's it. There's a fortune to be made in beaver skins. And there's no reason why we can't do it as well as the next fellow.
Well, I don't know, Ben. I never thought much about leaving Santa Fe. I think I'd just stay right here.
Well, why? With the whole wide West beckoning to a man with some gumption? Why do you want to stay cooped up in this little town?
Well, I'm getting along comfortable.
Oh, man, don't you want to get anywhere? Make something more of yourself than this?
I'm doing all right. And I ain't risking my neck on the trail.
Risking your neck? Why, man, what's there to be afraid of?
Maybe nothing, maybe plenty. For one thing, the Mexican government ain't particularly fond of us Americans, you know. It's against their laws for us to be trapping here in New Mexico.
There's no real reason why we shouldn't be allowed to carry on a legitimate business. And as long as it is legitimate, I'll stand on my rights as a free American citizen to carry on my business.
Yeah, well, just so the Mexican governor doesn't hear you say that.
The Mexican governor has his hands full with the Apaches without worrying about us.
Yeah, and what about the Apaches?
Well, what about them? They're our friends. They like Americans. Their war's with the Mexicans.
Yeah, that's now. And they might change their minds any time, and then it'd be all white men, Americans as well as Mexicans.
And not as long as Juan Jose is alive and leading them. You know, I've met him. He's a fine man. He's educated by whites, and he's friendly to us. Now, if the Mexicans hadn't murdered his father, well, he'd be friendly to them, too.
Well, maybe.
Now, look, Maxwell, there's nothing to be afraid of. You're crossing your bridges before you come to them. I'm going to take an expedition out on the plains with or without you. Now, if you want in on the profits, well, then you're welcome. So what do you say? Are you with me?
Well, I guess so. I'll go, but I got a feeling that we're not going to have easy sailing.
Maxwell's foreboding was prophetic, but the young merchant's expedition was ill-timed. It was on the return journey toward Santa Fe that the men first noticed something strange.
Yeah, I can't make it out.
There's another on the hill ahead. Must be 2 miles.
Yeah. They're Apache signal fires, all right, and look at them. A whole line stretching away at regular intervals. They're beyond the horizon to the north.
But what could it be? What are they up to?
I don't know. Must be important news. There's a village up ahead there. We'll find out there.
I don't like this. I'm glad we sent the others on ahead with our goods.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Hi there, Tucker. Kick up those mules.
Yes, sir. Here we are, just the 3 of us. How could we defend ourselves?
What in blaze are you talking about? Defend ourselves from what?
Oh, I don't know, but listen, what's that?
Listen.
The drums. Apache drums.
Yeah. It's from the village.
I don't like this.
Neither do I. That's a war dance.
Ben, you don't suppose...
Yeah, I don't know.
Look at him coming from out of the canyon. Apaches painted.
Holy smokes. They're out for trouble.
Ben, what'll we do?
What can we do? 3 against 100? Stand still and surrender to them. Let's see what all this is about. Oh, friend. Hello. See, what is this? Hey, stop, let me go.
Time is up.
See, you fellas are mistaking us for somebody else. We're Americans, you understand? No Americans.
Mistake. No. We hunt Americans.
Well, what's the trouble? We're your friends. Wait.
Americans, no friends.
Well, listen, I'm a friend of your chief, Juan Jose.
Juan Jose, dead.
Understand that if Juan Jose was murdered by a treacherous American, I feel as badly about as you do. That's no reason for the Apaches to declare war on all Americans.
Yeah, me know. The braves no care. They cry for scalps. They want kill all white men.
Yeah, but we've been your friends. We've helped you.
Me know. Me sorry. Me try tell them. They no listen.
Oh, but you're their chief.
Me tell them no. Me not be chief anymore.
There's no use. We're doomed. We're doomed.
Quiet, Maxwell. Pull yourself together. We're not finished yet.
Already. Other tribes kill whole camps Americans. My braves not be without scalps, too. No can stop them.
Well, this is something you must stop, or your whole tribe is doomed. You can't make war on the white man and win.
No can stop them.
Yeah, but you could help us to get away.
Me like to, but
if the braves found out, eh? Yeah, I know. Well,
no matter. They not find out. Me help.
You will? Oh, Chief, God bless you.
Wait. Me see how much time left.
Look, what are they doing to that wood?
Get it? They're building a fire.
Big fire.
Oh, then they're going to burn us alive.
Calm down, man. Now stop it. They're not going to burn us. We're going to get away. I got an idea. Now, Chief, could you get these 2 men away safely if all the warriors were drawn outside the camp?
We'll give them ponies. Get away down canyon.
All right, then. You give me 10 minutes and the camp will be empty.
But, Ben, what are you going to do?
I'm going to make a break for it. Throw them off into the hills up there.
Oh, man, what are you saying? You'll be killed. They'll get you sure.
I don't think so. Anyway, it'll be better than roasting to death out there. And maybe we'll all have a chance.
I won't let you do it. If anybody's going to do it, I will.
Oh, on that sprained ankle of yours? Oh, forget it, man. You just tend your own getaway and I'll manage, all right? I got you into this. Now I'm going to get you out of it.
Take buffalo skin. Keep warm.
Well, thank you, Chief. And now remember this. If you ever need anything, you can find me at Santa Fe.
Ben, you can't do this.
Good luck, men.
Bye. Ben, wait. Ben, come back. Bye. Tucker, look, he's going. Ben! Ben!
Quiet. No noise yet. They no see him.
Oh, they do now. Look at them. They're starting after him. Run, Ben, run!
If him get to hill,
run,
find
Ben.
hiding place.
Run! I think he's going to make it. Look, there he goes. Into the rocks. He's there.
Him be safe now. Find hiding place.
Oh, but they're going in after him. They might...
Come. No time talk now. Ponies in back teepee. Run fast. Make safe. Go. Go now.
Oh, but Ben...
Him do this for you. Make safe. Go now or trick no good. Go.
Yes, you're right. Come on, Tucker. Let's go. And may God protect him.
Lying motionless in a crevasse of the canyon, Wilson waited for the Apaches to give up the search. 1, 2, 3 hours he lay, listening to the ominous tread of nearby feet. Finally, as night wrapped the plains in blessed darkness, he left his sanctuary and started on foot for Santa Fe, 100 miles away. 4 days later, he wearily stumbled into the town to find that the Apache War was on in earnest, a war which was to last almost half a century. He heard no word of Maxwell and Tucker until, late one night, he received a visitor in his quarters at Santa Fe.
Yeah? Who is it?
Me.
Well, Chief, what are you doing here?
Come see you, Wilson.
Well, of course. Come on in here. What are you doing in Santa Fe?
Come see you.
Well, I don't understand it. Aren't you with your tribe?
No more. No more, Chief.
You mean because of what you did for us?
Hmm?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No matter. You, other men, got away. Not killed. Best that way.
Well, then they did get away safely. Huh?
They hit for Chihuahua.
Oh, I'm glad for that, but you all right?
All right, but I'm hurt.
Well, they hurt you, huh? Oh, that's bad. Well, that arm's broken. We'll have to get it fixed up right away.
Not bad hurt.
It doesn't matter. We'll have it fixed up. And, Chief, you saved my life. And from now on, I'm taking care of you.
Big job.
Wilson never saw Maxwell again. For a few years, Wilson carried on his business in Santa Fe, but a revolution took place and Armijo took over the Mexican governorship of New Mexico. His special hatred was for Americans, and in the summer of 1841, matters were fast coming to a head.
All right, come on, men. Barricade the doors and the windows. Get the guns from the shelf. There's no telling what they'll do.
What chance have we? Only 20 of us against that mob. These riots are getting worse, Ben. Armijo is working them up into a fury against us.
What's he telling them?
He's telling that the Americans in Texas are organizing an expedition to march into New Mexico and take it over.
And it's true, too.
Sure it's true. How he found out, I don't know. There's a lot of good it'll do us for them to come. Before they can get here, we'll be goners.
From the sound of that mob out there, we may be goners before very long at all.
We've got to get out of here, Ben. We've been talking about going to California. Well, now's the time to do it. We may not get another chance.
It looks like you may be right there.
Ben, Bill, they're coming this way. Get your guns. We may have to fight for it. They're out for blood.
Well, we're ready for them.
Are all the Americans here?
Yep, about 20 of us.
And we might have a chance of standing them off.
From the sound of that mob, I doubt it. But wait a minute. My ears going bad? They sound like they're getting farther away.
Wait a minute. I believe you're right. They are getting fainter.
But only a minute ago, they were headed this way. Looked like nothing could stop them. I don't understand.
Who is it?
Me.
Wait, it's my old friend, Chief Mangus. Just a minute. Come on in here, Chief. What's going on out there?
No trouble now. People go away. No bother you now.
But how? Why?
Mostly Pueblo Indians. Chief, your friend. Me make sign. Him tell him you're not here. They go somewhere else.
But then, this is the second time you've saved our lives. And I thank you.
No easy again. You better go.
Sure right. Gentlemen, we better go.
We'll get our things together as fast as possible and head for California.
I'm with you, gentlemen. Workmen, you make the arrangements and leave right away.
Right. Come on, men, now.
Me say goodbye.
Why not come with us, Chief?
Me stay here. But maybe you take Indian boy, Lorenzo. Him want to go.
Why, sure. I'll take Lorenzo. And you, too, if you want.
No, me stay. Lorenzo go California. He watch over white friends, like me. You good man, Wilson. Indian like.
Well, thank you. Someday I hope to do something for your people. To repay what you've done for me.
Across the plains, the first party of Americans came. William Workman, John Rowland, Lemuel Carpenter, Wilson, and the others. Across parched deserts and lofty mountains. And then one day, in November 1841, they came in sight of the fertile valleys of Southern California.
Look at that.
Why, that's as green as I've ever seen.
That looks like paradise to me.
Paradise on earth.
Yeah.
Man, I can hardly wait to buy a patch of that emerald green and settle down for the rest of my life. How about you, Ben?
Oh, it's pretty all right, but I don't aim to settle just yet. There's lots more places to go. Lots more adventure. I'm going places where I can do things.
Well, Ben, from all I've been told about this place, I'll be willing to lay you a little bet. I'll bet before you're through, you'll settle down here, live, die, and be buried here.
I'll have to wait a long time. But by golly, I'll collect that bet.
Most of the titles to land in Southern California are based originally on the early day grants issued by the King of Spain and later by the Mexican government a century or more ago. Records of those original grants and of every subsequent transfer of ownership of every square foot of land in Los Angeles County are the implements by means of which Title Insurance and Trust Company carries on its work. Abstracts of literally millions of documents and legal instruments are contained in the company's vast system of records, or title plant, in the main office at 433 South Spring Street in Los Angeles. Every day there is gathered information from some 50 public offices, including abstracts of approximately 1,500 newly recorded instruments in the county recorder's office. This information is daily added to the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. The purpose of all this record keeping is to enable the Title Insurance and Trust Company to provide you with prompt and accurate service whenever it is necessary to establish the true ownership of any piece of land. The service includes, in addition to the searching of all records, the issuance of a policy of title insurance which ensures the completeness and accuracy of the work.
Benjamin D. Wilson did not intend to settle in California. He planned to go on to China. But as time passed and he was unable to get berth on a ship, the sleepy land of the Dones began to grow on him. One day he met his friend, John Rowland.
Ben Wilson, wait a minute.
Where's this, John? I thought you were on your rancho.
Came in today on business. Say, I got news for you.
Oh, yeah? What news?
An American frigate's in the bay at San Pedro. You can get a berth aboard her, and she's bound for China.
That's so?
Yep. It was a long wait, but now you finally found it.
Well,
Hey, what's the matter with you? You aren't even interested.
Well, I tell you, John, I'm not so sure I want to go to China.
What? After all this time, and now you have your chance to change your mind? Well, where do you want to go?
I'm not so sure I want to go anyplace.
You mean? That's right. Ben Wilson, the Rolling Stone. Out for adventure. And now you're satisfied to stay in this sleepy little town.
Yeah, I know. You got the laugh on me, all right, but I don't care much. I sort of like it here. You know, it's the first place I ever lived where there weren't any courts. No lawyers, no laws. They don't need 'em. And the people, they're honest and peaceful. Their word's as good as gold, and they're friendly. I don't know, it's sort of homey here.
What'd I tell you? You'll be settling down, asking for a ranch next.
Yeah, I've already been talking to Don Juan Bendini about buying his Jurupa Rancho out beyond your land there.
Buying? Why, man, all you got to do is ask for one. They'll give it to you, just like they did me. You know, you were with me at Monterey.
I know, but you had to apply for Mexican citizenship, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay an American citizen. I got ideas about that.
Well, anyway, you are going to settle down and get some land, eh?
Yep.
That's fine. And now that you are, you can pay up that little bet I made you.
Oh, no, now. You said live, die, and be buried here. And I'm not dead yet. Not by a long shot. You'll have to wait a while, mi amigo.
In 1843, Wilson bought the Jurupa Rancho, of which the present city of Riverside is a part, and settled down and married Ramona, the lovely daughter of Don Bernardo Yorba. In the years that followed, he became a respected ranchero, a friend of all, an American always, but a man the Californians regarded as a brother. They affectionately called him Don Benito, and that is the name by which he's been known ever since. Respect for his abilities as a man and a leader made the Californians turn to him for help in many a situation which called for responsible leadership. One such time was when he was put in charge of an expedition against the marauding Mojave Indians, whose leader, Joaquin, the terror of the outlying ranchos, was once a neophyte in a California mission. Late one afternoon, when Don Benito was riding far ahead of his party, accompanied only by his lieutenant.
Don Benito, look.
Yeah? What is it?
Look, the Indians, 4 of them, riding along the arroyo.
They haven't seen us yet. Come on, down into the arroyo.
Hey, but what do you intend to do?
We'll hide here until they're close enough. Then we'll talk to them.
But hadn't we better wait for the others?
No, we'll be all right now. Just be quiet. They're coming closer. All right, come on. Up we go. Hola!
Hola! You travel far in desert, senor.
We do.
And you have no water, provision, nothing.
Oh, we left them over in the arroyo.
There is something strange here.
Senor, you are Joaquin, are you not?
How did you know?
By the markings on your face.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Joaquin, horsemen, many of them coming.
Senor, you are after me.
Don Benito, look out. He's got a bone arrow.
Oh, Don Benito. Don Benito, are you all right?
I guess so. You take this out.
He hit you.
Only in the shoulder. Not bad. Easy. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Anita. What about Joaquin?
You got him, Don Benito. He still lives, but not for long. California is rid of one outlaw.
And the others?
They're riding away, but our men are in pursuit. They will be caught.
Senor. Are you all right? Si, Lorenzo. I can always depend on you to turn up when I need you.
See, for Chief Mangas told me to look after white friend. You feel good?
Not very. Some kind of thing.
Senor, your shoulder is beginning to swell. I don't like the looks.
Here, let me see.
No need to look, Lorenzo. I can tell. You won't have to look after the white friend much longer.
No.
That was a poisoned arrow he shot me with. Avila?
Huh?
Avila?
Si, senor. You are awake?
Well, what's happened? Where am I?
You are safe in camp.
Yes, but the poisoned arrow.
Oh, you have nothing to fear, Don Benito. You will recover.
But how? How can that be?
Lorenzo saved your life, senor. He took every last drop of the poison from the wound. The swelling has gone down, and the wound is healing fast. All is well.
Lorenzo, for the third time, I owe my life to a faithful friend, an Indian. Somehow, sometime, I'll repay their race for their friendship.
And Don Benito Wilson did repay his debt to the Indians. All through his later life, the citizens of Los Angeles called him the stepfather of all Indians. He always had a smile, a kind word, or a helpful hand for them. And finally, he was appointed Indian agent for the United States government, and he used his post to help the plight of the forgotten red men. The Indians of Southern California had no greater friend than Don Benito Wilson. But then, he was a friend to every man. And so it was not strange that his friends approached him one day in the early 40s with a request.
But, Ben, we need you. We need somebody to look out after our interests. And you need somebody who'll look out after yours, too. So why not yourself?
Oh, gentlemen, I tell you, I don't want to assume any office. In the first place, I have no rights. I'm not even a Mexican citizen.
That is no matter, senor. We have no better man than you in all of California. We Californians want you to do it, too.
There you are, Ben. You can't refuse now. As long as you stay here, we'll keep after you to be alcalde of Los Angeles. Now, will you take it, or shall we run you out?
Well, you'll never run me out of this country. Not till I'm carried out feet first.
That's perfect, Ben. Do you realize what you said? You not only agreed to be alcalde, but you settled up a little bet that you and I had. As long as you decide that you are going to live, die, and be buried here, you might as well pay up, mi amigo.
See? I will. And I'm glad to do it. Because all I hope is that I still have many more years to live and enjoy this wonderful land.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment. The lives of Southland pioneers like Benjamin D. Wilson are a real inspiration to all of us. It is impossible in a half-hour program, or even in two of them, to present all of the many accomplishments and constructive activities of Don Benito. In the area that now is centered by the communities of Pasadena, Alhambra, South Pasadena, and San Marino, Don Benito Wilson is particularly well remembered. At one time, there was a mountain, a canyon, a school, an avenue, a lake, and a mountain trail in that area, all named for him. Wilson laid out the original town of Alhambra in 1871. On his Lake Vineyard tract, the second large subdivision in Pasadena, the largest orange orchards in the world up to that time were planted. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles considers it a privilege, as well as a service, to portray the lives of such men in these programs. And now, Frank, what about next week?
Well, Don Benito Wilson did live many years more to take a great part in the history of California. And so we're going to continue his dramatic life story next week. It's a thrilling adventure you won't want to miss. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Cahuenga, 1845.
Americans aid in defeat of Micheltorena.
Chino, 1846.
Americans captured by revolting Californians.
Los Angeles, 1849.
First mayor of Los Angeles elected. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the men and events which make up the fascinating history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to the microphone to narrate another exciting chapter in the story of our Southland. For 48 years, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles has served the citizens of Los Angeles County. During that nearly half a century, the company has searched out, transcribed, and segregated information about every change of ownership of every parcel of land in the entire county, from the original grant down to the present day. Also during that time, the company has built up an organization of trained title experts who keep the voluminous files up to date by making hundreds of new entries every day, and who use these records to examine titles and issue policies of title insurance. The net result of all this activity through the years is that Title Insurance and Trust Company, which issues more policies of title insurance than any other company in the world, is able to provide this service promptly and accurately, and to do so at rates well below the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States. Now, here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we present the second half of a life story of the great American pioneer of California, Benjamin David Wilson, whom the Californians called Don Benito, and who is closely connected with the history of Pasadena, Alhambra, and the surrounding area, as well as Riverside, Westwood Hills, and Los Angeles. For those of you who missed the story, interrupted last week, and the rebroadcast arranged for last Sunday, we traced the adventurous Wilson life as an Indian trader in New Mexico, his coming to California, and his ultimate decision to stay here after he was elected alcalde of the Mexican pueblo of Los Angeles. Tonight we are to hear of the large part he played in the momentous events of 1845 to 1849, which left California a part of the United States. Here is another vivid adventure in the romance of the Ranchos. Early in the year 1845, Don Benito Wilson was living at his Rancho Jurupa, near the present site of Riverside. He was acting as alcalde of the district, and it was in this capacity that he received an order from high-ranking citizens of Los Angeles.
Summon every man in your district capable of bearing arms. Bring them to Los Angeles and pick up any others you may find along the way. We need every man to help us stop the rabble of Micheltorena.
Micheltorena, the name spelt villainy to all respectable citizens of the Southland. For Micheltorena was the governor of California, who had brought with him from Mexico a ragged army
most of which had been recruited from the jails of Mexico City. For months, they had made themselves obnoxious to the citizens of California, and now revolt had flared up. Wilson learned the particulars on his arrival with a band of volunteers in Los Angeles.
Well, the town is certainly in an uproar.
Why not? With Mitchell Torena's army at the very gates of the city. They're camped at Encino and San Fernando Valley, not one day's march.
Why hasn't Castro stopped them before?
Oh, they've tried, but Mitchell Torena has too many men. Castro had to retreat before him, hoping to pick up enough men here. If he can't stop them here, he'll have to fall back to San Diego.
Don't worry, we'll stop them here. The whole town's behind Castro.
Of course. Department Assembly's meeting right now to proclaim a new governor, Don Pio Pico.
Good, and we'll make it stick, too. Just imagine me, Bill, taking part in an organized revolution against constituted authority. I never would have believed it.
I know, Ben, but this time every respectable citizen is on that side. With your 20 men, we have almost 50 American volunteers.
Ben Wilson. Oh, well, say, there's John Rowland. Here, John.
I'm glad you're here, Ben. The provisions and ammunition are ready, so you'd better get your men outfitted right away, tonight. Because we're going to march out to meet Mitchell Torena. We leave early tomorrow morning.
That means we'll probably go into battle about noon.
Yes, by this time tomorrow night, it'll be decided one way or the other. If we lose, God help Los Angeles.
Out through Cahuenga Pass marched the army of the Californians, headed by General Jose Castro, Andres Pico, and the newly proclaimed Governor Pio Pico. By noon, they sighted the forces of Mitchell Torena coming down the valley. On the banks of the Los Angeles River, the two armies deployed and set up their artillery. In a moment, the battle was on, a battle momentous in giving the Californians greater freedom of government from Mexico. One of the reasons, perhaps, that there were no casualties was due to an action of the Americans among the outnumbered followers of Castro's army. As the artillery duel got underway, Don Benito Wilson and William Workman, who commanded the Americans, received word.
Si, senores. The Americanos on the other side are commanded by Capitan Brandt and Major Brandt.
Why, Bill, I know those men.
Yes, so do I. They're good men.
Of course. I can't imagine they're being mixed up with Mitchell Torena and his cutthroats.
Well, they probably don't understand the real situation. They've been fed a lot of false stories.
If only we could speak with them. I know men like that would see reason.
Yes, I think they would see.
I have an idea. Now, here, give me that powder sack.
What are you doing, Ben?
Here, hold this long stick, will you? Now, you'll see in just a minute. I'm going to tie this bag onto this stick.
I see. It's a white flag.
Right. Sergeant, where did you say the other Americanos were?
They're at the head of this ravine, some 500 yards away.
You intend to go to them under this white flag?
Oh, yeah, why not? Now, if I can just talk to Brandt...
But it's dangerous. They might fire on you.
Now, Bill, after some of the adventures we've had, you think they're going to scare me? Besides, they won't fire on a white flag. Come on, now, get busy. Now, who do you want to send with me?
Well, James McKinley will go, and you'd better take a scout to send back for help if you need it.
Never mind the scout. McKinley and I'll manage, and we'll see to it those Americans will not fire a shot for Mitchell Torena. We're almost there. Now, keep under cover.
Yeah.
I don't want them to spot our movements until they can see the white flag.
All right, here. Give me your hand. This is rough going.
Yeah, here you are. Let me carry the flag for a while.
Look up, lay down. They fired on us.
Yeah, they had their cannon loaded with grape shot. Are you all right?
Sure, fine. Is this far enough?
Yes, I think so. We'll let them come out to us here. All right. Raise the flag.
Right. There. You think they can see that?
Yeah, a little bit higher. Clear of the bushes there. Yeah. Now, all we can do is just wait for them to come out.
They're almost here. 4 of them.
And that's Brandt leading them. Good. Now, he's a man I can talk to.
You don't think they'd trick us?
Under the white flag? No, James. They are men of honor. Even though they do fight for Mitchell Torena.
I hope you're right.
We'll know in a minute. Here they are.
Hello. Step out and identify yourself.
Well, hello, Captain Brandt. It's Benjamin Wilson.
Wilson? I had no idea I'd find you here.
Well, it is a strange place to meet, Captain, but I am glad it is you. For I know that you're a man of reason. And I can ask you simply, why do you fight for such a man as Mitchell Torena?
Well, I might ask the same of you. Why do you fight for Pico and against the legally appointed governor?
Because that is the side of right. This rabble of Mitchell Torenas are unfriendly to any decent, respectable humanity, and to Americans in particular. If they hold their own in this country, they'll be a constant menace to our security.
Well, that may be true, but Would your Governor Pico be less hostile to Americans?
These people whose cause we support have always treated us kindly. They're our friends. We have no reason to expect anything but fair and friendly dealing from them.
We've heard a different story in the North. But I shouldn't put it past Mitchell Torrena to falsify in his favor. Ben, let's put our cards on the table.
Why, of course. Now, please do.
The young men I command are fearful of what may happen. Many of them have been promised land by Mitchell Torrena. Many, in fact, have received deeds from the governor. They wish to protect them.
Well, of course. That's only natural.
But how, then, would Pico regard their lands? Or the chances of their getting any?
Well, I've talked to Pico myself about this, and he said that it could easily be arranged.
Yes, but...
And furthermore, I can reach Don Pio now and have him join us here in just a few minutes. You wish to see him?
Why, that'd be perfect. Will you send for him, Wilson?
Right away. Your Excellency, these men want assurances that their deeds to the land will be respected.
Gentlemen, are any of you citizens of Mexico?
No, we're not.
And the title deeds which Mitchell Torrena gave you are not worthy paper they are written on. And he knew it well when he gave them to you.
That's right, gentlemen, according to the laws of Mexico.
But if you will abandon the Mitchell Torrena cause, I will protect you in your quiet and peaceful possession of the land you now have. If you will take the steps necessary to become citizens of Mexico, I will issue you the proper titles.
But suppose we do not wish to become citizens of Mexico.
Then I cannot give you an invulnerable title. I will not disturb your peaceful possession as long as I may be governor. I promise you that. But I should advise citizenship. There is no need to hurry. But as long as this is a province of Mexico, that is your only chance for a completely safe title to the land. I can do no more. For I, too, must obey the law.
Don Pio, by that statement, you've shown yourself to be a more honorable man than Mitchell Torrena. I, for one, would rather trust the fate of my land to you, whom I know to be an honorable man. I feel sure that my men will agree. Therefore, we shall accept your promise, Your Excellency.
Brent, that's fine.
Muchas gracias, senores. I am sure you will have no cause to regret it.
And now, you will quit the fight?
Quit the fight, yes. But since we're in a position of having marched down with Mitchell Torrena, I'd rather we were not asked to fight on the other side.
Of course, senores. You shall not be asked.
Well, then you can be assured we'll not fire a shot.
Good, and you can be assured, gentlemen, that Mitchell Torrena is serving his last day as governor of California.
The insecurity and uncertainty of titles to land prior to the American occupation of California is clearly illustrated in the episode you have just heard in tonight's story. Notwithstanding the grants which had been made to Americans by Mitchell Torrena, doubt existed, as Don Pio Pico pointed out, whether the deeds conveyed any title unless the grantees were Mexican citizens. Such doubts as to ownership were to continue until later dispelled by the United States Land Commission. Today, uncertainty as to land ownership is eliminated by the modern system of title insurance. Protection against defective titles due to such causes as invalid grants, forgeries, deeds, or other instruments executed by minors or incompetents, undisclosed heirs, and many other matters, is provided by this insurance. When you buy real estate or accept it as security for loans, follow the example of banks, building and loan companies, and other financial institutions, and insist on this protection.
Benjamin D. Wilson's coup in persuading the Americans to desert Mitchell Torrena's forces was largely responsible for saving bloodshed at the Battle of Cahuenga and for Mitchell Torrena's surrender the next day. Once again, California was peaceful, and Wilson retired to his ranch life. But it was not to be for long. For in 1846, Workman and Don Felipe Lugo came with the news.
It's war, Don Benito. The United States is at war with Mexico. The Americanos will soon try to occupy California, and no one knows what it will mean.
And so, Don Benito, the governor has asked me to pay his respects to you and to submit this communication. As you are alcalde of this district, he requests your active cooperation in raising forces to repel the invading army of Americanos.
Don Felipe, I hardly know what to say. You must realize that this puts me in an impossible position.
It means simply that you must make a choice, senor.
But that choice is not easy to make. I've received nothing but kindness and consideration from you, my friend. Now, in a way, I believe I am almost a Californiano.
Even when your country is seeking to take what is not theirs by ruthless conquest?
Even if that were so.
Senor, I cannot understand how you, whom I thought to be a fine, generous man...
Don Felipe, you must have seen this coming. You must realize that if it were not my country, some other country would annex California. For years, the governing of California has been wretched. Mexico has left us to shift for ourselves as best we could. And a great province as potentially valuable as this cannot be thrown away by any nation without another nation seeking to take it over and promote its resources. And I, for one, believe that the Americano government may be the best answer for California.
So, that is how you feel?
Si. And I dare say there are many of you Californianos who feel the same way.
Perhaps they do not matter. For we are determined to resist, senor. This is our home, too, and we will defend our lands to the last drop of blood.
Oh, now that is foolish, Lugo. The Americanos do not want to take away your lands. I'm sure that all of you would be just as prosperous and happy as before.
Ha! I am not so sure, senor. But there is no use arguing. All I require is your answer to the governor. I think you have made it plain what that answer will be.
Tell Governor Pico that I respectfully decline his request, since I am not a citizen of Mexico, nor a military man.
Senor, I cannot say what the governor's answer to this will be, but I do not believe a person hostile to our country shall be allowed to remain at large.
You would arrest me, Lugo? Well, perhaps I deserve that. However, please remember, I am not hostile to your country. Now, this has been a very difficult decision to make. Now that I have made it, I am prepared to defend my position.
How do you mean?
If he will allow me to remain quietly here in my rancho, I pledge that I will take no action hostile to the country. But if he should attempt my arrest, you may be sure that I'll put up a fight.
Don Benito's pledge was good enough for Governor Pico, and he was not molested. He stayed on his ranch and waited. Then, word came that Commodore Stockton's squadron arrived in San Pedro Bay, and with it came a private note from the governor requesting Wilson to call upon him. Shadows hung heavy over Los Angeles as Don Benito rode into the town. Stockton was at San Pedro. General Castro was believed to be preparing to do battle and prevent his entering Los Angeles. But as Don Benito was ushered into the governor's presence, he found a different vision of affairs.
No, mi amigo. My time here as governor is very short.
But Castro is preparing to fight.
I hold no stock in Castro's assertions that he will attempt to repel Stockton's advance. No, Don Benito, I'm leaving tomorrow.
Leaving? But where are you going?
To Mexico. It will probably do no good, but I feel that as long as I am governor, I must do my duty. So I shall go to Mexico, try to get help for us, to fight with.
You might be better off if you just stayed here and surrendered. Now, if you go to Mexico, they may not let you come back.
That would be tragedy, see. That is a chance I must take.
See. I admire your courage and devotion, Don Pedro.
Oh, enough of this. I called you here, mi amigo, because I have not much time left. You've always been my friend. You're married to the daughter of one of my best friends. So, what can I do for you?
Do for me?
See. Is there no land you want, no rancho? Tell me now, while I still have the power to grant it.
Oh, but Don Pio, I'm not a citizen of Mexico. I can't...
I had forgotten. Everyone thinks you are, whether you are or not. But, well, then, isn't there anything I can do for you?
No. Except take the best care of yourself and return to us as soon as you can.
I will, mi amigo. And you will do something for me, no?
See, anything in my power, Your Excellency.
Go tomorrow to Stockton. Give him my best wishes. Tell him of my intention to leave the country. Express my prayer that he will not ill-treat my people.
I will do so, Your Excellency.
Very well, then, mi amigo. Hasta la vista. May we meet again in peace and happiness.
That is your message from Governor Pico?
Yes, Commodore Stockton, the way is clear for your entrance into Los Angeles.
Very well. I shall ride with you, Mr. Wilson. My Marines can follow at their own time. And may the future course of events be as smooth and peaceful as this.
Commodore, a week has passed and it's all quiet. I've done all I can for you. I'm going back to my rancho Jurupa.
Good, Don Benito. But before you go, please accept this commission from me. I appoint you a captain in the forces of the United States.
Oh, but Commodore, I'm not a military man. I can't accept.
Nonsense. I need someone on the frontier. I can't be sure that Castro's really gone to Mexico. You can gather a squad of men and watch the frontier near your rancho.
Commodore, I can't take up arms against my friends.
There's no need for that. Just keep watch. Wilson, I need you, for I have no one else I can trust.
Very well, Commodore. I will accept it.
For a time, life was quiet in Los Angeles, and Commodore Stockton left the city in the hands of young Lieutenant Gillespie and a small force. But soon the inexperienced young officer's actions had caused great resentment in the city, and one day, in September 1846, as Don Benito returned from a hunting trip, word came.
It's a general revolt. The Californians have started a revolt. Gillespie's small force is besieging Los Angeles, and the Californians intend to drive out all Americans. They'll be after us, too, Ben. We'll have to prepare for it.
But we have very little ammunition. We'll have to get to Los Angeles to Gillespie.
What do you mean, run from them? Or we can handle 100 Californians of what we have here. All we have to do is stand up to them, they'll run. All right, men?
Gentlemen, it would be a mistake to underrate the courage or the fighting ability of the Californians.
It wouldn't be that we've overrated your courage, would it, Wilson?
I have never lacked courage, my friend. But I try to use good judgment, too.
Well, I say we can stand off any crowd of them fellas they send. I say we ought to meet them face to face.
All right. If that's your decision, it's all right with me. But we're making a mistake.
Look, there they are, riding up across the plains.
Holy smokes, there's a lot of them.
Yes, my friend, and they have plenty of ammunition. This is our last chance to make a run for it.
Oh, no. We ain't afraid of them. Let them come.
All right, you're asking for it. Come on, men, into the ranch house. We'll make our stand there. Come on. All right, now, men, get your guns ready. They're about to charge. Don't waste any shot. Hold your fire until you can do the most good.
Right on, sir.
Ready. Here they come.
Ben, look. They've shot something out of the roof. It's on fire. They set the roof on fire.
No, we won't. We can fall back on the patio. If they're going to smoke us out, men, we might as well give it up right now.
You're right, Ben. That gun's like tinder. We'd better surrender right now.
Now, maybe you gentlemen will revise your ideas about Californians' fighting abilities.
Wilson's party surrendered. Weeks went by as the men languished in prison. Some of the Californians visited them, brought them food and clothing and comfort, but they received no hope of release until word came that Stockton was marching up from San Diego, reinforced by the army of General Kearny, and that Colonel Fremont was closing in from the north. And on the 6th of January, 1847, their cell door was open.
Senores.
Don Andres Pico?
Sí, Don Benito, mi amigo.
Well, what brings you here, General? What's going on?
Well, our troops march tomorrow to meet Commodore Stockton and General Kearny, who are near Santa Ana and coming here.
So, you're going to fight them?
Sí, mi amigo. I'm sorry.
I hope that you'll be all right.
I hope so, mi amigo. But now it's for you and your men. We have no one left to guard you. And so for your own protection from the rabble here in Los Angeles, I'm going to ask for your parole.
You mean you're going to let us go?
Si. If you will agree not to join the fight.
You have my word, Don Andres.
Very well. It is especially important for you and Senor Roland, who are well known as Americano leaders, to get away. So I have 2 of my best horses outside for you. Make haste and get out of Los Angeles. The others can disperse more easily.
Gracias, my friend. I hope that all this is finally settled. For your benefit as well as ours.
I hope so, mi amigo. And now, adios.
No. Hasta la vista. We shall meet again soon, under happier conditions.
On the horse belonging to Don Andres Pico, Don Benito Wilson sped to safety and to his family. Then, on January 8th, he rode out to a hill overlooking the River San Gabriel and watched his countrymen defeat the Californians in the Battle of San Gabriel. With that battle, the fate of California was sealed. Resistance was broken, and within a few days, word came to Los Angeles of Andres Pico's capitulation to Colonel Fremont at Cahuenga. Now, at last, the war was over for California, but the status of the Californians was still undecided. So, a few days later, when Don Benito Wilson heard that Andres Pico was seen in Los Angeles, he rushed to find his old friend.
Don Andres!
Don Andres.
Mi amigo Don Benito. Buenos dias.
Ah,
It's good to see you. I can't tell you how happy I am that all is well.
Well, but is all well, senor. I am living in expectation of arrest at any minute. It is horrible.
Well, have you not seen Commodore Stockton yet?
No, for I fear he should arrest me for breaking parole.
Nonsense, mi amigo. Come with me. And we shall see him right away.
Pico, I have come, Commodore Stockton, to throw myself on your mercy.
Well, you realize, of course, that you violated your parole. Also, you surrendered your men to a subordinate officer instead of to the commander-in-chief. Now, you're a military man, General. You should know better.
I'm sorry, Commodore. I did not realize that I was committing a breach of military.
Well, never mind, General. My quarrel is rightly with Fremont and not with you. It is not my wish to show any ill feeling toward anyone, and certainly not toward you native Californians.
Gracias. You're kind.
If you come in good faith to surrender yourself and your men, I assure you that there will be no punishment for past acts. All of us, Californians and Americans, must live here together, General, as common citizens of a great country. It is my hope that we shall live happily and prosperously together. With your help, we will do it.
Commodore, you may depend upon my help and the help of my people. This is indeed a happy ending.
And so the American conquest was completed. Once again, Don Benito Wilson returned to his beloved Lake Vineyard Ranch at San Marino. But such a public-spirited citizen could not remain long out of the limelight. He was called to take active part in the first state convention, to serve as county clerk, and as Indian agent for the United States government. But the citizens of Los Angeles, both American and Californian, united in honoring him as their first citizen. For when the city was first incorporated...
The results of the first election. Oh, it is mi amigo Don Benito Wilson. He is the first mayor of Los Angeles.
A fitting triumph for an adventurous and worthwhile career. Don Benito Wilson, the little Tennessee boy who came west to fight the Indians and build a new land, was the first mayor of what was to become one of the world's great cities. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
In just a moment, Frank Graham will tell you about the story he has planned for next week, which will be on Christmas Eve. Benjamin D. Wilson, Don Benito, earned the love and respect of his contemporaries and his high place in the memories of Southern Californians of today by his energy, ability, and character. He was one of many such men to whom we all are forever indebted for the development of our Southland into the wonderful place to live that it is today. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, as one of the beneficiaries of this great heritage, feels it a privilege to bring to its listeners the inspiration of these true stories in all their original drama, excitement, and color. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, Romance of the Ranchos comes to you on Christmas Eve. And we've planned to bring you a recreation of an early Christmas in connection with the Mission San Gabriel, the founding of which will also be dramatized. Be with us, won't you? And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio, Stay tuned.
Gunsmoke, brought to you tonight by Plymouth, with an invitation for you to visit a Plymouth dealer's tomorrow. Meet the new Plymouth and enter the big $25,000 contest. Throughout Kansas and in the territories on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
It's here, a new kind of low-priced cars. The exciting 53 Plymouth, completely new, completely beautiful. Yes, it's the new Plymouth for 1953. The first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. More glamorous lines, more powerful engine, more luxurious comfort. What a beauty. The new 53 Plymouth is lower to the road with a lot lower look. New color schemes and two-tone color harmonies available in all models. How does she travel? Man, Plymouth puts out the best ride in the business. Smooth as sailing, even in the back seat. And the Plymouth engine's been stepped up to 100 horsepower for pickup with plenty of flash. Visibility? Say, there's a one-piece curved windshield, a new type with no troublesome distortion, and you sit chair height in a Plymouth, so you get the full benefit of Plymouth's new down-sweeping hood. You really see right down in front of your car. Bigger side windows, too, and a huge wraparound rear window, so everyone gets a view as big as all outdoors. The new 53 Plymouth's an exciting car, any way you look at it. A great advance in car value at no advance in price. In fact, 4 new Plymouth models actually cost less than last year. So don't put off seeing it. Meet the new 53 Plymouth at your nearby Plymouth dealers. If you go in tomorrow, you may win one free in the big Meet the New Plymouth contest.
And now, Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The cook sure must have had a bad night, Mr. Dillon.
Well, how do you figure that, Chester?
Well, sir, I never saw so much chili pepper on a couple of poor eggs. You must figure everybody's got a hangover this morning.
Almost everybody usually has of a Sunday around here.
Oh. Well, now, I clean forgot all about it being Sunday. So that's why Jim Cobbett's all dressed up over there, huh? First time I've ever seen him with his hair combed in.
Well, haven't you heard about Jim, Chester? He's going to get married. He's got his wife-to-be coming in on the train from back east today.
Jim Cobbett?
Yeah.
Well, now, what sort of a woman would that be, Mr. Dillon, who'd come clear to Dodge City to marry a fellow like Jim?
Jim's a good man, Chester. It's just that, well, living out on that homestead of his year after year has made him grow a little off-center, so... Loneliness will do that to a man sometimes.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Morning, Hank.
Well, what do you think of that old goat Jim Cobbett getting himself hitched?
It's a fine thing, I'd say.
Well, Jim's no older than you are, Hank Lewis.
Older, maybe. A lot less respectable.
Now you're talking your usual nonsense, Hank.
Am I, Marshal? What about Jim's first wife who disappeared off of that place he had up north on Hackberry Creek? Just plain disappeared, she did. Jim never explained that. And nobody ever saw her again, either.
Oh, you're worse than an old woman with your gossip, Hank.
Jim's never done anything to you, Hank.
Nothing except stake his homestead on the only spring south of the Smoky that didn't dry up. Cheated me out of it, that's what.
He filed his claim 2 weeks before you did, Hank, and everybody knows it.
Sneaked into town, that's what he did. Sneaked into town, behind my back.
Still telling your lies, ain't you, Hank Lewis?
Now, you keep away from me, Jim. Keep away.
I've never bothered you, Hank. But I hear you talking around Lila. When she gets here, I'll hurt you. I'll hurt you bad.
What is it you want to hide from her, Jim? Maybe that business about your first wife?
All right, don't touch that gun, Hank. Not a move.
You arrest him, Marshal. You saw it.
Get up.
Put him in jail now. I didn't touch him.
Shut up. Now, you're just lucky you weren't killed. Now, you get out of here and stay away from Jim. It's his wedding day, and if I find you bothering him again, I'll throw you in jail. Now, go on, move.
Fine all we got around here, man. Get tightened up and happen.
Sorry to make trouble, Marshal, but I won't hold for his making that talk around Lila.
Oh, forget it, Jim. Just keep clear of him for a while. What time's the wedding?
About 3 o'clock. At least that's when the preacher said he'd come down.
It'll be at the church, won't it, Jim?
Well, no. The preacher thought maybe it'd be better to do it somewhere else. It's because of it.
Yeah, sure, Jim. Dodge City House would be a fine place, wouldn't it?
That's just what I'd planned, Marshal. I brought a jug of corn in with me in case anyone came around, maybe.
Jim, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm going to be there for sure.
Yeah, me too, Jim. I certainly do enjoy weddings. I never got married myself, but I sure do like to watch.
See you later, Jim.
Sure, Marshal.
We'll be there, Jim. Bye.
Jim's bride, Lila, turned out to be a handsome, high-strung woman with nervous black eyes and a manner that bespoke a gentle breeding and background. I watched her, and I wondered how she'd ever make out in this crude, raw country she'd chosen to come to. It was never mentioned how she and Jim had got together, but the few friends who gathered for the wedding didn't care. We were all pleased that Jim finally had a wife to break the loneliness that he'd set upon himself for so long. And after the brief ceremony at the Dodge City House, we told him so.
Well, it's about time, Jim. If you don't mind my saying so, ma'am, you should have filed on him long ago.
Why, yes. I mean, of course.
Open the jug on the table there, Si. It's good corn.
Well, thank you, Jim. My throat is a mite dusty.
Help yourselves to the liquor, boys.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Jim. And Miss Cobbett, my best wishes to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Marshal Dillon.
Now, you make Jim bring you to town and see us once in a while. He never came in much when he was alone out there.
Oh, I'm sure he will, Marshal.
I sure hope so, ma'am.
Help yourself to the jug there, Chester.
Well, thank you, Jim. If I can get it away from Si long enough, I will.
You stay in here tonight, Jim?
Well, no, Marshal. I brought the wagon on account of Lila here, and it's a slow way to travel. It'll take a day and a half at best.
But where will we sleep tonight, Jim?
Oh, I got some blankets, Lila. We'll be fine.
You mean out on the prairie?
Sure. We'll bed down in the wagon if you're afraid of snakes.
Oh, snakes can't get to you if you're in the wagon, man.
But what about everything else? Indians.
No Indians have been seen around here for months, I know.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Jim. A man from Walnut Creek told me he run into some Pawnees a couple weeks ago. Only about a dozen, though.
Pawnees?
Well, they didn't bother him, did they, Si?
No, they didn't, Marshal.
Yeah, you see, Lila?
Well, they didn't bother him because he saw him first. He hid himself under a bank in the creek.
Are there many Indians around?
Oh, no, very few, man.
Well, the Army's been after him pretty steady ever since them Crows raided the Gillette place. The Indians been making themselves scarce last few months.
What happened at the Gillette place?
They had a little trouble, that's all, Lila.
Little trouble? They killed Bob and rode off with Mrs. Gillette and a child, that's all.
Oh, no.
Si, why don't you go get yourself another drink, huh?
Yeah, well, I was just thinking about doing that. Well, no, I suppose it'll be easier than Mrs. Gillette once she learns to talk Crow, but still, it's a hard life on a white woman suddenly being made a squaw.
Oh.
The jug's almost empty, Si. You better hurry, huh?
By golly, hey, fellas, I got another swatter coming.
Liquor's working on the side, Lila. Don't pay no mind.
Jim, is it true? what he said about that poor woman?
Now, Lila, don't you fret about that.
Is it true? I want to know, Jim.
Yes.
Jim, if you stayed in Dodge City tonight, well, you could start out before dawn tomorrow.
Oh,
Maybe
no, Marshal. Jim thinks it's best we leave tonight.
There's nothing to fear, Lila, but if you'd rather stay, we can...
No, we'll go, Jim. If you'll excuse me, I'll go change into something more suitable. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, ma'am. We'll see you in Dodge City real soon, I hope.
Of course. I'll be down shortly, Jim.
Maybe it was best that way for Lila to face out her first night on the prairie, not far from Dodge. Nothing would bother him that close to town, and it'd make it easier for her on the next night. And they left. And that's all we heard about him for a month or so. Dodge City was fairly quiet except for 1 week when a Texas herd arrived. 2 boys were killed the next night and another a few days after. But then things cooled off and became peaceable again.
Hank Blue, is he in town, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, no, Chester. Well, there ought to be a law against it, that's all.
He said he was coming here to see you in a few minutes.
Look, you talk to him, Chester. I think I'll go upstairs and pick on the doc for a while.
Oh, he doesn't want to see me, Mr. Dillon. I'll send him up when he comes.
Chester, no.
Yes, sir, but he'll ask me where you are, sir, and then what am I going to tell him?
I want to talk to you.
Oh, all right, Hank. Go ahead, talk.
You think I was lying about Jim Cobbett, don't you? Well, listen to this, Marshal. Lila's disappeared, too.
What?
I saw it with my own eyes. I mean, I saw she isn't there.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I'm telling you, Marshal, Lila's gone, just like Jim's first wife up on Hackberry Creek. She's plain disappeared.
Well, go on.
Well, I got a runty bay mare that's always running off, and I rode by Jim's place to see if he'd seen her. Jim was just sitting there, and he'd hardly pay me any mind at all. He was all alone, and when I asked him about Lila, he just walked off, wouldn't say a word.
Well, maybe she was just out on the prairie somewhere.
Then she stayed a long time. I was back next day and still didn't see her. Stock's gone, too.
When was this, Hank?
About a week ago. Now, Marshal, I think you ought to get out...
I do my own thinking, Hank.
Well, all right. But you better get out there, Marshal. I've told you now.
Yeah, you've told me, and you can forget it. Just stay away from the Cobbett place, you understand?
All right, Marshal, I've done my duty. You better do yours.
Goodbye, Hank.
Well, Goodbye.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Only thing we can do, Chester. Go saddle our horses, will you? I got some things to clean up around here.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Big doings at all Plymouth dealers. Tomorrow, go in and meet the new Plymouth, the new kind of low-priced car, and enter the big $25,000 Meet the New Plymouth contest. All you do is look her over, compare, ask questions. There'll be people on hand to explain the new body design, new type suspension, new springing, how they combine to give you a ride that's unbelievably smooth. The first truly balanced ride in the low-price field. Believe me, you'll be enthusiastic. So just transfer that enthusiasm in 50 words or less to a contest entry blank. Tell what you like most about the new, truly balanced Plymouth for 53. That's all there is to it. And you may win a 53 Plymouth or one of hundreds of cash prizes. But entries must be mailed by Monday midnight. So hurry. Get an official entry blank containing all the easy rules tomorrow when you go in to meet the new 53 Plymouth.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Sure looks quiet around here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah, come on. They're probably inside.
You think Lila's here, don't you, sir?
Well, we'll soon find out, Chester. Hello, Jim.
Well, hello, Marshal. Chester?
Hello, Jim.
Come in.
How have you been, Jim?
Hank Lewis told you, didn't he, Marshal?
Where is she, Jim?
Hank Lewis said I killed her, didn't he, Marshal?
Oh, now, Jim, you know I don't pay any attention to what Hank Lewis says.
Then why'd you come here, Marshal?
To help you. If you're in trouble.
Lila isn't here. I'm in trouble, all right.
Well, what happened, Jim? Where is she?
I don't know.
What?
Well, the Indians, party of Crows, they took her. They took her.
Indians? My goodness.
You mean you were raided here?
Maybe 10 days ago, a war party, about 12 Crows.
Well, what happened?
Lila was out there by the spring. It was just getting dark. I was sitting on the floor right there, men in the saddle I'd torn the stirrup off of when I heard her come running up the path out back. I was all in a sweat, yelling.
Hello. Oh, I saw something out there. Oh, Jim. Jim, I think it was an Indian.
Come inside.
Oh.
Get on the floor in the corner there. How many did you see?
Oh, just him. I saw his skin behind that little rise. Oh, Jim, don't let him get me.
Easy now, Lila.
Oh. Oh.
Well, I don't see a thing out of this window. Take a look over here. Nothing. Must have heard you yelling.
Oh, Jim, what'll we do?
Stand them off, that's all.
Oh.
Wait a minute. There's one.
Oh, no.
Getting hard to see.
Jim, the other side. They'll sneak up on the other side.
Might be one behind that log out there.
Oh, no.
But we'll just wait.
Oh.
They'll get bolder in the dark. I can take them off easy.
Oh, Jim. Jim, they'll carry me off like they did that other woman. I can't stand it, Jim.
Here. Take that 6-shooter.
Yes, I will. I will.
He won't take you while I'm alive. I promise you that, Lila. Wait a minute. They're down at the corral. Perhaps our horses. That'll show them. Here he goes. There was one behind that log.
Oh, Jim, I can't stand it.
Yeah, they're sneaking up on us. We'll just wait. Let them get in the open. Wait till a little more. Then when they jump and run on us,
Well, go on, Jim. What happened then?
Yeah. What'd they do when they rushed you?
Well, one of them must have got in the window behind me. When Lila screamed, I was knocked out, and when I come to, the Indians was gone, Lila was gone, too.
Were you shot, Jim, or what?
No. Indian must have got behind me somehow and clubbed me, that's all.
Did you try to follow him?
How could I, Marshal? They run off. The horses stole them.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway, I was out a long time. There wasn't a sign of anybody when I come to.
Well, they could be in the Rocky Mountains by now. We'd never find them. I'll report this to Colonel Jenkins at Fort Dodge, and he can spread the word through the Army post.
Thanks, Marshal.
I'm sorry, Jim. But I guess that's all I can do for you.
Sure, Marshal.
Come on, Chester. Let's take a look around outside and then get back to Dodge City.
Yes, sir. So long, Jim. I sure am sorry it happened.
So long.
Jim's pretty broke up, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
That's terrible. And her a squaw now.
Yeah.
My, aren't those pretty, Mr. Dillon?
What?
Is that bunch of columbine there, growing right in a row. I think I'll just put one in my hat.
No, wait a minute, Chester.
Huh?
I wouldn't pick them, Chester. They're too pretty to pick, huh?
Well, all right, sir. Jim's stock is gone, all right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mr. Dillon, Jim Cobbett ain't the luckiest man in the world, is he?
No, he sure isn't, Chester. Come on, let's get out of here. It was the day after we got back to Dodge City that the trouble started, as I expected it would. Chester spread the story about the Indians kidnapping Lila Cobbett, and it wasn't long before some of the men began to question it. And a group of them, headed, of course, by Hank Lewis, came to see me.
Marshal, we want to know when you're going to arrest him.
Hank, it'd be better if you let somebody else do the talking. Your record against Jim Cobbett's pretty strong.
Marshall's right, Hank. You always did talk too much anyway.
I want justice done, that's all, and I mean to get it.
Oh, shut up, Hank. Marshal, Hank sort of talked us into thinking you don't aim to do anything about Jim Cobbett. Is that true?
Well, what's your idea, Merritt?
Well, go out there and arrest him and find Lila's body if you can.
You think Jim murdered her, is that it?
Looks that way. You sure don't believe his story, do you, Marshal?
No, not all of it.
Jim did her in just like his first wife, that's what.
It's a sure thing, Marshal. No Indians would have stolen the woman and left Jim lying there without scalping him. Indians just made that way.
Merritt, I don't know what happened out there, but I'm going to find out.
Then what are you waiting for, Marshal?
The doc.
The doc? What's he got to do with this?
Well, Miss Prillick had a baby this morning. The doc was up all night and he's sleeping today. We're going to ride out to Jim's tomorrow.
Well, I don't know what you need the doc for, but we'll wait and ride out with you.
You won't ride anywhere, Hank. When I need a posse, I'll ask for it. I don't want a single man of you anywhere near the Cobbett place. Is that clear? All right, now get out of here. I got work to do.
It's a mighty lonely-looking place, Matt. Yeah, it is.
I wonder what Lila Cobbett thought when she first saw it.
She must have been mighty fond of Jim to come here at all, seems to me.
Yeah. Well, I hope Jim's still there.
Isn't that him there? Down by the corral there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. He's got a new horse. Hello, Jim.
What are you doing here, Doc?
I had to bring the doc, Jim, to perform a sort of autopsy.
Autopsy?
On Miss Cobbett. It's necessary, Jim, or I wouldn't do it.
Marshal?
Now, don't do it, Jim. You wouldn't have a chance.
No.
Take his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jim, let's you and me go on into the house, huh? I don't imagine you want to watch this.
Where is it, Matt?
You want to tell him, Jim?
Over there, under that row of columbines.
Well, So, that's why you wouldn't let me pick any, Mr. Dillon.
I watered the ground a lot to make it hard.
It was a good job, Jim. Come on, let's go in the house.
Shovels out back of the corral.
I'll get it. Well, all that water and it didn't do any good.
In the house, Jim sat with his back to the wall, his hands clasped tightly across his knees. He was so gaunt and leathery that I wondered if he'd bothered to eat anything at all since this had happened. He just sat there as if waiting to be sentenced and not caring very much one way or the other. Finally, Doc and Chester were finished, and I came into the house.
We put her back, Jim. Right where you had her.
Yeah. And it wasn't easy, Matt.
Yeah, I know. But what did you find?
Well, she was killed by a .45. Fired at close range. Bullet entered her head just under...
Never mind, Doc.
Jim's gun here is a .45, Mr. Dillon.
You want to tell us about it, Jim?
You think I killed her, Marshal?
Well, it looks that way, Jim. But I still can't believe it.
Thank you, Marshal.
If you did it, Jim, you're going to hang for it.
The crows didn't attack the house, Marshal. They never aimed to. They just dodged around out there, some of them, to cover for the ones that ran the stock off. They didn't want to fight, just to stalk.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Lila screamed and screamed. I guess she went kind of crazy. Then I heard a shot. First I thought she was shooting at the engines, but then I saw her on the floor there. I didn't care after that. They could have come right in there. They could have done anything they wanted. I didn't care.
You've given her your 6-gun, is that it?
Yes.
The crows didn't bother you after that? They just took the horses and left?
I didn't care about them. I buried Lila out there right away. And I sat there on the ground all night. Everything had been all right, Marshal, but when Hank Lewis came by, I got scared. I didn't want to talk to him, but I knew what he'd say. So, I put water on the grave and tried to hide it. Except for the flowers I'd planted. I just couldn't not have planted flowers there.
Yeah, he's telling the truth, Matt. Yeah, Jim isn't lying.
No, sir, he certainly isn't.
There's no reason I know of why Jim should stand trial.
What about Hank Lewis, Mr. Dillon? He'll make trouble.
The three of us here have heard the story and seen the evidence. Hank's talk doesn't mean a thing. I have no cause to arrest Jim.
Then I can go, Marshal.
Go? Go where?
I don't want to live here anymore. It's like the other place up north after my first wife rode off. She just said goodbye and rode off one day. I was ashamed of that, so I never told nobody what happened. I left the place. Like I'm leaving this one.
Well, you got to settle down sometime, Jim.
No, I don't. I got bad luck both places. I won't settle down no more.
We won't stop you, Jim.
I think I'll go now, Marshal. I don't want to spend another night here. I'll get my things together.
Yeah. We'll wait outside. Come on, Chester. Doc. A half hour later, Jim was packed and ready to go. Silently, he shook hands with each one of us and then mounted and rode off. Yeah, the prairie had dealt hard with Jim Cobbett, but the man was too tough and dry not to survive somehow. He wouldn't try again to be happy, but he'd live. He'd make his way. We watched him disappear while the sun went, and the land cooled and became still and quiet.
Hey, hurry! The Big Plymouth contest closes Monday midnight. Your last chance to win a new 53 Plymouth free or a big cash prize.
Go to your nearby Plymouth dealers tomorrow. Meet the new Plymouth. Look it over stem to stern. Ask questions. Find out all about this new kind of low-priced car. Then, on an official entry blank in 50 words or less, tell what you like most about this great new beauty.
But remember, entries must be mailed by Monday midnight, so be sure to visit your Plymouth dealers tomorrow to pick up your contest entry blank and meet the new 53 Plymouth.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre and Jeanette Nolan, with Paul Dubois, Jack Crucian, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bayer is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke was brought to you by Plymouth, along with a reminder that you visit your Plymouth dealer tomorrow and enter the Meet the New Plymouth contest. Remember, entries must be mailed before Monday midnight. Clancy Cassell speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Dodge City and of the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. How are you this morning, Mr. Bobby?
Oh, Marshal. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Oh, feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring stuff.
Sam, you better wash that glass over.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, I'll be fine. Her face is so wondrous fair.
That's pretty, man. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling hogs, I guess. Yeah, you just get up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close too early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit by your head.
Yeah, I guess.
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh, Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I gotta work here, you know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, madam. Not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Thanks anyway, man. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Oh, kid.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seems like a big blue bottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool blue bottle fly was a-setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool blue bottle fly was a-stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty blue bottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Miss McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man your standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I got a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Dillon?
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir,
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a raggle-bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town. About you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gun clobbering up and down. All over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's Galentine's got herself a new beau.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul them in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge them with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. They didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Oh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. Maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Oh, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. Yeah, you look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
I do. You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Hi. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak? Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name. Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. And promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's that she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Oh, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you.
Oh, well, sure. Hey, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
So long.
So long, Doc.
punch, Marshal Dillon?
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell? No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunk in the hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
I promised. I'm on the committee. Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll think it'll leave this lady's presence.
What?
Now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You're refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. There were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. And they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself my friends here at Committee of 3, seeing how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine, Chester.
Now, this ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now, come on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
It's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now, there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. Now, I'm telling you, you and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will. Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There was only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table and someone else standing at the bar looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Sam.
Yeah. I got some things to do in the back. Give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty. I'm sorry.
I'm bad.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure, it's all right.
I'm so mad. I could...
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
It's been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall. Watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there, I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Oh, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Oh, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. You just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or 2? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey.
Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Don't miss Robert Trout and his timely roundup of world news tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
Listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Meet the safe driver. If you know what makes him stay alive on the highways, you may be able to follow his good example. He always keeps his car in A1 mechanical condition. He shows courtesy for other drivers. He knows that speed is his greatest enemy. And most important, he knows and obeys the laws. Remember, few accidents happen with safe drivers. Are you one of them? Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
I sure couldn't figure it. I'd ridden down the whole main street all the way from Seth Tooley's bank to Ma Benson's rooming house, and I hadn't seen a single solitary person. The stores were closed, shut tight. There wasn't even a wagon or a horse out in front of them. It looked like the town of Elk Point had just up and gone to sleep, but that didn't make sense either. Not at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Whoa, Scar. Whoa. Well, Ma Benson didn't know what the trouble was. She always had a pretty good notion about everything that went on in Jackson County. You know, folks always used to say that's why the Elk Point Gazette kept going broke. You know, old Sadie Benson was too much competition.
Who is it?
Brett Ponsett.
Brett?
Yeah.
Well, how do I know it's you?
Well, opening the door might be one way of finding out.
Does sound like you're all right. But if it ain't, I'm just a poor widow woman without a cent to my name. I don't think you're going to get...
Come on now. Come on, Ma. Open up the door.
Oh, Britt, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Well, don't just stand there. Get inside, quick, so I can lock up again.
Oh, sure. All right.
You can't imagine what a fright you gave me when I heard you knocking out there. Oh, but I must say there ain't anybody I'd rather see today.
Well, now, that's a very flattering greeting, Ma, but what's behind that?
Oh, now stop joshing me, Britt. At a time like this when we all might be murdered any minute.
Murdered?
Stacy Galt is headed this way. Don't tell me you didn't know.
Galt?
That's what I said. Stacy Galt.
Stacy Galt? Oh, I hadn't heard he was in these parts.
You hadn't heard?
No.
Then what on earth brought you to Elk Point?
Oh, I was just passing through on my way to White River. I thought I might stop off long enough to have one of those fine home-cooked meals of yours. Isn't that reason enough?
Well, you're heaven sent, Britt Ponsett. That's what you are. Heaven sent. Come on out in the kitchen with me while I give you the news.
Sure.
I was fixing a batch of cornbread. I had to do something to keep myself from thinking about what might happen. Oh, you can draw up that stool there if you like.
Oh, thanks.
Before you sit down, hand me them eggs, will you?
Eggs? Oh, sure. Here they are. Here you are.
Well, now, the first sign of trouble was when Galt held up the Fargo station over at Fort Shafter. That was 10 days, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Well, Shafter's 200 miles from Elk Point.
Well, that's why folks didn't get too excited. Not then, anyhow. We never figured he'd come this far west. He never had before.
Yeah, I guess that's so.
But last Monday, he was in White River.
Oh?
Robbed the White River First National. Got away with over $50,000. $50,000. Marshal Andrews, he's the district marshal over to White River. He trailed Galt 5 or 6 miles out of town, and then he lost him. But there wasn't no doubt which way Galt was fixing to go. Oh, now where to put that hand? Oh, yes, here it is. Well, anyhow, just this morning, Ed Scott came barreling into town. He's got the old McBride Ranch out in Easter Canyon, you know.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Well, Ed seen him last night riding through the canyon.
He's Galt, huh?
Couldn't have been nobody else. Ed recognized him right off, he did.
He did. I thought you said Galt had never been around Elk Point before.
Well, there's pictures of him, ain't there? On them wanted posters?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I know I've left something out of this batter. If I could only think what... Oh, my stars, bacon powder. You know, when you use sweet milk, you got to put in bacon powder, or the bread just don't raise up at all.
Is that fine?
That cupboard right behind you, Britt, please.
Back here?
Yeah, that door there. Right there. There. That's it. Yeah, it's on the second shelf. Little red can.
Red can.
That's the one. Well, now, like I say, Ed brung the news to town this morning.
Mm-hmm. And that's when everybody took cover, huh?
Well, what else was we to do without a single able-bodied man to defend us?
Oh.
Eddie Scott rounded them all up, formed a posse, and went out hunting Galt.
Oh, now, what about Sheriff Henry? It sounds like that'd be his job, wouldn't it?
Sheriff Henry ain't here.
Oh, I see.
Just when we need him most, he's delivering a prisoner over to county jail at Jackson.
I see.
And, of course, that gave Ed Scott his chance to take charge. He's always been the pushing type, wanting to run everything. I guess he figures if he can capture Galt, it'll be a real feather in his cap. Not to mention the $10,000 reward the White River First National is offering.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
It sure is. $10,000. Oh, can you open the oven for me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, be careful, Britt. Now, don't you burn yourself. You better use that dish towel there on the rack.
All right.
I don't know why I bothered making cornbread. Won't be anybody here to eat it. Except maybe you, Britt. You'll stay for supper anyway, won't you, in spite of this Galt business?
Well, it would take more than Stacy Galt to do me out of some of your cornbread. Gee whiz, I'd ride 20 miles just to get a whiff of it.
Oh,
I would, yes.
Britt. Well, my cooking's all right, but it ain't nothing exceptional.
No,
Oh, you always was one to hand out the blarney. Oh, mind you, don't stop it. You'll have me so flustered. I won't know whether I'm coming or going.
Yeah, well, I think I'll go out and put Scar in the barn.
Well, you're welcome to feed him. There's plenty of hay.
Thanks. Ma.
Yeah?
Now, you weren't serious about there only being 2 of us for supper, weren't you?
Well, I sure was.
Well, but they used to have plenty of boarders, more than you could take care of.
Oh, I've still got my boarders, Britt. But they're all out with Ed Scott's posse.
Oh, I see.
I told you. There ain't a male between the ages of 10 and 60 left in town. Besides you, of course. Why, even old man Fletcher went along with that posse.
no.
They had to help him onto his horse, but he went. Well, you better hurry now, Britt. I'll have supper on the table by the time you get back from the barn.
It is quite a supper, too. Baked ham with brown sugar dripping down the sides, and mashed potatoes swimming in gravy, enough green lima beans to feed the whole population of Elk Point. And that cornbread, gee whiz, it just light yellow and fluffy with homemade maple syrup to pour over it. I tell you, when I started eating it, I figured I'd have a hard time making a dent in the plate Ma put before me, but the next thing I knew, I was asking for seconds. No, just a thin slice, small. No, that's too much. That's too much.
Now, I'll only have to throw it away.
Just go easy on it. No, I don't know, though.
There. A few more potatoes?
No, I don't want any more potatoes.
All right, Britt, just a few.
No,
beans?
No, I don't want any more beans.
Now, you can't eat ham with nothing to go with it.
No, I don't want any.
Goodness. Here you are.
Well, gee. Well, how about you, Ma? You've hardly touched any of your food.
Oh, what you cook yourself don't taste as good somehow.
Oh, you're not still worrying about Stacy Galt.
Oh, certainly am not since you showed up. If he come into town now, you'd take care of him.
No, I don't imagine he'll get past Ed Scott's posse.
And you don't know Ed Scott very good. Why, he'll have that posse running around in circles. I'll bet you could drive a herd of cattle right through the middle of them men, and they wouldn't even notice. You want me to answer it? No, I'll see who it is. You might keep your right hand free, though, just in case. Who's there?
Who's there? It's Seth Tooley. Yes.
Seth. What are you doing back? You ain't caught Galt, have you?
No, we ain't caught him. Is Britt Ponset in town? My wife thought she seen him going into your place this afternoon.
Yeah, he's here, but get
out of the way. Oh, I gotta talk to Britt.
Hello there, Seth.
Britt, he's in Elk Point. Stacy Galt is in Elk Point.
No.
Yes, he is. I saw him not 5 minutes ago riding over the South Creek Bridge. He means to rob my bank. I know he does. That's the only thing he could have come for.
Well, you've got more than enough men to take care of him, haven't you, Sam?
The posse's still out combing the hills, away out in the hills, yes.
What?
Well, my rheumatism started acting up. It was paining me something terrible. I had to drop out and come back alone.
That rheumatism of yours is sure a convenient sickness sometimes, Seth.
Well, you can be mighty thankful for it tonight. Otherwise, Galt might have got by unnoticed. Oh, we got to move fast, Britt, before he reaches the bank. I brought him 44. I figured the two of us together could...
Now, just hold on, Seth. Now, what makes you so sure the man you saw was Galt?
Oh, it's got to be him. Fits his description to a T, to a T.
Pretty dark out there, you know.
He was on the trail from White River. There's nowhere else could have come from. Britt, we all know Galt was headed this way.
What did I tell you? He got through Ed Scott's posse just like I said he would.
Yeah, he might have at that. There was a couple of times when we sort of lost our whereabouts. Well, come on, Britt. You ain't going to leave me to take care of Galt all alone, are you? Not that I'd be afraid to try it, of course.
All right, Seth. I'm coming. I wasn't quite finished my supper, but
Well, now who on earth?
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Don't answer it, Ma. Why, that might be Stacy Galt.
Oh, now, why would Galt be coming here to Ma's place? Now, I'll see who it is.
Well, I'll cover you, Britt. While you open the door, you ain't got a thing to worry about. I'll cover you.
Howdy.
Sign out front says rooms. I'm looking for a place to stay.
It's him, Ma. It's him.
Well, come on in. Here, this is Ma Benson. This is her rooming house.
Evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm full up.
Oh? Well, that's too bad. I was only going to be here one night. Any place else I might stop over?
No, that is not that I know of.
Well?
Before you go, mister.
Yeah?
We don't mean to be nosy or anything like that, but would you mind telling us what you're doing here in Elk Point?
I got some business at the bank tomorrow.
The bank? Oh.
That's right. What are you doing with that gun, mister?
What? Oh.
Here, let me pick it up for you.
No. Hey, never mind. Just leave it there. Just leave it.
Laying on the floor?
Well, it ain't loaded anyway.
A man's a fool to carry an unloaded gun. Say, what time's the bank open up in the morning?
It ain't open tomorrow. Tomorrow's a holiday.
That's so? Funny, I didn't know.
Well, it's kind of a special holiday just here in Elk Point.
Oh.
You came from White River, didn't you, mister?
That's right. How did you... Oh, you heard about me. I was on my way here, huh? News sure travels fast, don't it?
Yes, it sure does.
Well, if you haven't got a vacant room,
You sure you can't squeeze them in somewhere?
Yes.
You know, since some of your regulars won't be back tonight anyway, you could... How about it, Ma?
Well, I guess I could find a place for him if you really think...
I'd appreciate it, man.
Well, just follow me upstairs, and I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, mister.
No trouble.
Well, what's the matter with you, Britt? Get Ma to let him stay here.
Well, if he's galled, why, this way we'll be able to keep an eye on him, don't you think?
If he's... You seen that satchel he was carrying, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, don't you see? That's where he's got the stolen money. You can bet your bottom dollar on it.
Mm-hmm. No.
And, Britt, you heard what he said about my bank. He was telling us plain as day that he means to rob it. That's the way Galt is. Everybody says so. You better stop that, Eden, and listen to me. He comes right out and announces what he aims to do. Don't make no bones about it. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't hear him mention anything about robbing you, Seth.
You didn't. How much plainer could he make it?
Yeah, well.
And you, Britt, I'm surprised at you. He was standing there wide open. Why, you could have outdrawed him without even half trying.
Well, I guess either of us could have done that, Seth, seeing as how he wasn't wearing a gun.
What?
Pass me that cornbread, will you?
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. When it's entertainment you're after, you'll find the very best on this station of the NBC radio network. Thursday night, for example, Robert Young portrays Jim Anderson on Father Knows Best, a program which is based on the assumption that the man of the family can put one over on the wife and youngsters. The same night, you can enjoy the zany stunts on Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards. When Ralph sends a contestant off on a consequence, it usually ends up as one of radio's funniest. And if you like Western songs and adventures, hear the Roy Rogers Show. Then, to top it all off, hear the little-known stories of show business that Eddie Cantor tells on his Show Business Show. Yes, Thursday is packed with stellar entertainment on the NBC Radio Network. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Seth Tooley just stood there watching me finish up supper, and the expression on his face didn't help my digestion much. He sure did look disgusted. But I just wasn't convinced that this new fella and Stacy Galt were the same man. I'd never seen Galt before, of course, and the fella Ma took upstairs did look something like the wanted posters, and he had come from White River. That was all true, but no doubt, the poster pictures and the satchel and where a man comes from just don't prove he's an outlaw. At least not for certain.
You gonna sit there eating all night?
No.
Britt Ponsett.
No, I'm done now.
Well,
he's not robbing your bank, Seth.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wait till he tries it?
No, now look. Now, we're not sheriffs or deputies, and we can't arrest somebody just on suspicion. And besides, I don't think he's Galt.
Oh, you don't?
Now, they just don't stand to reason. Now, why would Galt come riding into town here? He knows everybody's on the lookout for him.
Well, with that posse out in the hills, he's a lot safer here in town than he would be anywhere else. And don't think he don't know that, too.
Well, It's about time to turn in, I think.
Brett!
Oh, look, Seth, when Sheriff Henry comes back, he can arrest this fellow if he wants to. I think he'd make a mistake. I think he'd be arresting the wrong man, but, well...
Brett Ponset, I'll never forgive you for this. Not if I live to be 70. 90.
No, Ma.
Leaving me at the mercy of a killer. Why, we'd have been better off if you never showed up in Elk Point at all. This is terrible.
Now, just take it easy, Ma.
Take it easy? With Stacy Galt staying right under my own roof?
Now, you could be jumping to conclusions, same as Seth here.
Oh, am I? Do you know what's in that satchel?
Nope.
Money. Stacks and stacks of it.
No, now, Ma.
I watched him through the keyhole. He took it out and started counting it. And there's slips of paper fastened around the bills. And the printing on that paper says White River First National Bank.
There, you see.
You sure of this, Ma?
Well, and sure own eyes, ain't I?
Well...
All right. And that ain't all he's got. You remember what it said on the wanted poster about how Galt always wears yellow leather gloves?
Yes, I remember.
Well, he's got the gloves, too. Right there in the satchel with the money. Ha! Ha!
You satisfied now, Britt?
Seth, you gotta find the posse and bring him back here as soon as you can.
All right, Ma. You'll see that he don't get away, Britt.
Yeah, yep, I'll see to it.
Well, for heaven's sake, Seth, hurry.
Sure, Ma, sure. Hurry.
Gee, I'm sorry if I got into something, Ma, but I just can't believe...
You can't believe what, Britt?
Nothing, Ma, nothing. Well, Ma cleared off the table and took the dishes out in the kitchen. Well, I offered to dry, but she said she'd rather do them herself, so I went into the parlor to wait. The fellow upstairs was moving around and getting ready for bed. At least, that's what I hoped he was doing. His room was right over my head, and when the bed springs gave out a little creak, I felt a little better about things. About 20 minutes later, Ma came out and sat down in her rocker beside the fireplace. She was crocheting one of those doodads you put in the arm of a chair, you know. We didn't do much talking. Not for the next couple of hours, we didn't. And then about 11 o'clock, the posse came riding up. Well, must be them, Ma.
Oh, it's about time. Well?
Maybe you'd better wait in the kitchen in case there's any trouble, huh?
There won't be no trouble now, thanks to Seth Tooley.
Yeah. Well, anyway...
Oh, all right, Britt, all right.
He's still here, Britt?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, you know Britt Ponset, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, sure. Now, here's the plan. The rest of the boys have got the house surrounded.
Whole house surrounded.
Galt couldn't get out no matter what happened.
Uh-huh.
All right, now. The three of us will go upstairs. Come on.
Yeah.
Now, as soon as we get to his room, I'll kick the door open, then we all blaze away at the bed.
No. Just hold on here, man. Just hold on.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter,
Now, what you're talking about is cold-blooded murder.
Oh, just giving him a dose of his own medicine, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah. Now, Ed...
Now, don't tell me you still ain't satisfied that he's Galt.
Maybe he is. That doesn't matter. He's entitled to a trial just like everybody else.
Oh, use your head, Britt. If we try taking him alive, he's bound to get one or two of us first.
Uh-huh. Well, that's the way we're going to take him, anyway.
Now, Britt.
Now, you wait here, both of you. I'll bring him down to you. And I want your word that he goes to jail in one piece, huh?
I can't promise nothing like that. The boys outside are pretty mad about it.
Maybe the boys would like to shoot it out with both Galt and me.
Britt, you don't...
What do you say, Scott?
Well, all right, Britt. He goes to jail. But so help me...
Seth, how about it?
Sure, Britt, sure.
But if anything happens to you, you got nobody but yourself to blame.
Only yourself.
Upstairs hall was pitch dark. I moved along quiet as I could. I tried to remember where the doors were. It's been a couple of years since I'd stayed at Benson's. I wasn't just sure which room. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. I I couldn't hear anybody breathing inside, so I headed for the next door. Right there, now. I had my hand on the knob when I hooked my leg on the hall table, and I reached out to catch him. Oh, he'd be awake now, so I had to move fast. I swung the door open and brought up my gun.
Who's there? What do you want?
Now, stay where you are, and don't reach for anything.
What? Huh? What are you talking
The lamp right beside his bed gave off enough light so I could see him. I leaned over and turned it up. He hadn't moved. He just sat there, eyes wide open, blinking.
What's going on here, mister?
I think you better put your clothes on.
Oh, sure. Whatever you say. But why? What's all this about?
Well, there's some boys downstairs want to talk to you.
To me?
That's right.
I don't know anybody in these parts.
Well, they know you. At least they think they do.
Oh?
Yeah, they claim you're Stacy Galt.
Galt?
That's right.
Why, they're crazy, plumb crazy.
They are?
Ain't they heard? How could I be Galt?
What do you mean?
Galt's in jail, White River. He was captured, locked up the day before yesterday.
You sure that?
I ought to be. I captured him.
You...
The proof's right there in my satchel. Reward money. White River First National paid it to me yesterday.
No.
And Marshal Andrews gave me Galt's yellow gloves as a sort of memento of the occasion, along with a letter of congratulations. Yeah. You see him?
You captured Stacy Galt?
Well, it was kind of accidental. You see, I'm a drummer. Travel around selling gadgets and things. I didn't know the cabin was Galt's hideout. Looked like any other cabin to me. Thought there might be some kids living there. So I was getting up my samples when the door opened. Guess he thought the six-shooter I was holding was a real thing. Of course, it did look mighty genuine for an imitation. You sure make realistic-looking toys these days.
And he didn't try to shoot it out with you or anything?
No. All he said was, okay, you got the drop on me. I didn't know what he was talking about, but I was too surprised to say so.
Yeah.
Next thing, he handed me his gun, and, well, it was about then Marshal Andrews come riding up. Marshal was real nice about giving me all the credit. Want to see the letter he wrote?
No. But you bring that down along with you, will you? What I want to see is Ed Scott's face when you show him that letter. That's what I want to see. So when he got finished putting his clothes on, I took Amos Foster, that was his name. I took him downstairs, and Ed and Seth, they were standing at the bottom, covering us with their guns. The letter from Marshal Andrews finally convinced them. They put their guns away and marched outside. And that was just about the unhappiest posse I ever saw, considering that they'd caught their man. Ma Benson, she came out of the kitchen in time to hear the tail end of Amos's explanation. She didn't say anything, just shook her head and then offered to make some coffee and heat up what was left of the cornbread. That sounded real good to Amos. It sounded good to me, too, except for one thing. I knew there wasn't any cornbread left to heat up. I sort of finished it off at supper.
You know, defense is one job we can't put off. Because if we want security for our home and country tomorrow, we've got to do something about it today. How? By investing in United States savings bonds. You'll get a return of $4 for every $3 you put in, and in less than 10 years. In addition, you can hold your bonds beyond maturity and earn further interest. 3% interest compounded semi-annually for as long as 10 additional years. Sign up today for freedom. Join the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Barney Phillips, Forrest Lewis, and Seth Tooley was played by Parley Bear. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Hal Gibney speaking. Hear Exciting Stroke of Fate tonight on the NBC Radio Network. In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, only one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Each Sunday, listen to the music of the NBC Symphony Orchestra broadcasting from Carnegie Hall. Hear the amusing adventures of Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, and tune to the NBC Star Playhouse for the nation's greatest stars. It's a lineup of wonderful programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. A Christmas gift with a future. That's how everyone feels about a gift of United States savings bonds. Because when those bonds mature, they pay back $4 for every $3 invested. What's more, they can be held as long as 10 years beyond maturity and earn even further interest. Give a gift of United States savings bonds. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
Expected to stay over in Smoke Falls, but when I stopped off to see old Dad Somerset and found him all crippled up with lumbago, well, of course, he didn't ask me to look after his stock, but I could see he sure wanted me to, so... Well, a couple of weeks later, he began feeling better, so I started thinking about moving on. It was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day. The sun just spilled over the top of Eagle Mountain when the buckboard pulled into the yard.
Mr. Ponsett?
Oh, evening, ma'am.
Mr. Ponsett, I'm Grace Proudly.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Miss Proudly.
I've been meaning to come out and see how Mr. Somerset's been getting along, but I just never have a minute's free time. It's canning season, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Well, Dad's feeling much better. If you'd like to talk to him, he's right in.
No, just say that I asked for him. As a matter of fact, it's you I want to talk to, Mr. Ponsett.
Oh?
You see, I'm president of the Ladies' Aid Society of Smoke Falls.
Uh-huh.
We're affiliated with the church and do lots of charity work, Christmas baskets and things like that, you know. All the best ladies in town are members, and we don't just take in everybody either.
Well,
Now, this is what I'm getting at, Mr. Ponsett. Tonight's our box supper and square dance. It's an annual event. Mr. Simpling always loans us his barn for the occasion. I've spent the whole afternoon helping with the decorations. Now, Polly Sullivan, that's Wade Sullivan's wife, she's chairman of the decorating committee, but since I'm president, I felt it was my duty to give her a hand. That's what made me so late coming out here to ask you.
To ask me?
About attending the supper.
Oh.
No,
well,
I'm not going to take no for an answer.
Oh, but Miss Proudly...
To tell you the truth, I've already told folks you were planning to come.
Oh, but you shouldn't have done that.
Now, after all, you're practically the first celebrity we've ever had in Smoke Falls. The auction starts at 7:30. You won't be late, will you, Mr. Ponsett?
Oh, but...
And one more thing, would you mind wearing your gun? The men folks are especially interested in that. Get up, Sheba. Come on, someone.
Oh, but, wait a minute, Miss Proudly. Say there, Miss Proudly. Oh, dear. after I gave Dad his supper, I washed my face and wet down my hair and started off for old man Simpling's barn. When I got there, Miss Proudly met me at the door and introduced me around. The only name that sank in was her daughter, Ellen. Pretty girl. I figured that when the box supper she'd packed was put up for sale, the bidding would be mighty serious.
All right, everybody, we're ready to begin the auction. We don't want the music now, Wilbur. Wilbur! Now, just gather around the table here so you can get a good look at what you're buying. But remember, you can't judge a book by its cover. Now, which one shall we start with? Oh, my, look at this one. Pretty pink ribbon and white tissue paper. Why, I'll just bet you there's a whole fried chicken inside this box. Now, who's going to make the first bid? $1, 50 cents. Don't forget, gentlemen, a pretty lady's company goes with the supper.
I'll give a nickel.
Now, Spud Hooker, you stop joshing. You know we don't take any bid less than a quarter. Now, who'll offer a quarter just to get things underway? Look at this lovely box. Just think some nice young lady spent the whole day fixing it up.
Then she'll be too tired to dance.
Come on, somebody. 25 cents. Why, it costs more than that.
The auction was kind of slow in picking up momentum. But when Mrs. Proudly started in to make the third sale, well, there wasn't much doubt whose supper she was selling. Ellen Proudly sort of reddened in the cheeks and tried to look unconcerned. I saw her give somebody a glance on the other side of the room, almost like a signal. Couldn't tell who it was intended for, but there were two fellas standing over there. Spud Hooker is one, a tall, husky, about 25. He'd been cracking jokes and acting sort of like he owned the place. The other boy was kind of a different sort. He's thinner, shorter. He hadn't opened his mouth since I got there.
Now, let's see if you can't do a little better this time, gentlemen. Here's the next supper.
Oh, boy.
My, it looks familiar. Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said anything, should I? Ellen will just about murder me when I get home. Oh! Well, as long as the cat's out of the bag, I might as well go ahead with the sale.
50 cents.
Bud Hooker bids 50 cents. A supper like this ought to be worth more than $50. A little bird told me there's a chocolate cake inside.
75 cents, ma'am.
I've got 75. Now, what about it, Spud? You're not going to let Tom Leverett outbid you?
$1.
$1. I'm bid $1 silver dollar. Who'll give $1.25?
$1.25.
Don't forget, gentlemen, it's all for charity.
$1.50.
Now we're getting somewhere. I'm bid $1.50. Spud Hooker offers $1.50. Are there any more bids?
$2.
You're bidding $2, Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
$3.
Oh, 3?
That's what I said.
Well, now, we all appreciate your enthusiasm, boys. But remember, this isn't the only supper you can buy.
It's the only one I'm buying, and I'll take it right...
$4.
Huh?
Well, all right. Going once, going twice, and it's sold...
$5.
Now, Spud, are you sure...
$6, Miss Proudly.
You're making a fool of yourself, Leverett. Ellen wants to eat with me.
My bid's $6.
7.
Now, boys...
10.
Oh, now you don't mean that, Tom. You can't afford $10.
No, I mean it.
Well, all right. I'm bid $10. Are there any more bids? Going once, going twice?
Go ahead, sell it to him. It ain't going to do him no good.
Now, we don't want any trouble, Spud.
Ellen's my girl, and she's eating with me.
I'll take that box, Miss Proudly. Here's your money.
Didn't you hear what I said? She's eating with me.
Get out of the way, Spud.
You're not man enough to make me move. Now, give me that box or I'll take it away from you. Okay, Tom, you hurt me.
Hold on there. Now, just a minute here. Now, hold on.
It don't concern you, Ponset.
No, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't concern me. It just seems to me that there ought to be a better place for settling things, that's all.
Mr. Ponset's right, Spud. Let's go out. Hey, where's Britt Ponset? Dad Somerset said he was over here.
Yeah, I'm Ponset.
Mr. Ponset, Sheriff Tinsmith told me to find you.
What's the matter, Jake?
Dink Falk just broke out of jail.
Oh,
Yes. He shot the sheriff in the back while he was getting away.
Oh, he did?
Well, we took him over to Doc Foster's, and he's bleeding pretty bad. He wants to talk to Mr. Ponset before he...
I'll get my horse.
Glad you got here, Britt, before...
Now, what are you talking about, Ray? You're going to be all right. The doc says you'll be back on your feet again inside of a week or so.
Don't know what I was thinking of. Letting Dink Falk get hold of my gun while I was serving his supper. Must be getting careless in my old age.
Well, you're not the first man to have trouble with Falk. He had a pretty fancy reputation from what I hear.
Yeah, that's why I had to see you, Britt. My fault he got loose, and I don't want other folks to pay for my mistakes.
What do you mean?
I know this town, Brett. They'll get a posse together and start after Falk.
Well, that's...
And they'll catch him, too. But going out in a crowd like that, he'll hear him coming. Falk's a wildcat killer, Brett. When he's cornered, he won't give up. Pick off 3 or 4 of the posse before they can close in.
Well, not if they're careful.
That's the trouble, though. Fellas here ain't cautious. They're bullheaded, but you'd know how to take him, Brett. No, I ain't saying it's your duty. You don't even live in Smoke Falls, but you could capture Falk without him having a chance to...
No, I'm afraid you're giving me too much credit, Ray.
If you want somebody to go along, any of the boys...
Sure, I know that,
I'd be mighty grateful, Brett. The folks here have been good to me. Wouldn't like to leave them thinking that because of me, because of what I did, some of them was going to...
No, you better take it easy. Just take it easy.
It's asking a lot. Falk's a good shot. A wildcat killer. It's asking...
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Recently, the American Red Cross was called on for immediate and dramatic expansion of its part in the National Blood Program. Was asked to make available all the gamma globulin possible for the prevention of paralysis from polio. Experiments conducted over the past 2 years have demonstrated the effectiveness of this treatment. It takes approximately 1 pint of blood to make an average dose of gamma globulin as used for polio. And 1 injection protects a child for a period of 1 to 5 weeks. Therefore, there is a tremendous need for blood donations now, so that we may be able to do our utmost to safeguard our children during the epidemic period next summer. At the same time, there has been no let-up in the need for blood for use overseas and for the thousands of wounded men in our military hospitals who are still fighting for a chance to live. If you are an adult, call your local Red Cross chapter right away. Get an appointment to make a donation of your blood for the National Blood Program, which aims to supply the total blood needs of the country. Join the thousands of Americans who are rolling up their sleeves. Take pride in having helped save a life. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
Sheriff Tinsmith had been right about the town foreman of Posse. They hadn't lost any time. Spud Hooker was taking charge. I was kind of surprised to see that Tom Leverett was along. But I figured he and Hooker sort of joined forces for the time being.
How is he, Ponsett?
Well, he passed out a few minutes ago. Maybe it's just as well. At least he's getting some rest.
Yeah, well, we're going after Falk. The other boys are waiting behind the mercantile.
Uh-huh. Looks like you've got quite a gang.
I ain't got no objections to having you go along, too. Not that we need you understand?
Yeah.
Well, you coming?
Well, I had a little talk with the sheriff just before he lost consciousness. He seemed to think that taking out a posse after Falk wasn't such a good idea.
What's he want us to do, let him go scot-free?
No. Sheriff Tinsmith sort of suggested maybe 1 or 2 men would have a better chance of catching him. They can make faster time, maybe sneak up on Falk unaware.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it's okay with me. You going to be one of the boys who goes after him, Ponset?
Well, I hadn't exactly made up my mind.
You better make it up faster. I'll take somebody else.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, Whoa, boy. Whoa. Say, your name's Leverett, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Ponset. Tom Leverett.
Mm-hmm. You want to ride along with me?
Why, sure.
Wait a minute here. I thought you said one or two men.
Mm-hmm. I did.
Well, we don't need Leverett then.
Well, I tell you, I sort of figured maybe you ought to stay in town, Hooker. So if Tom and I get into trouble, well, you could bring the posse out later. Huh?
You're trying to make a fool out of me, Ponset?
No, I'm not.
Everybody knows I'm twice the man Leverett is. I can ride better and shoot faster, and I'll fight him 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
You want the credit for catching Falk yourself, don't you? Well, it ain't going to work out that way. Come on, boy. I'll find Falk myself, and I'll bring him in alone. That's all right. Hey!
Well, Tom, let's go, huh? Falk's trail headed west, up toward Eagle Mountain. And the moon was out, sort of a half moon, but it gave us enough light so we could follow the hoof prints Falk's horse had left. Along about midnight, we spotted another trail, fresher. It couldn't have been more than a couple minutes old. It cut in from one side and then went on ahead in the same direction Falk was riding. You see that, Tom?
Yeah. Looks like Spud Hooker took a shortcut.
Yeah.
You reckon he'll beat us to him?
Oh, you never know. Never know. If he does, he might save us some grief, will he, huh?
You're not anxious to tangle with Falk, are you, Mr. Ponset?
No, I'm not anxious to tangle with anybody, Tom.
But I thought, well, you brought in other outlaws before.
Oh, some. Not as many as folks think, but I've never enjoyed tangling with any of them.
Why'd you pick me? Spud's right. He is twice the man I am.
That's shooting, maybe. Yeah. But there's more to trailing a killer than being able to shoot. You know, lots of times it's more important for a man to know when not to shoot, you know.
Huh?
Yeah. Fellow's itching to pull a trigger like Spud. Well, he's apt to pull it too soon. And, hey, look at that. The moon's going down.
Yeah.
We might as well get some shut-eye. Whoa, boy. Oscar. You couldn't see the trail anyway.
Spud won't be stopping for sleep.
No, don't suppose he will. That's another reason I picked you. I kind of figured he'd want to keep pushing on all night. And, doggone it, God, along about this time, I just get tired. As soon as the morning sun began gray in the sky, we started off again. Falk's trail was winding up the side of Eagle Mountain now. It was pretty hard riding. Tom didn't complain, even though I could see he wasn't used to it. Every once in a while, he'd almost slide out of his saddle, but somehow he managed to hang on. About noon, we reached a little creek, and Falk's trail gave out. The other trail, the one we figured was Hooker's, it sort of milled around in all directions and then went off on a tangent. And we climbed out from our horses and got a drink of water. It tastes good, doesn't it?
It sure does.
You ever been out this way before, Tom?
Oh, yeah. Not for the last couple of years, though.
Any cabins around, place a man could hide out?
Well, not that I remember. You think we're getting close to him?
Well, he could have gone on using the creek to cover his trail, but he'd have to stop pretty soon.
No?
Oh, yeah. A man can't keep riding forever. Even Dink Falk. So far, we haven't seen any signs that he made camp, you see.
That's so. Giant cave.
Hmm?
He might be there, Britt. It's not more than a mile away due south.
Giant cave.
Well, you've heard of it, ain't you?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, it'd be a perfect spot for a man to hole up. Nobody knows for certain just how far back into the mountain the cave really goes. Some scientific fellows tried to explore it last summer, but, well, their lanterns gave out before they come to the end.
Well, it sounds like something we ought to see even if Falk isn't there. Come on, let's go and have a look.
That's the entrance there, Britt. Beside that slab of yellow rock.
Uh-huh.
I don't see any sign of Falk's trail. I guess he could have come up from the other side, though.
Yeah, that's what he must have done.
Huh?
That pony over yonder. That clump of bushes grazing.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Easy, Scar. Easy, whoa, boy.
You know, Jake Watson said Falk stole a sorrel when he made his getaway.
Mm-hmm. Now, we'd better close in on foot. We tethered our horses on a couple of spruce saplings, moved into the cave entrance. It wasn't a very big hole. We had to sort of bend over and crawl through it. But the room on the other side, it must have been 100 feet long, 50 feet wide. The walls were sheer rock, sort of rainbow-colored, so smooth you'd have thought somebody had been polishing them. And then the light behind us got down to a pinpoint.
He wouldn't be hiding here in the dark, would he, Britt?
Maybe. He heard us coming.
Somebody up ahead.
Yeah. You got your gun ready? Uh-huh. Now, don't use it unless you're pretty sure of hitting something. If we start shooting, it'll just help his aim.
Okay.
All right, now back up against the wall here behind you.
Falk! We know you're in here, Falk. You go any further, you'll get lost. You'll never find your way out. Hey, you hear me, Falk? You're wasting lead. You can't see us. We know that.
You can't see me neither.
We don't have to. You've got to come out sooner or later, and we'll be waiting. All right, we're going to leave you now, Falk. We're going outside and wait.
Hey, where you are?
You giving up?
No, I ain't. And I ain't alone.
What?
I got somebody with me. Friend of yours, I reckon. We're coming out together. And if you try to stop me, I'll kill him.
What's he talking about?
He ain't lying, Fred. It's me, Spud Hooker.
Spud?
I caught up with him last night, but he got the draw on me. Hold your fire, Britt. He means what he says. He'll kill me if you don't hold your fire. You've got to do what he told you, Britt. You got to.
All right, Falk, come on.
Start backing up towards the entrance. I don't hear you moving.
Britt, please.
All right, let's go, Tom. We backed out into the daylight, Tom and me, and waited for them. About a minute later, Spud Hooker marched through the mouth of the cave, half scared to death. Dink Falk was right behind him, holding a .45 aimed at the small of Spud's back. I was pretty sure he wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger either. Sheriff Tinsmith was right. He's just a wildcat killer. He had that stampede look in his eyes as he stood there blinking against the sun. Same kind of a look you see in a steer when the herd's shoving him along. You can't stop or be trampled to death.
Hang off your guns. Both of you. Take them off or I'll fix your friend here.
Falk gave Spud a shove with his gun and he jumped forward. There was an opening now between him and Falk. The next thing I knew, Tom dived forward.
Get out, Spud!
Tom tackled Spud and he rolled over. The bullet missed him, but Tom was in range and he took it. Falk aimed to fire again, and I managed to get my gun out. Bullet hit his thigh and spun him around. Then his leg buckled and he fell face down. He hadn't let go of the pistol yet. He started to bring it up.
Drop it, Falk.
For a second, his finger went right on squeezing the trigger, but no, he just didn't have the strength. Tom, Tom, you all right?
Sure. Yeah, it's hardly bleeding.
I should have let Falk alone. I should have let you handle him, Britt.
Well, I don't know. Looks to me like Tom did most of the handling around here. I mean, if it hadn't been for him, you know,
I guess I had you figured wrong, Tom. I never thought you'd be the one to save me, but...
I wasn't saving you, Spud.
Huh?
I don't like you. I never did. And nothing's going to change that.
Then why?
I like Ellen. I like her a lot, but... well, she's in love with you. If you got yourself killed, it would just hurt her and wouldn't do me no good.
Ellen, tell you she's in love with me?
She didn't have to.
When she finds out what happened today...
She ain't gonna find out.
I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tell her myself.
I don't want her to know.
It's for me to decide.
Now listen here, Spud Hooker.
You do the listening for a change.
No,
I thought
you
I told you to listen
loud
last night, but it looks like...
Now, hold on now. Now, I think we ought to get Tom to a doctor, don't you? If we don't, Ellen won't have no way of choosing him even if she wanted to. Now, come on, Spud. Come on, give me a hand. Now, we tied Falk onto the back of his pony and started off for town. I sure didn't know what Ellen was going to do about Spud and Tom. Oh, you never know what a woman's going to do when it comes to, you know, falling in love and marrying and all that sort of thing. But I did know one thing. That picking Tom to go along with me, that'd been a pretty good choice. Ellen probably could do a whole lot worse, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tradition of religious freedom and of religious worship in America goes back to the very founding of our country. So, in these days of world crisis, when our nation and all its citizens need spiritual strength and guidance, all of us should think again of what religion means to us and to our country. For it's religious faith that makes our way of life possible. During November, people of many faiths are joining in a great Religion in American Life campaign. So, whatever your faith may be, you are asked to join in this campaign. Be sure to attend and support the church or synagogue of your choice. And if you have children, by all means, light their life with faith. Bring them to worship this week. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Frank Gerstle, Robert Griffin, Forrest Lewis, and Sam Edwards. Special music for this program was by Basil Adler, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And incidentally, a great many of our friends have written in to thank us for putting the Six Shooter on the air. And a surprising number of letters have requested the name of the theme you are listening to right now, and where it might be obtained. Well, we're sorry, but it is music that has been recorded exclusively for broadcast, and is therefore not available for home use. But we are grateful nonetheless to all of you who have written. Your kind letters are always welcome. This is Hal Gibley speaking. Tonight, here's Celeste Holm in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Westwood, 1820. Ex-soldier settles on rancho. Westwood, 1852. Last Indian raid on Southland Rancho. Westwood, 1929. Great university founded on old rancho. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful and romantic history of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell the facts about a part of the Southland rich in the romance of the ranchos. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles has asked me to say a word now about a different kind of insurance. Insurance for victory in our nation's war against ruthless enemies. Your purchases of United States defense bonds and stamps constitute a form of insurance that will provide protection against loss of possessions more valuable than property or life itself. America has never lost a war, and with the united people behind its war effort, it won't lose this one. Unite now for victory by buying more and more United States defense bonds and stamps. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. First, I want to call your attention to a change in time for this program. Starting next week, The Romance of the Ranchos will come to you an hour and a half earlier, at 6 o'clock on Wednesday. That's 6 o'clock next Wednesday evening and every Wednesday evening thereafter. Make a note of it, will you? And now, tonight, we're going to trace the romantic history of that part of our Southland around the communities of Westwood Hills, Westwood Village, Holmby Hills, and Bel Air. This land was once the great Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires, a region rich in the romance of the ranchos. The history of this land began when Governor Felipe de Neve, in 1781, decreed the founding of a pueblo near the Porciúncula River, a town to be called El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de los Ángeles. He also provided the population for that otherwise lifeless spot of Southern California. Up from Sinaloa came a tiny band of soldiers and settlers to found and build a village which was to grow into the great city of today. There were only a handful of them with their families. One of them was the soldier Maximo Analis.
So this is it.
See, mi amigo. This is the site.
You mean to tell me that tomorrow we bring our families from the Mission San Gabriel, listen to a speech, then just call this barren, dusty spot home and stay here?
See. As soon as the ceremonies are over, we begin to build our houses.
And in the meantime, our families sleep on the ground in the dust.
Oh, come, mi amigo. You must not be discouraged. Any new venture looks bad at first. Wait until we have a few adobes up around the plaza, a few corrals and stores. Then it will begin to look like hope.
It is a stupid idea anyway. Out here in the middle of a wilderness, nobody, nothing around.
Oh, but you are wrong. There are many Indian villages near here in the Mission.
The Mission. If the Padres want to live in the wilderness and preach to the Indians, let them. But why should I have to?
Oh, you do not understand. Can you not see? Can't you look out across these beautiful plains and see the country that could be? Fertile orchards, great herds roaming the grazing land, a thriving town, ships stopping at the bay, bringing goods to us, taking hides and tallow from us to every country of the world. That is a glorious sight.
Madre de Dios, this heat has touched your brain. You're completely loco. You're seeing things that don't exist and never shall.
Oh, no, you are wrong. They will exist. We will make them exist. This may be a barren, hot, dusty, lonely spot now, but wait, mi amigo, wait. Someday El Pueblo de Los Angeles will be a place to be reckoned with.
The prediction of Maximo Alanis was to come true many years after his death. Slowly, the little pueblo grew, but those early years were full of hardship, and there were some who could not weather them. One of these was Senora Alanis. After her death, Maximo lived on in the little house in the pueblo. For several years more, he carried on his duties as a soldier in the fast-growing Pueblo de Los Angeles. But age was creeping up on him, and one day He was called to see the captain who had just come from Monterey.
Buenos dias, Capitan. You sent for me?
Si, senor. Sit down.
I have done nothing wrong.
No, of course not, senor. In fact, it is to compliment you that I have sent for you.
Oh.
Si. You have been a soldier here for many years, have you not?
Oh, a trifle, see, some 30 years.
And your service to your country has been unexcelled.
Gracias. I have tried to do my best.
But, senor, are you not a little tired of the army?
Tired?
Si. You are not getting any younger, you know. And most of our men feel that they have done their duty when they reach your age.
I know. You mean I'm getting too old? Useless?
Not at all. A man with your vast experience is always needed. But you have served more than enough time to entitle you to a pension.
Pension? You wish to pension me off?
No, Alanis. Do not jump at conclusions. As long as you wish to remain in the service, you will be welcome.
Senor Capitan, you wish to discharge me, pension me off like an old horse. I have outlived my usefulness.
Oh, Alanis, stop it. I am doing nothing of the kind. I did not mean to hurt your feelings by what I said. I thought you would be happy.
Happy? To be discarded as too old?
Once and for all. I am not trying to discard you as too old. You are not too old. You may remain a soldier for another 30 years if you wish.
Gracias.
But most of your comrades in arms have asked for pensions after that many years. But you go on serving and asking nothing.
See, why shouldn't I? I am happy.
But, Alanis, after so many years of faithful work, you deserve some rest and some reward.
Reward?
See, the government wishes to reward you for your fine work. And you do not wish to take it?
But a pension, is that a reward?
See, most men think so. And that is the spirit it is given in. The government frees you from work, pays you 8 pesos a month, and you have nothing to worry about for the rest of your life.
Nothing to worry about. What would I do with myself? No work to do. 8 pesos to live on, and what would I do? How would I fill up the days?
Oh, you would find plenty to do once you got used to it. Besides, there will be the land to take care of.
Land? What land?
Oh, I did not tell you?
No.
Well, beside the pension, you are entitled to a square league of public land anywhere you choose.
Oh.
See, on it you keep your cattle, build a house, become a ranchero. Just like Sergeant Verdugo and Dominguez and all the others. So, you see, there will be plenty to do. You have a new life before you as a great ranchero.
The government wishes to do this for me?
See, it is no more than right after the fine service you have rendered.
Oh, Senor Capitan, I'm overwhelmed. It is too much. I thought... Oh, I'm sorry, Capitan. I thought you were trying to get rid of me.
Oh, no, senor. No, we shall be sorry to lose you. But I'm sure that you'll go on serving your country as a great ranchero.
See, mi amigo, it is fine, but now that I have my pension, what am I to do?
Do? Just sit in the sun and enjoy life. What more do you want?
Oh, to a man accustomed to action, just sitting becomes unbearable.
I should like to try it just once. Pension.
Oh, the pension is not that much. You cannot live like a prince, you know.
That is all the more reason for you not to move around too much. Action whets the appetite. Your pension is plenty if you sit in the sun and don't get too hungry.
You are hopeless, mi amigo. Oh, but this is no joking matter. I am serious.
See, I know. But why, if you want action, don't you go out and find your rancho that you have coming?
Oh, I have looked all around the pueblo. There's no land close by that is not spoken for.
See, I know. But there is plenty of fine, rich land just a few leagues away.
See, but I am an old man, lonely, my children growing up, my wife gone. I've lived all my life in the pueblo. I do not enjoy the prospect of going out to a lonely adobe in the hills to spend the rest of my days.
Then, my friend, get married. Raise another family.
Huh? What are you saying?
Of course, you are not so old. All this talk of pensions has made you feel old. You still have many years of life ahead of you. In fact, a whole new life. Look at it in that way, mi amigo.
Oh, but marry again. After my wife died,
I knew your wife too, senor. And she would not wish you to be lonely. If she could tell you, I'm sure she would want you to marry again. and be happy.
Perhaps you are right. Si, mi amigo. Perhaps you are right.
And so Massimo Alanis did not close his lonely heart to romance, and presently he found the love and comfort he sought. On February 2nd, 1818, at the Mission San Gabriel, he and Senorita Juana Reyes were married, and the old soldier started a new life and a new family. For a time, they made their home in the adobe of Senora Alanis, which stood on the land east of Alameda Street, near the Los Angeles River. But soon, disaster threatened.
Massimo, look at it, coming up to the very foundation.
Do not worry, mi querida. As soon as I have these few clothes packed, we shall get away to the hill. We shall be safe.
See, but our home, it will be swept away in the flood. And our lovely orchards, they are ruined, and our cattle drowned.
See, we shall not be able to save much.
But what are we to do?
I don't know, except that we shall not come back here. The spring rains would flood us out every year. I must find a home for us, a home that will be safe.
But where, Maximo?
Oh, I do not know, but I still have a parcel of land coming from the government. And now, mi querida, I must find it and claim it.
And so Massimo Alanis set out on a search for his rancho to be. With his old friend, he was riding one day.
Oh, mi amigo, we are almost 4 leagues from the pueblo. I am dying of this heat.
Never mind the heat, mi amigo.
But this is wilderness. There is nothing here and no one.
That is all right. No one will bother you, and there will be no arguments over the land.
Oh, but amigo mio, so far from the town and so hot.
Maximo, either you want to be a ranchero or you do not.
Oh, but
if you do, then you must give up the pueblo and come out to live where there is land for cattle and orchards. If you do not, then stay in the pueblo and be content.
No, if you were not my friend, I should be angry with you, but since you are my friend, you are right.
Gracias, mi amigo.
Oh, but I am so hot and tired, and I still haven't seen anything that looks good. Ah, mi amigo, let's turn back and try another direction tomorrow.
Now, wait. We're almost to the top of this hill. I want you to see what lies over it. Just a minute and we will be there. Come.
Oh, very well, but I can tell you I won't like it. It's hot and sticky. I like the cool shade of the pueblo.
It is hot there, too. You can have your shade anywhere. Now, stop quibbling. Here we are at the top. Oh. Now, look at that.
Santa Maria. Oh, it is a pretty view. See?
Pretty. It's beautiful. Look, there in the distance, you can see the ocean. Look at that plain, pasture land for the cattle.
Mi amigo, do you feel it?
Feel what?
The breeze, the cool breeze.
See, it is from the ocean. It is like that all the time. Even when it is hottest in the pueblo, the breeze from the ocean is cool.
Oh, it is like heaven. I feel refreshed already.
Forget the temperature, mi amigo. Look at this land. It will make a wonderful rancho.
See, it will.
Yeah, you like it?
Oh, of course. Did you not want me to like it?
See, but you have hardly even looked at it.
Oh, I do not have to look at it, mi amigo. I can feel it. Any place that has cool breezes like this is wonderful. I shall take it. I shall live here.
Because of the breeze?
See. And I shall call my rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. Saint Joseph of the pleasant breezes.
If you sell a parcel of real estate or borrow money and offer real estate as security, your prospective purchaser or the bank or other financial institution you're dealing with will probably require that you furnish a policy of title insurance. When you buy real estate or make a loan secured by it, you have every reason to insist on receiving the same protection, and here's why. Let us suppose that you're buying a parcel of land from John Jones, and that you have a complete record title of the land from the original United States patent down to the present owner, revealing no defect in the title of any of the previous owners. Now suppose that one of the deeds in this chain of title had been forged, or that one of the owners had been a minor who could not legally give a good deed, or that one of the deeds had been issued on behalf of a corporation by an officer who had not been legally authorized to do so, or that one of the owners who gave the deed was actually married and his wife did not join in its execution. These are some of the matters constituting possible title defects, which even the most careful examination of records might not reveal. and yet any one of them might jeopardize the title you're acquiring. A policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will protect you against these defects.
It was in 1820 that Don Maximo Alanis found his rancho, San Jose of the Pleasant Breezes, and applied for his grant. Then, without delay, he took his cattle to the new pasture land, for the community grazing tracts of the Pueblo were overcrowded. He began to build an adobe house in a grove of sycamores near the present site of the Marymount School, just north of the campus of UCLA. By spring, it was finished, and he loaded his family into a rumbling carreta and started on the journey to their new home. A distance of some 13 miles, it takes a matter of minutes today. But in 1821, the trip consumed almost a week. Not only because there were no roads, only trails, and the two-wheeled cart with wheels made of imperfectly rounded slabs of tree trunks made slow progress. But the main reason was...
Massimo, there is a house.
See, it is the home of Don Manuel.
Bueno, we've been traveling all of 2 hours. I'm tired.
Carita, you mean we should stop?
Si, de seguro.
Oh, but I do not like Don Manuel.
I know, Massimo, but we cannot pass them by. You know that? He would never get over the insult.
But why must we stop at every house all the way to the rancho, whether we like the people or not?
Now, Massimo, you know as well as I that it would be a breach of custom if we did not.
Oh.
They are probably all prepared for us. Food and music and everything.
See, and we shall have to go through another fiesta. We have been away from home 2 days, and already we have been to 3 fiestas.
See? And this will be another.
And they will want us to stay 2-3 days. At best, we will not get away until morning.
What is the difference, mi querido?
I am anxious to get to our new home.
A few days will not make a difference. There is plenty of time.
See, of course, mi carita. It is not a question of time, but I am hot. I want to get to the cool breezes of the rancho.
We shall get there soon enough, mi querido. After 3 or 4 more days.
And fiestas.
Time meant nothing, and the traveler must stop at every house along his route for a visit. There was always food and music and dancing. There was rest and hospitality for as long as they would stay. But finally, Alanis was in his new home, his family safely established there, and one by one, the pleasant years rolled by. They were prosperous, peaceful years, marred only by an occasional argument over water rights. But then, about 1840, when Maximo Alanis was indeed an old man, a real trouble threatened.
Maximo, mi amigo, it is true. Sepulveda has actually claimed part of your land.
No, I cannot believe that Don Francisco would do this to me.
Perhaps it is a mistake, but he has included part of the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires in the map of his land to be sent to the governor.
This has never been part of his Rancho San Vicente. You know that, mi amigo?
Si, I know it. So do most people around here. But does the governor up north know it?
See, that is the trouble. He has never given me full title to the land, even though they gave me possession of it for my services as a soldier. I never received any proper title.
And for all the governor knows, this might be Sepulveda's land.
See.
But, mi amigo, you must do something right away. If you do not, your rancho might be taken away from you.
But I have lived here for 20 years. Everybody knows that. More than that, what can I do?
You must petition the authorities right away. Ask for a proper title to this land.
See, I will do it immediately. Most excellent Comandante General of this Department of California, Don Manuel Michel Torena. I, Jose Massimo Alanis, a citizen of the town of Rosario and a resident in the... come before your excellency praying in the following terms. Most excellent sir, will your excellency pardon my lack of words and boldness? I was given possession of my land, the Rancho San
Massimo
Jose
Alanis
de
petitioned the
Buenos
governor for proper title to the Rancho San de Buenos Aires. To his aid came many prominent citizens of the pueblo to swear that it was truly his land. Among them were Antonio Maria Lugo, Vicente Sanchez, Agustin Machado, Anastasio Avila.
which has compelled me to come before your excellency with this petition. I trust in the power and authority of your excellency to grant me this title to the property, and I swear I am without malice. I cannot sign my name. God and Liberty, Los Angeles, February 3rd, 1843, Massimo Alanis. Who kisses your feet?
Massimo's petition was successful, and at last he held full title to the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. It was not till long afterward that the final rest came to the old soldier, and a new era was to start for the rancho. This was a land of Americans now, and one of them, Don Benito Wilson, was to come into possession of Buenos Aires about the year 1852. It was in that year, too, and on the rancho, which is now westward, that something happened which caused the early Southlanders a great deal of merriment. It was early in the morning when the mayordomo of Wilson's rancho awoke to hear...
Pedro! Pedro, are you awake? What is it, senor? Wake up, you stupid ass. Something is wrong. What are the cattle bawling about? That is what I want to know. Look outside. See what it is. Oh, senor, it is dark. Open your eyes. It is past dawn. You can see. See, I shall look. Well, what is it? What is it? What you see? Senor, Indians. Indians? What are you saying, man? See, Indians, they are stealing the cattle. It's an Indian raid.
An Indian raid? Impossible. This is 1852, man. We haven't had an Indian raid in this section for years.
No, Senor Wilson. But this is one. They were Mojaves. They come through Pass at Coenga. They stole 500 head of your cattle. We chased them.
They came through Coenga? But then they crossed several other ranchos to get to Buenos Aires.
See?
And they didn't steal any cattle anywhere else?
No, Don Benito, only yours.
Why, that means they deliberately went out of their way to steal my cattle.
Maybe.
But why? Haven't I always been their friend? Haven't I gone out of my way to help them? Spent my good time and energy acting as Indian agent just to help them?
See, they call you stepfather of the Indians.
And then they do this to me.
Maybe
Why?
because you are their friend. They do not like to steal from strangers, eh?
After all I've done, why, if I ever catch them...
Senor, you are angry with him? You said...
Never mind what I said. For once in my life, I'm angry at them. If I can lay my hands on them, I'll cut out their hearts.
Don Benito.
I mean it. And I will catch them. Gather them in right away. After all I've done for them, they do this to me.
Don Benito chased the mischievous Mojaves across the mountains, but in vain. That is what made the incident even more of a joke to the townspeople of Los Angeles. Seeing good-hearted old Don Benito hot on the trail of some of his beloved Indians, really angry for once in his life. But that was the last Indian raid on the rancho. And now, under American influence, its phenomenal growth began. In 1884, John Wolfskill bought the Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires for something over $40,000. 3 years later, after the Santa Fe Railroad came through, he was approached by a man.
Mr. Wolfskill, I represent the Los Angeles and Santa Monica Land and Water Company. Ever heard of us?
No, I haven't.
Well, you will hear lots about it. We're organized to start a new town right around here. We'd be interested in buying your land. That is, if you don't want too much for it.
Well, I'm not particularly interested in selling. I'd probably ask a pretty good price.
How about, say, $100 an acre?
What? $100? Why, man, that'd come to almost $450,000.
Yep. If that ain't enough, well, I could see my associates.
Holy mackerel. $450,000.
Hey, Mr. Wolfskill, don't you feel well?
The elaborate plans of the Los Angeles and Santa Monica Land and Water Company to build the town of Sunset, near where Westwood Village is today, were unsuccessful. And Buenos Aires remained a rancho until about 1919, when Arthur Letts, founder of the Broadway department store in Los Angeles, bought it and started subdivision of the first unit of the area, Holmby Hills. Later, the Jans Investment Company handled the development of the land into the present beautiful communities. Then, in 1929, a portion of this property was chosen as the site of the great new University of California at Los Angeles. With the huge institution of learning came business and homes. And in the 12 years since then, the area with its communities of Westwood Village, Westwood Hills, Holmby Hills, and Bel Air have completed as phenomenal a growth as any in fast-growing California. From a grain field in 1919 to an area with almost 24,000 inhabitants and many millions of dollars worth of building investments, such is the story of modern progress on Massimo Alinice's Rancho San Jose de Buenos Aires. And such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's story. He also has a very important announcement to make to you. Tomorrow, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles begins another calendar year of service to the community. A service which, briefly stated, consists of providing to all of you who deal in real property a prompt, efficient, and sound title service at rates that are decidedly lower than those prevailing generally in other parts of the United States. With every confidence in the future of the community and the nation, Title Insurance and Trust Company and its entire personnel join in extending to all of you best wishes for a happy and prosperous new year in 1942. What's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to tell the romantic love story of a young American, Joseph Chapman, and the beautiful young senorita who saved his life. I know you'll want to hear it. So be sure to make a note of a change in time for this program. Next week, the Romance of the Ranchos moves up an hour and a half in time to the more convenient hour of 6 o'clock. That's next Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Romance of the Ranchos will come back to you with the story of Joseph Chapman. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, extending my best wishes for the coming years to each one of you. Feliz Año Nuevo. And buenas noches, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Remember, next week, Romance of the Ranchos comes to you at a new time, 6 o'clock on Wednesday, 1 hour and a half earlier. Bob Lamont speaking and bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System of the Ranchos.
Monterey, 1818.
Privateer sacks capital of California.
Santa Barbara, 1818.
Privateers captured at Ortega Rancho.
Santa Barbara, 1822.
American wins senorita who saved his life. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a program dramatizing the colorful characters and the historic events in the building of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with another fascinating tale of the days of the dawn. The business of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is to protect owners and investors in real estate against the risks of defective titles. Today, our country, and each of us individually, face far greater risks through the treacherous assaults of the desperate enemies of democracy. America has the resources to crush these threats once and for all. Let us mobilize these resources at once, all of us, by buying more and more United States defense bonds and stamps. Only by such united effort can we win the war. The sooner we do it, the more American lives we can save. Now here's Frank Graham to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with a man whom many historians credit with being the first American to settle in California, and with one of the most romantic incidents in all the history of early California. It's a story which has been colored by many retellings until, in its many versions, it has become almost legendary, with the authenticity of many details obscured by time. But the essential facts concerning the life of the young adventurer Joseph Chapman are unquestionably correct, and the colorful and romantic tale is worth the telling, for it is filled with the romance of the ranchos. Joseph Chapman was born in New England. Little else is known about his early life until he shipped before the mast on a New England whaling ship bound around the Horn for China. It was a long, rough voyage before they finally reached port in the Hawaiian Islands, then called the Sandwich Islands. And it was there that, late one night, Chapman talked to a chance acquaintance.
But, monsieur, you are young, adventurous, no? You will not care too much how it was done if you could earn a nice fat purse.
Well, what are you driving at?
Come, monsieur, step back here, back farther in the shop.
Say, listen.
Silence. Monsieur, you do not know whose crew I asked you to join?
Well, no, I don't.
Monsieur, have you ever heard of Le Capitaine Bouchard?
Bouchard? Not the privateersman.
Oui, the same.
Oh, no, monsieur. I'll have no part in that crew. I'm well satisfied with what I have.
Mais, monsieur, surely you would like much gold.
Well, I'll get it some other way. Now, you needn't waste any more breath, monsieur. I'm not interested.
But wait.
Good night, monsieur.
Very well, monsieur. Ici, vite, mes marins. Au port avec cet homme. Le bateau. Bien. Good work, monsieur. So, he will have no part in a crew like ours, huh? Bien. We shall see. On board with him. And quick. Vite.
And so Joseph Chapman was carried aboard the Argentina, flagship of the much-feared privateer Hipólito Bouchard. A few hours later, when he awoke, he was confronted by the master of the ship.
Hey, Monsieur Chapman, you are awake.
What hit me?
Just a belaying pin, my lad. Just a bump on the head, nothing to worry about.
You're Bouchard?
Oui, I am Bouchard. And you, monsieur, you are my new first mate.
First mate?
Oui, do not be surprised. I know you. You are an handyman, monsieur. A navigator, a carpenter, a good fighter, perhaps. I can use you.
Is that so? Well, you got another guest coming, Bouchard.
Oh? Take a look over the red.
What? Well, we're moving.
We're under sail, out of sight of land, headed for the coast of California. It's a long swim, monsieur. Perhaps you will change your mind.
Yeah, perhaps I won't.
Come, you are a man with a sense of humor. You can take a joke, eh? You will not hold the little bump on the head against me, eh?
Well, you're quite a character, monsieur.
Oui, I knew you would see reason. You are here now. There's no use in arguing. You have the good sense to take what fortune offers you, eh?
Yes, I guess I have, Captain.
The young American, out for adventure and romance, found it in plenty. Here he was, first mate to a privateer who was the terror of the seas. Bouchard sailed under the flag of the recently liberated Republic of Argentina. His object was to help the Californians and their Latin American neighbors gain their independence from Spain. But his reckless manner of winning other people's freedom for them won him only the fear of the Californians. Chapman got his first taste of this when early one morning the privateer hove to off the Presidio of Monterey. Before they could put a boat down, the shore guns sent a volley across their beam. Bouchard, enraged by such fearless reception, put about and landed at Point Pinos. From there, his men marched in to sack Monterey. They swept through the little capital of Alta California, spreading terror before them. Joseph Chapman led his command into a town chapel, and there...
Oh, monsieur. Voila, here is much gold, eh? We shall reap a fortune here.
All right, get it and be quick.
Oh, look, monsieur, a woman, and a pretty woman hiding from us. Oh, come here, my pretty.
Leave her alone. Get your ornaments and get out.
Me, monsieur.
Leave her alone, I say. Here, take this gold candle.
Stop it, you filthy brute. You dare to desecrate
Look out, senorita. You'll burn yourself on this torch.
Brute, trying to burn down the church. Stop it, I tell you. Stop it.
Senorita, I warn you. Get out of my way. I should hate to have to hurt such a beautiful creature
I
as
will
you.
not get out of your way. You shall have to kill me before you desecrate this altar.
I like your spirit, Senorita, but you won't stop me from obeying orders. Here.
Oh, take your hands off me. Oh.
All right, men, grab that stuff and hurry.
Senor. Senor, my hair.
Oh, your hair's on fire. Senorita, here, I'll get it. Just a minute. There.
Oh, my hair. You burnt my hair.
Well, I warned you about that torch. You should have stayed clear.
Oh, just look at it.
Yeah, it burned off a chunk of your hair just as clean as if you'd cut it with a knife. I'm sorry, Senorita, to mar such beauty as yours, but it'll grow long again.
Senor, how can you do such things? You are a beast.
Senorita, I'm sorry.
Take your hands off me. I hate you. Go away. You have gotten what you want. You have desecrated the house of God and me. Now go. Get out.
Senorita, I am truly sorry.
Go away. If ever I see you again, I hope it shall be death.
After sacking the town, Bouchard and his men weighed anchor and continued down the coast, intent upon further looting. But word sped ahead of them. In Los Angeles, Sergeant Antonio Maria Lugo started north post-haste, gathering a company of soldiers as he came. And to the vulnerable Ortega Ranch, north of Santa Barbara, the word came.
Papa.
Guadalupe, my child. You are back from Monterey. You are safe.
Yes, Papa, but it was horrible.
Guadalupe, your hair. What is the matter?
It was burned by a torch.
By one of those villains?
No, it was not entirely his fault.
Not his fault. If I could only catch the wretch, I would kill him with my own two hands.
Father, forget that now. There is no time to lose. They come this way. They will surely learn to sack our rancho. You must flee. Take everything of value to the Mission Santa Ynez.
See, you are right. That is all we can do. That and pray that the soldiers will get here in time.
Sergeant Lugo's detachment arrived just in time. Don Jose Maria Ortega had moved all his valuables to the nearby mission, and the soldiers hid themselves in the bushes on the shore, just as Bouchard's ship hove to the outside of the surf. On board...
Well, Mrs. Chapman, I see no sign of life through the glass. The buildings are deserted. Not a leaf stirs.
Perhaps it's an abandoned rancho.
See, abandoned for fear of Bouchard. Look at the well-kept fields, the corrals. They've run away, and not many hours ago. This will be easy. We can take our own time to ransack each building.
Captain, this will not be like the last time.
No, monsieur, much easier.
I mean, it'll not be necessary to burn and destroy.
Of course. After we have what we want, burn everything.
But, Captain...
Quiet, Chapman. Those are my orders. They are not obeyed. I have a way of dealing with mutiny. And not just little bump on the edge. Now, you're in charge of the landing party. Over you go. Go away.
In toward the surf came the boat bearing Chapman's landing party. Waiting in the bushes were the men of Sergeant Antonio Maria Lugo. And then...
He's not going to try to land through that surf, surely.
It looks like it.
See? He's bringing it on in. But, senor, that is too large a boat. It will swim.
Quiet. It looks like they're going to save us some trouble.
There he goes. Look. He's turned over. He's breaking up. The men will be drowned.
Come on, mis hombres. Now is the time to catch them. Pronto, surround them. Hold. Save your power. They cannot shoot. Use your lassos. Yeah, rope them. Pull them out of the surf. What sport? Like pulling out calves stuck in the mud.
See? Look at them. Like drowned rats.
There, my hearty, up you come. Pull them in, hombres. Pull them in.
We have almost all of them now. And without a fight.
That's so. Well, I'll give you a fight.
Oh, me big buffalo. You want to play, huh? Grab him, hombre.
Take your hands off of me. Take me without a fight.
Hold him still. There, now. Me buffalo. Now will you hold still?
Hey, who tricked me? You slippery pounders. Can't you fight fair? Take this rope off of me.
Oh, me buffalo. The little lasso, she come in handy, huh? She make even a big buffalo like you lie down nice and quiet.
Oh, yeah?
Ow! You kick me, senor. Well, never mind. You shall be kicking something else soon. Only not so solid. You'll be kicking the air. Are the ropes ready?
See? Isidro is climbing up the tree to fix them now. We'll be ready in a moment.
Now you see, my buffalo.
It does not pay to go sailing around the world, robbing people, burning, killing. Someday, sooner or later, you meet somebody just a little bit smarter, and you are finished, swinging at the end of a rope.
Well, it has to come sometime. It may as well be now.
Oh, but no, senor. You are so young, so handsome, so... Why, you have everything to live for.
But I'm not going to.
No. It is too bad. I'm sorry, senor. I like you.
Thank you, senor. I've never been hanged by such a gentleman as you.
Gracias, senor.
Senor,
Si, senor Ortega.
I am glad that I got back in time. I have brought my family back from the mission to see the men who have robbed and plundered, maybe even killed them.
You are just in time, senor, for the ropes are ready. And now you shall be able to see your revenge.
Wait, Sergeant. There is one thing I must do first. Guadalupe, come here.
Look. Papa?
Are any of these men the one who struck you?
Oh, but Papa, he did not exactly strike me.
Oh, so he is here, eh? And which one is it?
I did not say he was, Papa.
Which one is it, I say? Just let me get my hand on him.
Why not tell him, senorita? You said you wanted to see me dead.
But
what is this?
Oh, senor.
You know him? Then this is the one.
Not the big buffalo.
So you strike my daughter, eh, senor? You burn her hair.
Well,
So,
yes.
Sergeant, things too good for him. Now, he shall be tied to a wild bronco and dragged across the plain until he is dead.
Papa, no.
See, you shall learn, senor, not to harm a woman.
Papa, I am shocked at you. That you would do such a thing. It is murder. Worse than anything he has done.
But, muchacha...
Senorita, he might have killed you.
No, he did not kill me. And you have no reason to kill him. Sergeant Lugo, I am surprised at you. You are so kind.
But senorita...
No, you are brutes, all of you.
Guadalupe.
Senor, what do you make of this?
I do not know. I cannot understand.
Papa, I stand before him. If you are to kill him, then you will have to kill me, too. For I should never want to live knowing that my father had done such a thing.
Guadalupe.
Senorita, why are you doing this?
Guadalupe, I cannot understand you.
I should not want the blood of any man on the soul of my father.
Guadalupe, I do not understand this. But, well, if that is the way you feel...
See, that is the way I feel. Papa, you must not kill them.
Very well. Sergeant, you must not kill them.
But, senor, what am I to do with them?
How should I know? Take them back to Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? Oh, but, Papa,
See, what is it?
Do you not think perhaps they should be kept here? They might escape.
Oh, no, senorita. They shall not escape. I shall see to that.
Oh, but you will not harm them, senor. You must promise me that.
Senorita, of course not. I am most happy not to have to hang them. I do not know what I shall do with them in Los Angeles, but perhaps the governor will tell me.
Papa, perhaps if you were to give assurance of their safe appearance, they could, that is, some of them could stay and help you with the work here.
Guadalupe, I do not know what you are thinking of.
Oh.
I will have none of it.
Oh, see, but I will, senorita. That's a very good idea. I myself will go surety for this one. This great buffalo. I like it.
Oh, gracias. Si, senor.
And what do you think of that, El Senor Buffalo? Can you be trusted?
This is too much. I go. Can you be trusted?
Yes, I think you can trust me, senor. You're very kind, and... wait, senorita. You, too, are kind. I don't deserve such treatment from you, but I thank you.
I would have done the same for any man, senor.
Oh. Well, thanks anyway. I hope that someday perhaps you'll forgive me.
Perhaps someday I will, senor.
Today's war efforts are resulting in necessary curtailments. Priorities and restrictions on sales of certain essential materials, along with some other factors which are only psychological, have seriously affected some lines of business. It is important for all of us to remember, however, and to point out to others that the general picture in Southern California is relatively bright. For one basic example, let us compare the volume of real estate transactions in Los Angeles County for December 1941, most of which occurred after the beginning of the war, with those of the same month the year ago. We find that in 1941, the transfers of ownership of real estate actually increased almost 12%. That the number of investments in real estate actually increased over 8%. At the same time, foreclosures on real estate decreased 39%. And we find further, despite alarming and exaggerated Eastern newspaper stories about the Pacific coast, that the large Eastern insurance companies are still actively seeking and making loans on Southern California real estate. New people needing homes and new money financing these needs are still pouring into the Southland to the benefit of all of us. So Title Insurance and Trust Company urges you to remember that in most fields, Southern California is still the white spot of the nation, still the land of opportunity, and still the best of all places to work and to live.
Back to Los Angeles came Don Antonio Maria Lugo, sergeant in the armies of Spain. And true to his word, he gave Joseph Chapman his liberty, trusting in the young man's honesty. In fact, staking his place in the community on it. And he was not mistaken. For given a chance, Chapman endeared himself to the population. He was put to work supervising the building of the first church of Los Angeles, the old Plaza Church, still standing and in use. And it was on this job that he won the admiration of the priests and earned an unusual nickname.
All right, swing that beam across the top. We'll brace it here.
Jose, my son.
Oh, what is this, Padre? What brings you here?
You ask for another laborer. I bring you this man, one of my best Indians from the mission.
Bueno, gracias. What is his name?
Pedro. Come, Pedro, don't hang back. Come here.
No, please, Padre, do not make me work here. Take me back to the mission.
But Pedro, what is the matter? I cannot understand you.
Well, this is not such hard work, Pedro. It's not bad at all.
No, I want to go back.
But, Pedro, why are you acting like this?
He looks scared to death.
See, Pedro, what is it? What are you afraid of?
Him, El Diablo. I did not want to work with him.
Me?
No.
El Diablo?
Pedro, why do you call Senor Chapman such a name?
Because he worked with the black art in magic. When we chop down a tree, he make it fall whichever way he want. He's El Diablo. See?
Oh, I see now.
See?
Why, Pedro, that's just a trick I learned in the woods of New England.
No.
Anybody can chop down a tree and make it fall the way he wants. You could do it yourself once you learned how.
No, I will not.
Never mind, Jose. I shall talk to him. He will make a good worker.
Me, El Diablo. That's good.
I can hardly blame him, senor, for you have done more work here in a year than we have been able to do in 3 before you came.
Oh.
It may not be black magic, but your ingenious ways of doing things have certainly speeded up our work enormously.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied, Padre.
Satisfied? Oh, my dear Jose, I don't know what we would do without you. Just this morning, Father Sanchez and I had rather heated words over you.
Over me, Padre? But why?
He wanted you down at the mission to help with the grist mill. It is in need of repair, and I would not let him have you, for I need you here.
Well, now, Padre, I hope I don't cause you trouble.
Oh, but you do a great deal. Just trying to keep you for my own purpose. You may cause a great split in the ranks of the Padres yet. El Señor Diablo.
Joseph Chapman won the affection of the Padres, but he became almost a son to old Don Antonio Maria Lugo. He visited his spiritual godfather often.
Senor, my son, what troubles you? You have been sitting out here alone for an hour, staring at the moon.
I'm sorry, Don Antonio. I've just been dreaming.
Dreaming. And when a young man dreams, it is usually of a young lady. And it is right you should dream that way, my son. You do not dream of the sea, of going off again back home to New England. Huh?
Oh, no, nothing was further from my thoughts. This is my home now.
My boy, I have hoped to hear you say that. That is wonderful. Wonderful. The Padres and I have talked many times. We all want you here to stay. You see, we are feared.
There's no need to fear my running away, Don Antonio. I'm still your prisoner, remember? And I gave my word.
Oh, no, I did not mean anything like that. That means nothing anymore. I have already asked the governor to grant you a pardon. Wipe out the old score.
Really, sir?
Si.
I shall be glad for that.
And you shall have it soon. I should have a reply from the governor any day now. But that is why I was afraid. I was afraid that once you were free, you go back, sail away from here.
No, I don't think I'll ever want to leave here again. No, you were right the first time about my dreams.
Senorita. That is good. I was hoping that too, my son, for you should marry and settle down, raise a family of Californianos.
Oh, whoa. You're getting ahead of me, senor. I haven't even found the girl.
But you were dreaming.
see. I was thinking of a girl I saw just twice. A beautiful girl, with her lovely hair burnt.
Ah, my son. Senorita Guadalupe, huh? Don Jose Ortega's daughter.
See. I wonder if she's forgiven me yet.
My son, she did not risk her life and save yours for nothing.
I wish I could believe that.
Perhaps. Perhaps you will have a chance to find out soon. Senor Jose, my son. Where are you, senor?
Ah, Don Antonio Lugo. What brings you to the church?
Oh, Padre, I'm looking for Senor Chapman.
Oh, I'm sorry. He is not here.
Not here? Not working?
He's gone. Left this morning.
Gone? You mean he ran away? Oh, no, Padre, that is impossible. He would not do that. He's a good, honest man.
Oh, of course, I know. I did not mean that, senor. He did not run away. He was sent away north by the order of the governor. I, too, was sorry to lose him, but he was needed to build a flour mill for the Mission of Santa Ynez.
Oh, that is better. What? Santa Ynez?
Si.
Well, that is near the rancho of Don Jose Ortega.
Si, it is very near.
Oh, this is wonderful, wonderful.
Wonderful?
See, the governor sends me news that Senor Chapman will soon be pardoned.
Oh?
Now he is sent to Santa Ynez where he will see... This is wonderful, wonderful.
Senor Chapman, come in.
You sent for me, Padre?
Si, I have a job for you.
You mean you want me to stop work on the flour mill?
Oh, no. This will take only a few minutes. I understand that you know something of the art of medicine.
Well, a little.
Bueno, a senorita from a neighboring rancho has suffered a broken arm. She is here now. You will help us fix it, perhaps, no?
Well, of course. Where is she?
Right this way. Aquí, go. Here, my dear, we shall have you well in no time. Senor Chapman, this is...
Senorita.
Oh. You know each other?
Si. Buenos dias, senorita.
Buenos dias, senor.
Well, then you may start, senor. I shall go get the bandages you will need.
Si, gracias. Senorita, does your arm hurt?
Not too much. You are to fix it?
Si, in just a moment. I've been hoping to see you, senorita. I'm almost glad this happened.
Senor, you must enjoy my being hurt. First, my hair.
Senorita, haven't you forgiven me yet?
Si, I have. And I have heard much about you. What you have done in Los Angeles. I am glad that you were not as bad as my father thought.
Oh, that's forgotten now. You see, even your hair has grown out.
See, nothing remains to recall that day.
Nothing but this.
Senor, what is it? A little pouch of leather?
See, that I always keep close to my heart. Always.
But why?
Because in it is this.
Oh, a strand of hair.
See, your hair. I've kept it ever since that day.
Oh, senor, you kept it.
See, so that I might always have something to remind me of you. I didn't know then that I might ever meet you again. But I've thought of you a great deal.
And I of you, senor.
Senorita, you mean, then, you really did save my life because...
See, because I... See, even in my anger, that day when you held me so roughly in your arms and burnt my hair, I knew that I could never forget you. I never will, Jose.
Querida mia. You'll never have a chance to now.
One of the many feats of Joseph Chapman was the building of the first wheeled vehicle in California, an ox-drawn carreta, which had two large wooden wheels hand-hewn from native timber brought down from the mountains. For some time, it was the only vehicle in this area, which today leads the nation in per capita ownership of swift modern automobiles. Since that time, Southern California has also become a leader in many other fields, including the volume of real estate transactions. For nearly 50 years, the service of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles in verifying and insuring land titles has been an important factor in making this volume possible. The company has grown to be a national leader, too, in the number of policies of title insurance issued, in the speed and completeness of its service, and in the efficiency by which it is able to render this service at minimum cost to its customers. Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll take you to the great rancho which once stood on the present site of Azusa and tell you the story of a town that was raffled off. It's a tale you're going to enjoy, I know. And so until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. What have you got there, Chester?
About half and half kid, Mr. Dillon. I'll smack you flat on the
Hold
way.
it now.
You don't stop that kid.
Now hold it. You want me to take a strap to you? Now hold it.
You'd best lock him up somewhere, Mr. Dillon. It's safer that way.
All right, Chester, just calm down. Now you come over here, son. Sit down. Come on.
Look out, Mr. Dillon. He's got a hold of your gun.
Okay. Now you sit there. And don't you move an inch. You hear me? Not one inch.
He is a mean little bug.
Now what's it all about, Chester? What's he done?
I ain't done nothing.
Now you hush your mean little face. This here place is the law, and you're talking
What's
to
he
Marshal.
done, Chester?
I ain't done nothing.
There, you hear that, Mr.
Chester?
Dillon? Yes, sir. Well, sir, I don't rightly know what he's done.
That's what I told you. I ain't done nothing.
Mr. Dillon, I was walking down to the office when I see this kid. I know most all the sprouts in town, but not him, so I says, hello, and he starts running.
That's what he did?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you brought him in here?
I sure did, Mr. Dillon. I figured if a kid runs away from me for doing nothing, then he's been up to something, so he must have done something. You know what I mean?
No. Now, what's your name, son?
I ain't done nothing.
All right. Now, what's your name?
I ain't saying.
There, you see what I mean, Mr. Dillon? Just plain, ornery, mischievous.
You live here in Dodge?
I ain't saying.
All right. Well, he's probably a runaway, Chester. I guess we'll have to lock him up until somebody comes looking for him, huh?
Best thing in this whole wide world to do, Mr. Dillon. Just look at where he gnawed my thumb. Best thing to do. Come on,
you ain't gonna lock me up?
You got a better idea? We got to do something with you.
Let me be on my way.
Well, where do you live?
About 4 miles out.
Oh. Oh, sure. I know you. You're the Macklin kid.
No, I ain't. I'm Danny Bush, but...
ain't saying.
There, I knew he wasn't town-kid. I just knew that, Mr. Dillon. What did I tell you?
Nothing. Now, if you'll just close up a minute, Chester, we can get this settled and Danny can go on his way. Now, you say you haven't done anything wrong, son?
No.
Your ma know you're in Dodge this morning?
Guess so.
All your chores done before you came?
No.
Well, maybe you better go on back then, huh? Your ma might be kind of worried.
Guess so.
You, got a horse?
Yeah.
Okay. So long. And take it easy.
I can go now?
Sure. Go ahead, Danny.
You're Marshal Dillon, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I guess I come to Dodge to fetch you. My sister sent me.
Oh?
I wasn't going to, but I've got to now because I promised Lily. She made me swear on Rattler's buttons, and I figured if I didn't see, I wouldn't be telling no lie if I told her you wasn't around. But now I see.
No, hold on. Your sister wants me to come out with you to your place, is that it?
Yeah.
Why?
On account of Pa. None of us gives a hoot except Sister Lily, and she's just acting like a girl.
Well, what's happened to your pa?
He's gone off again, shooting up the cattle. Thing is, he took 2 guns with him this time and a whole mess of bullets. Lily's just scared.
Your pa been drinking a little, maybe?
Yes. Anyhow, he goes local and stays that way for a long while. But it's like Dave and Donald say. He'll get over it. He always does. They're my brothers, Dave and Donald. They ain't worrying.
Uh-huh. Hey, you want me to go out with you to help find him. Is that it?
I don't want it. Lily does. And I had to swear on Rattler buttons that I'd fetch you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's good that you did. Chester, get your stuff, will you? We'll ride out with Danny. I didn't get anything more out of the boy on the way out to the Birch place. No one in town knew much about the family. They'd moved in about a year earlier, came up from the territories. The folks about said Birch and his brood kept pretty much to themselves. There'd never been any trouble with anybody. I looked at the boy riding his horse bareback. He was nice looking enough, but there was something the matter with his mouth. It was too hard. You could tell he wasn't a kid who did much smiling. Maybe with his paw acting that way, I didn't blame him. He sure rode his horse proud, though. It was hot and dry, and by the time we were inside of the Birch place, the sun was burning down hard.
Oh! That'd be down, I figure. Yeah, there's this.
Kid, get off on that horse and get over here. You're going to get yourself a licking.
Lily made me go. It's not my fault.
Do as I say. And you, mister.
The name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. Your brother asked me to come out and help.
Don't need no help. Shut up, Ham. Nothing to help with. Danny, you heard. Put the horse away and get in the house.
You ain't giving me no licking.
Put up your gun. I'm coming over to talk. Come on, Chester. It's against the law to shoot a man in cold blood. Did you know that?
Shucks, I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at a rabbit up in the rise there. The horse had scared it away.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, what about your paw?
What about him?
Have you found him?
Shucks, he don't need to be found. He'll come back when he's good and ready. Pa's off hunting.
That's not what your brother says. Where'd he go?
Oh, he's going to get himself a licking, that's what, and he knows it. Got himself away, that's what.
Donald, that's your name, isn't it?
Yeah?
Well, look, I'm not one to interfere in family matters, but if you do need help, I mean, if your paw's shooting up cattle like Danny says, well, maybe he'll be practicing next on people, and that wouldn't be so good.
Well, that brother of ours, he's a dirty little liar.
No, he's not, Donald. I'm glad you came, Marshal. You come into the house, please?
Chester and I followed the girl into the house. I knew it was the sister Lily. All the family I'd seen up to then had a great likeness to each other. Donald slouched in behind us and moved around the room nervous-like. It wasn't by rights a house. It was too big for a cabin. I had the feeling that they'd put up boards and studs where the fancy took them, and the place just grew another room like a lizard's new tail. I don't know what it was, but I got a funny feeling. It was too hot, and something was wrong. All wrong. And the girl Lily looked square at me with hard eyes.
Donald.
Huh?
Sit down. You make me nervous.
Oh, sure.
Marshal Dillon, I want you to help us find Paul.
Oh, Lily, Dave's going to be awful mad.
Somebody's got to do something around here.
Did your pa take a horse?
No.
Oh, where do you think he went, Miss Lily?
I don't know. Maybe up to Horse Flat. Maybe over by Gorman's Creek.
Creek's all dried up. There's going to be no water in there.
Did he take a water skin with him?
Uh-uh.
No, he didn't.
Kind of bad wandering around without no water.
When did he leave?
Yesterday morning. Heard a couple of shots along about noon. Dave found a calf laying dead over in the North Range. You can see it there through the window. Hadn't had time to bring it in yet.
Was he drunk?
Sure. Drunk as you can get. Weren't you, Lily?
I'm afeard for him, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it makes good sense you sent for me. Well, I'll try and find him and bring him back.
Oh, I ain't gonna do no such thing. You that Marshal fella out of Dodge?
This is Marshal Dillon, Dave. My brother, Dave Birch.
How are you?
I told you, Lily. Told you keep our business to us, not outside.
It's got to be somebody else's business the way it is, Dave. And you know it.
No such thing, Lily. I told her, Dave. I told her. I knew you was going to be mad.
I figure the four of us, you and your brother here, and Chester and me, ought to be able to get him in before night.
Now, mister, I told you we don't need you. Nor no one else. I'll be obliged you get off this property.
Hey!
Shut up, Lily. Now, I'll see you and your fella there to the door, Marshal.
I'm sorry, but if your pa's running around dangerous, it's my duty to find him.
Donald.
I got him. Get up slow, Marshal. And you fella, reach up high. Okay, Dave. Take the guns.
The younger brother, Donald, had got behind my chair, and now he was covering us with a shotgun. Dave took our guns. It was kind of crazy, and I almost wanted to laugh when I saw the kid, Danny, peeking in around the door. But then I saw his eyes, and there was the same thing in them. Hard, angry, as in the others. The girl started to say something. Then she shut up.
Now get on your horses and ride back. And I don't want you out here again. This ain't no matter for the law, and you're trespassing.
You're making it a matter for the law right now. You know that.
Start walking.
Them guns is U.S. property.
Okay. I ain't no thief. Here, bullets I'm keeping. Figure they're worth about 2 bits. Donald, give him 2 bits.
Sure. Here.
All right, now here's your guns. Now get out fast. If you come snooping back again, me and my brother's going to be shooting at you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, for centuries, arthritis and rheumatism have plagued mankind. And it's only in the last few years that science has begun to find hopeful avenues to explore toward relief and cure. The Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation, established in 1948, holds a yearly drive to obtain funds for yet more concentrated research. A contribution to this year's drive, sent simply Arthritis, in care of your local postmaster, will help this fine work to continue for the eventual benefit of everyone. And now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
The two brothers followed us out and over to the horses. As hot as it was in the house, it was worse in the open. The saddles were burning. There wasn't another word passed between the Birch boys and me. They just stood covering us. And when I looked back 100 yards or more off, they were still there.
Well, sir, that's what comes of trying to do a kindness, Mr. Dillon. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve whatever happens.
I can't make it out, Chester. You'd think from the way they talk they don't care what happens to their paw.
Mean bunch of children. They probably don't. My, Mr. Dillon, you ain't even riled they pulled guns on us.
I guess I'm not, Chester. You know, there's something awful wrong back there. Those boys don't look the kind to pull a gun. The girl wanted to talk, all right, but they wouldn't let her.
Just mean, that's all. Oh, you aim to go back, Mr. Dillon?
It's like I said, Chester, if it's just a family affair, you and me don't belong in it. But if the old man's as drunk as he sounds, he could make a lot of trouble. No, we're not going back right now. We're going to have a look around this country for a spell. Chester and me covered a lot of ground that morning and into the afternoon. I had an idea that we might find Birch wherever we could find water. Without a horse, he couldn't get too far, and without water, he was going to get sick pretty quick. We rode over by Gorman's Creek and then up to Horse Flats, and there was nothing. Along about 2 in the afternoon, Chester spotted a carcass lying off the trail. It was a cow. She'd been shot 3 times in the head.
It could have happened this morning or yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Hard to tell in this weather. Oh.
Well, the ground's too dry to pick up a track. Might as well take a chance and go over to the hills.
Yeah, might be water there. Boy, I could do with some right this very minute.
I got a funny taste in my mouth looking at that dead cow. When a thing dies natural or gets killed for food, that's one thing, but even an animal has a look about it when it's been murdered. We rode the 6 miles to the hills. They weren't rightly hills, maybe more like humps rising up from the brown, dry earth, and we could get a good view across the plain. There was a patch or two of wild oats up there, long turned to rust, and foxtails. Maybe it was in our minds, but just those few feet higher made us seem closer to the sun and hotter. You ought to be able to see if he's out there anywhere.
Mr. Dillon, he'd be dead if he was. Man couldn't live a morning out there. On foot.
Well, I don't think he's going to find water up here. Now, look at that.
Dry as a bone. You see something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, tracks, I think. Yeah, he's been up here. I went down again, though. Over there.
You sure made a long way on foot. Must be more than 8 miles from his place.
Yeah.
blindfold.
Rattler.
Yeah, I saw. Blew his head clean off. I was afraid you was going to step on him.
Well, we'll follow the tracks until they give out. Come on. Those tracks kept going in and around the hills. In a couple of places we saw where they'd stopped by a dry water hole, then went on. And then as the hill sloped down to the plain again, we lost them. But the direction seemed to be headed back to the Birch place. That's the way we rode. We hadn't gone more than 15 minutes along when we saw the body of a man and a horse some few feet away. They were both dead.
He wanted to make sure, didn't he, Mr. John? Birch must have emptied his gun. Look at that.
Isn't it Jack Mason, one of old man Gorman's hands?
Yes, sir. That's who it is, right enough. Nice fella, too. I knew him a bit.
Get him on your horse, will you, Chester, and take him over to Mr. Gorman?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I'm going to go back to the Birch place.
I'd rather come with you, Mr. Dillon.
No, meet me there, huh?
Yes, sir.
And if you see Birch on the way, watch your step. Try not to kill him. But don't take any chances.
No, sir, I surely won't.
There was killing now, and I wasn't in the mood to talk gentle and kind with the sons and girl at the house. It was the boy Danny that saw me first. He was sitting on the doorstep. He ran inside. And a second later, I saw Dave come out with a shotgun. I didn't give him a chance to make up his mind.
Shut up, kid. Get inside. Hang on.
Your arms.
Get inside now, you hear me?
I'm sorry, but I'm not arguing with you anymore. Where's your paw?
I don't know.
He killed a man back on the plain away.
You're a liar.
Told you get in the house, kid. Now get.
I'm staying. He's a liar. Pa never killed nobody.
Where's Donald and your sister?
Outlook. Mister did it. They killed some.
Yeah. Jack Mason, one of Gorman's boys.
Don't you say that. Don't you say
Danny, get me some whiskey, will you? My arm pains.
Yeah, I will. But you ain't gonna tell no lies about my fault. You tell me quick, Dave.
Where do you think he is?
Donald Hurst shot up Horse Flats when they'd gone up there.
And he must have doubled back from the hills. Listen, you told the boy to ride into town and fetch the doc out here. He'll take care of that arm.
Okay.
When my deputy rides in, Chester Proudfoot, tell him where I've gone, will you?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah.
Marshal, you gonna kill our Paul?
I don't want to. Not if I can help it. Over at Horse Flats, I caught up with Donald and Willie Birch. I told them about the killing. And a half mile further on, the three of us saw the old man. He was crouched down on his haunches by a parched water hole, stripped naked. He was crying. It was a bad sound. And when I saw his eyes, I knew he wasn't drunk. There was no sign of his guns or his clothes.
Come on, Pa. It's okay. It's Donald. You're okay, Pa. Come on, home. Come on, Pa, please.
I knew it would happen like this. Someday. I knew it would. Boys figured it'd be shame on us all. Word got out Pa had spells.
Your brothers were wrong.
Pa, please, will you? Pa. Come on.
It was all right till after Ma died. And he started to act this way. That's why we had to leave our last place. People found out. Try to keep him home, but it wasn't no good.
Give your old Pa a sup of water.
The Pa's thirsty now. I'll get up. We're going to bed.
Funny. Pa never took a drink in his life. We always said he was drunk when he carried on like this. People could figure a man drunk.
I'm sorry, Miss Lily, but I'm going to have to take him in. I got to.
What'll they do to him?
I don't know. But he's done murder. It's my job to take him in.
They'll hang him.
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Son, where's your brother? He didn't want to let you come out here alone. Now, you're too young now. Where's your ma? She ought to know better now.
Miss Lily, come over here.
Oh, no, son.
Now, I want you to listen to me. It's not my business, but will you let me give you some advice? Miss Lily?
Huh?
Now, you sell this place. I'll see what I can do to help. And you and your brothers go somewhere else and start afresh. You can get a good price for your land. You do that. It's best.
Yeah. We'll go.
I'm not saying you've got to. I'm saying it'd be better. It'd be better for the kid. He's seen too much of this. It's not good. You gotta teach him to smile again. Act like a kid again. You understand? You understand?
Sure. I understand.
Okay. I'll be taking him along now. We'll stop off at your place with some clothes.
All right.
We took the old man back to his place. Got him dressed. His children said goodbye to him like they knew that they'd never see him again. Like there was no hope. Chester rode in, and the old man seemed real happy to go back with us to Dodge. He didn't know. He didn't care. On the way, we passed the Doc and Danny riding out to take care of Dave's arm. Funny thing, the old man didn't even see the kid. He was prattling to us about the Indian Wars. The last I saw Danny Birch, he was looking back over his shoulder at his paw. And we heard him still crying a long way off.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals as Danny and Michael Ann Barrett as Lily, with Lee Millar, John Daner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The New York Philharmonic celebrates its 110th birthday tomorrow, and in observance, there will be a repeat performance of Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. This work was featured on the first Philharmonic broadcast over 100 years ago. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
You want to see the prettiest sight north of the Pecos?
Huh? Sight?
Come over here to the window and look what's a-coming down the street.
Well, if it's anything besides trouble, it'll surprise me.
She must come in on the Santa Fe from the east.
Wow.
Say, I think she's coming here.
Yeah, it looks that way.
My, I should have shaved this morning.
Or even yesterday morning.
Now, what could a lady like that be doing in Dodge City? Hey, maybe she's going to work in one of the saloons, Mr. Dillon.
No, I hope not, Chester. Good morning, ma'am.
How do you do? I'm looking for the United States Marshal.
Well, I'm the, my name's Dillon, Matt Dillon.
I'm Catherine Blair, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Miss Blair. May I introduce my deputy? This is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do?
I just got in on the train from Boston, Mr. Dillon.
Oh?
The station master said that you might be able to help me.
Well, I'd be glad to.
I'm looking for my brother, Martin Blair.
Why, say, Mr. Dillon...
Chester, will you punch up that fire? It seems a little chilly in here.
Chilly? Yeah, sure. Right away, Mr. Dillon.
Do you happen to know my brother, Mr. Dillon?
Yes. Yes, I know him.
Oh, good. Then you can tell me where to find him.
Well, I'm not too sure that I can. You see, he moves around a lot.
Yes, I know. He left home and came out west 2 years ago, and every time he's written us, it's been from a different address. He's always been that way. Restless, I guess you might call it.
Yes, I guess you might.
Mother's always thinking he might get into trouble out here by himself, but I tell her not to worry. He's young yet. He'll grow out of it.
I see. Meanwhile, though, you'll need someplace to stay, I imagine.
Well, yes, I suppose there's a hotel.
I think the Widow Markham may have an extra room. You'd be better off there than at the hotel. Your baggage at the station?
Yes.
Chester, will you go to the station with Miss Blair and then take her over to Widow Markham's and get her settled in a room?
Sure thing, Mr. Dillon.
This is awfully nice of you.
Not at all. And, Chester, will you explain the situation to Miss Markham? I mean that we don't know where Miss Blair's brother is at the moment, Chester?
Yes, sir. I'll explain it to her, Mr. Dillon. After you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. You're very kind, Mr. Dillon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jack? Wake up, Jack.
I'm not asleep, Marshal. What do you want?
A jail cell usually softens a man up.
Not this one, Dillon. Not now or 20 years from now.
Yeah, I know.
You want something, or are you just making conversation?
Your sister's in town, Martin.
Kathy?
Kathy's here in Dodge. She just left the office. She's looking for you.
What'd you tell her?
Nothing. Yet. Seems like a fine girl.
You gotta get her out of here, Dillon. Don't let her find out. Get her on a train and get her out of here.
Oh? Why?
Maybe I'm no good, but there's no reason why Kathy should pay for it.
It's got nothing to do with me.
Then you won't help. You won't keep her from finding out?
I don't know if I can, Martin. But I'll think about it.
Oh. Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Anything come up?
No, sir. It's been the quietest night in weeks.
Yeah, no trail herds in town. I guess that's the reason.
Miss Blair's all right, I suppose?
Yeah, she's all right, Chester.
Have you told her about her brother, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I told her that he's out of town. We're trying to get word to him.
The truth's bound to get to her somehow, sooner or later.
Yeah, I know. Only reason it hasn't already is because everybody in town knows him as Boston Jack.
Yes, but his real name will come out at the trial next week, though.
Well, I've been trying to get her to leave before then, go back home, but she won't leave until she sees him.
He's sure going to go hard with her when she finds out her brother's guilty of cattle rustling.
And murder, and horse stealing. And this time we got a witness.
Yes, sir. I don't rightly see how you can keep her from finding out, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on, Chester, let's have a talk with Martin.
Nice night, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's fine. A great night for taking a walk. Don't you think so, Martin?
Anything's better than rotting in that cell.
Well, where did you expect to end up?
All you got is old man Hawk's word against mine. He's lying.
The jury will believe him.
If he could see me so plain, how come he couldn't tell you who was with me?
It was dark. He saw your face in the gun flash when you shot his foreman in the back.
That's a lie.
As far as that's concerned, I know who was with you, but I haven't got a case against him. Red Poley. Wasn't it?
I wouldn't know. I wasn't there.
I suppose we leave it to the jury.
Here's the way to Markham's place, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. All right, Martin, let's get it straight now. You're here because you want to keep your sister from knowing the truth about you. Now, we're going in there and talk to her. Then you're going back to jail. You know the story I'm planning to tell her.
I know.
I just want to make one thing clear. You are going back to jail. Chester will stay on the front porch and cover you through the window, and I'll be inside with you, also wearing a gun. Don't try anything foolish. I wouldn't want to kill you in front of your sister, but if it comes to it, I'll do it. You understand?
Sure. I understand.
All right, let's go.
I'll be there at the first window, Mr. Dillon. The parlor's on the left.
All right, Chester. Heads up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Miss Blair.
Oh, why, Mr. Dillon?
I brought you a visitor.
A visit? Martin.
Hiya, Kathy.
Oh, Martin. Oh, Martin.
Here now. Take it easy.
Oh, it's been so long. Oh, Martin, why didn't you write?
Well, you know how it is, sis. Say, maybe we could all go inside, huh?
Oh, of course. Come on in. Come in. Oh, I couldn't imagine who was knocking. Mrs. Markham has gone to bed and... Oh, here. Sit down, both of you.
Thank you, Miss Blair.
Oh, Mr. Dillon. Where on earth did you find him?
Well, I guess I better confess to you, Miss Blair. I I knew all along where he was.
What?
The only trouble was I just couldn't produce him.
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
Well, you see, Martin's been doing some work for me. Sort of secret work, you might say. We're trying to dig up evidence on a gang of cattle rustlers around.
Oh, just wait till Mother hears about that. Oh, and she was so worried about you.
Yeah. It's quite a job.
It's pretty hard for your brother to get away from the gang without stirring up suspicion. In fact, he's only got about an hour this evening.
Oh? But you will manage more time in the next day or so.
I'm afraid not, sis. I may not be able to get away again for a month.
A month?
In fact, I've been thinking it over, and I think the best thing you can do is to take a train back home right away.
But I just got here, Martin.
It's no place for you, Kathy.
He's right, Miss Blair. Dodge City's no town for a girl alone.
But I came all this way to see Martin.
It's like I told you, though, sis. It may be a month before I can manage to get away again. Tell you what. After this job's finished, maybe I can get back east for a week or so.
Oh, Martin, if you only could. We'd all be so happy.
Well, I can't guarantee it, but I'll sure try.
I'll admit I'm a little nervous here. Why, the very first thing Mrs. Markham showed me was a revolver she keeps hanging out there in the hall. In case of intruders, she said. Good heavens.
Well, this is the frontier, Miss Blair. The law is still pretty much for the man who shoots first.
Except sometimes.
Yeah.
That sounds awful. Martin, you will be careful, won't you?
I'm always careful.
I suppose I had better take your advice and arrange to leave in the next day or two. But meanwhile, we have an hour at least. Tell me about yourself, Martin. Tell me everything you've been doing.
It's cold in here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, you better get a fire started, Chester. I'll take Martin back and lock him up.
I could use a little heat back in that cell.
You got plenty of blankets. Well, come on, let's go. Now, you walk ahead of me.
Dillon, suppose the jury brings in a conviction. What's the sentence going to be?
That's not up to me.
I'm just asking for information. It means hanging, right?
Probably. All right, stand right there while I open the cell.
I don't want much to hang, Marshal.
Nobody does. All right, Martin, get in.
Slow and easy, Dillon. Put your hands up slow. Good. Now keep them that way.
Where'd you get the gun?
In the hall at Mrs. Markham's. I slipped it under my coat when I was kissing Kathy goodbye. I'll take your gun now, Dillon. Thanks. Feels good to be holding a pair of guns again.
You won't be holding them long.
Maybe. One thing, though. If you take me again, you'll have to take me dead.
Any way you want it.
In the cell, Dillon. Come on, move. Tell Chester goodbye for me, will you? I think I'll just go on out the back way.
What about your sister?
I guess she wouldn't want to see me hang either, when you come right down to it. So long, Dillon.
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, if you've ever had delusions of grandeur or a particularly soul-satisfying daydream, you'll understand the predicament of My Little Margie tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Convinced that she's a princess, My Little Margie, played by Gail Storm, gives her father, he's Charles Farrell, a royal pain in the neck. It's another comedy episode of CBS Radio's new Sunday night laugh program, My Little Margie, tomorrow night on most of these same stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Doggone it, Mr. Dillon. I know one of these keys is supposed to fit.
Chester, all I've got to say is that it better fit.
Yes, sir. Well, that's not it. It would be a fine how-to-do if we had to call in a blacksmith to get you out of your own jail.
Chester.
It'd be sort of like the time...
Never mind, Chester. Just get the door open.
Yes, sir. Oh, I know how you feel, all right, Mr. Well, I declare. There you are, Mr. Dillon.
Come on. I'll get the other gun out of the office safe.
Fine thanks you get for trying to help people.
Man gets careless and then he winds up in a jam like this. Hey, let's see now. Right, 27. Left, 69. Right.
It's sure going to be hard to explain why you took Martin out of jail, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know.
If he gets clean away, we're going to look pretty foolish.
He's not going to get away, Chester.
Yes, sir.
10 to 1, Martin will try to team up with his sidekick Pole before he heads out of town. Let's try the saloons first and see if we can pick up his trail.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Martin said we'd never bring him in alive. So don't take any chances.
No sign of him in here, Mr. Dillon. Not unless he's in the back room.
Let's walk over toward the bar. That's bad business, Chester. Martin's already shot one man in the back. We'll never catch him in the open, if he's got anything to say about it.
Yes, sir, I've been thinking about that. Kind of makes a man's spine crawl.
Hiya, boy.
Heavenly day out.
You act as though you were caught robbing a bank.
I've always suspected Chester of having a shady past, Gil.
Have a drink, man?
No, we haven't got time. We can't stay. We're looking for a fellow.
By the way, who went bail for Boston Jack?
What do you mean?
Well, he was in here about 10 minutes ago.
He was in there, huh?
Yeah, he talked to Red Poley, and the two of them left together. I thought he must...
You know where they went, Kitty?
Well, no, Matt, I haven't got any idea, but they sure left you in a hurry. He broke out of jail, huh?
There's 40 ways from Sunday they could have ridden, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. But if they're not in Dodge, there's only one way they'd head.
The Circle B.
Yeah. Martin knows Hawks is the only witness I've got against him. Come on, Chester.
Ranch looks quiet.
Yeah. We've been making time. Maybe we outrode them.
If they're even headed this way.
Now, they better be.
Hold it. Who's there?
Somebody standing there at the side of the house.
Yeah, I see. It's the marshal, Matt Dillon. Is that you, Ezra?
That's right. Come on up, Matt. What brings you way out here this time of night, Matt?
Well, I'm sort of counting on an old acquaintance of yours showing up here sometime tonight.
What are you talking about?
Boston Jack.
Out of jail. Matt, how'd that happen?
Well, I doubt if it'd serve any good purpose to go into that right now. He hasn't been here, I take it.
No. Matt, he's a mad dog. Ought to be shot long time ago. I'd kill him on sight.
Well, I came out here to make sure he doesn't kill you. Chester, put our horses in the barn. Get him out of sight, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
And, you may as well stay there, Chester, and cover the yard.
Yes, sir.
Well, what about us, Matt? What are we going to do? Go inside the house and put the lights out and wait. That's all, just wait. It's been 30 minutes, Matt. I think you're on a cold trail. And I hope not. Yeah, he'd had enough time to get here. Maybe not enough courage, though. They figure the odds are 2-1 in their favor. Shouldn't take much courage. People who've never killed anybody don't understand. The killer's worst enemy is his own nerve. Yeah. I take your word for it, Matt. I guess you've sat and waited like this plenty of times. Yeah, too many. Does it ever bother you, Matt? Do you ever get to wondering? Wait a minute. Well, there they are, Ezra. Where, Matt? Over there by the corral. You see? They're walking the horses into the yard. Slow and quiet. Yeah. Yeah, I see them. What are you going to do, Matt? Go out and call them. Oh, they'll fire from the dark without no warning. Yeah, I know. They're getting off their horses. Gonna walk up here, I guess. All right, Ezra. Stay in the house and keep out of this. Chester and I can handle them. Yeah, Matt. Good luck. Thanks.
Martin, Foley, you're under arrest.
Be careful, Matt.
Heads up, Chester. I dropped Foley. Martin's running into the corral.
Yes, I see, Mr. Dillon.
You're trapped, Martin. Now climb out of that corral.
I told you how it would be, Dillon. Come on in and get me.
Sure, Martin. I'm coming.
Mr. Dillon, he's fired the hayrick. We are. Look, he's trying to ride the horse down. Matt, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Is he... They didn't shoot him, huh?
No. He fell off right in front of the stampede. They went right over him.
Well, here we are, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Wait here for me, Chester. I'll go in and tell her.
All right, you.
I hope she believes me.
Don't worry, Mr. Dillon. She will.
I'll be out in a couple of minutes. Evening, Miss Blair.
Why, Mr. Dillon, this is a surprise.
Do you mind if I step in?
Of course I don't mind.
Thank you.
A friend of Martin's is welcome and... Mr. Dillon, is something wrong?
I'm afraid so, Miss Blair. I've got bad news for you.
It's Martin. Something's happened to Martin.
Yes, ma'am.
He's hurt.
It's worse than hurt, ma'am.
No. Oh, no.
Martin was killed in a fight.
Martin dead.
If it's any consolation, Miss Blair, he died hard with all the odds against him.
Martin never asked for favor.
He fought a good fight. That's something to remember.
Martin has always been fine and clean. He was just restless. People didn't understand.
No, I suppose they didn't, Miss Blair. But he died on his feet, fighting.
I guess that's the way Martin wanted it.
Yes, I think so, ma'am. I suppose Miss Markham's here. I wouldn't want to leave you alone.
Yes, she's here. I'll be all right, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I'll come by and see you in the morning. If there's anything at all I can do...
You've been very kind, Mr. Dillon. I'm grateful to you.
I'm sorry about this, Miss Blair.
Marshal, I'll be leaving tomorrow.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Blair.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
I think so, Chester.
Did she believe what you told her?
And what I told her was true.
Well, there's no harm in letting her think the best of it.
Martin paid his debt. No reason his sister should suffer.
That's right, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, if I remember correctly, Kitty offered us a drink earlier this evening.
That's right.
Well, let's go.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Sam Edwards, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Eve Arden plays the wisecracking English teacher Connie Brooks of Madison High Sunday nights on CBS Radio. And when our Miss Brooks calls the roll on comedy, there's laughter enough for all takers. Sunday nights on most of these same stations, join Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks for high-class classroom comedy. This is Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
In just a moment, you will hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with two of your favorite stars. Here's Stroke of Fate and the story of what might have happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of The Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother-of-pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
How's that, Alf? Short enough for you? I asked you if it was short enough for you.
Well, give me the mirror so I can take a look.
There you are. Well?
Don't look to me like you cut it at all.
Oh, now, Alf.
It's still there, ain't it? Hanging down the back of my neck.
Well, I figured you'd want to be in style. Fellows in just the other day come from Kansas City. Said that's the way all the Easterners are having a haircut.
Well, I ain't no Easterner, and I don't aim to be spending a quarter every week for a shave and a haircut, so start slicing it off.
Okay. I need to get the head up.
Oh, sorry, Breezy. I reckon I ain't feeling up to snuff today.
Can't say as I blame you. I heard about the town meeting last night.
Yeah.
You, told him yet?
I don't see why everybody's in such a rush all of a sudden. You waited 40 years, a couple more hours ain't gonna make no difference.
You're, gonna do it today then, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it today.
Poor old Gabe. Wonder how he'll take it. I'm sure glad it ain't me that has to break the news.
Stop talking about it, Breezy, and finish my hair.
Well, Gabe's a sensible man. He's not gonna hold it again you, Alf, seeing as how the whole town's agreed.
Well, the whole town don't know him like I do. I was here when he first come to Yellow Crest. I don't know if it wasn't for Gabe Starbuck, there wouldn't be
Howdy, mister. Oh, you're next. It'll be a couple of minutes. Dodge City papers there if you'd like to read it while you're waiting.
Thank you. Hi.
Britt.
Now, you sit still.
Britt Ponsett.
Huh?
Don't you remember me, Britt? Alf Crandall?
Alf? Alf Crandall? Oh, sure, I remember you. Well, what happened to your beard?
Breezy here shaved it off 3 years ago.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. A couple of the boys paid him to do it while I was asleep in the chair.
Is that so?
I ain't never forgiven you for that, Breezy.
You could have growed it back, Alf.
Well, it wouldn't have been the same. Took me 25 years to get that stand of whiskers. Besides, once Maddie seen me without them, folks do say I look younger.
Well, you look so young, I hardly recognize you.
Well, what about you, Brett? How's the world been treating you?
Oh, first rate.
Just hit town.
Yeah. I've been out on the Square Moon Ranch last month or so. I ran into a flock of sheep yesterday, and they gave me such a brotherly look, I decided it's high time I get a haircut.
Be right pleased to take care of you, Mr. Ponsett. There. That ought to be short enough, Alf.
Well, feels like you got some of it off anyhow.
Just let me give you a little brush. All right, there you go. Oh, thanks. Sit right down, Mr. Ponsett. Well, what'll it be? Shave and a haircut?
Haircut will do it.
Well, you might as well have a shave, too, as long as you're here. I got the kettle on. The towels will be real hot. Why, you won't even feel the razor.
No, I don't think
No matter how good a man is at shaving himself, it's not the same as having a barber do it.
Oh,
now, you take having a horse shod. You don't do that yourself unless it's an emergency. You go to an expert. Well, sir, it seems to me a man's face ought to be as important as his horse.
Yes, but
it seems to me that when a fellow wants to get a...
All right, Brady. You can give me a shave, too.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fonzie. Yes, sir. I'll just trim some of this hair off while the water's warming up.
You gonna be around town for a spell, Britt?
Just overnight, Alf. I'm due back to Square Moon tomorrow.
Well, I'd sure like to stay and chew the fat, but I'm due over to Gabe Starbuck's office.
Oh, say, how is he? Gabe. Gee, I haven't seen hide nor tail of him. Must be over 4 years.
Oh, that's right. You and him used to be real good friends, didn't you?
Oh, we sure did. It was Gabe Starbuck gave me my first pony.
Well, as a matter of fact, he's aging, Brett. He's aging fast.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He's not down sick, is he?
No. No, Gabe wouldn't let himself get down no matter how he felt.
What's he up to nowadays?
Same as ever.
Well, you mean he's still sheriff?
Yeah, he's still sheriff. At least he is today.
Oh?
The truth is, we had a meeting just last night. Decided the town's got to have a new sheriff. And that's what I'm going over to talk to Gabe about now.
Uh-huh.
You don't want it too short, do you, Mr. Ponset? Fellow's in from Kansas City the other day. Says back there folks ain't cutting their hair so short anymore.
Well,
He says
you better trim it pretty close, Breezy. I may not be in a barbershop again for quite some time.
Whatever you say. Appears to me people around here don't want to be in style.
Nobody wants to get rid of old Gabe, Britt. But the town's changed. Well, we got near 700 people living here now.
That many?
Yeah, there's a new bank, too. Maybe you saw it.
Yes, I did, yes.
Not doing very good, though. Folks are afraid their money won't be safe. Oh, we haven't had any robberies, not for quite a spell. As long as Gabe's sheriff, well, there's not much he could do to stop an outlaw if one did happen to come our way. You know, old Gabe being so old and all.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Doggone it, Britt. We all realize that we owe him an awful lot. He cleaned up Yellowcrest. Made it possible for decent people to live here. Of course, that was 40 years ago. Things is a lot different now. We gotta have us a new sheriff, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Does Gabe know you're planning on replacing him?
No, we ain't told him yet, but can't put it off much longer.
I see. It's gonna hurt him pretty bad, isn't it?
Well, how would you feel if it was in your place? You give your life to a town, your whole life, and they say, we're sorry, but we gotta put you out to pasture. You're too old.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe if he was to have a deputy.
Well, we talked about that. Town ain't rich enough to afford 2 salaries.
Mm-hmm. Well, Gabe's got a good, sensible head on his shoulders.
That's what I said, Mr. Ponset. That's just what I said.
He probably won't like the idea of losing his job, not at first, but he'll see that you don't have much choice in the thing.
Now, you just lean back. That's better. And be sure and tell me if this towel's too hot.
Ooh.
A little warm?
I guess I can stand it.
I'm real glad you don't think we're being too hard on Gabe, Britt. Say, that gives me an idea. Well, seeing as how you understand the predicament we're in, about Gabe, I mean, maybe you wouldn't mind sort of preparing him?
No, wait, just a minute, Alf.
Now, you're old friends. You said so yourself. It'll be different having the news come from you.
No, it's not my concern.
Here's another towel, Mr. Ponset. Now, just lean back.
You're going to be seeing them anyway, Britt. Now, all you have to do is kind of lead the conversation around to him retiring, lay the foundation, and then later on, when everything's
I won't do it, Al. I won't do it. Now, you're just wasting your breath. You just...
How in thunder am I going to get this lather on, Mr. Ponset, if you keep moving around like that?
I'm only asking you to talk to Gabe because, well, I'm apt to say the wrong thing. You know me, Britt, always putting my foot in my mouth.
Yeah, now, hold still.
Now, Al, I tell you, you're not going to put... Ouch.
Your own fault, Mr. Ponset. Now, I told you to keep quiet.
Please, he's right. Just sort of take it easy, Britt, while I sort of explain what I had in mind. And then if you still aren't willing...
Well, between the shaving and the hot towels and Al harping at me, well, not that I agreed to tell Gabe the town was getting a new sheriff. I didn't agree to that, mind you, but all I said was that I'd sort of feel him out, see how the land was lying. Anyway, about 20 minutes later, I was coming along the boardwalk heading for Gabe's office. Huh. Well, it sure sounded like shooting to me. When I looked around, nobody seemed to be paying any attention. What's that? The fellows arguing politics over the post office steps. They didn't even stop to take a breath. And the ladies in Johnson's Mercantile, they went right on measuring yardage like they hadn't even heard it. Well, I was pretty sure where it was coming from now. I was right behind the sheriff's office. I opened the front door. No sign of Gabe. No sign of anybody, for that matter. And then I saw him. Right through the back window. And I saw why folks hadn't been very upset about the gunfire. Gabe was having himself a little target practice out there, aiming at a tin can sitting on a pile of lumber. It had just been 4 years since I'd seen him last, but he looked good 10 years older. Smaller, too. He kind of shrunk and bent over with thin, yellow-gray hair and long, bony arms that didn't seem to have much meat on them. Yeah. He sure wasn't having much luck hitting that tin can, either. Hello, Gabe.
Hmm? Who?
No, it's Brett Ponson.
I'll be doggone. Well, it's sure good to see you. Yeah, for a second there, I didn't recognize you. The sun got my eyes. I blinded me, the sun.
Sure. How are you, Gabe?
Well, never better. Never felt better in my life.
Glad to hear it.
Well, I was just doing a little shooting.
Yeah, I saw you.
Oh, not that I need any practice, you understand, Britt. But I was worried about one of my guns. I think it throws a little to the left.
I say.
Yeah, that's why I missed my last shot. I guess you saw me miss it.
Oh, well, a man can't hit anything if his gun's not working.
Yeah. Well, let's go inside where we can sit down and have us a talk.
Fine.
Yeah. Well, you're looking good, Britt. Real good.
Oh, well, a little older, maybe. But I guess that happens to all of us, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Man's only as old as he feels.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Just take that chair, Britt, over there.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I'll sit by the window here, where I can keep an eye out on the street.
I was kind of surprised to hear that you're still sheriff, Gabe.
Don't see why it should have surprised you.
Well, you must be getting along, Gabe.
Well, I'm 64, Britt. 64 last spring.
Now, Gabe.
Well, might be 65. The family never kept no records. But I ain't no older than that.
No.
Don't look no older.
No.
Do I?
Oh, no. No.
Huh.
You still living alone?
Well, of course I'm still living alone. You think I need a keeper or something?
Oh, no, I was just wondering if you ever got a hold of that ranch you used to talk about, that's all. You remember?
Ranch?
Yeah, don't you remember that? When I was a kid, you always said someday you're going to have a ranch. After you'd retired from being sheriff, of course.
Oh, I still aim to do it. When the time comes. Of course, there ain't no sense in thinking about it now.
Oh?
No. Yellowcrest is growing, Britt. Growing fast. That's when the town needs law and order the most. When it's busting its britches. And seeing as how I'm the only experienced lawman in these parts, well, it's my duty to stay on the job. I owe it to the folks here. Why, if I was even to think about retiring, well, they just wouldn't know what to do. They'd be plumb helpless. Well, I ain't got no choice, Britt. You know how it is.
Sure, Gabe. I know.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. The winter brings extra hazards to the motorist and the pedestrian. Longer hours of darkness, poor visibility caused by snow, rain, and fog, and slippery streets call for extra caution. The National Safety Council urges that for safety, every motorist should always adjust speed to road and weather conditions. Keep the windshield clear. Never slam on your brakes if the road is wet or slippery. Pump them slowly to slow down or stop. Use tire chains on snow and ice. And keep a safe distance between your car and the one ahead. Guard against that one accident that might take your life or ruin it. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
We had a long talk, Gabe and me, sitting there in the office watching the wagons creak along outside the window. I guess we about covered everything. Folks we'd known, old times. The only thing we didn't discuss was Gabe's retiring from sheriff. Anyhow, after I left him, I had supper and took a little stroll. Oh, it must have been about 9 o'clock when I got settled down for the night in my room in the Parker Hotel. The bed was real comfortable, a lot softer than those bunks out at Square Moon Ranch. Maybe that's why I had so much trouble dropping off to sleep. Yeah? Yeah, who is it?
Alf Crandall. You asleep, Brett?
Oh, no. Come on in, Al. Oh, come on in. I'll just get this lamp turned up here. There we are.
I didn't mean to wake you. Ned Parker told me you only turned in a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll pull up a chair.
Thanks. You know, I was looking for you this evening after supper.
Well, I went for a walk.
Oh?
You were right, Alf. Yellow Crest sure has changed. That's a fine new church going up there by the creek.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to find out, Bit, was whether you talked
Lots
to
of new
Gabe
buildings over south, too. Mighty fancy houses. Some of them look like they're going to be 2 stories high
Brett.
over there. Yeah?
How'd he take it?
Why, how did he take what? Oh, you mean Gabe?
Well, who else would I mean? Well?
Well, I didn't tell him, Alf.
Huh?
I told you I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it.
I don't blame you, Brett. I shouldn't have asked you in the first place. It was my job.
I did kind of hint around once or twice, but I could see what it did to him. Just the idea of not being sheriff anymore. It's all he's got, Alf. He doesn't have a family and kids to worry about. Gabe's the sheriff of Yellowcrest, and if he ever stops being the sheriff, he won't be anything.
I know, Brett. I know, but what can we...
What's that?
The alarm bell. Must be a fire, I reckon. There's Mark Fawcett running down the street there. He'll know. Doggone this window. Stuck tighter. Mark! Mark, up here, Mark! What are they ringing the bell for?
Somebody robbed the bank.
The bank?
We're meeting over at the sheriff's office.
Well, I guess it was bound to happen sooner or later, Brett.
Yeah. Hand me my pants, will you? Bell was still ringing when Alf and I rode up to Gabe's office. Everybody in town must have heard of it by now. There were 10 or 12 men standing around the streets, others coming up from all directions. Gabe was standing right by his horse, right in the middle of things, taking charge. There wasn't much doubt about it. He was still sheriff of Yellowcrest.
Brett, you boys know Britt Ponce, don't you?
Yeah, what happened, Gabe?
Well, it was just an accident. I seen him. An accident, pure and simple. They was riding out of the alley from behind the bank, giving the horses a spur. Couldn't get a look at their faces, but the way they was riding, that made me suspicious.
Uh-huh.
So I thought maybe I ought to see if everything was all right at the bank. Went around to check. Back door was broke open, wide open. People scattered around inside. Jim Waterby's over there now trying to find out how much they took. Didn't try to follow them, the outlaws? Well, they was gone before I knew they was outlaws. Before I knew for certain, that is. But I seen which way they headed. East.
That don't make sense, Gabe. They'd have to cross the Salt Flats if they went east.
Sure they was. That's the way they went. Right toward the flats. Well, you must have been seeing things. Man to be a fool to strike out that way.
200 miles without a water hole.
Oh, I bet they turned off, went up in them hills. Well, I'm the one who seen them, ain't I?
Yeah. $2,500, Gabe. That's what they stole.
Oh, that's so, Jim.
Sack of gold and a sack of currency. 2,500 as close as I can figure it.
Well, boys, let's see if we can pick up the trail. Easy, Rusty, easy. They'll determine to chase him out onto them flats. Yeah, we want to catch him, don't we?
If we do, we got to use our heads, Gabe. Men smart enough to rob that bank ain't going to take a chance on dying out there in that salt. They'd go for the hills. Mark is right, Gabe.
You tell me I can't believe my own eyes. Well, it was pretty dark. Maybe you got confused. Maybe it looked like they was heading east.
Now, we're only wasting time arguing with him. Let's go.
I'm the sheriff of Yellowcrest. I'm running this posse, ain't I?
Gabe, we're riding toward the ridge.
All right. Come on, Rusty. Come on.
Gabe. Hey, Gabe.
You can't stop him, Brett. When he gets his mind set, nobody can stop him.
Guess this just proves we was right about Gabe. He ain't up to the job of being sheriff no more.
Yeah, I guess you're right, sure.
Okay, boys, I'll lead the way.
Hey, come on. This, Brett. No, you got enough man without me.
Search yourself.
I watched them winding along toward the rise of the purple hills west of town. After a couple of minutes, the night swallowed them up, and the hoofbeats trickled off into silence. All right, Scar, come on. I turned Scar east. wasn't like Gabe to be stubborn about something as important as a bank robbery. Oh, I'll grant you, it didn't seem very sensible for a couple of bandits to take off across the salt flats. And Gabe's eyesight wasn't what it had been once, of course, but I just couldn't believe he'd be dead wrong. Scar threw up his head when the smell of salt hit his nose. He sure didn't like the idea of walking out into it. Easy, boy, easy now. We're not going very far. Come on now. Nothing but white as far as you could see. Stretched out taut like a cavalry blanket. White salt picking up the moonlight and bouncing along ahead of us. The funny thing, though, there was only one set of hoof prints out there on the flats. Well, about 10 minutes later, I spotted Gabe. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. He wasn't riding very fast, so I slowed up. I figured it was just as well Gabe didn't see me. I didn't want him to think that I'd tagged along because I was worried about him, And then the darndest thing happened. He swung his horse around and started backtracking. Here, boy. Come on. I eased Scar over behind a couple of gray boulders so we'd be out of sight, and Gabe came right toward us. At first, I thought he knew where we were. Then he turned his horse again and walked him out in the salt. For a couple of minutes, I couldn't figure out what he was up to. It seemed to me like he was just wandering around, no purpose at all. And then the next thing that happened was even stranger yet. Gabe jerked his gun out of his holster and he began firing. But he wasn't aiming at anything. As far as I could see, he was just shooting up into the sky. Yeah, he left off 2 or 3 more shots and then wheeled around and galloped past me on his way back to town. And I saw him reach in his saddlebags and bring out a couple of cloth sacks and hook them over his saddle horn. They were the kind of sacks banks used for carrying money. Well, there just wasn't any doubt about it now. The story of that bank robbery was something Gabe had made up out of whole cloth. Oh, somebody had broken into the bank, all right. Well, it wasn't an outlaw, though. It was Gabe. Well, I waited maybe 15 minutes. Then I heard the alarm bell start off again. The posse was pulled up in front of Gabe's office. Bell must have brought him out of the hills. Gabe was handing the cloth sacks to Jim Waterby. I pulled up just in time to hear the tail end of what he was saying.
I ain't sure I hit him, you understand. This gun of mine's been thrown a bit to the left lately. But when I started shooting, they dropped these here bags and went galloping off. By the time I stopped to pick up the money, I reckon that's what's in them, well, them outlaws was just plumb out of sight. Yes, sir. I figured there wasn't much need of chasing them no further. Like as not, they'll never make it across the salt anyway.
Now, you did right, Gabe.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's all here. Every cent.
Hey, Britt, you hear what happened? Gabe caught up with the bandits, shot it out with them, and brung back what they stole.
Did he?
That don't seem possible. Them having a head start and all.
Well, you know Rusty when I give him his head.
Well, maybe the bandits was lost. Maybe they didn't know about them flats.
Yeah, I reckon they didn't. I reckon that's it.
If they knew where the bank was, they'd know about that salt.
That's right.
What are you getting at, Mark?
I don't know. There's something funny about this. There's 2 of them, you said, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
2 of them against you?
Well, what's so funny about that? Many's the time I shot it out with more than 2 men.
Let's ride out there, boys, and have a look around.
Well, whatever you say, Mark.
Sure.
Hold on a minute. I think maybe I can save you a trip.
Huh?
The fact is, I was following Gabe. I followed him right out on the flats.
What?
Oh, I know you didn't see me, Gabe. I was behind you, but I could see you just plain as day.
Now, Britt, you got to let me...
You mean you seen the gunfight, too?
Listen to me, Britt. Listen to me.
Was he telling the truth, Britt?
Yeah, that's right, was it?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I never saw a fight like that before, not in my whole life.
Great.
What about the bandits, Britt? You get a chance to recognize them?
No, I'm afraid I didn't.
Didn't stick around, eh? Once Gabe started shooting?
No, Well, as a matter of fact, when Gabe was through shooting, well, it was like they hadn't even been there.
No.
I'll be darned.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was, all right. Just like they hadn't been there at all. I don't know how Gabe had found out that the town was talking about having a new sheriff. I guess he sort of sensed it, the way folks have been acting. Of course, after this hold-up, well, they figured out maybe they could afford giving him a deputy. Jim Waterby, that's the banker. He put up part of the money, and then they didn't have much trouble raising the rest. I had a little talk with Gabe just before I left town. We didn't mention that night out on the flats, neither one of us. But he did give me his word that the next time there's any trouble, well, he'd let his deputy do a good share of the taking care of it. But the way things worked out, though, there haven't been any more robberies in Yellow Crest. Not one single solitary robbery. They say it's because of Sheriff Gabe. Outlaws just don't want to tangle with him. They all must have heard about what happened that time a couple of them tried to hold up the Yellow Crest Bank.
I wonder if you really know how much good you're doing every time you buy Christmas seals. Well, let me tell you something. Something I think will amaze you. It's simply this. Over 6 million lives have been saved in the fight against tuberculosis since the first Christmas seal was sold. In other words, what you actually buy when you buy Christmas seals is priceless protection for yourself, your family, and your community. So, please answer your Christmas seal letter today. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Herb Vigran, John Stevenson, Lamont Johnson, Dal McKinnon, and Old Gabe was played by Bill Johnstone. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, from all of us who each week bring you the Six Shooter, a special salute to NBC-affiliated station WGBF, Evansville, Indiana, on the occasion of their 30th anniversary. Happy anniversary, WGBF, and best wishes to all of your listeners. This is Hal Gibney speaking. Tonight, hear Lily Palmer and Rex Harrison in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the Six Shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. Hear Stroke of Fate and what might have happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And keep tuned for the dramatic story of Last Man Out. It's a lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the Six Shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the Six Shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
The snow was beginning to melt by the time I reached Dawson. You could hear it dripping from the eaves, hitting the boardwalk along the main street. I'd figured on being in town a couple of days earlier, but that storm sort of threw me off schedule. Not that I had to be there any particular day, but my winter job at Dave Engelman's ranch would be waiting for me whenever I showed up. But the sooner I got to Dave's, the sooner we could start moving his herd down to lower ground. So, Scar. Oh, boy. Well, it was almost noon, so I tied Scar to the hitching rail in front of Brick Vining's gambling hall and went hunting a place to eat. The town was sort of showing a little wear and tear. Of course, Dawson never had been a rich place, and I guess the drought last summer hadn't helped much. Folks just didn't have the money for improving the real estate, that's all. Except the jail. Huh. Gee, for a minute I couldn't believe my eyes. Well, it was all fixed up. Fresh green paint on the outside, new wooden steps leading up to the front door. Real honest-to-goodness bars in the cell windows. It sure was a different jail, all right. But the face grinning out at me from behind those cast-iron bars, well, that face hadn't changed a bit since the last time I was in Dawson.
Howdy, Brett.
Hello, Milt.
I heard you was coming to town. Dave Engelman said you signed up with him.
Yeah, that's right. You in for something, Milt?
Oh, there's a little ruckus over at Brick Vining's place last night. Some folks said I started it.
Uh-huh.
Reckon they're right.
You do. It seems to me like you were in jail when I left Dawson a couple of years back. Isn't it?
Was it Saturday night or Sunday morning?
Could have been. I don't remember exactly.
Well, if it was a Saturday night or Sunday morning, like as not, I was here. I ain't missed being thrown in more than 2 Saturday nights since they first built the place.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least you're living in style. George, this jail looks a lot fancier than it used to be.
Yes, yeah. New sheriff fixed it all up.
New sheriff, huh?
Sure. Oh, you heard about Saul Gordon being killed, didn't you?
No. Well, what happened?
Oh, well, it happened, maybe a couple of months ago. And, well, come on inside and have a look around while I tell you about it.
Well, I don't know about that, Milt. You know, maybe the new sheriff wouldn't care about it.
Oh, Sheriff Billy wouldn't mind. He'd like you to pay us a visit. Now, come on, Brett. The front door's unlocked.
Well, all right.
That's some desk, ain't it? Solid mahogany. He had it shipped here, all the way from Frisco.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. He paid for it out of his own pocket, too, Billy did. Town couldn't afford a desk like that.
Oh, no. I don't suppose it could. Well, what about Saul? What happened to him?
Well, like I said, it was around 2 months ago. The Baxter brothers had been seen heading this way from White Eagle. When Sheriff Gordon heard about it, he got some men together and started looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
Young Billy hadn't been in town very long. He wasn't obliged to join the posse, but he went anyway. Billy Riddle. That's his name, Britt.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't a very big posse, and when one of them Baxters shot the sheriff, well, that'd have been the end of it if Billy hadn't have took charge. Why, he managed to get off a couple of shots, and the next thing you know, both of them Baxter boys surrendered. So when Billy came back to town, well, nobody else was very anxious for the job of sheriff, so he seemed to be the logical man for it. You know, the way he handled the posse and all.
Sure,
Of course, some of the folks thought he was a little young for the job. Well, can't be more than 22 or 23. But he's got a good, firm grip on himself.
He does.
Oh, he ought to be showing up about now. He always turns me loose in time for my Sunday dinner. Real nice young fella. You'll like him. Southern boy.
Oh?
Yeah, I don't know why he came out west exactly. Good thing for the town he did, though. Oh, howdy, Sheriff, howdy. Oh, we're just talking about you. This here is Britt Ponset.
Ponset?
Oh, that's right. You've heard of him, ain't you? He's 6-shooter.
Oh, sure. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ponset.
Howdy, Sheriff. I just strolling by and Milt asked me to come inside.
I'm glad you did. Well, Milt, I reckon you'd like to be on your way.
Oh, I don't know, Sheriff. This jail's getting to be a darn sight more comfortable than my cabin. What with all your improvements?
Well, if you want to stay...
Oh, on second thought, I'd better be getting home now. Thanks for the hospitality anyway.
Don't mention it.
You head in my direction, Brad?
Well,
If you don't mind, Mr. Ponset, I'd like to talk to you. Just for a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Well, so long, then. See you next Saturday, Sheriff.
Sure. Goodbye, Mel.
I trust I'm not keeping you from anything, sir.
No. I was just thinking about eating a little dinner, maybe, if there's a cafe open.
Old Cotton serves a pretty good meal on Sunday.
That's
Cotton
all?
White, yeah. His place is right around the corner.
Fine. Well, I'll give that a try. You wouldn't care to join me, would you? We could talk while we're eating. That is, if you don't have any other plans.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Ponset. I'd like to join you. You see, I'd been hoping you'd turn up in Dawson.
My George, I'd sure was a nice tender pot roast, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy, I ate too much, though.
Oh?
My belt's cutting into me like a cinch here. Wait, like... What was it you had in your mind, Billy?
My name's Riddle, Mr. Ponset. Bill Riddle.
Yeah, Milt told me.
The name doesn't mean anything to you?
No, not offhand.
I heard a lot about you, Mr. Ponset, since I came to Dawson. Folks say you've traveled a lot around this part of the country. Covered it all, from one end to the other.
Boy, I've done my share of moving about.
What I wanted to know was if you ever ran into anybody else with the same last name as me.
Riddle?
Blake Riddle. That's the full name.
Relative?
My father.
Oh.
It's not a very common name. If you heard it, you'd be likely to remember it.
Yes.
Here's your pie, Sheriff. But what's that plate, though? It's hot.
Thanks, God.
No, I don't think I ever heard that name before.
Well, I wanted to be sure.
Was your father in these parts?
I don't know. I know he was once. Not here in Dawson, but somewhere in this territory.
Mm-hmm. You haven't heard from him lately?
No, I've never heard from him.
Oh?
Fact of the matter is, I've never even seen him. You see, he brought my mother out west here before I was born. Wasn't the kind of life she'd been used to. She was born and raised in the South. Family had a plantation.
I see.
Those days, the frontier must have been pretty wild. Anyway, when it came time for me to be born, she went back home.
And your father didn't go with her?
No. Maybe they had a quarrel. Maybe he didn't like her leaving him. I don't know. Later on, she told me he was dead. But I found out that wasn't true. At least it wasn't true when she told me.
Oh?
Anyhow, Mother died last year. In her things was a letter from Dad. It had been mailed from Denver about 15 years ago. Said he was going to buy a ranch somewhere around Phoenix. He asked Mother to bring me along and meet him. From the way it was written, you could kind of tell he didn't expect her to come.
Yeah. Well, some folks don't bear up very well when they're transplanted, you know. They take root in one place, and there's no point in trying to move.
Yeah, I reckon they just weren't suited. But now, well, I thought maybe if Dad was still alive, I thought maybe he and I... Tell you the truth, Mr. Ponset, I guess I'm his son, even though I never saw him. More his than Mother's.
I see.
And ever since I can remember, I've wanted to come west, even before I knew about him. And I've been happy out here, too, happier than I've ever been in my life. Of course, I didn't figure on being sheriff. That was just an accident.
Well, be that as it may, you're the sheriff, and Milt says you're a darn good one, so you at least got one satisfied customer, huh?
I'm going to try, Mr. Ponset. I'm going to try hard. I just wish that Dad... Well, if you should ever run into him, why...
Sure. What the Sam Hill's that?
Sounds like somebody's getting frisky.
There he goes, Sheriff. Over by the mercantile.
Yeah.
Oh, he ain't doing no harm. He's just shooting up in the air that way.
Ain't doing no good either.
Looks like he's running out of lead. Yes, there he goes. Into Brick Vining's place.
Hey, put the dinners on my bill, Cotton. I'll pay you for them later.
Sure, Sheriff.
Hold up a minute, Billy.
Yeah?
Hey, didn't you recognize that fellow, the one's doing the shooting?
What? No. Why should I?
Well, his name is Ben Reed.
Reed?
You sure, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I thought he was in jail over at Fort Lyon. I thought the marshal arrested him last month.
Well, Ben Reed's been in a lot of jails, but he always sort of manages to break out somehow, you know.
He won't break out of mine.
You gonna arrest him, Sheriff?
He's an outlaw, ain't he?
Why, sure, but he's mighty fast with a gun. At least so I hear. Ain't that right, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, that's what folks say.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out.
Sheriff Billy was young, all right, but he didn't walk young, and he didn't swagger. He just moved ahead like a man who knew where he was going. Of course, being a few years older wouldn't have done him any harm, especially if he was going to tangle with Ben Reed. And, well, there didn't seem to be any reason for me to miss all the excitement, so I started off in the direction of the gambling hall. If young Bill didn't know what he was doing, well, he'd soon find out. Ben Reed was sitting at a poker table dealing the cards. He didn't even look up when Bill came over and stood beside him. But Ben knew somebody was there, and he knew whoever it was wearing a star. He laid the deck of cards on the table, and he rested his left hand on his knee. I sure hope Billy knew that Ben was left-handed.
Your name's Reed? Ben Reed?
You talking to me?
I asked if you're Ben Reed.
Yeah, I'm Reed.
You broke out of jail over at Fort Lyon.
Don't look like I'm still there, does it, Sonny?
And you're going back.
Oh.
You're under arrest.
I heard this town got themselves a new sheriff. Some youngster wasn't even dry behind the ears.
Get on your feet.
Sure. You know, most fellas your age have a lot to live for. They'd be sort of careful who they started ordering around, but maybe you're different.
Maybe I am.
What's your name, kid? Just for the record, I always like to know a man's name before there's any trouble.
Bill Riddle. Sheriff Bill Riddle. Give me a gun, Reed. I said, give me a gun.
For a couple of minutes, they stood there, not moving, staring at each other. And Ben Reed's left hand slid down his hip a couple of inches. And in spite of myself, I found my own hand going for my holster. And then Ben's fingers stopped. And I couldn't believe my eyes. He unbuckled his gun belt and let it drop on the floor. Well, I guess the only person in that room who wasn't surprised was Billy. He just picked up those guns. He nodded to the door. Ben didn't even look back. He marched right out into the street and Billy behind him. There was a minute or so before it sank in just what had happened. Sheriff Billy Riddle had arrested Ben Reed without even drawing his gun.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I've got $100, 100 genuine United States dollars, and they're yours for a mere 75. Well, friends, suppose you heard an offer like that. You'd jump at it fast, wouldn't you? Well, that's the very offer I'm making you today. I'm promising a guaranteed return of $4 for every $3 you invest. And all you do is buy United States savings bonds. So sign up today for the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. You'll feel more secure tomorrow if you buy United States savings bonds today. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
2 o'clock that Sunday afternoon, the snow started coming down again. Big, real big, heavy snow. So I left Scar at the livery stable and got myself a room at Mrs. Kramer's boarding house. Yeah, I sure didn't like the idea of going out for supper, but Mrs. Kramer said that she didn't fix food on Sunday nights. She was lead soprano in the church choir, and rain or snow, she had to be there for the evening service. There wasn't anybody else who could carry the melody. So I put on just about all the clothes I had with me and headed for Cotton White's Cafe.
Howdy, Mr. Bonset. Oh, sure is coming down, ain't it?
Yeah.
We don't usually get a big snow like this before January or maybe February. It seems like the weather's changing. I wonder what's causing it.
I don't know, Cotton. Don't know. I was afraid you might be closed.
No, I would be, except for these lunches I'm packing. Yeah, the sheriff caught me just as I was locking the door.
Oh?
The idea of leaving for Fort Lyon in a blizzard like this.
Fort Lyon?
That's where he says he's going.
Well, what for?
Wants to turn Ben Reed over to the marshal there. He sure is in a big hurry to get rid of him for some reason. This don't make sense. Like as not, they'll never make it to Lyon, either one of them. But Billy says they're starting tonight, so... well, no, that does it. Oh, I'll just run these over to jail. You can pour yourself a cup of coffee, Mr. Ponson. I'll be right back.
Well, why not let me take them over for you, Carter? Says I'm all bundled up and everything.
Oh, of course not, Mr.
No
Ponson.
trouble, no trouble. Because I'd kind of like to have a talk with Bill before he leaves town.
Well, if you're sure.
Yeah, and don't stay open for me. I'll just get a cup of coffee from Mrs. Kramer. That's all I wanted anyway. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Ponson.
Thanks for bringing them over, Mr. Ponson. Good night.
Hey, Billy, you serious about striking out for Fort Lyon tonight?
Yeah.
Well, it looks to me like he's as safe here as he would be anywhere else.
Guess he don't appreciate my company.
That's right. I don't.
Well, you're the sheriff.
Yeah.
Fort Lyon's a 2-day ride in good weather. No telling how long it'll take you to get in a storm like this.
Don't worry about that.
Was something happened, Billy?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, I guess it's none of my business, whatever it is.
No, it isn't. Sorry, Mr. Ponson. Oh, what's the use? Somebody will find out sooner or later. I'm not taking him to Fort Lyon. As soon as we get out of town, I'm going to turn him loose.
What?
And I'm not coming back to Dawson. I'm going home to Georgia, where I belong.
Well, I suppose you've got your reasons.
I told you. I only came out here to find my father. And I told you this was my lucky day. I found him. Of course, he wasn't quite what I expected. He's a thief, an outlaw, and a killer.
You mean Reed?
You knew it, too, didn't you?
No, I didn't know anything of the kind.
Well, you must have guessed it then. When he let me take him without lifting a finger to stop me, you said yourself he was fast with a gun.
Well, I said that's what I heard. But the fact a man lets another man arrest him, well, that doesn't necessarily prove kinship.
I got the proof right here.
What?
Yeah.
Well, it's a mighty pretty locket.
Open it up.
Huh?
Go on, open it. That's my mother's picture when she was a girl. It's copied from a picture that hangs in our parlor back home. And he was carrying it fastened to his gun belt.
That's so, Reed?
His name isn't Reed. It's Blake Riddle.
He's loco, Ponson. Ask anybody. I'm Ben Reed. I always have been.
You're a fool to lie about it. If you weren't Blake Riddle, you'd be going to prison.
I've been in prison before.
And because you think he's your father, you're going to turn him loose. Is that it, Billy?
I don't care about him or anything that happens to him. But she loved him once. At least she must have thought she did.
And afterwards, you're getting out of town, huh?
I don't reckon Dawson would have much use for a sheriff who was Ben Reed's kid.
Well, they wouldn't have to know.
I'd know it. I'd always know it, even if they didn't.
Well, the town was mighty proud of you, Billy.
Well, at least I won't be the first lawman who couldn't hang on to Ben Reed.
No, that's true enough. It just seems to me you're acting on mighty flimsy evidence. It seems to me there's a lot of ways a man could get a hold of a locket like this one. It wouldn't necessarily follow that he really belongs to him. Of course, if Reed says it's his...
I ain't said that. He never asked me.
I didn't have to ask.
Well, what about it, Reed? Where'd you get it?
I had it so long I almost forgot.
Yeah.
But it all come back to me when you was making such a fuss. Never thought a piece of junk like that would cause so much stir.
Go on.
I found it. Well, it must be about 15 years ago now, maybe more. I was down around Phoenix, a little town named Court City. There were some other boys with me, and folks sort of got the idea we'd held up the bank, come looking for us with a posse. Well, there was a couple hours of shooting, and afterwards the posse went back without us. Those that were still alive, that is.
What's all this got to do with
Well, let him finish, Bill.
Well, we went out to look at the bodies, just to make sure the fellas were dead. One of them was carrying that locket, so I...
Are you trying to say you killed my father?
I don't know who killed him, not for certain. We was all shooting. I suppose it could have been me.
You're lying. Well,
why should he lie?
If it's the truth, why did they keep that locket? Wasn't worth anything. Didn't have any value.
Well,
why'd they keep it?
I'll tell you, kid. When I opened it up and looked at it, I said to myself, now, she's pretty nice looking. So I thought, seeing as how the fellow who was carrying the locket was sort of out of action, and maybe someday I might run into the woman in person having her picture, it'd sort of give me an excuse.
You filthy rotten! I'd kill you with my bare hands.
Now, get hold of yourself.
How could I ever have thought that a dirty, rotten killer would be my own? I must have been crazy, plumb crazy.
You sure were. The idea of a kid of mine turning out to be a sheriff.
It took Billy Riddle a little while to simmer down. When he finally did, he changed his mind about going to Fort Lyon. He decided to wait until the storm had died down, till he was sure of delivering the prisoner. Reed didn't say anything, not another word. Not until Bill went out back to get some wood for the pot-bellied stove.
Why are you looking at me like that, Ponson? You didn't believe me, did you?
Not entirely, Reed. No, not entirely.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, I was in Court City when you robbed that bank, and it wasn't 15 years ago. It was about 4 years ago. And the posse that went out after you, well, they didn't even get close to you. They came back, and all of them hadn't fired a shot.
Well...
And there was another, I think you would call it discrepancy.
What's that?
I knew all those boys in that posse, and none of them was named Riddle.
Well, one thing was true enough. The important thing.
Oh?
His father is dead. And I killed him.
What?
20 years ago, when his mother went off and left me, when she wouldn't come back, when she wouldn't even answer my letters, that's when I killed the man his father had been. I didn't think I had anything to live for. I didn't think I'd ever see Billy. I didn't think I'd ever see him as long as I lived. That's when I turned outlaw and became Ben Reed. That's when I killed Blake Riddle.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. But as far as I'm concerned, there's a lot more of Blake Riddle here tonight than there is of Ben Reed. At least that's the way it appears to me. Well, it was a couple of days before that storm let up, and Sheriff Billy could take him over to the marshal at Fort Lyon. And he got him there, too. No trouble at all. Of course, a lot of folks said that afterwards Ben Reed would just break out of jail again like he always had before, but, so far he hasn't even tried to. He's people just don't understand it. He's practically a model prisoner.
Within the next 5 years, millions of additional children will crowd the elementary schools. Unless we prepare for this increased enrollment, our children and our nation will suffer. If America is to provide enough teachers and enough classrooms so that our children can receive a decent education, we must take immediate steps to improve some of our local school systems. Join and work with local civic groups and school boards, actively seeking to improve educational conditions, won't you? Because better schools make better communities. The Six Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were James McCallion, Ken Christie, Howard McNear, and Alan Reed. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking. Tonight, hear Frederick March and Florence Eldridge in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Rancho. Azusa, 1851. Giant lottery to give away town. Azusa, 1862. Gold Town wiped out by flood. Azusa, 1870. Squatters break dam and fight for water. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful history behind the Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero Frank Graham returns to tell the fascinating events which took place on some particular section of the Southland. Your purchases of defense bonds and stamps help to defend America today. But don't forget that they are also a sound business proposition for you. A systematic and continuous defense bond savings program now will mean substantial resources for you and your family in the future. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles strongly urges that you look on your defense bond investment program in the light of both patriotism and sensible business practice. And like any such plan, it should be put into effect immediately and followed systematically. Visit your post office, bank, title insurance company in your county, or other source tomorrow, and invest in America. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story takes us to the section of Southern California around Azusa in the San Gabriel Canyon, a land with a colorful background, which was once owned by one of the most interesting characters of California history, Henry Dalton. It's a story rich in the romance of the ranchos. Any story of Azusa must necessarily start with the name Azusa. It's an unusual name, evidently Indian in origin. It puzzled folks for a long time about its meaning, where it had come from, and so on. The legends and stories which have grown up around the name are numerous, and range from the humorous such as that it means from A to Z in the USA, to the sublime, such as the beautiful legend told by an old Indian woman in the early days of the settlement. It seems that many moons before, a beautiful young Indian maiden journeyed with her father to the village of a nearby tribe. When they arrived, they found the villagers upset.
My father, why do these people mourn? Why is there wailing and chanting? Are they not happy?
No, my child, for their chief lies near death in the hut.
Near death? Cannot their medicine men cure him?
No, they have tried, failed. The chief will soon be taken by Great Spirit.
My father, take me to him.
You, my child, what could you do?
I cannot say. I do not know, but I feel that I must see him and place my hands upon his head.
My child, you cannot do that.
I can. I must. Father, take me to him, for I know that I can cure him.
Into the hut of the sick chief, the young girl was taken. She kneeled beside the unconscious man, gently placed her hands upon his fevered brow.
Oh, make well this man, Great Spirit. Take away the evil demons which torment him. Make him whole again.
My daughter, the chief stirs. His eyes open. He rises up. You have cured him.
I do not know how, my father, but I thank the Great Spirit for giving me the power.
Very soon the chief was well again, and in gratitude, he made the lovely young girl the bride of his handsome son, the future chief. As they stood in the ceremonial ring before the council, her father spoke.
My child, I give you new name, bestowed on you in gratitude by chief whose life you saved. I name you Azusa, blessed miracle.
And legend has it that from the lovely young maiden with the miraculous healing powers, Azusa and the valley around it received its name. Aside from the legends which recede back into the misty depths of time, there is little recorded history of this area until about the year 1841, when a 4,430-acre tract for a rancho was granted by the Mexican governor to Don Luis Arenas, former alcalde of Los Angeles. He erected a small adobe house on the hill near the present site of the high school. And then, 2 years later, a young man arrived in the port of San Pedro who was to make most of the history of Azusa. To the custom officials, he was
Henry Dalton, merchant born in England, in business in Peru, coming here to look over the country.
Henry Dalton came, saw, and was conquered. He brought his business to Los Angeles. Soon he was in the market for a rancho. Hearing about the rancho Azusa, he went to Don Luis Arenas.
See, I would be willing to sell it. I do not care much for rancho life.
Good. Then we can get down to business.
No, I am afraid not, senor. For even though I would like to sell it, I cannot.
You cannot? Why not?
The government, you know, it is all mixed up. There is trouble with Michel Torrena. Oh, it's also unsettled that they have issued an order forbidding the sale of any land.
You mean they won't let you sell your land whether you want to or not?
See, that is it. I could sell, but it would not be legal. I need the money, too.
But isn't there something we can do?
No, I am sorry, senor. Even the government cannot do anything. You would think they would let me raise some money any way I could. I owe them money.
Owe them money?
See, 1,000 pesos, and they need it. They are supposed to raise an army for Michel Torrena, then they have no money.
Wait a minute. How do you know this?
They came just yesterday and asked me if I could pay.
And you said you could not?
See, not a peso.
You didn't say anything about selling your land?
No. What good would it do?
Maybe a lot. Come on. We are going to the prefect right now and see about this.
What are you talking about, senor?
If you owe them money and they need it, and you can raise it only by selling the land, don't worry. They'll find some way to let you sell the land. Come on, senor. You have just sold a rancho.
And the sale was made. As Dalton had surmised, the governor was only too glad to arrange matters legally. Now Henry Dalton, or Don Enrique, as he was called by the Californians, took up life on Rancho Azusa, rebuilding the old Arenas adobe and building many new structures. Crops were planted. The land was stocked with cattle. The astute English businessman soon had a thriving domain, where shortly before had been wasteland. But Dalton was smart enough not to put all his eggs in one basket, He kept up his prosperous mercantile business in the Pueblo. And then, one day in 1846, came news that Mexico was at war with the United States. For the next few months, life in Los Angeles was unsettled, with first the Californians, then the Americans in charge. Both of them brought trouble to the neutral Englishmen. It was toward the end of hostilities that the situation became acute.
Mr. Dalton, sir.
Yes, Ben, what is it?
It's the soldiers again. They came this morning and took 2 wagon loads of our merchandise.
Good heavens.
And they said they'd be back for more this afternoon. Mr. Dalton, sir, we're almost out of stock and no more to be had. If they take much more, we'll have to close up shop.
I know. I've just been figuring up how much they've taken so far. It comes to almost $65,000 worth.
Holy mackerel. Well, that's enough to ruin any business. They'll never pay us for that much.
I'm afraid you might be right, although I'm filing claims with both governments to try to collect. But if I can't, I'm ruined, Ben.
Well, what'll I tell them when they come back this afternoon?
Tell them? I guess there's not much you can tell them, Ben. Just let them have what they want, and may the good Lord help us.
Thus started the avalanche of worries that beset the rancher. The American victory and the gold rush combined to start a flood of American settlers pouring into Southern California. Some of them settled on the Rancho Azusa, renting the land from Dalton. But the United States Land Commission demanded proof of title to the land from all the rancheros. And when the government surveyors mapped out Dalton's holdings, the Englishman's domain began to crumble.
Hi there, mister. Can I get a drink of water?
Huh? Oh, howdy, stranger. Sure. There's a bucket of cool spring water right there. Help yourself.
Thanks very much.
I ain't never seen you around here, have I?
Well, that's right refreshing. No, you ain't. I'm surveying this land for the United States government.
Oh, that's so? Well, my name's Casey.
Glad to know you. Nice place you have here.
We like it.
Own it, do you?
No, I rent it from Henry Dalton.
You rent it from Henry Dalton. What for? It isn't his.
Well, of course it's his. It's always been here, stranger.
Not now. This is public land. If you're smart, you'll file your claim for it right away.
Well, come in, Casey. Glad to see you.
Mr. Dalton, I come up to see you because, well, I was talking to that surveyor fella. And...
Oh, yes, I've seen them around. From the government, aren't they?
Yes, and, well, I don't know exactly how to say this, but he said that you don't own my land.
He did?
Yes, and I told him he was wrong, but he says their survey shows that my land's public land.
Yes, I've seen their maps. They're wrong, Casey.
I know, I think so, too, but what am I to do? He told me I better file claim for my land.
Yes, I guess you'd better, before someone else does.
Well, Mr. Dalton, I don't feel right about that. After all, you've been pretty square with me.
Oh, you needn't feel badly, Casey. I understand. It's all you can do. I'm going to fight this decision, son, if I have to take it to the Supreme Court. I have to, because it's not just your piece of land they're taking, it's a lot more, too. But if I lose the fight, I'd rather see you get it than somebody else. And if I win, well, you haven't lost anything.
Well, I'm sorry it had to happen this way, Mr. Dalton.
So, my son, it'll just about ruin me, but it isn't your fault.
Mr. Dalton, would you shake hands?
Sure, son, sure. God bless you.
On top of the unsettled war claims, the government refused to confirm Don Enrique's claim to the best portions of his land. He fought it out in the courts for years, and that took money, lots of it. Debt began to haunt him, and he had to find ways of raising money. And so, as far back as 1851, he'd conceived a plan.
See, here it is, Ben, all mapped out.
Man alive. A real town on paper.
Yep, the city of Benton, right here on my land. Well, what I have left, that is.
You're aiming to sell lots, is that it?
No, I'm going to give them away.
Mr. Dalton, give them away.
Yeah, I'm getting up a lottery, selling chances on these lots.
Huh.
People take a chance on a gamble where they wouldn't buy a barren piece of land. You know, most people can't visualize what a piece of land will look like once it's cultivated. You have to make it attractive to them some way. Maybe this is it.
Why, sure, it's a marvelous idea. Why, you sell 1,000,000 chances. You make plenty of money.
I hope so, Ben. I have to.
Mr. Dalton, what are you doing? That paper you're tearing up, that's the map of Benton.
No, Ben, it's the map of no place. There is no Benton. There never will be any.
You mean you're giving it up?
Giving it up. There was nothing to give up. People just weren't interested, that's all. I guess we'll have to figure some other way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dalton.
Yeah, so am I. She was a nice little town, wasn't she? I could almost see her down there at the foot of the hill. This would make a fine place to live, Ben. Someday people are going to realize that. I hope I live to see it. But now, unborn town of Benton, I hereby consign you to the dust of history. Into the fire, Ben. Throw it in.
Land is one of the most basic of all commodities. And when the market for land and real estate in any area is good, it means that general business conditions there must also be favorable. So it's encouraging to learn that California's leading authorities are predicting a substantial real estate market in Southern California during the next few years, in spite of war conditions. In a statewide survey made by the California Real Estate Association since the beginning of the war last month, interesting figures on real estate activity as compared with that of a year ago were revealed. 59% of the real estate leaders reported that local markets were improved. 77% reported a better market for older homes. 75% reported fewer rental vacancies. 58% reported more purchases of real estate for income purposes. And 69% said realty selling prices were higher. And so, although war conditions are having an adverse effect in some fields of endeavor, the capital outlay being made to meet new housing needs is extremely reassuring. The survey indicates that Southern California will continue to be a white spot in the nation, both as a place to earn a living and as a place to enjoy living.
Dalton's dreams of the town of Benton, nestled under the hill where Azusa now stands, was not to be. And the financial ruin which hung over him was to continue for years more, constantly growing. But for a while at least, life went on much the same as before on that part of the Rancho Azusa which Dalton still held undisputed. It was a thriving community unto itself. In July of 1847, the Englishman had been baptized into the Roman Catholic faith in order to marry Maria Guadalupe Zamorano, a daughter of one of the old families of Southern California. Dalton experimented with many new crops, but he took his greatest pride in his vineyards, where he grew many different varieties of grapes, all used to make wines and brandies in his great winery. Wine was the chief industry, and it was also the constant source of trouble, not only for Dalton, but for all the early rancheros. For most of the labor was performed by the Indians, and every week when Sunday came, the red men trooped up to be paid for their week's work.
All right, men, step right up here. Form in line. We all ready, Mr. Dalton?
Yes, but it won't do any good, but let's try 'em anyway.
Right. All right, there, you. Cedro, step up here.
Me here.
All right. 6 days' work. Here you are.
Money. Me no want money. Take back.
Now, wait a minute, Isidro. You work for it, you're going to get it.
No want money. Want the guardiente.
But, men, you need the money. You can buy things with it, but buy brandy if you want, but it's bad for you. You'll be much better off if you take the money.
Me want the guardiente. No money. No.
Well, there you are, Mr. Dalton. What are you going to do?
Listen, you men. I can't pay you in aguardiente. It's against the law. And furthermore, I don't want to. It isn't good for you. Now, listen.
No, pay in the guardiente. Everybody does.
I don't care what everybody does. You'll all get drunk and you'll be no good for 3 or 4 days. I'm going to put a stop to it. From now on, you get no brandy. Understand? No aguardiente.
No aguardiente. No work.
What? You mean if I don't give you the brandy, you won't show up for work tomorrow?
No aguardiente. No work for you no more.
Well, there you are, Mr. Dalton. That's the way it is. There ain't nothing we can do about it, I guess.
The stupid idiots. Can't they see we're only trying to help them?
No, and I guess there ain't much use trying to make them see it. They like their firewater too well.
I'd like to wring the neck of the hombre who first gave an Indian a taste of the stuff.
Yes, but he ain't around, I guess, so... What do I do?
Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Blast it. Give it to them. We got to have hands to do the work when they get over their spree. Go ahead. I wash my hands of them.
All right. All right, you obstinate critters. Come on, ruin yourselves. But don't blame us.
The Indians' taste for firewater was a big problem. But the rancheros had other pressing problems, too. one of which struck with full force on Henry Dalton and the Rancho Azusa. In the semi-arid land of Southern California, water was more valuable than gold. And as more settlers came upon the lands and founded towns, built farms and homes, the struggle to hold the limited sources of the precious water began. Early, Henry Dalton had built diversion dams and irrigation ditches to bring the water of the San Gabriel to his land and that of his Azusa neighbors. But now, settlements had grown up further down the river, and friction started.
Now listen, Dalton, we need water. You're going to get it.
I understand that, sir, but don't forget we need water, too. We're only taking as much as we need now. The rest of the river is yours.
Well, it's not enough. We're going to get more.
I've already suggested that we form a committee of 3, with representatives of both sides to decide the distribution to each of us. I'm perfectly agreeable to abide by their decision.
Blast your committee. We've already decided how much we need, and we're going to have it now. You have to open up those gates and let more water through.
Man, you're asking me to drain off the lifeblood of my land and the land of all the people in this section.
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
Oh, you are? Well, listen here, young man. I'm not going to let my crops dry up and die. No, nor the crops of my neighbors until you agree to the arbitration committee. And until they say otherwise, we'll keep right on taking as much water as we need.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. There's enough for all of us, so I have a right to my share.
Yeah? Well, you listen. If you don't open up them gates, we'll open them for you.
You won't touch those gates. You've no right.
Never mind the right. You try to stop us.
All right, then. If you want to fight, you've got it, son. Come ahead. Try it.
Mr. Dalton, look over there by the diversion ditch.
Yeah, looks like a couple of men.
Yeah, it sure does. That's funny.
Did you send any of the men over there to repair the ditch?
No, I don't know what they're doing.
Well, it looks like they're working anyway. I'll stroll over that way while you finish loading the wagon.
All right. I'll be ready in just a minute.
Say, what are you men doing?
Oh, it's you, Dalton. Now, what does it look like we're doing?
Here, you can't do that. You're opening the gates. You're letting the water flow.
That's right. I told you if you didn't open them, we would.
Here, stop there. Get away from those gates.
Oh, no, you don't. Put down that walking stick. Go ahead, Charlie. Don't pay no attention to him. Open them up.
You can't do this. I'll have the law on you.
We'll worry about that after we get over.
Here, you, stop it. Stop it, I say.
Oh, wait a minute, Dalton. Get back there. I'd advise you not to interfere.
Take your hands off me, you rascal. Here, stop it.
Don't get rough, Dalton.
Stop it. Look out.
How do you like it down there?
Here, help me out, you blasted fool.
You can stay down there till we get through. Stand back, Dalton.
Wait till I get my hands on you.
I don't think you will. Stand back.
Oh, so you'd pull a gun on me.
And it's loaded, too. Just stay where you are till we're finished.
And you stay where you are, brother.
What?
Drop that gun and put up your hands.
Oh, thank goodness. Good old Ben. Here, help me out of this ditch before I drown.
All right. And you boys better get going out of sight quick. And don't ever let me catch you near these gates again, or you'll find out I can use this gun, too.
In spite of Dalton's efforts to form an arbitration committee, the fight over the water rights to the San Gabriel continued for years, sometimes coming to violence. It was not finally settled until 1889, with the appointment of the Committee of 9. In the meantime, another event had brought more settlers streaming into the region of Azusa. For gold had been discovered in San Gabriel Canyon, and miners flocked there. The San Gabriel placers were rich, and in the years from 1858 to 1863, the average miner's return from mining in the San Gabriel was greater than the average in the gold rush towns of the north. Towns sprang up in the canyon, including Eldoradoville, Downeyville, real booming gold towns. But on Saturday, January 18th, 1862...
Man alive, Joe. Look at that water. I've never seen a flood like this, even up here. I'm sure glad we climbed up here on the mountain.
Yeah, town's sure going to get wet today.
Hey, do you hear that?
Yeah, sounds like an earthquake almost.
Wonder what it is.
No. Hey, look at that. Look up the canyon.
Holy mackerel, man. It's a solid wall of water.
Good Lord. It'll wipe the town right off the face of the map.
Come on, man. Let's get out of here.
Wiped off the face of the map were the mining towns of San Gabriel Canyon. But the hardy miners came back to take many millions in gold dust from the workings in the years that followed. Among them were many a canyon character who lives in the tales of the old-timers today. There was Bates Persinger, the strongest man alive, who was said to have thought nothing of carrying a bale of hay on his shoulder for 15 miles up into the canyon without shifting the weight once. There was John Knox Portwood, the bad man with notches on his gun. Bill Potter, known far and wide for his tall stories. There was Stuttering McNabb, and the mysterious Indian who had a fabulously rich gold mine hidden in the mountains. These and many others made the tales of canyon lore a fascinating study. But down at the mouth of the canyon, history was being made too. Dalton, desperate in need for relief from his troubles, tried a second time to establish a town on his land. In 1878, the plot of Mound City was drawn up, and the venture was to be financed through a newly formed company, the Mound City Land and Water Company. But it was only a short time before.
No use, Ben.
You mean Mound City's going just like Benton?
Worse, because now the bank's got part of it, and the land ain't mine anymore. Everything would have been all right if only we could have sold a few farms and made the payments.
You mean they couldn't sell nothing?
Oh, there's a few buildings, just the start of a town, but not enough to do any good. No, Ben, something had better happen pretty quick, or I'm finished.
Maybe the government in Washington will give you back that land that all the squatters took.
I don't know, maybe. But I've been waiting almost 30 years for that, and they haven't made a decision yet. I don't suppose they ever will.
Sure they will. When they do, you'll be saved. Mr. Dalton. Oh, Henry.
Yes, Ben?
I got news from Washington.
From Washington? Ben? Oh, I can tell by your face, old friend.
They decided against you, sir.
No, Mr. Slauson, it's no good. I've tried to start a town here twice and failed. Last time, I even lost the land to the bank you represent. All I have left is my little homestead. I guess I'm licked.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe we can make this thing pay after all. I want to try it. Build a town.
Won't work. People just don't want to live out here, I guess.
You're wrong. Things are different now. There's a railroad coming through here and another farther down. There's going to be a land boom around this valley. I think this time a town will succeed.
I doubt it. Anyway, I'm sick of it. I'm through trying.
Well, I'm not. I'm so sure of this, I'm going to take this land over from the bank myself and start the town of Azusa.
And Jonathan Sayers Slauson was right. He founded the town of Azusa just in time to catch the great boom of the 80s, when 36 new towns sprang up between there and Los Angeles. With fares as low as $1 for the train trip from the Missouri River west to California, settlers flocked to the valleys of Southern California, and almost overnight the town of Azusa grew into a thriving community. Around it grew Glendora, Duarte, Irwindale, Covina. A great citrus industry has grown up on the land which Henry Dalton first saw to be a fine place to live. Today, in the beautiful little city of Azusa, over 5,200 people look forward to an even greater future. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in just a moment. As you probably know, the 1940 census established the population of Los Angeles County at slightly more than 2,785,000. The population of Greater New York, according to the same authority, is 7,455,000. And yet, during the month of last November, the number of deeds and mortgages recorded in Los Angeles County was almost twice the total recorded in Greater New York. The actual figures were 19,699 for Los Angeles County, 10,984 for Greater New York. Such figures graphically illustrate the leadership of Southern California in volume of real estate transactions. They also reveal the importance of the service of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, which facilitates real estate transactions by verifying and insuring land titles promptly and at a minimum cost to owners and investors.
Next week, we're going to tell you the story of one of the first Americans to cross the mountains into Southern California, a real pathfinder. Jedediah Smith was a fur trapper looking for new fields to conquer, and he helped to open up this country for Americans. Be sure to hear his story. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Romance of the Ranchos.
San Gabriel, 1826.
Americans cross deserts to California.
San Jose, 1827.
Americans face arrest by Mexican governor.
Vancouver, 1827.
Americans escape Indian massacre at Umpqua. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful characters and events which make the history of our Southland so fascinating. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell us another tale of adventure and romance. The offices of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are one of the many places where United States defense bonds and stamps are on sale. The company urges that wherever you buy defense bonds and stamps, that you buy as many as you can, as often as you can. That is the way that America can answer the challenge of its enemies in the strongest language possible, with guns and bombs. It is the way that we can all back up our armed forces, do our part in the protection of our homes and our way of living. Make it a regular, systematic program to invest your dimes and dollars in democracy. Now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight concerns a great man, one of the true unsung heroes of the West, a pathfinder who has only recently been accorded recognition for the great part he played in opening up the West and California to the American pioneers. Here is the true life story of Jedediah Smith, a story full of adventure and excitement and rich in the romance of the ranchos. This story might well begin with an eulogy to a beaver hat, for few people realize how great an influence that style of wearing the skin of a beaver in the form of a hat had to do with the rapid expansion of these United States. In 1820, California was a remote Mexican province, accessible only by sea. Explorers had beaten a trail north to the Columbia River and south through Mexico. But still there was a great expanse of unexplored country, as large as most nations, inhabited only by wild beasts and savage Indians. Across this formidable barrier, the westward expansion of the Americans would not have pushed into California, for another generation at least, had it not been for the lonely fur trappers. And the first of these was Jedediah Strong Smith. Jed Smith was born at Bainbridge, New York, about the year 1798. By the time he was 20, he had acquired an education above the average for a young man of the frontier, and he shipped as clerk aboard a freight boat plying the Great Lakes. It was there he met the fur trappers and listened to their tales.
Sure, it's as true as I'm telling you. That there valley was alive with beavers. Millions of the critters. Yes, sir, there's a fortune to be had up in that country.
Sam, how do you get to be a fur trapper?
What's that? You aiming to be a trapper?
Well, sure, why not? Sounds like just what I'm looking for. Adventure, excitement, doing something.
Yeah? Well, it ain't no life for a fellow that's squeamish about getting hurt or killed.
Oh, I'm not worried about danger. All your stories about the Indians and bears and stuff, they don't scare me none. How do I get to be a trapper?
Well, I guess the best way'd be to hire yourself off to St. Louis. That there's the jumping-off place.
Then that's where I'm going, Sam. Yes, sir, I'm going to do things.
Jedediah Smith quit his job, journeyed to St. Louis, and joined the company of trappers under William Henry Ashley. Before long, the courageous young man had shown his mettle to Ashley and was acknowledged leader in the company. It was during this period that one day, as he was leading a file of men through the wilderness above the Missouri...
Jed. Jed.
Yeah? What's the matter, Turner?
You hear something crashing through the brush? Hold up a minute. Oh, there. There, you hear it? Sounds like something big.
Yeah, grizzly, most likely. But he's coming mighty close. They usually steer clear. He must be hopping mad.
You think he'd attack us?
Don't know.
Look, there it is. Jumping Jupiter. He's big as a mountain.
Look out, men. He's got blood in his eye. Hold the horse right
Jed, come back here. Look out, Jed. Jed, he's coming at you. Jed, look out. The bear's got him down and tearing to pieces. Get in there, men. Help him. Shoot. Get him. That's it. Got him. Now in there, men. Come on. Get out from under. Jed. Jed, are you all right?
Glory be. Look at his head. That bear near scalp.
Jed, can you hear me? John, did I get him? Yeah, you got him with your knife first, and then the men shot him. How do you feel?
Oh, all right, I guess. How about the others?
Nobody hurt, except you.
Yeah, I guess I'm banged up a little, huh?
Yeah, your head. Looks like he took your whole head in his mouth.
Yeah, he did. Well, come on. Which one of you can sew a few stitches? We got to be getting on.
Overcoming injuries that would have crippled a weaker man, Jed Smith was soon on his feet and continuing with his duties. He was one of the first white men to see the valley of the Great Salt Lake. He is thought to have discovered the Great South Pass, which furnished the gateway to the Northwest for all the immigrant trains which flowed westward in the following years. But it was in the spring of 1826 that he started his greatest adventure. All of the trapping parties under Ashley gathered for their annual rendezvous at the Great Salt Lake. It was there that Ashley announced his decision to quit the fur business and retire. And it was there that a new company was formed.
Yes, sir. Smith, Jackson, and Sublette. That's us.
And I suppose you're going to revolutionize the fur business.
That's right, because we're going to branch out. We're going to find new supplies, and what's more, new markets. Dave Jackson and Bill Sublette are going to head up the territory we already have. I'm going to strike out for new pastures.
Yeah, well, of course, I know we're always looking for new supplies of furs, but this new market, what do you mean by that?
Just what I said. There's a market for us in China and across the sea. We're going to find our way to the coast so as we can ship direct.
You don't mean overland to the coast?
That's just what I mean. Not only that, but overland to California. That's a country I want to see. There's bound to be plenty of beaver there.
But there ain't nobody ever made it overland.
Nobody's tried. But I'm gonna.
Why, man, you're just plumb crazy. That's 1,000 miles through God knows what kind of country.
Makes no difference. John, Americans are coming further west every day. They're spreading out, multiplying, taking up more room. And they ain't going to stop till they get to the ocean, the Pacific. All they need is somebody to show them the way. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do.
And so in 1826, Jedediah Smith started on the journey that was to earn him the title of Pathfinder of the Sierras. With a company of 17 men, he set out from the Great Salt Lake, heading southwest into the great expanse of unknown desert that lay on the path to California. California, a half-mystic land they'd vaguely heard about. Days and weeks they traveled through the wilderness, over the barren, dry plains, through wild and towering mountains, each day discovering new landmarks, rivers, mountains, and valleys, wonders never before seen by the white men. Always there was a threat of mishap, a fall over a precipitous cliff, the attack of a wild animal, Indians. Both men and beasts suffered from hunger and thirst. Many times the way seemed too hard, too dangerous, futile. But they kept on. Finally, they reached a Mojave Indian village on the banks of the Colorado River, near what is now the town of Needles. There they found a guide to take them into the promised land of California. Across the parched desert, they slowly plodded their way, through or near the Cajon Pass, across desert lands, and then into the cool green paradise that was California.
Jedediah, this is heaven. Heaven after what we've been through. Jed, just look at these fields. Why, they're really cultivated. There's vineyards, orchards, corn. Why, I ain't seen nothing like this place, well, since I was a kid back in New England.
Beautiful country, all right. Well, we must be getting pretty close to some habitation.
Yeah, looks like it.
Must be dead. Look, Injuns. It's an ambush.
Watch out, men. Injuns. Hey, wait a minute. They're just standing looking at us. They're not going to attack.
There's something funny about this. Jed, look. A man or something.
Holy smoke, Jed. Looks like a monk.
He's probably one of the Romans. A Spanish priest.
Yeah, that's what.
Welcome, my sons. Do not fear these Indians, for they will not harm you. They are fine, peaceful children.
Yeah? And who, may I ask, are you?
Father Sanchez of the Mission San Gabriel.
Mission?
See, this is our land. The mission buildings are close by. You look as though you had traveled far.
Yeah, from the Great Salt Lake.
I do not believe I know that. But you are foreign, Americanos, are you not?
That's right. We've just come across 1,000 miles to the east on a trapping expedition. And we came here for supplies and rest.
Oh, of course. Come, the mission is yours, and we are your servants. Come, all of you, and welcome.
Father Sanchez, I hardly know how to thank you. The way you've welcomed us, fed my men, even given us cloth for clothes, badly needed as they were.
It is nothing, my son. We have plenty here.
I should say you have. This is indeed a land of plenty. I wouldn't mind how long we stayed here.
But I am afraid that you cannot stay for long, my son. I am sorry. I have not attempted to speak of this until you were rested from your terrible journey, but...
Well, what is it?
Our government in this country has a law against the entry of any foreigners. You and your men are liable to arrest and imprisonment.
But we've done nothing.
I know, but it is the law. I should advise you to go to the governor at San Diego. Tell him your story and gain his permission to go peaceably back the way you came. Otherwise, I cannot say what may be your fate.
And so, while his men rested at the hospitable Mission San Gabriel, Jedediah Smith journeyed to San Diego to see Governor Echandilla. After several days of arguments, the young American was ushered into the official's presence.
Senor Smith, my government is not pleased with your illegal entrance into the province of Alta California.
Well, I'm sorry. Your Excellency, I meant no harm. I don't see how we could do you any harm if we meant to.
That is beside the point. You are here now, and the question is what to do with you.
Well, we fully intend to return to our own country as soon as we're rested. We have no intention of staying here.
And you shall not. You shall leave as soon as possible.
Well, that's all right, but I'd like to take a more northern route back. Go up to the northern part of the province and cut across the mountains from there.
No. You shall go back the same way you came.
But, Your Excellency...
That is the quickest way for you to get out of the country. That is the way you shall take.
But, sir,
that is final. You may consider yourself fortunate, senor. Had it not been for the intervention of the Americano ship captains whose boats are here at present, and the fact that you were in a desperate condition when you arrived in California to seek supplies, you would not be so generously treated. No matter how I may personally feel, senor, law is law. And I advise you to take your men out of California as fast as possible, or I may not be inclined to trust you further.
Governor Echandilla realized, if others did not, the tremendous implications of Jedediah Smith's triumph in finding a route from the east into California. It meant that no longer would the remote Mexican province be a world apart, safe from intrusion by enterprising Americans. Anxiously he waited as Jedediah Smith returned to his men at San Gabriel and prepared to leave the country. He breathed easier when word came that the Americans had bade farewell to their hosts, the Padres, and driven their pack train up through Cajon Pass. But what the governor did not know was that at the head of the pass, Jedediah Smith called his men to a halt.
Hold up, men. Oh. All right, men, we'll make camp here. Get something to eat and get ready to march fast. Here's where we turn off.
Turn off, Jed? Well, what do you mean?
We head out of here due north.
North? Well, that ain't the way we come. That heads us right back into California.
That's right. We're going to see a little more of this country before we're through, and we're going to find another way to get here. Another route over the mountain.
But, Jed, if they catch us...
Sure, they'll put us in jail, I suppose. But we'll get out. Anybody wants to quit, just say so. You're welcome. All right, then. Now, we got a job to do, and nobody's going to stop us from doing it. From here, we're heading north.
Let us suppose that you're interested in buying a home. You see a house and lot that you like. You decide to buy it. You consult your real estate broker. He has it listed as belonging to Mr. Jones. But how do you know that Mr. Jones actually owns it? How can you tell what rights or claims or interests in that house and lot may belong to some other individual or corporation or municipality? How do you know what mortgages or judgments are liens of record on the property? How do you know who has a right-of-way of record across the lot? In theory, at least, you could establish all these and other necessary facts for yourself by personally examining hundreds of documents on file in as many as 50 different public offices. But it would take you weeks or months and involve heavy expense. And when you got through, you would not have positive assurance that you had examined all the instruments, or that some of those which you did examine had not been improperly or fraudulently executed. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will do all this work for you in a fraction of the time and for a fraction of the cost. And it will then ensure the completeness and accuracy of its findings up to the minute. That is title insurance. If you invest in land, it is neither economical nor quite safe to overlook the protection of title insurance.
North through the fertile San Joaquin Valley moved the party of Americans, trapping as they went. Now they realized even more clearly what kind of country they had found, what their discovery might mean. To them, right away, it meant another plentiful supply of beaver, and that was their business. And so it was that when they reached a point above what is now Sacramento on the American River, they had a valuable pack of furs. It was time to turn toward home. But the snows of winter had engulfed the high Sierras, and as the party tried the icy ascent...
Jed, wait. I gotta have some help here. This horse is mired in the snow up to her belly.
Wait a minute, man.
I can't pull her out. I haven't got the strength. My hands are numb. I'm afraid they're frozen.
Here, I'll give you some help, Jed. You think we better go on? I don't think we can make it.
No, I'm afraid this snow's too deep. What are we going to do? Can't go back. They'll put us in jail.
Looks like we'll have to take a chance on that. It's suicide to try to go on here till next spring.
Yeah, jail's better than freezing to death up here.
You won't go to jail. We'll go back to the last camp on the river. You men can stay there and forage for your food.
What do you mean, us men? What about you?
I'm coming back up here, traveling light. I think I can make it across to Salt Lake and back.
Are you crazy, man?
Well, we're going to need help, supplies, more men. I'll get them.
Not without me, you won't. I'm going too.
All right, John. You can go and maybe one more. But the rest will have to stay and keep out of jail.
Up over the precipitous summits of the high Sierras, still snow-shrouded by winter, Jed Smith and two companions worked their way, fighting ice and snow, hunger and exhaustion. Once across the mountains, a long expanse of desert wastes further taxed their failing strength. Of the 7 horses which started the trip, only one got through to Salt Lake. But finally, the men reached their destination, got supplies and a new company of about 20 men, and started back. This time, Smith chose the old route to the south, and after weeks of slow progress, they reached the Indian village on the Colorado. But there...
John, there's something wrong. I think we better turn this raft around and go back.
Well, Jed, we're halfway across the river. What do you think's wrong?
I don't know. I just got a feeling. Those Indians seemed friendly enough, but not quite like before.
Oh, you're imagining things.
Well...
Look, we'll be across the river in a minute. The others will be right after us. We'll be on our way to California, so don't...
John, look. Look, back on the bank.
Good Lord, they're attacking the other men. Look, 100 of them.
I knew it. I knew something was wrong. They've been told to stop us.
Well, what do we do? Those men are being massacred.
What can we do? Here out in the middle of the river, out of gunshot range. There's nothing we can do.
Look, those red devils are men on the other raft. They're coming after us.
They won't get us. We can't do anything about those other poor devils, but we can save ourselves. Men, there's only 7 of us here. We haven't any provisions, nothing. But we're going to make a run for it. As soon as we touch the opposite shore, we're going as fast as we can for California.
Most of his men massacred by the Mojave Indians. Without food or water, Smith and 8 other men stumbled across the Mojave Desert and, exhausted, reached the blessed haven of the estancia of the Mission San Gabriel. There, once again, Father Sanchez relieved their sufferings and furnished Smith with supplies. Leaving 2 of his men there, the leader quickly marched north to the American River to find his other party in need of fresh supplies.
Well, there's only one thing to do. We can't move from here till we get supplies. I'm going into the mission at San Jose and get them.
Well, they'll arrest you.
Yeah, they already know we're here. Why they haven't arrested us, I don't know. But if you show up in San Jose...
It can't be helped. There's nothing else to do. I'm Jedediah Smith.
Oh, the Americano, eh? Well, we've been waiting for you, senor. Hola, hombre. Throw him into jail.
Jailer! Jailer! You've got to tell the governor I want to see him.
I'll tell him, senor. I'll tell him.
But you say that every day and nothing happens.
Mañana maybe, senor. There is no hurry here. Here he is, Your Excellency, the Americano.
See, you may go. So, Senor Smith.
You must pardon me, Your Excellency. I'm not dressed for such an honor. That pigsty you call a prison is not easy on clothes or looks.
Come, senor. It is I who have cause for complaint. You disregarded my order to leave the country.
Very well, I did. I've not tried to conceal it. I tried to take my men out once, but I couldn't. I want to now, but you throw me in jail.
And how do I know you will not disregard me again?
You don't. But if you'll sell me supplies and allow me to try the northern route up to the Columbia River, I'll give you my promise that we'll leave.
I'm afraid I shall require more than your promise this time, senor. In fact, I shall require a bond of $30,000 to ensure that you will be out of this province within 2 months.
$30,000? Where could I ever raise that much money?
I do not know, but raise it you must. Or I shall make other plans for you.
Once again, American ship captains came to the young trapper's aid and secured his bond. Now, armed with new supplies and horses, the men started the hazardous trip over another expanse of unexplored country, north through the mountains of California to the Columbia River. The going was difficult in the extreme, and many a pack horse, picking its way along the trailless mountainside, was to slip and plunge screaming to the rocks far below. And finally, after weeks of struggle, the little band camped on the banks of the Umpqua River. Ahead was comparatively easy marching. In a few days, they would be at the Columbia and safety. Early in the morning, Jedediah Smith went out from camp to pick a trail on which to start the day's journey. As he was coming back...
Jed! Hello? Jed! Who's that? Jed Smith. John Turner. What is it? What's the matter?
I got ahead of you off.
Speak up, man. What is it? What's wrong?
Indians attack. Just as we were breaking camp, I took a stick of wood. Heard 4 of them. Got away to warn you.
Lord. What about the others?
I don't know. I doubt if any of them got away. They'll be coming for us next.
One other man escaped the massacre at the Umpqua and stumbled into the Hudson's Bay trading post at Vancouver on the Columbia River, 1 day ahead of Jedediah Smith and John Turner. Dr. John McLaughlin, who ran the post, took care of the Americans and talked to Smith.
Well, son, you've done a great thing. You realize that you're the first man to reach California overland? Yes, and the first one to find a way up here from California. You've connected up a lot of country that was separated before.
Yes, I know.
You're the kind of man I'd like to have working for me.
No, not me. I'm through with trapping now. I've done what I set out to do. Now I'm going to go back and start some other kind of business. Not so dangerous.
What about all those furs you left back on the Umpqua? Must have been a fortune you were bringing back.
Yeah, easily $30,000 worth.
You're just going to leave them there to rot?
I guess so. I can't go back, not till I get to Salt Lake and pick up men and supplies. By then, they'll be worthless.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send my men down and get them. And while they're there, they can bury your dead.
Yeah.
They'll bring the furs back here, and I'll pay you 2/3 of their full value.
Well, that's more than a fair bargain, Doctor, considering that I've practically given them to you by what I said.
That's all right. The Hudson Bay Company does business fairly. And that money might come in handy when you start that other business of yours.
Jedediah Smith returned to Salt Lake, and later, in 1830, quit the trapping business. Back in the frontier civilization of St. Louis, he formed a company to transport goods down the trail from St. Louis to the New Mexican town of Santa Fe. He started his first journey in the spring of 1831, guiding an immigrant train through the Indian country. Between the Arkansas and the Cimarron rivers, the caravan failed to strike water, and thirst hung like a specter over the parched men and animals.
Peter, I'm going on ahead. We got to find water or the whole train's done for.
But, Jed, this here's Indian country. You can't go on alone.
What are you talking about? After the experiences I've been through, this is nothing. Now, don't you worry, Peter. Just take care of the folks till I scare up a drink for us all.
Out into the plains rode Jed Smith, alone. Seared by heat, tortured by thirst, mocked by mirages, he rode on and on, until finally he reached the winding course of the Cimarron River. And there...
There you are, Betsy, old girl. She looks mighty dry, but there's a water hole or two. Yep, there we are, over there a piece. Looks mighty cool and sparkling, too, don't it? Well, as soon as we get a taste to loosen us up a bit, we'll be heading back to bring the others. Oh, here we are, Betsy. Oh, there, now, don't try to drink the whole dry. You'll bust if you do. Here, let me get down there and have some, too. Yep, it's mighty good, all right, Betsy. Oh, Betsy, old girl, come back here. What's the matter with you? Betsy!
Scented by the horse, but unseen by Smith, two Indians hid behind a distant bush, drew arrows to bows, and...
Oh, you red devils. Shooting a man in the back.
Thus, on the lonely banks of the Cimarron River, died the gallant young man, then only 32, who had opened up California to American immigration overland. The personification of all those heroic virtues that were bred by the American frontier. An explorer who made contributions of tremendous value to the opening of the West, Jedediah Strong Smith stands without superior. His life story is of the ranchos.
Title Insurance Service, comparable in speed and accuracy to that rendered in this community by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, is available in but few other localities. And the rates charged for such services throughout the United States average considerably higher than those prevailing here. The company's vast physical plant, its advanced system of assembling and correlating facts, and entering them into accounts covering every square foot of land in the entire county, and its large, carefully trained organization, enable it to issue more policies of title insurance than any other company in the world, and to fill its orders promptly at substantial savings to its customers. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll trace the history of the Rancho La Puente and the colorful story of its owners, John Rowland and William Workman, whose names were given to the first party of Americans to come overland to settle California. It's a tale you'll want to hear. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
to dodge, but I figured I could make it easy in a day and a half. I'd been in Hays City as a government witness in a murder trial, and I was anxious to get back. So I rode out of Hays one morning a couple of hours before light. The ground was clear as snow, but it was midwinter, and it was sharp cold. When the day came, there was no sun, only dark gray sky drilled by a high, cold, searching wind. The air was as thin as I could ever remember it being. And behind me in the north lay a great slab of blackness. When I saw that, I should have turned back, for the wind stood out of the north, too, and sooner or later it would drive that black slab right down on top of me. This was blizzard weather, the kind of weather that kills the land and everything on it. I don't know why I went on, maybe because of the wind. You know, a high wind will distemper a man, make him drunk like. Anyway, I didn't turn back. About noon, the sky began to turn white with snow, and I could smell a touch of moisture in the air. And finally it came, the sleet, shrilling in on the wind like small buckshot as the blizzard howled down the prairie. I couldn't look right or left without being stung blind, but as long as I kept the wind on my back, I knew I was headed south. 2 hours of this, and I could feel my horse slowing down and weakening under me. My own body stiffened with the cold. Men died when they got caught in a thing like this. They died easy. Another hour passed, and my horse was carrying his head close to the ground. I figured he'd stumble soon, so I kicked my feet out of the stirrups and braced myself against the horn. By now, the wind had really gotten into me. And when I saw the blur of a ranch house up ahead, I thought maybe it was a trick. But a few minutes later, we rounded a corner of the place and stood at last in the lee of the storm. I slid down. We got up to the door and pounded on it. And I waited. Then I found it again. Then the door came open, and a figure stood in the light.
Who are you? Bring him in, L.B. Any man out in that weather's been made harmless. Get inside.
Out of the way, Alfie, you fool. All right, stranger, hands in the air. High. That's better. Unload him, Alfie.
Nice gun, Hank. Real nice gun.
Shut up. Hey, take him down, stranger. You can come up to this stove now, but don't try nothing. I'll cut you in half with buckshot.
He was a burly man with flushed cheeks and a wild red beard and a great shock of red hair. Even his hands and fingers bristled with it. He sat on a stool by the stove, a shotgun across his knees. And his eyes never left me. The other one, Alvy, had a body of an underfed boy, but he was completely bald, and his skin was tight and dry. He looked like a naked skull. And his eyes, well, something had touched Alvy.
You look half froze, stranger. You must have wanted something real bad to go out in weather like this.
I never saw him around here before, Hank.
He's a stranger, Alvy. He don't belong around here.
Of course, we don't know anybody, but I seen a few, and I never seen him before.
Maybe he's seen you, Alvy, somewhere.
Not me. He never saw me nowhere.
How do you know that?
Maybe he was just looking for some cows and got lost in a storm.
You're just a kid, Alvy. I always said you don't know much. Belle! Belle, get on out here.
She was a pretty girl, but with a dark, half-wild look that I'd never seen before in a woman. Her eyes jumped from man to man and then came to rest on me, fixed and curious. And then after a moment, she looked away and moved into a chair across the room.
Supper ready, Belle? It's awful cold out.
You recognize him, Belle? You ever see him before?
No.
You're sure now? Maybe Hays City. Maybe you saw him up there sometime.
I don't know him.
You're sure?
Yes.
If you're lying to me, you know what I'll do to you.
I never saw him before.
He come in here half froze, right out of the blizzard. Must have been looking for some cows and got lost.
Shut up, Alfie. We don't know what he's doing here, Belle.
Why shouldn't a man get out of the storm? Even in here.
That's enough.
All right, stranger, we never saw you before. We don't know who you are. And as soon as I think you're lying, I'm going to blow a big hole in you.
What about my horse? I'd like to put him in the barn if you've got one.
Alvy?
Oh, now, Hack, I ain't going out there. I'd freeze.
And the horse will freeze if you don't.
It's his horse.
We might need it. Go on, Alvy, before I get cross.
All right, I'll go. I wonder why that horse is so important.
Alvy's a good boy. He'll put your horse up.
Thank you.
Supper's about ready.
Leave it. I want to talk to our friend here first. Maybe we won't have to feed him.
Potatoes will get mealy.
They better not, that's all. I'm right curious about you, mister.
I've noticed that.
I'll blow your guts all over the wall. You make fun of me. Don't get me mad, mister. I got the shotgun.
The meat'll be boiled to shreds if we don't eat soon.
You just won't understand any other way, will you, Bell?
What is it you want to know about me?
I can tell, mister, I can handle you easy now.
What do you mean?
All I got to do is wallop the girl and you'll talk. I don't have to do nothing to you.
All right, if I take my jacket off? I've warmed up now.
I mind. You might have a gun hid out in there.
He can raise his hands. I'll unbutton it.
Well, now, that's right smart of you, Belle.
Oh, I'll hide it.
No, leave it be.
Belle. Come over here, Belle. Drop the jacket, Belle. Now hold out your other hand. Now open it, Belle. Open your hand. That's real bad what you did, Belle. Real bad. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put you outside for a spell out in the weather. After supper, after you've cleaned up supper, you can be thinking about it till then. United States Marshal. You're in bad company, Marshal. You shouldn't have come here.
Oh? It looks to me like I sort of struck gold coming here.
Now, why do you talk like that, Marshal? I still got the shotgun.
Let me get that
stove. Seems like it's getting colder and colder.
You didn't see any sign of nobody outside, did you, Alvy?
What? Who?
Somebody might have come along to cover the marshal here, that's all.
Marshal? What marshal?
Me. I'm a marshal, Alvy.
Shoot him, Hack. Shoot him.
Shut up and answer me. Was there sign of another horse, footprints, anything like that?
Ah, I didn't see nothing.
Maybe you didn't look.
Would I have walked in here the way I did if I'd been after you people?
Maybe your head got muddled with the cold. Where'd you ride from, Marshal?
Hayes City. Left there this morning.
It was a fool thing to do with a blizzard coming up.
Maybe.
Did you think you could get the jump on us easier in a storm? Was that it, Marshal?
Yeah. You knew we'd be trying to keep cozy in here.
I'm curious, Hack. What are you and Alvy on the run for?
Don't you tell him, Hack. I don't trust him at all.
Alvy, it'd be mighty dull without you, boy.
Don't laugh at me, Hack. Now stop it. I don't like laughing. You know that, Hack. And don't you do it no more. I got ways.
Yeah, I've seen you and your ways. But don't try 'em on me, Alvy.
Maybe I won't.
Look, Alvy, now you don't understand. It's all right to tell the marshal about us. He ain't going nowhere.
No?
No, of course not. We'll kill him, Alvy. We'll kill him and bury him somewhere.
Sure. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Because I do the thinking for us, Alvy, that's why. Now, what was it you like to know, Marshal?
Stop playing games, Hack.
Me and Alvy are wanted for murder.
Up in Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Seems a mite unfair, though. We didn't aim to kill nobody. It just happened that way.
We was robbing the bank.
Yeah, and a couple of the people there wouldn't do what we told them, so Alvy used his knife on one, but it just made the man holler.
You could hear him all over town.
And we had to shoot our way out after that. Must have killed 3 or 4 people.
I know I killed 2.
Worst of it was, Marshal, all we wanted just then was some money. We didn't care about killing anybody. But you know how it is, Marshal, when you're robbing a bank and all.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I don't suppose you do it bad. Anyway, we're wanted for murder, and we didn't even get any money.
Nary a dollar.
So we rode out here and lighted for a spell.
I see. What about Belle? And whose place is this, anyway?
My place, now that Pa's gone.
You mean you were living here alone?
No.
They killed your pa, is that it?
Yes.
How long ago?
I don't know. Maybe a month.
Yeah, it's been about a month, hasn't it, Alvy?
35 days.
There, you see? Alfie always knows just how long everything's been.
Well, that's fine. Tell me what you do with him.
Who?
The old man.
Oh, we buried him out back. We couldn't afford a funeral. Could we, Alvy?
Hack, we told him that. Now let's shoot him.
No, I've been thinking it over. People in Hayes City know he started for Dodge, and when he don't show up, they might come looking for him.
But you said we'd bury him, Hack. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's right, but we can't bury his horse, too. Not in this ground. It's froze solid. And if we turn the horse loose and they find it and can't find the marshal's body, then they'll suspect something.
You're pretty smart, Hack. Too bad you don't know enough to stop killing people.
Too bad for you, anyway.
Well, what are we going to do, Hack? I'm getting hungry.
That supper won't be fit to eat.
Shut up! One more word out of you, Bella, and I'll whoop you good.
Come on, Hack, I'm really hungry.
No, listen to me, Alvy. Now, my idea is to knock the marshal on the head and throw him outside to freeze. Now, he'll keep real good that way. And when the storm breaks, we can carry him off 20 miles or so and dump him on the ground. Look like he got throwed and hit his head and froze.
Oh, that's fine, Hack. That's just fine.
Then we'll break his horse's leg, make it easier for them to find him.
You just don't care about anything, do you, Hack?
Just me. Sometimes, Alvy.
Sure. Me and Hack are friends, ain't we, Hack?
Of course, if it don't want snowing, we'll have to think of something else. Can't leave tracks for them to follow back there.
Oh, Hack, ain't we going to kill him now?
Well, sure we are, Alvy. I didn't mean that.
Let me hit him, huh? You keep the gun on him, and I'll get up behind and hit him. There was a branding iron around here somewhere. I'll hit him with that.
Hack, you've sunk pretty far, but I'm sort of wondering just how far.
What do you mean?
I'm wondering if you're low enough to kill a man before he's been fed.
Here it is, Hack. Here, see? I found it.
Leave it be, Alvy. We're going to eat first.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Sunday night, Lionel Barrymore is your host and Joseph Cotton the star on Sunday Night Playhouse's gripping historic drama based on the life of Peter Marshall. Hear how a Scottish immigrant lad rose to the position of chaplain of the United States Senate. A story you'll agree is far more fascinating than fiction. Remember, it's tomorrow night when Lionel Barrymore introduces another Sunday Night Playhouse on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
It was only 5 in the afternoon. But the blizzard had darkened the land, and its blackness showed in at the windows. Here and there along the walls of the ranch house, tricklets of snow blew in through the warped timber. In the kitchen, Hank sat directly behind me while I ate. Later changed places with Alvy and fed himself heartily, as though he had nothing at all on his mind. Hank was just a nerveless brute, born with no conscience at all. His intelligence was the instinct of an animal that snapped at or killed whatever got in its way of survival. Every living thing was his enemy. And Alvy? Well, there was no way to figure Alvy. Too much of him was missing. My only chance lay in the girl, Belle. Even though Hack had pretty well beaten all resistance out of her. Supper was over soon enough, but Hack seemed in no particular hurry to get on with his plans.
You've eaten better food on the trail than that.
Can't blame me for it.
Get it cleaned up, Belle. You can talk your head off when you're outside alone, and you're going outside. I'll learn you to heal if I have to break your neck.
No, don't do that, Hack. Not till we're ready to pull out, anyway.
Why?
Well, I ain't gonna do the cooking.
Well, I hope not. I've eaten your cooking.
My sister was a good cook.
Yeah, we should have brought her along, Alvy.
No, I don't like her.
Where are you from, anyway?
Which, me or Alvy?
Well, you to start with.
Wyoming, place called Crowheart. I didn't stay there long, though.
What about you, Alvy?
Yeah, where were you born, Alvy? I never did know.
Republican River.
That's not a place, you fool.
Well, that's what they told me. Republican River. They always lived in a wagon, my ma and pa. Had a lot of kids, too. Of course, most of them died. I'm about the only one that made out any good at all.
And you did fine, Alvy, fine. Give me the shotgun. All right, Marshal, let's get back by the stove while Belle cleans this mess up.
Shall we hit him and throw him out to freeze up now, Hack?
Not yet. I want to punish Belle first.
You know, someday you're going to get caught without that shotgun, Hack. Somebody's going to tear you apart.
That's fair enough, Marshal.
Give me a fair chance at you then, huh? Bare-handed?
No.
Oh, you're bigger than I am, Hack. Might be fun for you.
I don't know nothing about fun. I ain't gonna kill you because it's fun.
Oh, come on, Hack. I want to go to bed.
Belle, come out here. Get outside like I told you. And don't open that door so wide you'll blow the lamp out.
Belle had walked through the room and out the door without a glance at any of us. I figured she'd go down to the barn where she'd be all right for a little while anyway. But I knew I'd have to make a move soon. I sure wasn't going to sit there like a fall hog and let Alvy knock me in the head whenever he got ready. But it didn't take much more sense to try to jump Hack in that shotgun and let him blow me all over the place. It was a beggar's choice, and the more I thought about it, the madder I got.
Hack, I'm sleepy. I'm going to hit him and go to bed. You can do what you want after, but I ain't staying up all night.
Alvy's got his mind made up, Marshal, I can tell.
Just what do you call his mind, Hack?
I got ways to fix you, Marshal.
Nah, never mind, Alvy. Wrap something around that iron, otherwise it won't look like he hit his head on a rock.
What difference it makes?
Do what I say, Alvy.
All right, Hack. Here, I'll use this curtain.
Now, keep your eyes on me, Marshal.
Alvy moved around behind me and was getting a good grip on his branding iron. I leaned slightly forward in the chair and was tensed and waiting for the split second when my instinct had told me to jump. And then suddenly the door was flung wide open and the wind roared in, almost lifting the room as it came. The lamp flared and then went out as I plunged sideways from the chair.
Did you hit him, Alvy? Did you hit him? You bloody fool. Don't you try nothing, Marshal. I got some more shells right here. Don't you move now.
I crawled across the room and was out the door before Hack could reload. In the snow outside, I stood up and turned to find Belle waiting by the side of the door, a pitchfork in her hand. I couldn't see her face very well in the dark, but I could tell she was shaking with cold. I reached out and took the fork from her and then flattened myself against the wall and waited.
I was afraid it was you he shot.
That was a smart trick, Belle. Throwing the door open that way.
He shot Alvy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good.
I think he's found out I'm not in there.
What are you going to do?
Wait.
Marshal! Marshal! I'm going to kill you and the girl both now.
I waited, praying he'd come through the door before my hands got too cold to hold the pitchfork. And finally, the barrel of the shotgun appeared waist high and began to fork its way around in our direction. It was stupid of him, but a man behind a gun often gets a false sense of power. I let him shove it out 3 or 4 inches, and then I slammed down on it. Then I jumped into the room. Max tried to club me with a gun, but he missed. And I got in under him with a fork and lifted him off his feet. And he struggled for a moment like a spear fish and then went limp. And I let him fall. One of the prongs had reached his heart.
Did you get him, Marshal? Is he dead?
Yeah. Light the lamp.
I can't do it, Marshal. My fingers are too stiff.
Here, I'll do it. There. Quite a mess in here. Why don't you wait in the kitchen, Belle?
I'm all right, Marshal. But I can't help you much till I get warmed up some.
Now then, you stay by the stove, huh? I'll lug these people outside.
Thank you, Marshal. Marshal? Marshal Dillon.
What? Oh. Morning, Belle.
Come on out in the kitchen, Marshal. It's warm there, and I got some hot coffee waiting.
That sounds good. So it looks like the storm's lifted.
It has. The wind's gone, but it's mighty cold out.
I don't mind the cold. It's that wind that breaks a man down.
There. Get some of that in you.
Well, you make mighty good coffee, Belle.
Tell me something, Marshal. Tell me the truth now.
Oh, sure, Belle. What is it?
Are you married?
I'd make a poor husband, Belle, for any woman.
Why?
Well, in my profession, it's too chancy.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks for putting it that way.
Now, Belle, I didn't mean...
Forget it. I'm leaving this place, Marshal.
What?
As soon as you go, I've packed what I need and I'm clearing off.
Where'll you go?
I got 3 horses. I'll ride up to Hayes City and sell them.
Then what?
I'll buy some pretty clothes and I'll find a place. Won't be hard after this.
I wish I could help you, Belle.
You have.
Oh, but I mean...
I can take care of myself, Marshal. I just want to get away from here, that's all.
Sure. I'll stop at the nearest ranch and tell the men to come over here and take care of Hack and Albie as soon as it warms up.
Whatever you like, Marshal.
Well, goodbye, Belle.
Goodbye, Marshal. Look me up in Hayes City next time you're there.
Sure. Sure I will. But, Belle, don't let all this make you bitter. There are a lot of good men in the world.
So they say. So long, Marshal.
So long, Belle. A few minutes later, I'd saddled up and was on the trail to Dodge. The sky was low and a slate gray all over, but there was no wind. The blizzard had gone, leaving the land still and white and bitter cold. There wasn't a sign of life anywhere. It was like riding through a vast tomb. I found myself feeling like a trespasser, as though something had gone wrong. And I wasn't supposed to be there at all.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner as Hack, Harry Bartell as Albie, and Vivi Janis as Belle. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Starts this Monday, a new run for Road of Life, returning to CBS Radio to join the rest of your daytime listening favorites at the Star's address. Road of Life, telling the day-to-day story of surgeon-scientist Dr. Jim Brent, will keep your interest at a high point every Monday through Friday on most of these same stations. Remember, starting this coming Monday, Road of Life in its 16th year will be heard again on CBS Radio. Roy Rowan speaking. America now listens to 105 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS Radio Network. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
p.m. We got in right on time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the railroad's getting better every month, Chester. Looks like they're going to civilize this prairie yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
All right, let's go.
Well, Abilene sure don't change much. Looks about like it did the last time I was here.
Now, we're getting most of the cattle at Dodge now. The boom's leveled off here. Still a rough town, though, I suppose.
You think he'll put up a fight?
I don't know, Chester. He's pretty mean from all reports. He may. We'll try to avoid it, though.
Of course, we're only guessing. Anyway, he might not even be here.
Well, he always heads to Abilene when he gets in trouble. It's his hometown. He'll be here. And one good thing, it's Bill Hickok's town, too. At least we'll have the local sheriff on our side for once.
I suppose that's some help.
Some help? I'd rather have Wild Bill along than anybody I know.
I suppose.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a man at his own funeral.
Mr. Dillon, I've had an uneasy feeling ever since we left Dodge. Kind of a hunch, you might say.
Oh, it's nonsense. They're going to pick up a killer and take him back for trial. That's all.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Look, Chester, any man who lives by a gun knows down inside that he's going to die by one someday. But if he's got any sense, he keeps from thinking about it. Of course, he can't help getting a hunch now and then. I had plenty of them myself. Mostly wrong. Come on, Chester, let's walk down to the Last Chance and I'll buy you a drink. As a matter of fact, I'll buy us both a drink.
What'll you have, boys?
Rye for me.
Yes, sir. You make mine the same. A bottle of rye and a couple of glasses. Quite a crowd in here for this time of day.
Yeah. I've been looking around for Wild Bill, but I don't see him.
Suppose the Daggett kid might be in here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he spent most of his time hanging around the saloons while he was in Dodge.
Here you are, boys. Drink up.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, bartender, do you happen to know a kid around town by the name of...
Who, mister?
What? Oh, never mind. Well, he's here, Chester. Down there at the end of the bar.
Yeah. That's him, all right. Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
He's what we're here for.
We gonna wait for Mr. Hickok?
No. Come up on his left side, Chester, and watch his gun handle.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
The funniest sight you ever seen. Both knocked that scrawny hound dog end over end. First shot fired. Caught him right in the back of the...
Looks like a law. You're Jack Daggett, aren't you?
That's right, mister. What about it?
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal from Dodge. You're under arrest.
You're kind of out of your territory, aren't you?
Marshal's territory's anywhere. I'll take that gun of yours now.
You will, huh? All right.
Drop it. Drop the gun.
Let go of my wrist.
The gun.
Drop nothing.
You heard you, Marshal. That was easy, Mr. Dillon. A lot easier than what I thought it'd be.
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on him.
Yes.
Seems to me your partner acted a little high-handed there, Marshal.
It does, huh?
Now, he had no call to slug that boy in the head that way.
Would you rather I'd have put a bullet in his belly? Chester saved his life, that's all. He was drawing on me.
Well, now, if you'd come around and seen me before you started anything, you wouldn't have had this trouble. My name is Rourke. I'm the town constable here.
I see.
Young Jack here told me all about that shooting out in Dodge. Said they ganged up on him in a poker game, tried to cheat him. Forced him to shoot his way out.
That's a good story. It's too bad it didn't happen that way. All right, Chester, let's get him on his feet and go find the sheriff.
I reckon you won't be finding him, Marshal.
Why not?
Hickok's up at Topeka. Won't be back for a week or 10 days. Meantime, I'm the law in Abilene.
And I got a favor to ask from you. I'd like to use one of your jail cells until 9 o'clock. That's when the next train leaves for Dodge.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I got no authority to do anything like that.
What difference does that make? If Wild Bill were here, he'd let me do it.
But Wild Bill ain't here.
I see.
A lot of us folks here like to run our own town. We don't like outsiders coming in and taking over. 4 hours till that train leaves, Marshal. I think you're going to find 4 hours is a long time.
Meaning?
This young fella you arrested has got a couple of older brothers. The Daggett boys. You've probably never heard of them, but you're going to. They're not going to like this.
I don't care much what they like.
Maybe they'll teach you to care when they hear about this. And they'll hear. Like I said, 4 hours is a long time.
Look, I want you to get this straight. I came here to arrest the killer and take him back to Dodge to stand trial. I got him under arrest now, and I'm going to take him back.
Maybe.
All right, Chester, let's get him out of here. Get hold of his other arm there. Lift him up.
Yes, sir.
Get him out if you want.
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Maybe it was too easy.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We'd like to get a room, please.
Well, I have a very nice one right at the head of the stairs. If you'd care to look at it...
That won't be necessary. We'll only need it for about 4 hours until the train leaves for Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you just sign the register here...
Thank you.
Your friend seems to have suffered quite an injury.
Yes, sir. He bumped his head.
Oh, really? Well, it's certainly a bad cut just to have had... Boy, that's one of the Daggett boys. Young Jack Daggett.
Yeah, that's right. I got him under arrest for murder. Now, where's the room?
You arrested Jack Daggett? Right here in Abilene?
Yeah. You said the room was up...
And you're planning to keep him here at my hotel for the next 4 hours?
Well, I can't stand out there on the street with him.
Marshal, do you know what's going to happen when the Daggett boys hear about this?
No, but I understand they may not like it very much.
May not like it? I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot stay here. I will not let my hotel be made the scene of a bloody massacre.
Now, just a minute, mister. You've rented me a room. I've signed the register, and I've got the key. I'm going to use that room until 9 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
It's the second door at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Come on, Daggett. Move.
You heard him, son. Come on.
Take your hands off. There's just one thing, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of your honesty, you understand, but in view of the circumstances, I wonder if you'd mind paying in advance.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 6:23, Mr. Dillon.
I thought it was later than that.
Yes, sir, I know. He goes pretty slow when you're waiting for something like this. That's where I wished it was 9 o'clock. I wished we were leaving on that train right now.
You're not leaving on no train. Not alive.
You got a one-track mind, Daggett.
So have my brothers, Dillon. What they think about all the time is hands off the Daggetts. That goes for you or anybody else.
Reckon we ought to stuff a pillow in his mouth, Mr. Dillon?
Might not be a bad idea.
You won't think it's funny when they come around.
But maybe they won't come around. Maybe they decided... Cover the door from the other side, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, sir. The clerk.
What do you want?
It's the Daggett boys. They're across the street at the last chance right now.
And you're hoping I'll go over there instead of waiting for them to come here, huh?
Well,
All right. I'd rather jump them than have it the other way around. Chester, I guess we'll go over and have a talk with him.
What about him?
No, he's cuffed hand and foot to a pretty solid iron bed. I don't think he's gone anywhere.
Bet on it.
You ready, Chester?
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night on most of these same stations, be sure to be with us when Lux Radio Theater raises the curtain on its full-hour adaptation of the exciting screenplay Phone Call from a Stranger. Shelley Winters and Gary Merrill recreate their original screen roles in this dramatic thriller about the experiences of a lone survivor of an airplane crash and bringing the tragic news to families of the victims. Remember, it's on Lux Radio Theater this Monday night on CBS Radio. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That must be them, Mr. Dillon. Across the room there.
Yeah, I guess so. They look a lot like Jack. And they look mad. There's quite a crowd around them. Well, Chester, the only way to get it over is to get it started.
Yes, sir. How will we do it, Mr. Dillon?
I haven't got a plan, Chester. Face them down, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sure deal.
You the Daggett brothers?
What if we are?
This is him, Jim. This is a fellow.
Shut up, Rourke. You've been glad enough to stay out of this so far. Stay out of it now. My name's Dillon, United States Marshal from Dodge City. I got your brother Jack under arrest for murder. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, rumors got around.
I'm taking him out of here on the 9 o'clock train. He's going back to Dodge to stand trial. My guess is he's going to hang. Now, the point is, what are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you wait? We'd have looked you up.
You didn't answer my question.
Still 2 hours and a half till 9 o'clock. I reckon we got plenty of time yet. We'll wait.
Why wait? What's the matter with now?
Would rather wait.
Maybe you're trying to pick up some helpers among this bunch of hangers-on, huh? Well, look at them. Each one trying to sneak behind the man next to him. If you're counting on any help there, you better forget it.
You're pushing your luck, Dillon.
I don't think so. You boys are full of talk, and that's all. You never even intended to start anything.
You're a dirty liar. We're going to do plenty.
Now, don't you move, either one of you. You covering my back, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll take that gun. Thank you. Yours, too.
Sure. Sure play, Dillon. Where it stands now.
Thank you. Here, Chester. Kick those back under the tables.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, just leave them lay, please. Don't nobody touch them.
Here, Chester. Now hold on to my gun.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Now just keep them off my back.
Yes, sir.
You. Come here.
Sure.
You called me a liar, didn't you?
Yeah. Boy, you cheating whore. You are
thought you Daggetts were tough.
Hey, watch this.
All right, you. You're next.
I'll wait, Marshal. I'll get to you later.
You're a no-good coward, Daggett. All right, Chester, I'll take my gun back now.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, boys, the show's over. Unless, of course, one of you'd like to take up where the Daggetts left off. Any one of you still figuring on helping them try to take my prisoner away from me? No? I didn't think so. You're all fine, upright citizens now, huh? A pride and joy to Constable Rourke here.
That's enough, Dillon.
I thought I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Move!
All right, let's get out of here.
Marshal, I'd say you overreached yourself there. Stepped past the limits of your authority.
How I enforce the law is my own business. I do things my own way.
The way it'll get you killed someday.
Maybe.
I have to live in this town, Dillon. You don't know these Daggett brothers. If you cross them, you're through. I've seen it happen.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 7:45, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the time's dragging.
Yes, sir. It's still an hour and 15 minutes till that train leaves.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be on it. Neither one of you are.
The way I'm figuring, Jack, we'll all three be on it.
You wait and see. You'll never get to that train. My brothers will take care of you.
I don't seem to be in any hurry about it.
You wait.
I sure do wish I hadn't had such an uneasy hunch about this trip.
Forget it, Chester.
They'll stop you. You just wait.
It's only 8:15. Mr. Dillon seems to be going slower all the time.
Yeah, adds up, though. It won't be much longer now.
45 minutes, if the train's on time. And if we're lucky enough to get on it.
Chester, you're wearing yourself out. Why don't you sit down and relax, huh?
I just can't seem to set my mind to it, Mr. Dillon.
No Daggett will ever leave this town wearing handcuffs as long as the other two are alive.
Well, I'd think that's up to them, Jack.
Sure. And they'll take care of it, too.
I swear and declare, Mr. Dillon, I almost wish they would try something and get it over with.
The waiting's always the worst part, Chester.
You find out what the worst part is.
I could slug him, Mr. Dillon.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Chester. He's only got a few more weeks to do it in.
They'll never hang me. I'll never even stand trial. You wait and see.
Chester?
It's 8:30 exactly, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Let's get started.
A little early, isn't it? Won't take that long to walk from here to the station.
It might if we have trouble.
Yes, sir, I guess it might.
You'll have trouble, don't you worry about that.
Jack, why don't you get on a new subject?
How are we going to take him, Mr. Dillon? Just drag him?
If he wants it that way. Otherwise, he'll walk handcuffed to my left wrist. Keep him covered, Chester. I'll unlock these cuffs and get him loose from the bed.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, if you're smart, you leave me here and run while you still got the chance.
Well, I've never been smart enough to run yet. Stick out your right wrist. All right. On your feet. Come on. You can put your gun away, Chester. Starting now, he's only going where I go. Now, come on, Jack. We got a train to catch.
Thank heaven, gentlemen, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're leaving. And I want to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'll be glad to recommend your hotel to anybody who plans to stop over in Abilene.
Oh, I hardly know what to say, Marshal. You simply don't understand. You don't know these Daggett brothers. No offense personally, Jack. I have to live in this town, and I...
Come on, Jack. You boys must run quite a bluff. You got everybody in town jumping sideways.
You'd be smart if you did, Dillon.
Good luck, gentlemen. Best of luck to all of you.
All of us. Well, that's hedging his bet.
But there, Mr. Dillon. Not a soul on the street. Quiet as a graveyard.
Yeah. And they're going to make a play, Chester, somewhere between here and the depot. We can count on that.
Yes, sir. I kind of figured they would. Especially after getting beat up over there at the saloon.
Well, they would have anyway. And jumping them like that did one good thing. It scared the pack off. At least we only have to worry about the Daggets, and not a mob.
You think it's a mob by the time...
Now, from here on, you keep your mouth shut. If you don't so help me, I'll slug you and drag you to the depot. All right, now let's go.
Chester, not a soul. I never thought I'd see the main street of Abilene deserted at this time of night.
Not deserted, Chester. They're inside, behind the shutters. But at least they're staying out of it.
I wonder if coyotes are as lonesome as they sound, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't be, Chester. Watch that left side up ahead of us, sir. It's pretty dark along there.
Yes, sir. They might jump us from behind.
I don't think so. Too many people watching. They gotta keep up their reputation.
I hope you're right.
Chester, there at the corner of the bank, somebody moved.
Across the street, too. In the shadow.
Take the one in the shadow, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's one down, Chester. The other one's still there in the shadows. Get him if you can. Jack, here's ruining my aim.
I'll ruin more. Good for you, Mr. Dillon. You ought to slugged him sooner.
I didn't slug him, Chester. He caught a bullet that was meant for me.
Shot by one of his own brothers. Here, let me unlock those handcuffs, Mr. Dillon.
No time. Here, I'll get him up on my shoulder. All right, let's move in and keep firing.
Yes.
Hold it, Chester. I guess we got the other one. Here, let me get him off my shoulder. Get these handcuffs off. Well, there's our prisoner, Jack Daggett. Wanted for murder, killed by his own brother. Let's take a look at the others. Three men dead.
Look down the street there, Mr. Dillon. They're all starting to crawl out of their holes.
Sure. They're all on our side now. Oh, come on, Chester. The train's coming. We gotta get on it and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Let Rourke clean up this mess. He ought to be good for something. That sounds more lonesome than the coyotes. Gives a man the creeps.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Well, you were wrong about that hunch of yours, Chester. It wasn't us. Not this time.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Barney Phillips, with John Daner, Tom Tully, Larry Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Lionel Barrymore and your Hallmark Playhouse invite you to enjoy another Hollywood cast bringing you another drama in the tradition of this fine program. Every week, your Hallmark Playhouse features Lionel Barrymore as host. Frequently, Mr. Barrymore stars as well. Historic dramas, stories about the human side of patriots, presidents, pioneers, and adaptations from literature. Enjoy them on Hallmark Playhouse over most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Listening to HOJO Radio.
James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as The Six-Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
About the last place I expected to be that Tuesday was the town of Powder Creek. The Double G ranch where I'd been working was clear on the other side of the territory, about 200 miles away. But when Sam Griffith, he's the owner of the Double G, when Sam got a chance to buy off Forrest Trent's herd, he sent me over to close the deal. So the next thing I knew, I was walking down the main street on my way to the bank where I was supposed to meet Trent. Gee whiz, it sure was a nice day. Kind of Indian summer-like. A lot warmer than it had a right to be in October. The sun had fooled the maple trees into thinking it was spring. A couple of them beside the Civil War cannon in the square were even starting to bud. The two fellows sitting underneath it playing checkers in their shirt sleeves, well, it looked like the sun had fooled them, too. Howdy.
Just a minute, mister. Just a minute till I make this move. There. That ought to hold you, Jonah. Now, what was it you wanted, mister?
Oh, I didn't want anything. I just said howdy, that's all.
Oh, howdy. Well, speak to the man, Jonah. He spoke to us.
It's my move now. I'll do my talking afterward. Yeah. Howdy.
Ah, it's a nice day.
Yeah?
Well, so long.
Hold up there a minute, son.
Hmm?
Say, see that gun of his, Jonah?
Yep.
You ain't Britt Ponsett, the six-shooter.
My name's Ponsett, yeah.
You hear that, Jonah? He's Britt Ponsett.
Yep.
And we was kind of wondering when you was going to show up, Mr. Ponsett. Been expecting you for the last month or so.
What's that?
Yeah, when you got to jump, you got to take it. That's the rule.
All right, Jonah. All right, I know the rules.
Well, we'll take it then. Take it.
All right.
Yeah.
There.
You satisfied?
You said something about expecting
Why,
me.
sure. Ever since we heard the news. Congratulations.
What?
He said congratulations. Now, let's get on with the game.
All right. Sure move, ain't it?
Yeah, how in thunder should I know? All this chattering going on.
Well, I don't like to keep interrupting, but I wonder if you would mind explaining just what you meant by...
Jonah's trying to sing.
Yeah, I know, but what
I don't want him to claim I beat him because we kept him from concentrating.
No, of course not. No, Well, I knew that the Trent cattle would turn out to be good stock. The Double G was lucky to be buying them. But since they weren't going to belong to me, I couldn't see why congratulations were in order. Unless folks in Powder Creek had heard wrong, unless they thought I was outfitting a ranch of my own. And I started to explain things to the fellows playing checkers, but they shushed me again, good and loud this time. So I gave up and went on town toward the bank. I was just passing by the newspaper office when I bumped into Quint Todd. He was editor of the Powder Creek Press, a weekly newspaper. Matter of fact, he was more than just an editor. Quint's pa had retired in the last 6 or 7 years, and he was putting out the paper practically single-handed. Good afternoon, Quint.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Ponset. So you finally got here, huh?
Well, I'm here, if that's what you mean. I didn't realize folks were so anxious about me.
Some of us are anxious, maybe. Some of us ain't.
What, are you upset about something, Quint?
Why should I be upset?
Well, I don't know. If the things are all right, aren't they? I mean, with the paper?
Paper's fine. I'll save you the next issue so you can see your name in print.
Well, I sure can't think of any reason why you'd be writing about me.
It's customary, ain't it?
What?
It's customary to write about the groom.
The groom? The what?
I'm busy now, Ponset. I got a story to run down.
Oh, Quint, no,
I hope you'll be real happy. Both of you.
No, but Quint, hey, for Pete's sake, Quint, Quint! Well, he'd lost his senses. That's the only explanation of that. Quint Todd had just plain lost his senses. That me being a groom. Me? And who in the Sam Hill did he think I was going to marry? I hadn't even been keeping company. Not that I have anything against marriage, you understand. Like people say, it's an institution, a noble institution. Why, some of my best friends are married. And I suppose someday, not right away, of course, not very soon, but someday, maybe I'll...
Hello, Britt. I was on my way to meet you.
Huh?
What's the matter? You look like you just fell off a bronc.
Oh, hello, Trent. I guess I was kind of preoccupied. I was thinking about something.
I reckon we shouldn't expect you to have all your faculties in good working order. Not at a time like this, huh?
What?
Oh, sure was a surprise. Never thought I'd see the day when some woman would put a saddle on you.
What?
Well, we better get over to the bank. I told Mr. Frederick we'd be there by 3 about. He's drawn up the papers.
Sure. Trent.
Yeah?
Now, about me getting married, the fact of the matter is,
Oh, Fred, you know I was just joshing with that saddle talk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know.
To tell
I know.
you the truth, it's high time you did put down some roots.
Maybe so. Maybe
yes,
so, Trent.
Sir, you just wait till you got a family of your own. Why, you'll be a different man.
Oh, that's possible. That's possible, Trent. But just where did everybody get the notion that I was almost ready to...
You didn't think you could keep it a secret, did you?
A secret?
Well, you ought to know Minnie better than that.
Minnie?
Yeah, that's who told me. Well, of course, there'd been rumors going around for several weeks, but until I heard it from Minnie herself...
Oh, wait, hold on here. You mean Minnie Flint?
Well, who else would I mean? It's her niece you're marrying, ain't it? What are you acting so strange about?
Look, now, I just want to get this straight. Minnie Flint told you I was marrying her niece?
Well, she told everybody.
I see.
Well, now, Britt, I know how a man feels when he's getting ready to jump overboard. I felt the same way myself, sort of awkward and embarrassed.
Well, be that as
you
it
wish
may.
folks didn't know about it so they wouldn't poke fun the way they always do. But you can't blame Minnie for spreading the news.
Well, I sure do blame her.
Well, now, Britt, Minnie's been like a mother to Helen, raised her since she was a baby. Well, Helen ain't never had no folks of her own.
I know that.
Well, then, you shouldn't mind Minnie being proud. Why shouldn't she do a little bragging, huh? Well, of course. The women folks around here seem to think you're quite a catch.
Oh, now listen, now, Trent, let me tell you something.
Here's the bank. I suppose you'll want to get this business done with pronto so you can get straight over to Minnie's place, huh, Brett?
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to get over to Minnie's.
I'm coming. Just a minute, I'm coming. Britt.
You mind if I come in, Minnie?
Why, well...
Excuse me. Thanks.
It's sure nice to see you, Britt. I didn't have any idea you were in Powder Creek. I didn't have any idea at all.
Uh-huh.
You're just passing through, ain't you? You're not staying.
Some folks seem to think I am. At least long enough to get married.
Oh, you've heard.
Well, so is everybody else, as far as I can tell. Your announcement of my engagement seems to have blanketed the whole town.
Now, Britt, I can explain.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Why don't you just sit down over there on the sofa? I've got some oatmeal cookies out in the kitchen. I just made them this morning.
Minnie?
Yes.
You just can forget about the cookies. I really don't have much of an appetite.
Oh. Well.
I'm waiting, man.
Well, you see, Britt, I only did it for Helen. Now, she's a fine girl, and, well, I wanted to help her out.
Oh.
On account of Quint Todd. They've been going together for nearly 6 years now, but he just never seemed to get around to asking her to marry him.
Well, he must have his reasons. A man usually does.
Oh, it's because of his father. You see, Quint's been taking care of old man Todd ever since he retired. And it must cost money, him being so sickly all the time.
Uh-huh.
But Quint could have married her. Helen don't expect a lot of fancy clothes in a fine house. She's the practical type.
Just what has this got to do with me?
Well, I had an idea. I thought if maybe there was somebody else, if Quint believed Helen was interested in another man, well, maybe he'd come to his senses and take the bull by the horns and marry her himself.
You've been sort of using me as a decoy. Is that the idea?
I knew you was working for the Double G. It didn't seem likely you'd be showing up in these parts. Not for the time being, anyhow. And afterward, well, after Quint and Helen tied the knot, then it wouldn't matter.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, man. Both you and Helen.
You don't think she knew about it?
She didn't?
Of course not. I didn't dare tell her. Why, she'd have never stood for it.
Well, then how on earth did you manage to convince her that I was interested?
I've got a sister living over in Black Mountain. That's not far from the Double G.
No, but what I mean is, how did you ever...
Well, I sent her some letters and asked her to post them for me. They was love letters, Brett. I sort of changed my handwriting and signed your name.
Manny Flint.
I guess you might as well know the rest, too. When Helen answered them, when she wrote back to you, well, I kind of saw to it that her answers never got mailed.
Well, I just don't know what to say.
Oh, I never dreamed it'd go this far, Britt. I was sure Quint would start talking serious when he first found out that you and Helen were corresponding, but he didn't. And then, well, I thought maybe if your letters got a little more sincere, well, maybe that would make him jealous. I left him around where he couldn't help seeing them whenever he come calling.
You didn't actually propose in my name.
Oh, no.
Well.
Britt. Well, not in so many words, but reading between the lines, well, that's how Helen took it. She wrote you her answer 2 weeks ago. She wrote yes.
What?
Your letters were mighty convincing.
Well, then you better start figuring out some way of unconvincing her.
Well, I don't know. Maybe...
Look, man, now, Helen's got to know the truth. And if you won't do it, well, I'll just have to tell her all about it myself. Because...
Oh, Aunt, I guess maybe he's... But, Brett, well, you're here already.
Hello, Helen.
Oh, my goodness. Sure is good to see you, Brett.
You're looking fine.
Oh, so you, Helen. So you.
I wish I'd known you were coming. I wouldn't have been out doing the marketing.
No, it didn't matter. Didn't matter.
Oh, Britt, I just gotta tell you. Maybe I shouldn't say it right out like this, but well, ever since I was a little girl, I've looked up to you so. Oh, it just seemed to me you were the finest man that ever came through Powder Creek.
No, Helen.
Of course, I never guessed that someday, well, that you and I... Oh, Britt, I'm so happy about it. Excited and happy. I just hope you're as pleased as I am. Are you, Britt?
Sure, Helen. Sure.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Every man and woman in the armed forces will tell you the only call that takes precedence over mess is mail call. And when a letter is more important to a hungry GI than food, you know it means something. And the truce in Korea is no reason why we should stop writing letters to our men and women in service, whether in U.S. camps or overseas. Mail from home is just as important now as it ever was. Oh, yes, and be sure to mail your soldier's Christmas packages this week. In that way, you'll be sure he'll receive them in time to make his Christmas away from home a little more cheerful. Now, Act 2 of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponset.
There just wasn't anything else to say. There just wasn't. I couldn't tell Helen that I'd never really thought about her in a marrying way. And besides, Minnie, she caused all the trouble. It was her place to set things right. Min didn't open her mouth. She just stood there staring at us through her bifocals, real pleased with herself. Well, the next thing that happened was Helen invited me to supper. Oh, boy, I sure didn't want to accept. All I wanted to do was just get out of the house and get out of Powder Creek, too. But what I wanted to do and what I did were two different things. I went back to the hotel where I was stopping, changed my shirt, and I rode out to Minnie's again.
I guess Britt doesn't like my cooking at him, and he's hardly eaten a thing.
Oh, it's not that, Helen. Everything is fine. I had a pretty big dinner at noon, and it kind of stayed with me.
More coffee, Britt.
No thanks, man.
You'll have to tell me your favorite foods, Britt, so I'll know what to fix after.
I sort of like most everything.
Apple pie, I bet. Most men like apple pie. Why, whenever Quentin and I went... Oh.
Speaking of Quint, I ran into him today.
I'd just as soon not discuss him.
Always seemed to me to be an awful nice sort of a fella, Quint.
Please, Britt.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll just rid up the table.
Oh, Here, let me help you.
No. I can manage. Besides, you two have lots of things to talk over.
Well, all right.
Real warm night for this time of year. Moon, too. A harvest moon.
Oh? I hadn't noticed.
We ain't taken down the porch swing yet, Britt.
Oh, that's all.
It might be kind of nice to sit outside for a spell.
Well, whatever you say, Helen. Whatever you say. You sure you're not too cold out here?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. Besides, if I do get chilly, you could sort of...
Helen.
Yes,
Helen, about us getting married. We may not be able to have the wedding right away.
Oh?
Well, you see, over at the Double G where I'm working, there's no place we could live.
What, You wrote me you had a cabin all to yourself.
I did.
And you said it would fix up real easy, that there'd be plenty of room for both of us.
Well, it would. It would have fixed up easy, Helen. But last week, there was a kind of a fire, and that cabin just burned right down to the ground.
I see.
There's nothing left of it now but just a few ashes. And that's one of the reasons I came over here to Powder Creek, to explain about us having to postpone the ceremony, you see.
Well, you don't have to stay at the Double G, do you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I signed up for all of next year. Don't have any choice, so maybe we ought to not be formally promised. I mean, if somebody else came along, I wouldn't blame you not for waiting.
Britt, there won't be anybody else.
Oh, you never know. You never know.
And a year isn't very long to wait. A year isn't long at all.
No, I guess not. But just in case.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea. We don't have to wait.
Hey.
We can be married right away before you go back to the Double G. Then afterward, I can stay on with Aunt Min. There'd be times when we could be together, when you come over to Powder Creek for a week or so, like now.
I never thought of that.
You don't seem very anxious, Britt. From the sound of your letters, I thought you wanted to get married.
Oh, sure. It's just, Well, looks like somebody's riding up this way.
Why, it's Quint Todd.
Oh.
I'm going in the house, Britt. I don't want to talk to him.
Oh, no, I thought you and Quint used to be pretty good friends.
That's all we were, just friends. He didn't mean anything to me, not really.
Oh, well, you sure started running every time the name's mentioned.
I'm not running. Oh, all right, I'll stay.
Yeah, well, good evening, Quint.
Hello, Ponset. Helen.
Good evening.
You left word at the press office you wanted to see me.
I left word?
No, he means me, Helen.
What?
Well, I figured he'd want to get the details on our plans. The paper comes out tomorrow, doesn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, well, I just want to tell you couldn't have come at a better time. You see, we just finished settling things. The ceremony's going to be this week. Haven't decided on a day yet. How's Friday, Helen?
Oh, well, yes. The sooner the better.
The sooner the better. Friday, then.
Church wedding?
Oh, of course. I want everybody to come, everybody in town. You better say so in the paper. There won't be time to send out formal invitations. You're invited, too, of course, Quint.
I'll try and make it.
There won't be much of a honeymoon. I'm heading back for the Double G first part of next week. Helen's going to stay here with her aunt.
She's going to stay in Powder Creek?
For the time being, anyway.
Don't sound like much of a marriage to me.
Well, it's not the way we'd prefer it, but of course, you can't always fix things up perfect. You have to take the bitter with the sweet,
Yeah, well, when I get married, I'll have a house for my wife and some money in the bank.
There are more important things than houses and money.
You never said so before.
I never said I wanted a house of my own, did I?
Well, no. But I couldn't ask you to move in with me and Pa, the way he's ailing all the time.
That was just an excuse. If you loved me, you'd have asked.
I did love you. You must have known I did.
How was I to know?
There's no point in hashing it over now. Good night.
No, hold on now. Hold on, Quint. Now, just a minute. Now, I want to get this thing straight now. I could hardly believe my ears just now. You said you were in love with Helen?
I still am, if you want to know it.
Quint.
Well, I sure don't like the sound of this. Helen's engaged to me.
How I feel about her doesn't matter. It's how she feels that counts.
Ah, but if you're in love with her, now how do I know she's not in love with you?
It's pretty plain that she isn't.
I don't know. Being in love usually works both ways, Don't know about this. Well, Helen, what about this now?
Britt, you know I don't care anything about him one way or the other.
Now, is that the truth? You talking the truth now? We're not starting our marriage on a lie now, are we?
Well, maybe I was fond of Quint once, but that was before... Well...
You're all over it now. All over it. You're sure?
I'm promised to you.
Yeah, but I wouldn't hold you to that promise. As a matter of fact, I'd insist you break it if I thought there was somebody else.
Well, that's mighty generous of you, Britt. But you don't need to worry.
Of course, if our marriage didn't go through, I'd be kind of upset. Hurt, maybe.
Oh, I wouldn't ever hurt you, Britt. Not for anything.
Oh, I'd get over it, Helen. I'd get over it. A man always does. At least I always have before.
Sure.
Oh, sure, lots of times. Oh, yeah.
But you wrote me that I was the only girl you ever...
Oh, well, I to tell you the truth, what I meant was that you were the only girl I'd ever been engaged to, you see. That's what I meant.
It looks to me like the choice is up to you, Helen.
Yes, I think that's the way I see it, too.
If you're smart, you'll choose Ponset. I sure haven't got anything to offer you. Just a small-town newspaper that wouldn't even give us a decent living.
Oh, now stop talking yourself down, Quint. Now, the Powder Creek Press is one of the finest weeklies in this part of the country. Now, you know that.
Well, Britt, he's a six-shooter. Why, he's practically famous.
All I am is a cowpoke. I'm just an old cowpoke. I don't even know whether I'm going to have a job from year to year.
Well, just the same.
Just an old cowpoke.
Any girl in the territory would be pleased.
Oh, be quiet, both of you. I think neither one of you wants me. I know who you are and what you are, and I know which one I... Britt.
Oh,
You're getting a fine man, Helen.
Quint, I told you to be quiet. Britt, I'm sorry. I hope you won't think that I'm fickle or don't know my own mind. But, well, you are the six-shooter. You don't really need a wife.
Helen, you don't mean you're going to take me?
And Quint, well, he needs somebody to look after him. I've seen that house of his. Well, I'll bet the place hasn't had a good spring house cleaning for the last 4 years. As for Quint's father, he's a nice old man, and with a woman to look after him, maybe he won't be so sickly all the time.
Well, you still haven't said that you love Quint.
Well, I guess I've been in love with him ever since. You won't think too badly of me, Britt.
No, it's kind of a blow, I guess. But like I said, it'll take a little while to get over it, and I'll manage somehow. I'll manage. Well, I left Quint and Helen standing out there on the porch. I went inside to get my hat. Minnie was hovering by the front window. When she saw me, she shut it real quick and tried to appear innocent. Well, it looks like your scheme finally worked out, man.
My scheme? Seems to me it was more yours than mine.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know very well that you're asking Quint over here tonight was what brought things to a head.
Well, I just wanted to make certain he had all the facts about our wedding, that's all. So that the story in the paper would be accurate.
Oh,
that's
sure, Britt, sure, I know. Poor Quint.
What?
Well, I guess he deserves it after making her wait all this time.
Well, what do you mean, Minnie?
Well, I was just thinking. He's going to have to toe the line real close, and he's not going to win many family arguments, neither.
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, I'll tell you why not. Every time Helen has trouble with him, all she'll say is, don't forget I could have married the six-shooter, but I gave him up for you. And Quint will just have to sit there and take it, no matter how often she says it.
Oh, now, Miss, you know. Well, Quint and Helen were married the following Sunday. I stayed over for the wedding. Matter of fact, I was best man. Both of them insisted on that. But I didn't enjoy the ceremony very much. I kept thinking that, that it could have been me standing there saying the I do's. And, gee whiz, that sure was a close call.
The Six Shooter is an NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture, The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Virginia Gregg, Bill Johnstone, Sam Edwards, and Herb Beitler. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney. Tonight, hear Angela Lansbury in the NBC Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network. In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many fine programs brought to you Sundays on NBC. Later this evening, listen to the NBC Star Playhouse with two of your favorite stars. Hear Stroke of Fate and the story of what might have happened if fate had reversed historical facts. And be sure to keep tuned for the dramatic story of Last Man Out. It's a wonderful lineup of great programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
Confess thee of thy sin, Desdemona, or indeed thou art to die.
Milord Othello, have mercy on me.
I say amen.
And you, mercy too. I never did offend you in my life.
Oh, perjured woman. Oh.
Nay, I speak the truth. I never did offend.
You're offending us, lady. Hey, who is this guy Shakespeare anyway?
Oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not.
Don't, trumpet.
Kill me tomorrow, but let me live tonight.
Pete's sake, kill her tonight.
Yeah,
let's get it over with.
Nay, nay. Milady, if you strive...
But half an hour.
Holy mackerel, not another half hour of this. Go on, Othello. Put her out of her misery.
How about our misery?
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
He certainly don't mean us.
Ladies and gentlemen. It appears that our thespian efforts do not meet with your approval.
Appears?
My company and I have played before all the crowned heads of Europe. We thought the enlightened community of Virtue City would welcome an opportunity to witness the works of the immortal bard as performed by Madame de la Seine, the distinguished French actress, and by your humble servant. We were mistaken. To err is human, to forgive divine. I forgive you. The performance is concluded. Good night.
Hey, now, just a minute. You mean you ain't going on to the end of this thing?
You have understood me correctly, sir.
What's Shakespeare gonna think? Yeah, what about the money we paid? Do we get it back? What about...
Silence! Silence, please! My company has more than earned the meager pittance.
You ain't earned nothing until the show's over. That's right. Either you finish up your acting up there, you give us our dough. Right.
This ultimatum is outrageous. I reject it flatly.
Just you stay up there on that stage, mister. I said...
Please, sir, please, there are ladies present. Someone might be injured.
You going on with the show, ain't you? Well?
The performance will continue. But under protest, sir. Under severe protest.
I hadn't been back to Virtue City since the second silver strike. The first mines played out, 10, 15 years ago, and the town had been crumbling away like a stale loaf of bread. But the new strike last spring, that, for the looks of things, is even bigger than the first one. The old stores all opened up again, and half a dozen new ones being built. The new railroad accounted for some of the prosperity. Anyway, that's why I'd come to town. I was supposed to meet the train from Chicago and pick up some spare parts for the pump at the Round Y Ranch where I was working. The train wasn't due until the next day, so I headed over to the hotel to see about getting a room. The clerk was sitting behind the registration counter looking through some kind of a contraption. I didn't know what it was. Sure had never seen a gadget like that before. Excuse me.
Sorry, mister. Didn't know you was there.
Well,
I
like
just got me new set of pictures. I was sort of anxious to try them out, you know.
Pictures?
My stereoscope.
Oh.
Why, you seen a stereoscope before, ain't you, mister?
No, can't say as I have.
Why, it's the newest thing. All the folks back east have got them. Here, just let me show you, huh? Now, you wait a minute. Just wait till I find Niagara Falls. Yeah, here it is. Now, you just look through the front end there, huh? That's right. Well,
I'll be doggone. Why, it just looks like that water's come right at you, doesn't it? Why, you'd think it was real. You'd think you were right there.
Here, just let me show you another one, huh? Now, let me see. Oh, yeah, pyramids. I'm the only fellow in town got the pyramids.
The pyramids?
Yeah, they're in Egypt, you know. Yeah. There. Now, how's that?
Why, just look at... Oh, I can't believe it. Why, that fella's standing out in front of the pyramids. It's just like you could touch him. You could just reach out and touch him. I've never seen anything like that before in my life.
Yeah, you just wait till I find that redskin to shooting an arrow. That got the way he's aiming it. Well, if you didn't know it was a picture, you'd swear he was looking at...
Key, if you please.
Oh, sure, Mr. Plunkett, sure.
And you may as well have my bill ready. We'll be checking out this afternoon.
Oh, thought you were supposed to give another show tonight.
The performance has been canceled.
Hey, Arch.
Hey, beg your pardon, sir?
Arch, well, don't you remember me?
You seem to have the advantage, sir. I don't believe that Britt Ponset.
Well, what the thunder are you doing in Virtue City, Arch? Why, I haven't seen you
since our triumphal tour of Texas, wasn't it, Britt?
Why?
When we were the honored guests of the governor, my company and I. You remember he insisted that we stay at the executive mansion?
Now, Arch.
I shall never forget the warmth of our reception there. The people of Texas have a true appreciation of the art of the drama, unlike some of our more recent audiences.
Audiences?
Well, come along, old boy. Come along. You must join us for a spot of tea. Marguerite will be so delighted to see you again.
Marguerite? Who's she?
My lovely wife.
Oh.
Don't tell me you've forgotten her.
Well, no. I thought her name
was...
We've
taken the presidential suite, of course. If you'll just follow me...
Well, now, hold on, Arch. I've got to see about a room for myself.
Oh, nonsense. The clerk will take care of these trivial details. This way, dear boy. This way. Here we are, my dear Britt. Enter.
Hey, what the Sam Hills happened to you, Arch? What happened to your voice?
All in good time, my good man, all in good time. Marguerite?
That's you, Arch?
Yes, my dear. I've brought someone with me.
I have been, taking a little nap to snooze the nerves. Why, Brad! Why, you son of a gun! Where did you come from?
Oh, Maggie, how are you?
He was downstairs in the lobby, Mag. I had to get him up here fast before he spilled the beans.
Oh, that's right. You don't know we're in the profession, do you, Brett?
The what?
Show business, Brett. Show business. Maggie and I are actors now. We got our own company.
No.
Permit me to introduce myself. Archibald Plunkett, late of London, Paris, New York, and, for an unpleasant moment, Virtue City.
Plunkett, eh?
Couldn't keep on calling myself Archie Plunkett. Once I gave up the dry goods emporium and started acting.
Oh, I see.
And this charming lady is my wife, the toast of the continent, Marguerite de la Seine.
What do you mean you changed your name too, Maggie?
Oh, just fancied it up a speck. I used to be Maggie Rivers before I married Arch. Well, we looked on a map. There's a French river called the Seine, so,
Just don't seem fair somehow.
What do you mean, Brett?
Well, your folks give you a hand. It seems like you ought to stick with it.
Oh, not when you're in the profession.
Is that so?
Sure, most actors have to change their names.
They do.
Yeah, lots of them.
Well, I guess if it's customary, Gee whiz, you're actors now, huh?
Well, Arch wasn't much good at business, Britt. You know that. He always hated to stay in one place. And then when the drought hit, well, we were cleaned out.
Yeah, it was right about then Doc Ryder come through with his medicine show. Remember the Doc, Britt?
Oh, yeah, sure.
His guitar player left him flat. Run off with that girl who used to do the singing, the one with the yellow tights.
Yellow tights? I don't think... yeah.
So the Doc needed somebody to take their place, and, well, Maggie always had a real sweet singing voice, and seeing as how we were broke anyhow.
Doggone tights never did fit me.
Well, you're not still with the medicine show, are you?
Oh, we sure ain't. Anyhow, we struck out on our own, started in doing serious acting. You know, Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? Oh.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
I see.
Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take up arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing...
That's pretty good.
End them. That's Hamlet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's...
To tell you the truth, Britt, I was going to appear as the melancholy Dane this very evening. But circumstances have compelled us to abandon the production.
Is that so?
Yeah, there was little trouble during our performance of Othello last night.
You mean the folks didn't like the show?
Well, when they started shooting up at the ceiling, that was the impression that we got.
Well, now, they shouldn't have done that.
I couldn't agree with you more completely. Anyway, we're going on to Rocky Falls. Maybe folks there'll have a little more...
Oh, who on earth?
Right, now, you won't say anything. You won't give us away.
Oh, no, of course not.
Your servant, sir?
Forgive me for intruding. Are you Archibald Plunkett, the actor?
I am he.
Delighted to meet you, Mr. Plunkett.
And what may I do for you, sir?
I happen to be spending the day in Virtue City, and I saw a theatrical poster advertising a performance of Hamlet, one of my favorite plays. Unfortunately, when I tried to buy tickets, I was informed that your company isn't appearing this evening.
That is correct, sir. A sudden change in our schedule. We have so many engagements, we're unable to fill them all.
I understand, Mr. Plunkett. I understand. The vagaries of show business. See, I happen to be in the theater myself.
Indeed?
My card.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry I won't have the opportunity of witnessing your performance. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Old faker. Why, I bet he's no more in show business than you are, Britt. Probably thought we'd give him a couple of free passes.
Oh, no.
Oh, Arch, what's the matter?
Oh, no. It couldn't. I'm seeing things. Britt? Here, Britt, what's it look like to you? The name on this card. What's it say?
Let's see. It says Barnum. P.T. Barnum. Yeah, that's the name, all right. Printing's real clear.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in just a moment. Now, during the holiday season, with more cars than usual on the road and adverse weather conditions, think a minute. If a child should dash across an intersection, if a tire should blow out, could you stop in time to save a life? As always, during a holiday season, you must be more alert than ever in following simple safety rules. Keep your windshield clear of fog and snow. Be certain your headlights and wipers are working properly. In wet weather, never slam on your brakes. It's a sure way to put your car into a skid. And always follow other cars at a safe distance. Don't be one of those unfortunates who will lose his life in a traffic accident this Yuletide. Be careful, friends. Live to have a safe and happy Christmas. Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
For the next couple of minutes or two, Arch and Maggie just stood there, looking at each other. And the way they were looking at each other, I tell you, it was the same kind of an expression a calf gets just before you hit him with a branding iron. Then Arch walked over to the window and raised it up just like he was getting ready to jump out. I thought sure Maggie'd stop him. She didn't. All she did was just grab the calling card out of my hand, started rubbing her finger over the printing on it.
Arch, it's real engraven.
Yeah. Why can't I do it, Maggie? Why can't I end it all right here and now?
Oh, now, what are you talking about, Archer? What's got into you folks, anyhow?
P.T. Barnum, Britt. You know who P.T. Barnum is, don't you?
Well, he said he was in show business.
In show business? He is show business. Jenny Lind, General Tom Thumb, half the stars in America owe their careers to him.
Yeah?
Don't you see, Britt? He was going to come to the theater tonight. He was going to watch us act without us even asking him.
Well...
And if he liked us, well, there's no telling what would have happened. He might have hired us himself.
An actor gets a chance like this only once. To appear before P.T. Barnum.
Arch, maybe it's not too late.
It is too late.
No, listen now. Now, the company is still in town. All we'd have to do is unpack the costume.
The performance has been canceled, Maggie.
Then we'll uncancel it. I'll round up the rest of the cast, change your train ticket. Sure, that's it. And you get over to the Opera House. Make sure they haven't let it out to somebody else.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, what about an audience?
Oh, yes. Well, I tell you, give some of the kids around town passes. They'll spread the word quick enough. Well, now, just don't stand there, Arch. Get moving.
Oh, all right, Maggie. Yeah. All right. All right.
Well, Maggie, I guess
Britt, now you go and find Mr. Barnum.
What?
He must be staying in the hotel. The clerk will give you the room number.
Well,
Tell him we rearranged our schedule again. We're playing Hamlet tonight. But for heaven's sakes, don't let him know it's because of him.
Oh.
And tell him he won't need tickets. We're saving him the front box. Well, hurry up, Britt, hurry up. Before I make some other plans.
All right, sure. All right, Maggie.
Come in.
Mr. Barnum?
Yes? Oh, hello there.
Howdy, my name's Britt Ponsett.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Ponsett. What can I do for you?
Well, my friends, the Plunkets, the Plunkettes, they asked me to find you.
Oh?
And they've sort of changed their plans. It seems they're going to stay over in Virtue City tonight and give the show.
Oh, I see.
And they asked me to tell you that they're saving a box for you if you'd care to use it tonight.
That's very considerate, Mr. Ponsett. I'd be delighted. Are you with the company?
How's that?
Are you one of the performers I'm to have the pleasure of watching tonight?
No. I'm just a friend. You see.
Oh. Well, thank you for delivering the message.
Don't mention it, Mr. Barnum. Don't mention it. Well, I didn't see any more of Arch and Maggie that afternoon. I figured they'd have plenty to keep them busy. This acting job is about like anything else, I guess. There must be a certain amount of work to it. Anyway, about 7 o'clock, I was up in my room putting on a clean shirt, getting fixed up to go to the theater and watch their play. Hey, man.
Hello, Britt.
Oh, hello, Arch. Maggie. Oh, what's the matter?
I'm just born under an unlucky star, I guess.
Oh?
It's my fault. I never should have suggested giving a performance tonight in the first place.
Well, what, couldn't you get the Opera House?
No, it's available.
Well, Mr. Barnum's coming. He told me so himself.
Oh, heaven forbid.
Well, I thought you were so anxious for him to see you.
Not just to see us, but to like us, to appreciate our talent.
Oh, if I'd only stopped to think, Arch.
Oh, don't blame you, my dear. Blame myself. Should have realized the whole idea of our playing tonight was out of the question. Now I've sent those kids all over town.
Well, maybe we can catch an early train. Sneak away before anyone knows.
Now, hold on there. Now, what are you both so down on the mouth about? Now, you got the theater, and you're going to have an audience, Mr. Barnum included.
Well, that's just it, Britt, the audience.
Huh?
It'll be the same folks who came last night.
Oh, I see.
They boo us, make fun of us, probably start shooting again.
And what'll Mr. Barnum think?
We're the worst actors he's ever seen, that's what he'll think.
Yeah, but there ought to be some way of maintaining order. What about the sheriff? Here's the man to do it.
Already seen him.
Yeah? Oh, what'd he say?
Said we ain't any better than we was last night. He's advising the boys in the audience not to aim at the ceiling.
Is that so?
One big opportunity, Britt. And it's ruined before we ever got started.
well, maybe there won't be any trouble. Maybe the audience will like this, what is Hamlet? Maybe they'll like that better than the one you gave them before.
They won't. It isn't one of our most successful presentations.
You couldn't try something else, could you?
We only do 2 plays, Britt. Othello and Hamlet.
I see. Well, I guess it wouldn't be much point in repeating that Othello, huh?
No, wouldn't.
Well, I'm awful sorry, Arch. I wish there was something I could do.
Do you, Britt? Do you really wish there was something you could do?
Why, sure, Maggie, sure.
Well, as a matter of fact, we did have one possible solution.
So?
It sort of involves you in a way.
What, me?
You see, you'd practically be saving our lives, Brett, if you do it.
Explain it to him, Arch.
Well, maybe you'd better do the explaining.
Oh, no. It really was your idea, Arch. Go on, Arch.
Well, you see, Brett, now, don't say no until you hear me out.
Well, I'm not saying anything.
You see, we were thinking most of the folks here in town they must know you by sight, and they know you're the 6-shooter. So, it...
Well, I said no. You can be darn sure of that. And I kept saying it over and over and over again for the next hour and a half. What they were suggesting was just tomfoolishness, that's all. I just had to turn them down, that's all. I just had to do it. And they must have known I wouldn't agree to a thing like that. But no matter how hard I talked, they just talked harder. And being actors, they had strong voices, too, you know. Well, the next thing I knew, somehow they'd managed to drag me along with them to the opera house. Anyhow, after the piano solo by Thelma Featherhill, the curtain went up and the show got underway. Started out all right, too. The audience seemed to be paying attention. Nobody was creating any ruckus or anything, at least not at first.
Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt. That it should come to this, but 2 months dead. Oh, frailty, thy name is woman. Oh, fie on, oh, fie.
Yes, fie on you, too.
Yet the soap of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing in her galled eyes. She married.
Sounds like old Lady Crandall. She only waited 2 weeks after Jed Crandall kicked the bucket.
No, it cannot come too good. But break my heart, for I must hold my tongue.
Better get a good grip on it, mister.
You see, Britt, you just gotta do it.
I can't do it.
Oh, look at poor Arch out there. Isn't it just enough to break your heart?
How weary, stale, flat, and unprofitable seem to me all the uses of this world.
Your acting's a little flat, too, mister.
Go on, Britt, that's your cue.
What cue?
Go on, that's it.
Oh, good Horatio. I am glad to see you well.
Hail to your lordship, Britt.
Huh?
Hail to your lordship.
Oh, hail to your lordship.
What make you from Wittenberg, Horatio?
How's that?
A truant disposition.
A truant disposition.
Can't get to school, kids. Here comes the truant officer.
I would not hear your enemy say so. Nor shall you do mine ear that violence to make it cluster of your own report against you.
No, he's bringing out the report card. Sid, you better take it easy.
Huh?
Don't you see who that is, that other actor fella?
What are you talking about?
It's Britt Ponset.
Ponset, the 6-shooter? You must be crazy.
He's staying at the hotel. I seen him this afternoon.
Well, what's he doing up there on that stage?
He's a friend of them actors.
Oh.
If I was you, I'd keep my big mouth shut from here on in. That ain't no sword he's wearing under that rig. That's a 6-gun, plain as day.
It followed hard upon. Thrift, Horatio. The funeral baked meats did coldly furnish for the marriage table. Would I had met my dearest foe in heaven, where I had seen
Oh, woe is me. Now cracks a noble heart. Good night, sweet prince. Sweet,
And flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Rest.
And flocks of angels sing you to your rest.
Oh, Brett, golly, we can't ever thank you enough. Why, if it hadn't been for you, I just don't know what would have ever happened. Oh, golly.
And did you see? He stayed through to the end. Mr. Barnum did. Right through to the end. Britt, you were great.
Arch, I never felt so foolish in my whole life.
Do you think he'll come backstage, Arch? Mr. Barnum?
Somebody help me get out of this thing, will you?
Come in. Why, Mr. Barnum. Good evening. I just wanted to drop by and tell you how much I enjoyed your performance tonight.
We are most honored, sir. Honored.
Your future in the theater is assured. And you there, Ponset.
Who, me?
You told me you weren't an actor.
Well, he was just sort of filling in, Mr. Barnum.
Oh, I realize you weren't up in the part, Mr. Ponset. But such stage presence. Why, the way that audience quieted down when you walked on, I've never seen anything like it before in my life. Never. Now, if you're seriously interested in the theater as a career, I would be very happy.
No, thanks very much, Mr. Barnum. I am not interested. No, that's real kind of you, but no, thank. Oh, no. Well, sir, I got out of that theater just as fast as my legs could carry me. Gee, I just don't see how anybody can set out to be an actor. All those people staring at you and that sweat running down the back of your neck. Holy smoke. Worse than any gunfight, I'm sure. Of course, that applause, after it was over, that applause, that did sound kind of good. And Mr. Barnum, he's very nice about saying that I had stage presence, whatever that means. I suppose a man could get used to play acting if he had to. It sure is a scary business.
The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and the transcribed story is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Tony Barrett, Ted Bliss, Marvin Miller, and Dan O'Herlihy. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The Romance of the Ranchos. New Mexico, 1841. Workman Roland party starts for California. Los Angeles, 1846. Americans' lives saved by revolt. Los Angeles, 1876. Panic closes Southland banks. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful events which make up the history of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, tells another true story of famous people and happenings, rich in romance and adventure. Now a word from the Title Insurance and Trust Company about a kind of insurance that takes precedence over all others today. Victory insurance. That's what your regular purchases of defense bonds and stamps really are. For the money thus made available to our government in this time of greatest need will provide the planes, tanks, guns, and bombs that alone can ensure our victory. And don't forget that in buying this victory insurance, you're also ensuring the future financial well-being of your family. Defense bonds are a sound business investment, guaranteeing a definite and substantial return. So put your dimes and dollars to work for America and for you. Do it now. Do it regularly. Do it often. Now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight concerns two of the Southland's early pioneers, partners in ownership of a vast tract of land in the fertile San Gabriel Valley, the great Rancho La Puente of William Workman and John Rowland. Here is a story rich in the romance of the ranchos. Our story starts about the year 1841, when two business partners in the little New Mexican town of Taos, near Santa Fe, discussed an important matter.
But, John, does this mean that our partnership is dissolved, that you're striking out on your own?
Of course not, Bill. Who ever said anything like that?
Well,
the firm of William Workman and John Rowland is going to go on as long as we live. As long as we live, and maybe longer. Now, that ain't the idea at all. It's just that we'd be, transferring operations somewhere else.
But you want to go to California.
Oh, sure. Sure I want to go to California. I want to take a look around. See if it looks like a good place to settle down and start our business all over again. You know, we can't stay here.
No, we can't. It's getting more unhealthy every day.
Sure, Ben Wilson says that Armijo, the governor, has gotten word somehow or other that the Texas boys are organizing to march in here and take over New Mexico. Bad enough for Americans here now. But when that happens, none of us will be safe from these New Mexicans and Indians. We got to get out while there's still a chance.
Yes, you're right. But, Ben, California, that's a long way off. It's another Mexican province. There aren't many Americans there. Why not go back to Missouri, back to civilization?
What chance did we have? No, Bill, we ought to go out there where we can start something. Out where we have a chance to really make a place for ourselves. Not just get in on the tail end.
Yes. Well, perhaps you're right. It seems like a peculiar place to start a business. Out in the wilderness where there's nobody to do business with.
Yeah, you may be right. That's what I want to find out. That's why I'm going out there. Anyways, I've always had a hankering to see it. Ever since the first time I heard tell about California.
Oh, it must be a mighty nice place to live, all right.
Yeah, more than that, though. If it's such a nice place to live, sooner or later, people are going to live there. Americans. Yeah, they're spreading farther west every day. Won't take them long to get out there, and, we'll be in on the ground floor.
I trust your judgment, John. Go on, see what you can find. Whatever you decide will be all right with me. As long as we have to move anyway, it might as well be west, I suppose.
Good. I'll make arrangements to leave right away.
Man, that's a hard trip. In fact, nobody's ever made it except a few trappers. How'd you get there?
You seem to forget, Bill, that, I've been a trapper.
Oh, yes.
I've done a lot of exploring around this west, and I haven't forgotten all I knew. I'll find my way to California all right, and I'll be back in the spring. Back in the spring, ready to take both our families back to a new home in California.
So John Rowland took leave of his partner, William Workman, and made the hazardous journey across Indian-infested mountains and desert to the remote Mexican province of California. Once in Southern California, the young American was pleased with what he saw. And back he went to Taos, determined to persuade the others. He arrived in the New Mexican town in the nick of time to find his family and friends considerably upset.
Listen to them, John. These riots have been getting worse and worse.
Governor Armijo has whipped them up into a frenzy against us.
No Americans have been attacked, have they?
No, not yet, but if this keeps up, it'll only be a matter of days. They've been threatening several times, and we've barricaded the doors and windows just in case.
How many of us are there?
About 20 men with their families. Altogether, about 40 Americans. Ben Wilson and I have rounded them up and taken whatever measures we could to ensure their safety, but we're outnumbered, 20 to 1.
More than that. Well, thank heavens I got back in time. We still have a chance to escape. Bill, we'll call them all together tonight. I'll lay my plans before them.
What is it? California?
That's right. We'll find safety and a future fortune there. And I'm proposing that we stock up and get ready to leave as soon as possible.
The American pioneers of Santa Fe accepted John Rowland's proposition and escaped the trap of the New Mexicans just in time. Across the parched plains and hazardous mountains, the tiny caravan plodded. And after almost 2 months of difficult travel, on November 5th, 1841, they came down through Cajon Pass into the promised land of Southern California. It was the first party of American settlers to come to the Southland with the idea of making it their home, the vanguard of that great westward migration which made world history. As such, the Workman Rowland Party, with its honor roll of future great names in Southern California annals, made history. Besides the leaders, there were Don Benito Wilson, Lemuel Carpenter, John Reed, and many others. Most of them were to make their homes here. Many of them were to follow much the same procedure that John Rowland did. One day, he accosted his friend, Don Benito Wilson.
Well, that's what I said. How about coming up north with me to see the governor and get some land?
You mean all you got to do is just ask for it?
That's the size of it. I got some real nice country picked out for Bill and me, and I'm going up to claim it. How about you, Ben?
Oh, no, not me. I'm not able to settle down here. And like I told you before, there's plenty more places to see. And I don't intend to live, die, and be buried in one out-of-the-way spot like this.
I still think you'll change your mind, but, well, I'm going anyway. Sorry you won't come along.
Well, who said I won't? I'll go up there with you, but only because I want to find a ship that's headed for China. Now, maybe I'll be lucky enough to find one in Monterey. Anyway, it's worth a try.
All right, you old Rolling Stone. We're off for Monterey.
North to Monterey rode the two friends, and John Rowland paid a visit to Senor Arguello, the prefect of the district.
Ah, Senor. Roland, did you say? What can I do for you?
Well, I understand you're the man who can help me prepare the proper petition to obtain a grant of land.
A grant of land. Aha. Oh, but you, Senor, are an Americano, are you not?
See? Well, that is, I was born an Americano, but I'm a naturalized citizen of Mexico.
So?
Here are my papers. I'm a resident of the Department of New Mexico. I've married a Mexican wife. In fact, I've produced 7 little citizens of Mexico.
Bueno, you will do, senor. And in that case, I shall prepare your petition.
I can get the land?
Oh, I do not know. But you have passed the first requirement. Tell me, senor, where is the land you want?
The land's to the east of the San Gabriel River near the bridge Lafayette, known as the Exmission lands of San Gabriel.
Oh, the Padres will not like that. But no matter, that is government land now, so you are entitled to it. See, that would make a good place for a rancho.
Yeah, that's what I think. Then you'll prepare the petition?
Oh, see, I shall draw it out.
When can I take possession of the land?
As soon as the provisional grant is issued.
But when will that be? I mean, well, you see, I was planning on going back to my family and partner, and, well, I'd like to know I had the land before I left.
Oh, see, of course. And when are you planning to leave, senor?
Oh, in a day or two.
Santa Maria, a day or two? Senor, you Americanos are too impatient. You shall be lucky if the grant is issued in 2 months, let alone 2 days.
Is that so? Well, that seems a long time just to say yes or no.
Oh, senor, wait until you have been here a while. You will understand. It is much easier just to take your time. Si, senor. In fact, here it is easy to forget time. Si, senor. Time was made for slaves.
In spite of the Californians' contention that time was nothing, John Rowland and William Workman chafed at the bit until in 1842 their provisional grant was issued. They were able to take up their abode on their Rancho La Puente. Once on their land, the two friends and partners built homes close by one another and started the irrigation and cultivation of their land. But when the final provisions had been lived up to, and they received their title papers, discovery was made.
Bill, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake.
It's all right, John. We have the land. The grant is legal. Everything will be all right.
But the grant is made out only to me and not to both of us in partnership.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
But it does. Legally, you couldn't will your part to your children or...
Well, I couldn't anyway. Neither of us can. That's a provision in the grant.
Well, it isn't right. We're going to have this changed. You're my partner on this like on everything else. Half of this ranch is yours, and I'm going to see that you get it. Yes, and your children, too. We'll have it re-granted without any provisions at all.
And John Rowland did have the Rancho La Puente re-granted to himself and William Workman. And thereafter the two partners shared evenly in the profitable growth which followed. But the two men had arrived in California at a period of extreme upheaval, and within 4 years after their arrival, they were to take part in the great events. In 1845, when the army of Governor Micheltorena was being defied by Southern Californians, both Mexican and American, it was William Workman who aroused the local Americans to support the defenders of Los Angeles.
Micheltorena is advancing on Los Angeles. He'll be in the city tomorrow. Let me stop. He must be stopped. I appeal to every one of you. You all know what this man's army means to us. If we ever want to have any degree of self-government here in California, if we want to live in a society which has respect for law and order, if we ever want to be rid of the brigandry of Micheltorena's lawless mob, we must stand firm and fight beside our neighbors, the Californians. Are you with me?
With Workman as leader, Don Benito Wilson, John Rowland, William McKinley, and some 50 other Americans did stand firm with the Californians and defeated Micheltorena in the Battle of Cahuenga. They made Pio Pico governor, and now calm was restored. But alas, for only a short time. For in 1846 came war with the United States. The American forces of Commodore Stockton took Los Angeles. As the Commodore moved on, he left a small force to guard the city. It was then that word came to John Rowland.
Bill, it's revolt. A general revolt of all the Californians.
As bad as that. Well, surely Gillespie's men can stop it.
Stop it? That handful will be annihilated if they don't get help. It's really serious. Juan Flores is the head of the insurgents, and they're out to get every American.
That's bad.
I'll have my horse saddled. I've got to ride out and warn Ben Wilson.
Yes, he has a squad of soldiers. Maybe he can get to Gillespie with help.
I'm afraid we'll have to have more than Ben's squad. They were just organized as a border patrol. Now I've got to warn Ben to save himself. Flores has sent out 100 men to round him up.
But, John, you're an American, too. If you're caught with Captain Wilson, you know what it'll mean.
I know, Bill, but I've got to warn him.
Well, then I'm going with you.
No, Bill, this is one time you're not with me. You're an Englishman, not an American. If you stay here out of the way, they probably won't bother you.
Look here, man, I'm not going to stand aside and do nothing to help. We're supposed to be partners on everything.
All right, then, partner. The best way for you to help me is to stay here and take care of the ranch. I'll be all right. This will all blow over in a little while. Then I'll want to come back here to a ranch that's been kept up.
Yes, but look
No
here.
buts about it. I'm on my way. Take care of things. I'll be seeing you soon.
But, John! John!
Rowland reached Captain Benjamin Wilson and his men just as the Californians were closing in, and together they were besieged in the Williams Ranch house at Chino. For a time they held the attackers off, but...
Well, we can't hold them off much longer, John.
No, the ammunition's almost gone now.
Wait a minute. Do I smell smoke?
Yes.
Oh, it's a fire. They've set the roof on fire. It's going up like tinder. Hurry, men. Get out. Back out to the patio.
Well, they'll smoke us out even then.
No, we're done for. Might as well give up right now. We're prisoners, and may God help us.
The Americans under Don Benito Wilson were herded into an improvised prison in Los Angeles. There they remained for some time in great physical discomfort. Then, one day...
Don Ignacio Palomares. Oh, Senor Workman. Come in. Won't you sit down?
Gracias, senor. I have something important to talk to you about.
Bueno. I've not seen you for some time. Not
since this trouble started.
I see.
I only come now, senor, because of word I've received from my good friend John Rowland, who, as you know, is held prisoner here.
I know. It is unfortunate.
Senor, I come to you because you're an honest, humane gentleman, as are most Californians.
Gracias, senor.
I know that even though our sympathies may not lie on the same side, you are a man of honor, and you will not countenance dishonor among your countrymen.
Dishonor, senor, among us Californianos? Come, senor Workman, speak up.
Very well. I have received word from my friends that General Flores plans to send them as trophies of war to the government at Mexico City.
Senor, you are sure?
Si. For so Flores has already told them. Don Ignacio, you will not allow him to do anything so inhumane, so dishonorable, will you?
Senor, many of us have not liked Flores' treatment of the Americanos. But we have felt we could do nothing. After all, you sent here from Mexico.
See? When the Americano forces come back, he will flee to Mexico again, leaving you Californianos to bear the shame of his dishonorable dealings.
I know that, senor. This whole unpleasant matter is much to be regretted, senor Workman. But you have my word for it. There shall be no more to be regretted. Flores will not carry out this scheme.
Don Ignacio, I knew you would not allow it.
I shall call my friends together right away, and we shall take action, with force if necessary.
Quickly, Don Ignacio Palomares gathered the honorable California dons around him and challenged General Flores' command of the insurgents. Anxiously, the prisoners waited in their quarters, the sound of firing ringing up to them.
Ben, it seems to be fading away. There's not as much firing as before.
Yeah, sounds like it's Peter now. I'm afraid we're sunk, John.
Oh, if only we could do something, not just sit here in prison waiting and praying when out there our fate is being decided.
I'm afraid it's been decided. The firing's almost stopped. I didn't think Flores would give up that easily.
Then we'll soon be on our way to Mexico.
John Rowland! Ben Wilson!
It's Bill Workman.
Huh?
Bill, what are you doing here?
Workman, how in the world...
Roll over, men. You're safe. We've just finished off the last of Flores' men who held out.
But how?
It was easy. Most of his own men were on our side. General Flores is in irons, and you're safe.
Whom do the public records show to be the owner of the land upon which you're living right this minute? Do you know for sure? Do you know what they show about who owned it before the present owner acquired it? What rights or claims or interests any person or any corporation or any municipality has in that land? Suppose you didn't know the answer to all those questions, but you wanted to know. And surely you would want to know if you were buying that land or if you were lending money with that land as security. It is the business of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles to determine from a mass of millions of different records the answers to all these questions. When that determination has been made, not only from an examination of these records, but by an interpretation of these records, it issues what is called a policy of title insurance. This insures you against any loss you may suffer by reason of mistakes in the policy of title insurance as to any of these matters. When you buy real estate or lend on real estate, just think, title insurance is my protection.
The Americans under Captain Benjamin Wilson were freed from the threat of being taken to Mexico City as trophies of war by the prompt action of the Californians. Flores was later restored to his command after promising to refrain from any mistreatment of the American prisoners. From now on, Rowland, Wilson, and the others fared better, but they were still captives. Then, on January 8, 1847, the day before the Battle of the San Gabriel, General Andres Pico visited them in their cell.
You mean, General Pico, that you're releasing us?
Si, mi amigo, for we have no one to guard you. All of our men go to the battle, and you would not be safe here. The mob might get out of hand here in the pueblo.
So you're letting us go for our own safety, huh?
Si, but on one condition, that you promise not to join the Americano forces against us.
I'm sure that you have our promise, General. You're being more than generous.
Gracias. We have never had any ill will toward you, senores. I only wish that this unpleasantness could have been avoided.
See, General Pico, that goes both ways. But I'm sure that whatever happens, we can all live here in this grand country together, peacefully and happily.
On General Andres Pico's horses, Wilson and Rowland made good their escape and returned to their homes. The next day, the Californians were defeated at San Gabriel, and all California knew that it was to become a part of the United States of America. But the course of events changed the even tenor of life on La Puente but little, for a time at least. On the Workman Rowland property grew up a virtual community in itself. In 1855, workmen built the first brick house in California, which still stands. Beside their crops and vineyards, the cattle and horses, John Rowland built a flour mill and a winery. His flour and aguardiente supplied many in the Pueblo. Those were prosperous years during the 50s, for settlers were pouring into California. Gradually, with growth, conditions changed. From the sleepy frontier village, Los Angeles began its growth as an American city of commerce and industry. As the years passed, the American rancheros took an active part in the development. William Workman joined with his son-in-law, Francis F.P. Temple, and Isaac W. Hellman, to go into the banking business. Later on, in 1870, Workman and Temple established a bank of their own, and for a while, prospered. Then, 3 years later, on a little barren plot of ground on Rancho La Puente, a sad scene was enacted.
Don't you think we'd better be getting back to the house, Mr. Workman, sir?
No, Francis. Just a minute more. I want to stay here with him a minute more.
But it's getting late.
I can't believe it yet, Francis. There under the soil he loved so well lies John Rowland.
It's where he'd want to be, sir.
Yes. Yes, it's where I want to be too, Francis. Remember that when the time comes. John and I lived and worked and fought together. We've been friends and partners for most of our lives. And when it comes to me, too, I should be like to be laid right here, Francis. Here beside my old partner, John.
I promise you it will be done, sir. But what are we talking about? That's far in the future. You'll probably outlast me many years.
No, son, I have a feeling that now John's gone, it won't be very long for me.
And William Workman was to live only a few years longer, contentedly at home on his Rancho La Puente. Surrounding him were his children, his grandchildren, his sons and daughters-in-law, among them many names illustrious. John Reed, Francis Temple. There were the Boyles, and John Rowland's family, including William, the sheriff, who captured the bandit Vasquez. The old pioneer left his banking business pretty much in the hands of Temple, and all went well until, in 1874, Workman was hastily called to the bank.
Francis, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Workman, I'm glad you're here.
What are all these people doing here?
It's a run. A run on the bank. It's getting worse and worse. It's a panic, sir, a panic.
But why? What's the cause of it?
Well, yesterday in San Francisco, the Bank of California closed its doors, and all over the state, one bank after another is following suit.
Close? But, Francis, there's no need for us to close, is there?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid there is. We can't keep open in the face of a panic like this. We've given out almost all of our cash now. That's why I asked you to come. I want your permission to close the doors.
But why should I lend money to a bank? Every one of them's closed.
But the scare is over. I'm sure if we can reopen, we'll be all right, Mr. Baldwin.
The Hellman's reopening tomorrow, E.J. And we want to do the same. If you'll put up this money, we can.
You say you want $310,000, huh? That's a lot of money.
But it's safe, E.J. Both Francis and I are willing to stake our property on it.
Yes, we'll give you a mortgage for our combined real estate.
All right, I'll do it. But I don't envy you, fellows. Looks to me like you're jumping from the frying pan into the fire.
Well, Francis, how does it stand? You've been poring over those figures for hours.
It doesn't look good, sir.
You mean...
Yes. We can't liquidate our assets. We can't call back enough loans. And our money is gone.
And that means we'll have to close again.
Yes, but this time for good.
And our land, the Rancho La Puente.
It's gone.
The shock was too much for William Workman, and a short time later, they carried him to his final resting place.
And so we place him here, beside his old friend, in this little acre of God, just where he wanted to be. May he rest in peace. We who knew him shall never forget him.
not forgotten is William Workman or John Rowland, pioneers of early Los Angeles. Today, their many descendants are prominent in Southland affairs, including a famous president of the city council, the Honorable Boyle Workman, who has written much about his kinsmen and his life in early California. They are remembered, too, on the land of Rancho La Puente, where today prosperous farms and homes and the thriving cities of Covina, Puente, and Baldwin Park are located. For it is men like these who have helped to make Southern California as it is today. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
When you deal with land, you deal with people, because things which happen to people may affect their land. You must know, for example, what legal disabilities, if any, a person might have which might prevent him from or affect him in dealing with land. Now, suppose you were buying a lot from Catherine Jones, spelled with a C. Suppose the records disclose that one Catherine Jones, spelled with a K, is incompetent. Is that the same person? It doesn't appear to be, but it might be. It's the business of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles to establish the identity of these persons and to insure you against loss by reason of any mistake in any such identification. Incidentally, there are at least 24 different ways to spell the name Catherine. Does this give you some idea of the magnitude of the work which must be done by the Title Insurance Company? Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll trace the history of Catalina and the Channel Islands along the coast, where the romantic sea otter trade was carried on. And there's a tale about the lost woman of San Nicolas, a fascinating chapter in the romance of the ranchos. So, until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras, señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamond speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Cruz Island, 1542.
Discover of California buried on Lonely Island.
Santa Catalina Island, 1805.
Smugglers anchor in harbor of Avalon.
San Nicolas Island, 1870.
Find woman lost 20 years on Lonely Island. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful history which is the heritage of our Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell a true story of romance and adventure in the days of the Dons. It's businesslike to protect your interest in land with a policy of title insurance. It's just as businesslike to safeguard your family's financial future with sound investments. And there's no sounder investment today than United States defense bonds. Even if these bonds paid no interest, they would still be the wisest of investments. For the money realized is our nation. And without that victory, no other investment that you have made or can make will be safe. So buy defense bonds and stamps early and often and regularly. Don't put it off. Make a down payment on victory tomorrow. Now, here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight is concerned with one of the great forces which helped to bring Americans to California, the sea otter trade, and with the principal locations of that industry in the Channel Islands off the coast of Southern California. And since it is closest to us here, our story will have for its principal setting the lovely island paradise of Santa Catalina. It's a story rich in the romance of the ranchos. Long before the white man braved the hardships of a land exploration north from Mexico, the hardy seamen of Spanish frigates put forth into uncharted waters and won the honor of exploring the coast which was to become our California. In the year 1542, north from Natividad came two tiny ships, their courageous crews unprotected from the waves even by a deck, their commander unsure of what dangers lay ahead, but courageously pressing forward, northward, to claim land and glory for the King of Spain. His name, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo.
Capitan Cabrillo.
See?
I don't like the looks of these clouds. And the wind looks like a storm, a bad one.
See?
There's narrow channel here, between the islands and the mainland. It's no place to be caught in a storm. We could easily be driven onto the rocks.
See? We shall put into that cove on the island.
See, it'll do. We'd better get into it as soon as possible. No one knows how furiously the wind may blow in these waters.
Very well. Turn her in, helmsman. Do you have an idea what part of the world we are in?
See, according to my calculations, this must be one of the Molucca Islands, just this side of China. See, we should sight the coast of Cathay before many days.
Perhaps. In that case, these natives that line the shores of the cove must be of the Chinese race, of which we have heard so much.
Huh? Line the shore?
See, look, hundreds of them.
Oh, mi Capitan, I don't like this. They may be savages. We may be killed, massacred.
Oh, no, for the Chinese are a friendly race. Surely you've heard that. And if your calculations are correct...
Oh, but I could be wrong, perhaps.
See, you are wrong. They are Indians, such as we know in Mexico. This is not China, amigo, but still Alta California.
Well, then they are savages. We most surely will be massacred.
I don't think so, for see, they hold up their hands in welcome. They come in their boats to meet us. Now, here at last we'll find a resting place from the fury of the waves here on this island paradise, which we shall claim for our great King of Spain.
Into today's harbor of Avalon on Santa Catalina Island sailed Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, intrepid commander of Spain, to be greeted by the tribe of friendly Indians who made it their homes. He named the island San Salvador in honor of his flagship. After resting at the same cove which is the Mecca of gay vacationers today, Cabrillo again set sail north. Soon he came to a group of 3 islands, and anchoring in the harbor of one, named it San Miguel. Today it is called Santa Cruz, the lovely isle off the coast of Santa Barbara. Here they stopped for rest among the seemingly friendly Indians. But one day, the stillness was shattered.
Capitan Cabrillo, what was that?
Shouts, they seem to come from the shore.
Look, Capitan. It's our party of sailors. They're being attacked by the Indians. Look.
Quick, men, over the side, into shore. Hurry. If we're to save them, we must hurry. All right, men. Here's the shore. Up and over the rocks. Hurry after them.
Watch out, Capitan. Those rocks are slippery.
After them, men, after them.
Capitan Cabrillo, look out! Capitan Cabrillo! Capitan, amigo, are you hurt?
I don't think so.
That was a pretty nasty spill on those rocks here. Let me help you get up.
See, give me your hand.
Capitan, what is it?
It's my leg. My leg, it's broken.
In those days, long before the use of antiseptics, the shattered shin bone of Cabrillo was a serious thing. Nevertheless, in pain but undaunted, Cabrillo pointed the prow of his little vessel north once more. Up the coast to Monterey Bay, to Great San Francisco Bay, and beyond he sailed. Only severe storms caused him to turn back, to run for shelter down the coast. But there was another reason for the gloom that enveloped the 2 tiny ships.
Helmsman, is not that island San Miguel?
Si, senor, it is.
Then we shall put in there.
Put in? I mean, drop anchor in that place where...
See, for it might be a fitting place to leave him.
Then he's...
See, failing fast. It is the gangrene in his injured leg. It won't be long. Capitan Cabrillo is dying.
Mi amigo, our ship, we're not moving.
No, we're anchored, safe in harbor.
You stop for me.
No, for the storms. They blow us off our course. We'll wait here for more favorable wind.
You stop here for me, for I'm going to die.
Mi amigo, you must not say that. You'll be
Oh,
all right.
mi amigo, I'm going to die. I know that, too. And you shall bury me here on these lonely islands, this new land we have found.
Mi Capitan, you must not think
Oh,
such.
it's all right, mi amigo. I'm not afraid. I could not ask for much more. To be buried here in this great new country to be that we have found.
Mi Capitan.
See, it is well. I only regret that I cannot go on, claim more of this vast coast for His Majesty. I ask but one thing, that you, my good navigator, will go on. When I'm no more, you must go on, sail north and farther north for me.
I promise you, mi Capitan.
Then all is well, and my work will be finished.
On the lonely island of Santa Cruz, then called San Miguel, they laid the mortal remains of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, the first white man to set foot on the shores of Upper California. There today his bones still lie, lost under mountains of shifting sand, unhonored for the important part he played in California's history. It was over half a century before another white man sailed north to visit the islands off the coast and anchor in the little harbor on the island Cabrillo called San Salvador. It was in the year 1602, and the explorer was Sebastian Vizcaino. It was he who spoke the words,
"In honor of the martyred St. Catherine, on whose name day it is pleased the good Lord to grant us this safe harbor, I name this island Santa Catalina, and claim it in the name of Philip, King of Spain."
And now, after the visit of Vizcaino, 100 years were to pass before the first Americans sailed into these waters. Years after the mainland of Southern California had borne fruit under the hands of Spanish settlers. These Americans were the hardy seamen from the Lila Bird, Captain William Shaler in command, and these fur traders immediately became involved in an international incident of some consequence. As they were anchored in the Bay of San Diego on board the Lila Bird in the dead of night.
All right, men. Over the side.
You mean, Captain Shirley, you're actually going to send in that boat of supplies?
Of course. Californians on the shore waiting to trade them furs.
But it's against the law. It's smuggling.
Ah, smuggling. Spain is just trying to keep out other countries, smother foreign trade. People pay no attention to the law. Even the commandant winks at our trade, if it's not too obvious.
All the same, I don't like it. The commandant might be in a bad mood.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later. Over you go. Get to the shore, be as quiet as possible.
All right, men, this is the place. Ease her in. All right, make her fast. Start unloading this stuff. Californian should be here any minute. Easy there. Don't make any more noise than you can help. We don't want the guard down on us. No use taking any chances. Oh, here come the men we're to see now. Hi there. Over here, over here.
Gracias, senor. You're kind enough to give us your exact position. Now put up your hand.
What do you mean?
You're under arrest.
And they're holding them on the beach until morning. It's only a small guard. We can free them easily. So into the boats, men. We have a little fighting to do. Quiet. Work up the beach slowly. Got them surrounded. When I give the word, fire your guns in the air, and we'll scare them into surrendering. All right, after them! Up with your hands, senores! You're surrounded! Right, men. With your rescue party. Up with your hands, senores! That's right. Now, there'll be no trouble if you just let my men go back to their ship.
But there will be trouble, senor.
Dirty trouble. You cannot do this. You're defying the government of Spain. And what will the government of Spain do about it? You will see, senor, when you try to sail out past the guns of the fort.
Captain Sailor, you're not going to try it.
You bet I am. What else are we going to do? Stay here in the harbor and let them arrest us all?
But the mouth of the harbor is narrow. We'll have to sail within 100 yards of the guns.
We've got guns, too. We got them all lined up on the port side, ready for action. We'll get by all right.
I hope so.
It's almost dawn now, so we might as well make a run for it. All right, men. Up all sail!
We're almost opposite the fort, sir.
Keep her on this tack.
They're shooting, sir.
But their aim isn't so good. That one was short.
Shall we reply?
Not yet. Sail right in. Hold your fire until we're directly opposite. Then give them a full broadside.
Yes, sir. It's going to be mighty close, Captain.
I'm not worried, sir. We'll get by. They haven't hit us yet, anyway.
No, but we're almost even with the fort. Shall I give the order?
No, not just yet, sir. Another moment. Yes. There. All right, sir. That did do it, sir. Look at them running away from the guns. Now we have a clear passage out, and we're safe.
Captain Shaler's smuggling activity was characteristic of the times. Spain, in an effort to keep foreigners out of California, forbade trade. But the Californians wanted it, as did the ships of all nations. So, half-legitimate smuggling and evasion of customs went on for many years. But trade was only a side issue. The magnet which drew the ships of the world to California coast was the little animal which abounded among the Channel Islands, the sea otter. Together with the seals, these animals made millions for the early sailors. That was why Captain Shaler was impressed with Catalina Island when he stopped there to repair his ship.
Look, sir, look. The water's alive with them.
Yes, I've certainly never seen so many seals at one time. That rock out in the harbor is covered with them.
But not only seals, sir. There are hundreds of sea otters, too. You know what the skin of a sea otter brings in the markets of Canton?
No, sir. How much?
$40, sir. And on up. And here they are to be had by the hundreds. My friend, these islands will bring us a fortune.
The sea otter trade flourished for many years around Catalina Island. The traders from Russia, England, the United States, and many other nations reaped fortunes. They hired the Indians to hunt the otters all year. They pegged them with glass beads, knives, or rusty chisels for 100 furs valued at thousands of dollars. Finally, the supply was so depleted that the profits dwindled, and once more the Channel Islands were left in their solitary beauty. But civilization had come to Southern California, and in July of 1846, a small party of people, including Captain Thomas Robbins of Santa Barbara, landed on the shores of Catalina. Robbins was beside himself with joy.
Man alive, just look at it. Isn't it the most wonderful place in the world? I can hardly believe it. But here it is. Here's the governor's grant right here in my hand. Santa Catalina Island is mine. It belongs to me.
Several times on these programs, we've referred to the fact that issuing title insurance policies requires highly skilled, thoroughly trained personnel. Here's an example of why this is true. Let us say that the title examiner is examining the documents comprising the recorded history of the ownership of a particular piece of land. One link in that chain of title is a deed which Smith, the record owner in 1938, executed to Brown. The form, signature, and acknowledgement fulfill all legal requirements. From an inspection of the records, the deed appears to be valid. But the examiner knows that the deed may be absolutely void if any one of certain conditions existed in connection with its execution or delivery. If, for example, the deed was stolen by Brown or any other person and recorded without proper delivery, or if the deed was executed in blank and Brown's name inserted without Smith's written authority, or if Smith was under the age of 18, even though he appeared older, or if Smith was actually insane, though not so adjudged, or if the person who signed the deed was not the Smith who owned the title, in other words, if the deed had been forged. Any of these conditions would render the deed void. none would necessarily be evident from an inspection of the record of the deed. It takes a considerable degree of skill and training to determine such matters. And when the Title Insurance and Trust Company issues a policy of title insurance to you, that policy insures you against loss arising from the existence of any of the defects I have mentioned. Thus, it is apparent that the title insurance policy insures much more than just a record title.
For the first time, an individual owner took over Santa Catalina Island, the American captain Thomas Robbins, and now began its use as a rancho and later as a pleasure resort. Few people lived there. The Indians who had made it their home had long since been removed to the mainland. This forced migration of the island Indians from one of the other Channel Islands furnished a fascinating and little-known chapter in their history. The barren, rocky spit of San Nicolas. It is the most remote of the islands off Santa Barbara. And because of its location far out in the open sea, its Indian inhabitants were among the last to be removed from the islands by the padres of the Franciscan missions. It was on this last trip that the story began.
Say there, Padre. You all aboard?
Si, Capitan. Just a moment.
Well, hurry up. The wind's coming up. I want to get away from these rocks. The island is treacherous.
Last one is coming on board now. There, he's up. All right, Capitan. You can weigh anchor now.
None too soon. Looks like a bad blow's coming up, all right. All right, men. Up sail. Up sail. Up sail. Weigh anchor. Yeah, I'll be glad to get out of this, into the channel, even with this heavy seas running.
Seems to be some commotion. Huh?
The Indians seem to be cutting up a bit. Probably don't want to leave their island. Well, I don't know why.
No, it seems to be just one woman. She's screaming about something.
Yeah, doesn't want to leave, no doubt. Women especially are funny that way. Now you take
Roberto! Roberto, what is it? What's the trouble?
Wait a minute, Padre.
Don't bother, Padre. She'll calm down a minute. It'll be all right.
Seems to be something wrong with her. Perhaps we'd better wait.
Padre, Capitan, stop the ship. We'll have to put back.
Put back? Listen, mister, we'll not put back. I'm getting as far away from these rocks as I can, as quick as I can.
No, Padre, you've got to stop this ship.
What's wrong, my son?
That woman has left her baby on the island.
What?
See, in the rush of loading, she left her baby.
Capitan, you must turn back.
Padre, it may mean the lives of every person on board. Wind's getting stronger every minute. The sea's running, and those rocks.
Capitan, in the name of heaven, turn back.
But Padre, it's too late now.
Look, the woman, she's broken the way. She's climbing on the rail. She's going to jump into the sea.
No, stop her, stop her.
Stop!
Too late. There she goes.
Madre de Dios. And her little baby.
May the Lord have mercy on her soul.
Now that we brought him back here to Santa Barbara, Padre, what will you do with these Indians?
He will be given homes on the mission lands. The children put into schools. He'll have a chance to be civilized for the first time.
Then, you're through with my services?
Oh, no, Capitan. We're going back to the island, to San Nicolas.
But why? You mean the woman?
Si, the woman. And her baby.
But I tell you, it just isn't possible that she could be alive.
Miracles do happen, my son. It is just possible. And it's just possible that her baby may have survived, too. At any rate, we must try.
All right. I'll be ready to sail in the morning.
Hola, Capitan. Here are the supplies the Padre sends for your journey to the island tomorrow.
Si, gracias. Say, what's all the commotion in town? Heard a lot of yelling and excitement.
Oh, haven't you heard? It's gold. They discovered gold up north on the Sacramento River.
Gold?
See, bushels of it, they say. Just lying around loose. They'll for anybody who gets it first.
Great Caesar's ghost. Gold.
See?
Men, attention, you lazy salties. To your posts. Get ready to hoist sail. We're sailing right away.
But the Padre.
Blast the Padre, man. There's gold to be had, and we're sailing north tonight.
When the ships of the port turned north in a mad rush for gold, the search for the lost woman of San Nicolas was abandoned. For many years, her existence was forgotten. Only the half-remembered story remained to be told and retold. Then, one day, almost 20 years later...
Padre, on the last tack in, we stopped for an hour at the little island of San Nicolas.
San Nicolas?
You remember, don't you?
Si, I remember. May God rest her soul.
No, Padre. I think she's still alive.
Alive? But Roberto...
I know it sounds fantastic. But out there on that lonely, desolate island, we found unmistakable signs of human habitation. Primitive, Indian habitation. Nothing you would expect to be left by a passing fisherman.
You're sure of this, Roberto?
Absolutely.
Then we'll start immediately. Organize a searching party to go to San Nicolas.
Padre, it's no use. We'll never be able to find her on this desolate mountain.
Roberto, she's here. Each time we've tried and failed, I've become more convinced than ever that she's here. We found the evidence.
See, but where is she? We've combed almost every foot of the island. We've yelled out our lungs. Surely she would see us or hear us.
I think she does. I think she's hiding from us.
Hiding from us? But why?
Because she has been alone here for 20 years now. No doubt her mind is affected. She's probably returned to a primitive mental state. I think perhaps...
Wait. What was that?
Sounds like a dog howling.
See. It seems to come from behind that rock. Come, Padre.
Madre de Dios.
Great heavens, Padre. Look.
See, it is she.
But she looks more like an animal.
Poor creature, just sitting there next to her wild dog, staring at us.
Look, Padre, look. She smiles.
See, she has some human memory left even after tortures of 20 years. Come, we must take to the boat and bring her at last back to life.
Found at last was the lost woman of San Nicolas, whose love for her long-dead baby caused her 20 years of animal-like living on the lonely isle of San Nicolas. So was closed an amazing chapter in California history. Now began the growth of the modern islands, either as ranchos or as pleasure resorts. Santa Catalina passed through both stages and through a number of ownerships. Captain Robbins sold his island rancho to Jose Maria Covarrubias of Santa Barbara, who passed it on to Albert Packard in 1853. The next owner was James Lick, a wealthy gentleman with great philanthropic interests. In fact, some people thought he was a bit too philanthropic.
James, I never heard of such a thing. You know what people are saying about you behind your back.
No, what are they saying, my friend?
It's you're plumb loony, that's what. Lord's sake, with all that money, you busy every minute of the day thinking up ways of giving it away.
Well, I can't use it all myself, George. Why not put it where it'll do the most good?
All right. I'm your friend. I understand that you got a big heart. Most folks can understand some of the things you've done, like the old lady's home, orphan asylum, library association. But folks begin to talk when you started that society for the prevention of cruelty to animals.
Oh, but George.
I know. Folks ought to be kind to animals. It's all right with me if you want them to. But now this last thing, that's too much for me even.
You mean my observatory for the study of the stars?
You mean them telescopes for stargazing? It's throwing money down a rat hole.
But, George, astronomy's a great science.
What can you learn from looking at them stars? James Lick, the whole world's going to laugh at you for putting money in them telescopes.
But the world didn't laugh at James Lick. Instead, his name is perpetuated in the great Lick Observatory, where many great discoveries have been made. Now Santa Catalina passed into the hands of George R. Chateau, who founded the town of Avalon and built a hotel. In 1892, the land went to William Banning, son of the famous Phineas Banning, and he, together with his brothers and sisters, organized the Santa Catalina Island Company and started to develop the island into one of the world's greatest meccas for vacationers. In 1919, William Wrigley Jr. bought it and completed the work. Today, the Emerald Isle that offered safe harbor to the hardy seamen of Juan Cabrillo, Vizcaíno, and Captain Shaler is an island paradise for pleasure seekers, known the world over. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will be back to tell you about his story for next week. When I first read the script of the story we've just finished telling, I couldn't help thinking how much more interesting my next visit to Catalina Island is going to be than my last one. For when I enter Avalon Harbor, I'll see a new and different sight. The island as it looked to Cabrillo and Vizcaino, arriving in their primitive little sailing ships. I'll picture in my mind's eye the shore as it looked in those days before the modern buildings and roads and piers were built, and see on the beach the native Indians that Cabrillo's navigator thought were Chinese. There'll be a brand new thrill to this always thrilling trip. The fact is that all of us connected with these broadcasts have found new interest in scores of Southern California places and communities through learning about their colorful histories. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles will feel well repaid if you listeners discover a similar added pleasure in Southern California through hearing these stories. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we're going to tell you the romantic true story of Hugo Reed, the Scotchman who came here to win the great Rancho Santa Anita and the hand of a beautiful Indian girl. It's a story with laughter and tears, drama and high adventure, and you won't want to miss it. So until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.